After a tempest at sea, Qin Yang awakened on a foreign island, unaware of the breathtaking experiences that awaited him. Initially, he believed he had sustained a grave injury from a cut on his foot, only to discover, to his astonishment, that despite the blood, no wound was present. His body seemed to undergo unexpected transformations. Though rescue had yet to arrive, Qin Yang remained unperturbed, for he understood that his survival on this desolate isle had commenced. He navigated through the initial chaos and discomfort. Life on the deserted island, devoid of work, appeared to be rather appealing. His days were consumed with foraging for food and constructing a shelter, revealing that one could indeed thrive in such solitude. Nevertheless, survival in the wild was no trivial endeavor. Yet, one might argue that the thrill of battling against nature and fate, as well as human adversaries, was immensely gratifying. Chapter 1. My apologies, Manager Jiang. I absolutely refuse to participate in any future team-building activities organized by the company. Qin Yang opened his eyes to find himself drenched, lying on the sandy beach. Waves lapped at his feet, cascading over his back. His stomach felt distended and uncomfortable. Ugh! A jet of water erupted from his throat, alleviating the pressure in his abdomen. Finally, the discomfort began to ebb. He gradually rose from the beach, shaking off the sand that clung to his body and the white specks in his hair. Qin Yang had been aboard a cruise ship with his colleagues when an unexpected storm struck. The vessel had capsized, and upon regaining consciousness, he found himself sprawled on the beach. Phew, what a stroke of luck to escape unscathed. I wonder if this could be classified as a work-related injury. Would the cruise company offer compensation for such an incident? Taking a few steps forward, he settled onto the dry sand to recuperate. Gazing out at the endless blue expanse, he realized he possessed nothing but the watch adorning his wrist. With so many people aboard the cruise ship, the news of the calamity must have spread far and wide. Surely, the nation had initiated rescue operations. I wonder how the others are faring. Who cares? I just need to endure until help arrives. Once I return, I will take a proper vacation. What a ridiculous company, insisting on team-building activities during my precious days off. Qin Yang berated internally. All he desired was to relax at home on his day off, yet the company insisted on such outings. He contemplated whether he should simply find a new job upon his return. After resting for a while, Qin Yang rose, parched and desperate for water. He stripped off his damp clothes, leaving only his underwear, and cast them aside on the beach to dry. He ventured to explore the nearby shoreline, hoping to find food and water. No one could predict when rescue would arrive, and he certainly did not wish to be discovered lifeless by the rescuers. Qin Yang spotted a figure lying on the beach and hurried towards it. As he approached, surprise illuminated his face. It was a familiar visage. Lying on the sand was a woman clad in a white blouse and a black skirt, his immediate superior, Jiang Meiding. Jiang Meiding was renowned for her beauty within the company. Despite being in her 30s, her allure and physique were exceptional, particularly her captivating curves that could mesmerize any onlooker. Even someone like Qin Yang, who often felt trapped in his job, found motivation in the presence of Jiang Meiding, a rare beauty amidst the daily grind. At that moment, Jiang Meiding lay with her eyes shut, several buttons of her blouse undone, revealing the enticing sight beneath, which glistened enticingly in the sunlight. Qin Yang's gaze lingered longer than intended, captivated by the scene before him. "Manager Jiang, are you all right?" he called out, yet his eyes remained fixed, as if fearing that if she awoke, this enchanting sight would vanish. Jiang Meiding remained unresponsive, in no reaction. Noticing her continued unconsciousness, Qin Yang placed his hand at her pulse point to check for signs of life. Her breath was faint. He knelt down and carefully moved her to a shaded area on the island. Fortunately, Jiang Meiding was not overly heavy. He had expected her to be cumbersome, considering her ample figure. I must act quickly to save her. Qin Yang recalled his first aid training from university, aware of how to perform artificial respiration and CPR. He unbuttoned her blouse to facilitate the emergency procedure. In the next moment, his vision blurred. However, Qin Yang refrained from lingering on distractions. Saving her life was paramount. "Forgive me, Manager Jiang, there's no other choice," he murmured, checking her mouth and nostrils for any obstructions before commencing artificial respiration. Soon, Jiang Meiding opened her eyes to find a man's lips pressed against hers. Startled, she weakly raised her hand to push Qin Yang's head away. Having just awakened, her strength was minimal, and she could not dislodge him. Realizing that Jiang Meiding had regained consciousness, Qin Yang exclaimed, "Manager Jiang, thank goodness you're awake." With a heave, Jiang Meiding expelled a considerable amount of seawater. Qin Yang placed a hand on her shoulder, attempting to help her sit up. "Don't touch me." She shoved his hand away, her face contorted in anger. "Qin Yang, you're committing a crime. Do you realize that?" "What, Manager Jiang, what are you saying?" Qin Yang replied, bewildered. "I haven't done anything." Even stranded on this unfamiliar island, he had not entertained thoughts of dire consequences. In this age of advanced technology and strong governmental response, rescue might arrive within days, that he was not foolish enough to engage in criminal behavior, for if apprehended, he would surely face imprisonment upon rescue. "Humph! You even removed your clothes. What were you thinking?" Jiang Meiding crossed her arms protectively over her chest, her tone icy. She would have been mortified had she not awoken in time. In the workplace, she had held a favorable view of Qin Yang, recognizing his work ethic and capability, yet never imagined he could act so indecently in private. "Enough, Manager Jiang." Qin Yang interjected firmly that I was merely performing artificial respiration. Moreover, I removed my clothes because they were soaked. I did not disrobe out of any lewd intention. "Look, my clothes are drying over there." He gestured towards the distant shore to clarify. "Really?" Jiang Meiding glanced over, noticing several garments lying there. Reflecting on the situation, she recognized that Qin Yang had indeed been attempting to assist her rather than engaging in any misconduct. "It seems I have wronged him, but I cannot be blamed for my initial reaction. What woman wouldn't be frightened to see a naked man so close?" Jiang Meiding mused internally. She then offered an embarrassed apology. "I'm sorry I misjudged you. It's all right, you cannot be faulted for your assumptions. My appearance certainly lends itself to misunderstanding." Qin Yang chuckled lightly. Though wronged, he had been treated to quite a sight, and there was no need to sour their relationship, considering Jiang Meiding was a commendable leader. "Let me help you sit up, it will be more comfortable." Qin Yang inquired, awaiting her response. Jiang Meiding nodded, "Thank you." With her consent, Qin Yang assisted her in sitting upright. "Manager Jiang, please take a moment to compose yourself," he suggested, turning his gaze toward the sea. Jiang Meiding blinked her beautiful eyes, comprehending the implication. Behind Qin Yang's words, she felt an increased fondness for his gentlemanly demeanor and hurriedly fastened the buttons on her chest. "Where are we? By the way, have you seen Wei Wei?" Jiang Meiding exclaimed, her expression suddenly flustered as she grasped Qin Yang's arm, though at that moment, she had no mind to appreciate the sensation of his firm muscles. Qin Yang turned around, and Jiang Meiding had already tidied her attire. Although her pristine skin was concealed, the damp white shirt clung to her form, rendering her appearance exceptionally alluring and pleasing to the eye. The Wei Wei that Jiang Meiding referred to was her younger sister, Jiang Xiaowei, who had just graduated from university. Jiang Meiding had taken the opportunity of a team-building trip to bring her sister along for a vacation, unaware that such an incident would occur. "Manager Jiang, please do not panic." Qin Yang began to speak. Suddenly, a hard object struck his head, causing his eyes to roll back as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 2. Good Things. "Sister, are you all right?" A figure, drenched from head to toe with droplets of water still clinging to her hair, stood behind the fallen Qin Yang, holding a coconut shell. It was none other than Jiang Meiding's younger sister, Jiang Xiaowei. She had been swept away to a distant stretch of beach and, upon regaining consciousness, began searching for her sister. Upon arriving at this spot, she discovered a man clad only in his underwear crouching beside her sister. Her immediate thought was that this man intended to harm her sister. Thus, the scene unfolded where she struck Qin Yang unconscious with the coconut shell. "Xiaowei, thank goodness you are safe." Jiang Meiding, upon witnessing Qin Yang being knocked out, was initially terrified, fearing she had encountered a villain. Little did she expect it was her own sister. With her sister unharmed, Jiang Meiding's anxious heart finally found solace. She attempted to rise, but a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to gasp in distress. "Sister, what happened? Did this guy do something to you?" Jiang Xiaowei asked anxiously, brandishing the coconut shell again, ready to strike Qin Yang's head once more. "You vile man, how dare you bully my sister?" "Xiaowei, stop. You have misunderstood. He saved me. This is my colleague, Qin Yang. He did not harm me," Jiang Meiding explained. "I must have been hit by something during the cruise accident." Jiang Xiaowei's big eyes flickered with surprise, her face reflecting a look of disbelief. "So I hit the wrong person? You impulsive girl. You always jump to conclusions without knowing the full story. Quickly check if Qin Yang is all right, and later, apologize properly," Jiang Meiding advised, feeling rather helpless about her sister's temperament. "Oh." Jiang Xiaowei tossed the coconut shell onto the ground and knelt down to examine Qin Yang's head. After probing gently, she found a bump on the back of his head, but there was no bleeding. He had merely fainted. In the process, Jiang Xiaowei couldn't help but notice Qin Yang's well-defined physique. Suddenly, she lost focus as Qin Yang, awakening unexpectedly, lifted his head and bumped into her. Ouch! Qin Yang, just regaining consciousness, was propelled back to the ground, his already aching head now throbbing even more painfully. You scoundrel! Jiang Shaowei nearly raised the coconut shell again, convinced that Qin Yang had done it on purpose, thinking he was taking advantage of her in such a vulnerable moment. Shaowei, calm down. Qin Yang did not mean to. Jiang Mating interjected. From her vantage point, she could see that Qin Yang's actions were not intentional. If one were to assign blame, Jiang Shaowei's ample bosom certainly contributed to the collision as much as Qin Yang's actions did. Hearing her sister's words, Jiang Shaowei pouted and stood up. Qin Yang, now fully awake, recognized Jiang Shaowei, having seen her on the cruise. However, he was perplexed as to why she had struck him. Why did you ambush me from behind? Who told you to be so close to my sister dressed like that? Jiang Shaowei retorted, her cheeks flushing. Qin Yang, I sincerely apologize on behalf of Shaowei. She was just worried about me, Jiang Mating said. Qin Yang thought to himself, good heavens, they mistook me for a villain. Is my handsome face so easily misjudged? Since Manager Jiang had spoken, he decided to let the matter slide. By the way, do you have your phones with you? Qin Yang inquired. Establishing contact with the outside world was paramount. Modern phones are often water-resistant, and if they had a signal, rescue could be on the horizon. Jiang Mating patted her pockets, only to find them empty. My phone is missing, she said, disappointment evident in her tone. Qin Yang was not surprised. The shallow pockets of Jiang Mating's black skirt made it all too easy for her phone to be lost. I checked. There's no signal here, Jiang Shaowei stated. Producing her own phone. Her pocket had a zipper, hence her phone remained intact. What shall we do now? Jiang Mating's brows furrowed, her delicate features only amplifying the concern etched on her face. Both sisters, having grown up in the city, were encountering such a predicament for the first time. The thought of being stranded on a desolate island was undeniably terrifying. Qin Yang maintained a composed demeanor, unlike the city girls. His childhood was spent in the rural countryside, where he often explored the mountains and rivers with friends. It seems we might have to wait several days for rescue, he remarked. He withheld the more ominous thought that if they did not receive help within 3 days, they might never be found. Jiang Mating and Jiang Shaowei's expressions turned somber at his words. Wait several days? What will we eat and drink? How will we bathe or use the restroom? They could scarcely fathom how they would survive on this island, fearing they would starve. The thought of their families learning of the cruise disaster only added to their distress, causing tears to well in their eyes. I'll go see if there's anything washed up on the shore that we can use, Qin Yang announced, standing up to give them space to process their emotions. He also needed to gather useful items to ensure their survival on the island. Moreover, he needed a moment to himself to relieve the discomfort he was feeling. It was not entirely his fault. Jiang Mating and Jiang Shaowei were both soaked, their clothing clinging to their bodies, accentuating their curves. If he didn't react, he would hardly be a man. After a short while, as Qin Yang wandered off, Jiang Mating and Jiang Shaowei slowly regained their composure. The priority was to survive and await rescue. Sister, is your colleague a pervert? Jiang Shaowei suddenly asked. What kind of decent person would expose himself like that, with such a large bump on his head? Probably not, Jiang Mating replied, avoiding mention of Qin Yang's injury. Her cheeks slightly flushed. If I were a man, I would want to take off my wet clothes too. They are quite uncomfortable. That is true, Jiang Shaowei said, tugging at her own garment, which still dripped with water. On the beach, various debris was scattered, including clothing and plastic bottles. Qin Yang spotted a black backpack bobbing along with the waves. He hurried over, hoping it contained food. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain underfoot, as though pricked by something sharp. Beneath him lay a peculiar transparent worm with pointed ends, which had sliced his foot. Blood oozed out, and upon contact with the worm, it surged towards the wound, burrowing inside. Astonishingly, the wound healed instantaneously, leaving no trace. Unaware of this bizarre occurrence, Qin Yang merely observed the water beneath him turning red. Damn it, I cut my foot. He felt disheartened. Sustaining an injury on the first day was not a promising omen. Raising his foot, he was taken aback to find no wound. Where did this blood come from? His foot was unscathed and devoid of pain, a mere false alarm. How strange. But as long as he was fine, he thought. He resumed his course towards the black backpack. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt a surge of vitality. The hunger and thirst that had plagued him seemed less intense, as if his senses had sharpened and the dizziness had dissipated. Could it be that the worm had somehow revitalized him? Qin Yang chuckled to himself. He reached for the drenched black backpack and unzipped it, his face lighting up with joy. What a fortunate find. Before my eyes lay a 1-liter bottle of iced red tea, a few biscuits, and several articles of clothing. How wonderful. Although the iced red tea had been partially consumed, there remained a substantial portion, perhaps 500 or 600 milliliters. This beverage is indeed high in sugar. And with a few biscuits at hand, It seemed I would not have to endure hunger today. Let me see what else I can find. Qin Yang reached into the bag and rummaged through its contents. At the bottom, he discovered a sealed plastic bag containing various medications, seasickness pills, anti-diarrheal medicine, and cold remedies. When he reached the very bottom and turned the clothes over, he noticed they were stained with decayed tobacco. Where there is smoke, there is fire. It was quite possible that a lighter resided within this backpack. Continuing his search, he felt something hard, and upon extracting it, he was delighted to find a lighter. Qin Yang felt elated. Acquiring a lighter on a deserted island was akin to winning the lottery. He slung the backpack over his shoulder, secured the lighter, and resumed his gaze upon the beach, searching for other useful items. Suddenly, a piercing scream broke the air. Qin Yang, help! It was the frantic cry of Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei. Startled, Qin Yang turned swiftly to look at them. Chapter 3. Is it danger or food? Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei wore expressions of terror as an unfamiliar creature appeared beside them. Its peculiar shape was adorned with numerous legs and pincers. Yet it was not the crabs they were accustomed to. To their eyes, it appeared frightful, like a poisonous giant spider. Jiang Meiting, suffering from a foot injury, was unable to walk, and Jiang Xiaowei could not abandon her sister. Thus, she picked up a coconut shell from the ground, positioned herself protectively beside Jiang Meiting, and shouted at the creature resembling a giant spider to go away. Jiang Meiting was terrified and concerned for her sister's safety, calling out for Qin Yang. Hearing their urgent pleas, Qin Yang initially feared they were in danger from a villain or a wild beast. However, upon turning to look, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could clearly see Jiang Xiaowei confronting a blue-purple coconut crab while wielding a coconut shell. Amused, he thought it was quite comical that they had been so frightened over a mere coconut crab. He marveled at his own vision, surprised he could see so clearly from such a distance. Although he did not wear glasses, he was nearsighted to a degree, wondering if he had somehow unlocked latent abilities. Dismissing the thought, he hurried toward Jiang Meiting and, on his way, picked up a stone from the beach. He could not let the coconut crab escape. The coconut crab, slowly crawling away, merely wished to return to its coconut tree, perplexed by the terrifying upright figure that seemed to be in a panic. Surely, it should be the crab that was frightened. Qin Yang quickly reached Jiang Meiting's side and, with the stone, struck the coconut crab on its head. Seeing Qin Yang approach, Jiang Xiaowei took the opportunity to hurl the coconut shell forcefully at the crab. In no time, the coconut crab lay lifeless. Qin Yang, thank you for saving us. Jiang Meiting expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. This is a coconut crab. It doesn't attack humans, Qin Yang chuckled. Jiang Xiaowei, still trembling, remarked. So this is a coconut crab? It's hideous. I thought it was a poisonous spider. It scared me to death. This is indeed a fine delicacy. We can roast it and eat. Qin Yang noted that the backpack contained only a few biscuits, which were insufficient to satisfy their hunger. However, with the coconut crab, at least they would not go hungry today. As a devoted fan of Bear Grylls and Dahlia, he understood that the three essentials for survival in the wild are water, food, and fire. With the lighter from the backpack dried out and usable, he had secured a fire source. Water and food, however, remained uncertain. If rescue were to come, it would not matter, but if not, he was entirely ignorant of this deserted island and whether it harbored wild men or beasts. Furthermore, there was the potential threat from others. If the three of them had been washed ashore by the waves, surely there were others among the thousands on the cruise ship who had also been cast ashore. Can this ugly thing be eaten? Jiang Xiaowei pouted, skeptical about the coconut crab's edibility due to its grotesque appearance. Of course it can be eaten. The meat of a coconut crab is quite substantial. As for the taste, I cannot say, but having something to eat is a blessing, Qin Yang replied. He had never tasted coconut crab before, but he had seen videos indicating that as long as it was properly cooked, it was edible. He opened the backpack, revealing 5 packets of biscuits, from which he took out 3 and distributed 1 to each of the 2 sisters. It was only the first day of their misfortune, and he still believed in rescue. Building a rapport with Jiang Meiting would ensure she owed him a favor, a life-saving grace that would undoubtedly ease his future endeavors at the company. On the other hand, should rescue not arrive, he would have to embrace the mode of survival on a deserted island. He certainly could not allow anything to happen to Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei. The thought of enduring solitude was unbearable. Even if survival issues were resolved, he would still have to contend with the ceaseless loneliness and the minor physiological needs. Naturally, it was best if rescue were to come. Is there any water? Jiang Xiaowei asked, her eyes fixed on Qin Yang. She felt parched, and after finishing the biscuits, her thirst only intensified. Jiang Meiting felt similarly thirsty, but was too shy to voice it. Yes, Qin Yang replied, retrieving the iced red tea from the backpack, but hesitating to hand it directly to Jiang Xiaowei. This was an invaluable water resource. Moreover, the beverage was quite sweet, enticing one to drink more. Should he deplete it by giving it to Jiang Xiaowei, he would surely be displeased. Crouched down, Open your mouth, and I will pour it for you. Qin Yang instructed Jiang Shaowei as he twisted off the bottle cap. Isn't that iced red tea from someone else? What if it has bacteria? Jiang Shaowei swallowed hard, torn between her desire for a sip and her apprehension. Qin Yang took a swig directly from the bottle. Then you don't have to drink it. Since Jiang Shaowei was reluctant to partake in the iced red tea, he could save it for himself to savor slowly. Manager Jiang, would you like some? He asked Jiang Meiting. Jiang Shaowei stamped her foot in frustration at the man's antics, thinking that if he had just encouraged her, she would have relented. I will drink. Jiang Meiting hesitated momentarily, but her thirst compelled her to nod in agreement. Qin Yang squatted beside Jiang Meiting, lifting the iced red tea as she tilted her head back, parting her lips in anticipation. Beneath her smooth neck lay a tempting expanse of alabaster skin, especially the deep, enticing valley that nearly captivated Qin Yang's gaze. Struggling to avert his eyes, he slowly poured the iced red tea into Jiang Meiting's mouth. She noticed Qin Yang's gaze and, though she found it awkward, could only take a sip before pulling away. Qin Yang felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to continue gazing at her. Not wishing to remain squatting beside her for too long, he hurried back to retrieve his dried clothes. Having been soaked in the sea and washed ashore without fresh water to cleanse himself, he felt uncomfortable, especially with the high temperatures during the day. So he wore only his trousers. Do you need to take off your clothes? Qin Yang inquired. What are you trying to do? Jiang Shaowei instinctively shielded her bosom, eyeing Qin Yang warily. Jiang Meiting also frowned, fearing that Qin Yang might reveal a more predatory side. I don't mean anything by it. Your clothes are soaked through. Aren't you uncomfortable? Look at my clothes. They will dry quickly, and at one tea feels so unpleasant, Qin Yang explained. Realizing she had misjudged Qin Yang, Jiang Meiting felt somewhat embarrassed and awkwardly replied, but we don't have any clothes to change into. There was no way she could let the two women disrobe in front of Qin Yang. As a manager at the company, if Qin Yang were to see her naked, how could she ever face anyone upon returning? Jiang Shaowei was even more distressed. She had just graduated from university and had not even started a romantic relationship. So how could she possibly undress in front of a stranger? You can't be wanting to see a strip, can you? Although you saved my sister. I must warn you to refrain from any vile intentions, or else when help arrives, I will report you to the authorities. Jiang Shaowei stated earnestly, her gaze fixed on Qin Yang. She was unfamiliar with him, and with her sister, the two women felt apprehensive in the presence of such a robust man. Qin Yang, don't take Shaowei's words to heart. She's just being a bit rash, Jiang Meiting interjected, tugging at Jiang Shaowei. Although she shared the same concerns, she recognized that expressing them outright might provoke Qin Yang unnecessarily. While she had some understanding of him in a professional context, she had no insight into his character in private. Furthermore, Qin Yang was a vigorous 25-year-old man, and one could not be certain he would not err. Rest assured, I am not that malicious. I have a few garments here. If you need them, you may take them to change, Qin Yang replied with a smile. He was not in such a hurry. The pampered beauties, Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei, would ultimately have to rely on him to survive on this desolate island. He retrieved 2 sets of drenched men's short-sleeve shirts and shorts from his backpack, wringing out the seawater. Though still wet, they were in much better condition than the clothes that Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei wore and would dry more easily. I will go find some wood to prepare a barbecue for the coconut crabs. You can change once I am out of sight, he said, handing them the clothes before striding into the woods. After Qin Yang entered the forest, a figure appeared on the opposite side of the beach. The silhouette gradually made its way towards Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei. As it approached, it became apparent that it was indeed Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei. Sis, when do you think rescue will arrive? Are we going to be stuck here indefinitely? Jiang Shaowei asked, sitting down with a dejected expression. Shaowei, you need to temper your temper. Do not provoke Qin Yang. If he turns hostile, it would be disastrous, and we still need his assistance in this situation. Jiang Meiting advised earnestly. He dares. If he truly lays a hand on us, I will fight back. Jiang Shaowei retorted defiantly, raising her small fist, her body swaying. If Qin Yang were present, he would undoubtedly remark, what a spirited display of defiance. Regardless, you must heed your sister's counsel. Jiang Meiting implored, feeling at a loss. She envisioned Qin Yang's muscular physique, knowing he could easily overpower both of them and do as he pleased. What could you possibly do to contend with him? Resort to physical combat. Depleting his stamina, Jiang Meiting pondered, determined to protect Shaowei. If it came down to it, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to prevent Qin Yang from harming her sister. At 36, she was willing to endure hardships for survival. Jiang Shaowei, only 22, was like a daughter to her. Though she had a fiery temperament, her heart was innocent. She wished to shield her sister from harm. All right, I will listen to you. Sister, does your foot still hurt? Let me massage it for you. Jiang Shaowei offered, reaching out to tend to Jiang Meiting's injury. The sound of footsteps on the sandy beach drew their attention. They turned to see a man in a dark blue work uniform, with a tanned complexion, hastily approaching them. Sis, that seems to be a crew member from the cruise ship. Jiang Shaowei recognized the uniform. Jiang Mating also discerned the truth. As the man drew near, the two women felt a sense of relief rather than fear. Surely, a crew member would possess some capability to manage such a crisis, and with more people, there was an added sense of security. Jiang Mating even thought that with another man present, Qin Yang would be less likely to act against them. As the man approached and recognized Jiang Mating and Jiang Shaowei, his heart raced with excitement. He was Lu Shun, a sailor from the ill-fated cruise ship, who had washed up on the opposite beach and was now searching for useful items. Hello, you are a crew member from the cruise ship, right? Do you have a way to contact for rescue? Jiang Shaowei inquired with anticipation as Lu Shun came closer. However, as an experienced sailor, Lu Shun understood immediately that there was no way to communicate with the outside world on this deserted island. The cruise ship had drifted far from the waters of Huagua, and he was uncertain where the storm had cast them. He believed that even with good fortune, rescue would take several days, and in the worst-case scenario, they might have to fend for themselves. Lu Shun reached into his pocket, and Jiang Shaowei expected him to retrieve some means of communication. Yet, Jiang Mating's brow furrowed as she noticed an unsettling expression on Lu Shun's face. When Lu Shun's hand emerged from his pocket, it held not a communication device, but a sharp dagger. With a swift motion, Lu Shun brandished the blade, aiming it at Jiang Shaowei. Haha, he grinned menacingly. Ah, what are you planning to do? Jiang Shaowei exclaimed in terror, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Strip off your clothes. Otherwise, Lu Shun growled, brandishing the dagger threateningly in the air. Jiang Shaowei's wet garments clung to her body, making her appear irresistibly tempting, and Lu Shun could hardly contain himself, eager to indulge his desires. Do not harm my sister. What you're doing is a crime, and you will be caught when help arrives. Jiang Mating shouted, attempting to rise and shield Jiang Shaowei. But the pain in her right foot prevented her from doing so. Seeing Jiang Mating incapacitated only fueled Lu Shun's confidence, knowing she would not be able to escape. Don't worry, I will enjoy her first, then savor your flavor. As for rescue, who knows how many days it will take. After I'm done, I'll toss you both into the sea. Who will know? Lu Shun reveled in the thought. Despair washed over Jiang Mating as she cried out for help, fervently wishing for Qin Yang's arrival. With a harsh kick, Lu Shun struck Jiang Mating's shoulder. If you scream again, I will stab your sister. He feared Jiang Mating might alert other survivors. Sis, are you alright? Jiang Shaowei rushed to support her sister, who had fallen. Enough chatter. Hurry and strip. If you don't, both of you will be in trouble. Lu Shun threatened, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Tears streamed down Jiang Shaowei's face as she felt a deep sense of hopelessness, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes, ready to comply. Lu Shun licked his lips, eagerly anticipating the allure that awaited beneath her wet garments. He raised the dagger, fixating his gaze on Jiang Shaowei's figure. Shaowei, don't. Jiang Mating pleaded, desperate to negotiate for her sister's safety. Focus on me. Such sisterly love. Speak another word, and I will plunge this knife into her. Lu Shun threatened, relishing the power he held over them. Jiang Shaowei sobbed, her earlier bravado evaporating as fear and despair consumed her in the face of Lu Shun's threat. In a moment of sheer desperation, one could neither muster the will to fight nor summon the courage to resist. Instead, compliance became the only option, hands tightly gripping the edges of one's clothing, while a heart brimming with reluctance raged within. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. A stone, the size of a fist, hurtled towards Lu Shun's arm, which clutched a knife. Lu Shun's focus was entirely consumed by Jiang Shaowei, his blood rushing to his head, rendering his reaction sluggish. The stone struck his forearm, pain contorting his features as he gritted his teeth, inhaling sharply and letting out a wail, causing the knife to slip from his grasp and fall upon the sandy beach. Emerging from the woods, Qin Yang brandished a gnarled stick the size of a human arm, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah. When had his speed increased to such an extent, he himself was astonished. The prior accurate throw of the stone had seemed a stroke of luck, yet now it appeared that something within him had transformed. Curse it! Lu Shun gritted his teeth, suspecting his forearm had been fractured by the blow. His combat capability had diminished significantly, making it evident that he could not contend with Qin Yang. With the intent of capturing Jiang Mating and Jiang Shaowei as hostages, he extended his uninjured left hand to retrieve the dagger from the ground. However, before he could grasp it, a delicate hand swiftly seized the blade. It was Jiang Shaowei. Witnessing Qin Yang's miraculous intervention in wounding the assailant, she was overwhelmed with excitement. Realizing Lu Shun's intent to reclaim the knife, she hurriedly snatched it up herself. You wicked man, you shall face retribution, she declared. Positioning herself protectively in front of her sister, gripping the hilt with determination, the blade pointed at Lu Xun. Lu Xun cursed inwardly, feeling the weight of despair. Had Qin Yang not been present, he would have easily overpowered Jiang Shaowei, regardless of her weapon. But with Qin Yang approaching, wielding that large stick, he deemed it prudent to flee. Let that scoundrel escape, Qin Yang called out as he rushed to Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei's side. Upon realizing they were safe, Jiang Shaowei collapsed onto the sand, her legs weakened, and the dagger fell from her hands. In the next moment, tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, "Qin Yang, thank you for saving us." Jiang Meiting embraced her sister, expressing gratitude towards Qin Yang. Had it not been for his timely arrival, the consequences could have been dire. Jiang Meiting felt a pang of shame for her earlier judgments of Qin Yang. In contrast to the brute they had just encountered, Qin Yang was a paragon of virtue, having not only rescued them but also procured food and considered their well-being, all without crossing any moral boundaries. Though his gaze might occasionally linger, could one truly fault him for being a healthy young man? "Manager Jiang, you are too kind. You must have been terrified," Qin Yang remarked nonchalantly as he retrieved the dagger from the ground and tucked it into his pocket. "Why did that man treat us so cruelly? We did nothing wrong," Jiang Shaowei lamented, her fear still palpable. "It is all right now. It is all right," Jiang Meiting comforted her sister, gently stroking her back. This was the first time Qin Yang witnessed the tender side of Jiang Meiting, radiating a maternal warmth that was undeniably comforting. Jiang Shaowei, with tears cascading down her cheeks, was a sight that would soften the heart of any onlooker. Qin Yang found himself particularly affected by the sight of a weeping woman, especially one as lovely as Jiang Shaowei. "You did nothing wrong. It was merely unfortunate that you encountered a villain. We must remain vigilant, as we face not only the unknown perils of this deserted island, but also the dangers posed by mankind," Qin Yang asserted gravely. He had not anticipated meeting someone who would so readily breach moral boundaries so early in their ordeal. In his view, during the first day, one would expect a collective hope for rescue, leading to no egregious behavior. It was only when hope faded that such actions might arise. This realization served as a stark reminder. Not everyone shares the same moral compass. Among the thousands aboard the cruise ship, individuals of every profession and disposition existed, some perhaps devoid of any ethical limits. "And what about you? Are you a villain?" Jiang Shaowei questioned, wiping her tears as she turned to Qin Yang. Taken aback, Qin Yang chuckled, "I do not believe I am a villain. When I confess my feelings to someone, they usually declare me a good person." Jiang Shaowei giggled at his response, her fondness for him growing. Jiang Meiting also smiled, glancing at Qin Yang, feeling a sense of security in his presence. "Now, let us not dwell on sorrow. I shall prepare a delightful meal of barbecued coconut crabs for us shortly," Qin Yang declared as he rose to gather more branches from the woods. "Qin Yang, where are you going?" Jiang Meiting blurted out, concern evident in her voice. Jiang Shaowei mirrored her apprehension. After recent events, they were genuinely frightened at the prospect of encountering another like Lu Xun. "I merely left some branches over there. I'll retrieve them shortly. It is quite close," Qin Yang assured them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei exhaled in relief. Qin Yang dashed away with remarkable speed, soon returning with an armful of branches. He broke the thinner ones and laid them on the ground, followed by a handful of dry leaves. "Do you know how to kindle a fire by friction?" Jiang Shaowei inquired with curiosity, perhaps due to recent events. She seemed more inclined to engage with Qin Yang, her tone softening. Qin Yang glanced at her in surprise. It appeared she possessed a gentler side. He had previously assumed that Jiang Meiting's sister had a rather difficult temperament, but now it was clear she had warmed considerably, which was quite pleasant. "Indeed. Starting a fire is quite simple," he replied with a smile, reaching into his pocket. He had kept the lighter dry and safe. Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei believed Qin Yang truly possessed such remarkable skills. They watched as he produced the lighter, flicking it open to ignite the dry leaves. The leaves caught fire, igniting the thinner branches. Qin Yang then snapped some thicker branches and placed them gently atop the flames, ensuring they would catch fire more easily. Drawing upon his childhood experiences of lighting a wood-burning stove in the countryside. "Cut it out. I thought you actually had the ability to start a fire through friction." Jiang Shaowei scoffed. Qin Yang chuckled. "While friction fire starting is impressive, can it surpass my lighter? It merely requires a flick of the thumb. Starting a fire through friction consumes considerable energy. As long as my lighter is full, even if I were to find myself stranded on this island for a year, I would still have plenty of fuel. By that time, I would have surely mastered fire starting through friction as well. By the way, you should draw a distress signal on the beach," Qin Yang suggested, pointing towards the white sands ahead and handing Jiang Shaowei a thick branch. "Oh, how could I have forgotten about that?" Jiang Shaowei exclaimed, her spirits lifting as she found purpose in the task, momentarily forgetting her earlier sorrow. "Take care of my sister. Don't even think about pulling any tricks while I'm gone, or I won't hold back," she teased. confident that Qin Yang would not misbehave. After all, had he truly intended harm, he could have acted long before now. Sister, I shall go draw the distress signal, Jiang Shaowei announced cheerfully. Go ahead, go ahead, Jiang Meiting replied, relieved to see her sister's spirits lifted. As she watched Jiang Shaowei skip away with the branch towards the beach, Jiang Meiting's gaze gradually returned to Qin Yang, who was diligently tending to the small fire before him, crackling and roaring with life. As Qin Yang busily immersed himself in his tasks, a fleeting spark ignited in Jiang Meiting's eyes. Memories of Qin Yang performing artificial respiration on her resurfaced, causing her to unconsciously lick her plump lips. Her face inexplicably flushed, leaving her uncertain if it had turned crimson. Though not strikingly handsome, Qin Yang possessed a pleasing visage, and the sight of him diligently working bare-chested exuded a palpable masculinity. Curiously, Jiang Meiting pondered what type of girl Qin Yang preferred, a thought that took her by surprise. Shaking her head, she dismissed the notion. Qin Yang placed the coconut crab onto the fire, then hung 2 sets of clothes drying on nearby branches, expediting the process. I'm back. The distress signal has been drawn, Jiang Shaowei announced upon her return. Qin Yang turned to see 3 large letters etched in the sand. These clothes are dry. You should change out of your wet ones to avoid catching a cold. Rest assured, I will not peek, he assured them, handing the dried garments to the 2 women before turning away. Thank you, Qin Yang. Jiang Meiting expressed her gratitude. You must not peek. Jiang Shaowei, now free of suspicion regarding Qin Yang's intentions, joined in. They both began to remove their clothing, and while Qin Yang claimed he had no desire to look, it was a lie. He understood the distinction between momentary pleasure and prolonged gratification. Once Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei had changed, they were reassured by the fact that Qin Yang had indeed averted his gaze, leading to an increase in their admiration for him. They felt fortunate to have such a capable and dependable man by their side, as they were uncertain how to proceed without him. Suddenly, Jiang Meiting caught sight of a figure approaching and nervously exclaimed, Qin Yang, it seems there are several people coming our way. Chapter 6. Whoever dares to touch my belongings shall face my wrath. Qin Yang turned to see 4 individuals striding towards them across the sand. It's all right. Not all survivors are as malevolent as that sailor. We merely need to remain vigilant. I am here, he reassured them. Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei felt somewhat relieved by his words. Their previous misfortunes had imparted a significant lesson, and they had come to regard Qin Yang as their pillar of strength, obediently heeding his guidance. Qin Yang positioned himself before Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei, observing the approaching quartet. The sight of his broad back and muscular shoulders enveloping them instilled a profound sense of security in Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei. As the 4 figures drew nearer, their clothing became discernible. Ah! Jiang Shaowei gasped in fear, recognizing the blue work uniform of the foremost individual, identical to that worn by Lu Shun, the sailor they had encountered previously. Startled, she initially thought Lu Shun had returned with others. Do not fear. It is not the same person, Qin Yang reassured her. His eyesight appeared to have genuinely improved, as he could clearly discern the features of the 4 individuals from a distance. The sailor in the blue uniform was not Lu Shun, and astonishingly, the other 3 were familiar faces, colleagues from the company. As the 4 approached and recognized Qin Yang, Jiang Meiting, and Jiang Shaowei, the trio of individuals who had been trailing behind the sailor expressed delight, bypassing him to advance to the forefront. A young woman clad in a crop top and fitted jeans exclaimed with joy, Manager Jiang, how wonderful. You are all alive. Upon recognizing them, Jiang Meiting's anxiety dissipated, and she responded with equal enthusiasm. Pan Yu, you are safe too. This is truly fantastic. The 2 men accompanying Pan Yu were Wang Weifeng, a colleague from the same department, and Zhou Bin, a manager from another division. Zhou Bin, a director's son, had secured his managerial position immediately after graduation, an unusual feat. Qin Yang had not engaged in extensive conversations with these individuals. Pan Yu and Wang Weifeng were not particularly familiar with him either, as they belonged to different departments. Moreover, Qin Yang preferred to abstain from company gatherings, resulting in minimal interaction. Zhou Bin, even more so, overlooked Qin Yang entirely, his gaze fixated on the fire where the coconut crab was roasting. Qin Yang paid little heed to this, his attention persistently focused on the sailor. His perspective was not clouded by prejudice. Rather, past experiences necessitated caution. After all, sailors, accustomed to the rigors of life at sea, were formidable potential threats. The sailor appeared considerably older than Lu Shun, his face marked by wrinkles, while he currently exhibited no signs of malice. One must remember that no villain would openly declare their nefarious intentions. Hello, I am Wu Shan. You can call me Old Wu. I am a mechanic aboard the Tai Ke cruise ship. Wu Shan, noticing Qin Yang's scrutiny, initiated conversation. The cruise line's mishap must have reached our company by now. I am confident rescue will be forthcoming. His statement stemmed from a prior onslaught of inquiries from Zhou Bin and his companions, who had held him accountable for the incident. However, as a mechanic, he had been powerless against the storm at sea. Fearing repercussions upon his return, he felt compelled to appease Qin Yang. Assuming that the young man was also holding him accountable for the cruise line's predicament, Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement and introduced himself, averting his gaze. Meanwhile, Pan Yu and her companions had gathered around the fire, seemingly intent on sampling his coconut crab. This is a crab, right? Why is there only one? It is hardly enough for us, Pan Yu remarked, eyeing the fragrant coconut crab with a smile. Indeed, this is a coconut crab. I just wonder how it tastes. Wang Weifeng chimed in, as if recognizing its value was a significant achievement. Zhou Bin instructed Wang Weifeng, it appears to be cooked. Why don't you retrieve it and share it? Wang Weifeng, in his 30s, was jovially referred to as Little Wang by the 20-something Zhou Bin. And he responded with a broad smile. Of course, Manager Zhou. The fire had diminished, and the coconut crab rested atop the glowing embers, ready to be retrieved. Wang Weifeng reached out to extract the crab from the fire. Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei exchanged worried glances. Feeling it was rather presumptuous for these individuals to assume they could simply take Qin Yang's belongings without asking. Suddenly, a branch cracked sharply against Wang Weifeng's hand, producing a resounding slap. Ouch! He yelped in pain, a deep purple bruise appearing on his hand. Why did you hit me? Pan Yu exclaimed, her brow furrowing as she pointed accusingly at Qin Yang. Whoever dares to touch my belongings shall face my wrath, Qin Yang declared coldly. Hey, I remember you. Your name is Qin Yang, right? Under these circumstances, we should be united in our struggles, not selfishly hoarding, Wang Weifeng retaliated. It is merely a crab. Don't you realize that our work is far more important? Jiang Meiting's frown deepened. Zhou Bin's audacity to invoke work as leverage against Qin Yang was utterly shameless. Whoever touches my belongings shall face my wrath. Qin Yang remained steadfast in his stance. You think I fear your threats? I have long considered fleeing this foolish company. This team-building event was initiated by Zhou Bin, a fact that Qin Yang found particularly displeasing. How dare you speak to Manager Zhou like that? Once we return, prepare to be dismissed, Wang Weifeng exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Manager Jiang, is this how your subordinates address me? Could it be your instigation? Zhou Bin directed a stern gaze at Jiang Meiting. I see you've changed your attire. Surely, there cannot be any inappropriate relationship between you. The company has a zero-tolerance policy for such matters. The moment those words left his lips, Jiang Meiting, Jiang Xiaowei, and Qin Yang were left seething. They had not anticipated that this seemingly refined Zhou Bin could speak with such venom. Jiang Xiaowei felt an urge to smash the coconut shell over the head of this despicable man who dared to slander her sister. Manager Zhou, one must not speak recklessly. Moreover, the food belongs to Qin Yang. If you desire it, seek it for yourselves, Jiang Meiting said, her anger simmering beneath the surface. However, Zhou Bin's influence was too formidable for her to provoke further. With a darkened expression, Zhou Bin exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Weifeng. Wang Weifeng understood immediately. If dialogue failed, they would resort to violence. He had long wished to teach Qin Yang a lesson for that slap on his hand. Are you two planning to confront me directly? Qin Yang addressed the advancing duo, his demeanor unyielding. Oh, now you fear? Zhou Bin sneered. Both he and Wang Weifeng were tall and imposing, comparable to Qin Yang, although their physiques lacked his honed muscle. The odds were still in their favor with a 2-to-1 advantage. Zhou Bin was determined to make Qin Yang regret crossing him. With a swift motion, Qin Yang drew a dagger. Though he was not intimidated by a 2-on-1 confrontation, he preferred to avoid injury. Thus, he brandished his weapon. Zhou Bin and Wang Weifeng paused, taken aback by Qin Yang's possession of a knife. Step back, or I shall not hold back, Qin Yang warned in a low voice. Encountering other survivors on the deserted island should be fortuitous, yet these individuals irked him, and he had no intention of submitting. Zhou Bin snorted disdainfully and turned away, already scheming to retaliate against Qin Yang once they were rescued. Wang Weifeng followed closely behind him, while Pan Yu wished to remain but understood that doing so would earn Zhou Bin's ire. She did not want to jeopardize her job and thus followed them. Why are you not leaving? Qin Yang inquired of Wu Shan. Wu Shan, slightly taken aback, replied timidly, should I leave too? But I am not with them. Chapter 7, Sweet Crab Meat. It seemed that Qin Yang had put away his knife. You have seen for yourself. If you seek food, go find it yourself. We do not have excess to spare for you, Qin Yang stated as he retrieved the roasted coconut crabs from the fire. I understand. I only need to warm myself by the fire, Wu Shan replied. A robust man who had spent more time at sea than on land. He was experienced enough not to worry about finding sustenance. He also harbored a disdain for Zhou Bin and his entourage, feeling pleased to be away from them. Moreover, Qin Yang had a fire going. Though it was still afternoon and quite warm, the temperature would drop significantly at night, making a fire essential for survival. In his view, Zhou Bin's group acted foolishly. Rest assured, Qin Yang, when we return, I will ensure that you are not dismissed. Jiang Mating assured him earnestly. Even if Zhou Bin's father was a director, he could not dismiss her employees at will. She feared that Zhou Bin might sabotage Qin Yang at work. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Thank you, Manager Jiang." He did not dwell on the matter, as rescue was still uncertain. After all, he could always find another job. The only downside was that he might not encounter a supervisor as attractive and kind as Jiang Mating again. You must all be thirsty, right? There are coconut trees nearby. I will go pick some coconuts for everyone to drink, Wu Shan volunteered, striding toward the trees. They had sought out Qin Yang because they were looking for coconut trees. Having landed in a place devoid of them, Qin Yang was somewhat surprised by Wu Shan's actions, but was grateful for the offer of coconuts. With a few strikes of a stone, he cracked open the shells of the roasted coconut crabs, revealing the succulent meat within, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. How fragrant! Jiang Xiaowei exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the steaming crab meat, swallowing hard. Qin Yang broke off 2 crab legs, the shells easily shattered, and handed one to Jiang Mating and another to Jiang Xiaowei. The two eagerly dug in, reveling in the exquisite taste of the crab meat. Qin Yang joined them, savoring the warmth of the meal. The departing Zhou Bin and his group had not ventured far, settling a mere 10 meters away from Qin Yang and the others. The priority now was to await rescue. It is just a mere crab. I am usually tired of eating even king crabs. Once we return, I will make sure to teach Qin Yang a lesson. Zhou Bin glowered at the trio, indulging in their feast. Wang Weifeng and Pan Yu watched with envy, longing for a taste. Apart from coveting Qin Yang's food, Wang Weifeng was more jealous of the camaraderie he observed between Qin Yang and Jiang Mating, who appeared quite close. He had never witnessed Manager Jiang in such a light at the company. Despite Jiang Mating being nearly 40 and divorced, many male employees, including younger ones, harbored feelings for her. Wang Weifeng was among them, wishing he could swap places with Qin Yang. What should we do now? I am hungry, Pan Yu asked. There are coconut trees here. Coconuts contain sweet water and flesh. If we pick a few, it might sustain us until rescue arrives, Zhou Bin proposed, adopting a strategic demeanor. Manager Zhou is correct, but who will climb to retrieve them? Pan Yu flattered, casting a glance at Wang Weifeng, her meaning clear. You cannot expect me, a woman, to climb the tree for coconuts. Zhou Bin is the manager, so it falls to you, Wang Weifeng. Wang Weifeng scratched his head, eyeing the coconut trees, which stood at least 10 meters tall. He was not adept at climbing trees and feared he might injure himself in a fall. I would like to go, but I cannot climb. You need not climb. See, Wu Shan has already ascended the coconut tree, Zhou Bin pointed out. Go ask him for a few. But will he give them to us? Manager Zhou is indeed clever. Go quickly, Wang Weifeng. What harm is there in asking him for a few coconuts? After all, it was his company's cruise that led us to this deserted island. He has an obligation to provide us with food. Pan Yu continued to flatter Zhou Bin. Evidently, Zhou Bin reveled in the praise, his earlier frustrations eased. With his status, he was not lacking in female company, having brought 3 attractive women along for this outing. However, he presumed those women were likely lost now. Originally disinterested in Pan Yu, he found her flattery somewhat appealing. He mused that if boredom set in, he could entertain himself with her. Wang Weifeng, encouraged by the conversation, rose and made his way toward the coconut tree. Wu Shan, using both hands and feet, quickly scaled the tree. Though he was 50, years of hard work at sea had endowed him with considerable strength. With a few thuds, several yellow-green coconuts fell to the ground. Upon noticing Wang Weifeng approaching, Wu Shan paused, assuming he too sought coconuts and intended to wait for him to pass before continuing. At such a great height, should a falling coconut strike, a concussion would be a mere triviality. If it were to claim Wang Weifeng's life, he would become a murderer. Wu Shan had no desire to bear such a title. Old Wu, we are ravenous and parched. Please spare a few coconuts to save our lives. When we return, I shall repay you, Wang Weifeng shouted towards Wu Shan. He was not foolish enough to speak like Pan Yu, but rather sought to evoke Wu Shan's sympathy, as coconuts were hardly worth much. Sighing from atop the coconut tree, Wu Shan thought, well, it is merely a few coconuts. I shall consider it a good deed. These office dwellers hardly seemed capable of climbing a tree to harvest coconuts. It would be unwise to witness any misfortune befall them. Take them, Wu Shan said. Thank you. But be careful not to drop any on me, Wang Weifeng called out, hastily cradling 3 coconuts before departing. This scene was observed in its entirety by Qin Yang, who, based on his current observations, believed Wu Shan to be an individual of good character. Soon, Wu Shan returned, carrying 6 coconuts, and offered one to each of Qin Yang's companions. In light of Wu Shan's actions, Jiang Mating and Jiang Xiaowei's attitudes towards him began to shift. Thank you, Uncle Wu. I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Xiaowei, and this is my sister, Jiang Mating, Jiang Xiaowei said politely as she accepted the coconut. Not at all. Not at all, Wu Shan replied with a warm smile, his gaze towards Jiang Xiaowei infused with kindness. This young girl appeared to be of a similar age to his daughter, who would surely be worried upon hearing news of his predicament. Wu Shan's thoughts drifted to his daughter, and he suddenly fell into a contemplative silence, a hint of sadness shadowing his expression. Qin Yang and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the cause of Wu Shan's unexpected melancholy. "Uncle Wu, what troubles you?" Jiang Xiaowei inquired. Wu Shan waved his hand dismissively. "It is nothing. Just seeing you reminded me of my daughter, who is of a similar age. Do not worry. Rescue will surely come, and you will be reunited with your daughter." Jiang Xiaowei comforted him. Qin Yang then offered Wu Shan a crab leg, saying, "Old Wu, this is for you. Do not refuse it." Having already consumed most of the crab, he felt it only fair to reciprocate Wu Shan's generosity with coconuts. Qin Yang was not averse to sharing food. Rather, he resented the entitlement displayed by individuals like Zhou Bin, who acted as if he were obliged to serve them. Did they truly believe themselves to be lords on this deserted island? Qin Yang had no inclination to play the role of a servant. "This leg is splendid," Wu Shan exclaimed gratefully, accepting the crab leg. A morsel of meat was a delightful treat, and he would never disdain it. As Qin Yang prepared to open a coconut for himself, he had initially intended to gather some, but with half a bottle of iced red tea still in his backpack, along with the wild crab, he was not in a hurry. Coconuts were indeed a boon. Coconut water could quench thirst while the flesh could stave off hunger. Sustained by these coconuts, they could endure for 2 or 3 days while awaiting rescue. However, coconuts, despite their merits, posed a challenge to open, as their shells were exceedingly thick. How is one to open this coconut? Jiang Mating cast a pleading glance towards Qin Yang. As a city dweller, she was utterly at a loss regarding the hard shell. "Allow me," Qin Yang offered with a smile. He was more than pleased to be of assistance to a striking beauty like Jiang Mating. Were it anyone else, he would have simply dismissed them. With a swift motion, Qin Yang took out his knife and began to slice away the thick outer shell of the coconut. He then used the tip of the blade to carve a hole into the now thinned area. If only we had a straw, it would be perfect. They were on a deserted island, not on holiday, so such luxuries were non-existent. They could only tilt the coconut to drink the refreshing water directly. This was sufficient and ensured none of the precious coconut water was wasted. Without tools, opening the coconut would be a daunting task. One could strike it open with force, but that would result in the loss of much coconut water. "Manager Jiang, this is for you," Qin Yang said, approaching Jiang Mating with the opened coconut. She instinctively attempted to rise, momentarily forgetting her injured ankle. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, collapsing back to the ground. Having already changed out of her wet clothes, she had no dry undergarments to change into, leaving her feeling quite exposed. Qin Yang, however, had no time to admire the view. He quickly rushed to Jiang Mating's side. Concern etched across his face. "Manager Jiang, are you all right? Sister, how are you?" Jiang Xiaowei knelt beside her sister, worriedly asking, "Does your foot still hurt?" "It's nothing. Nothing to worry about," Jiang Mating replied through gritted teeth, forcing a smile that betrayed her underlying guilt for being a burden. "Could it be dislocated?" "Let me take a look," Qin Yang offered, extending the coconut toward Jiang Mating. "Is it this foot?" "Yes." As Qin Yang's hand brushed against her smooth, alabaster foot, Jiang Mating felt an electric jolt, her body reacting instinctively and her cheeks flushed. "How soft and tender," was Qin Yang's immediate thought. He was taken aback that Jiang Mating, nearly 40, still possessed such youthful skin. No wonder the male employees in the company regarded her as a dream companion. "Are you a doctor now? Surely you aren't trying to take advantage of my sister," Jiang Xiaowei interjected, eyeing Qin Yang's hand resting on her sister's foot with suspicion. This was indeed a sign that Qin Yang had earned their trust. Had it been earlier, Jiang Xiaowei would have had no doubt that he was merely seeking to exploit the situation. Jiang Mating, cradling the coconut, pondered her sister's words, her beautiful eyes shifting to Qin Yang, questioning if he truly intended to touch her foot. However, she found herself oddly unopposed to the notion. "You mischievous girl. How can you speak such truths?" Qin Yang thought to himself. While the thrill of touching Jiang Mating's delicate foot excited him, he had no intention of fabricating tales. "My grandfather is a local barefoot doctor. I was raised by him. As a child, dislocations were a common occurrence, and he treated me each time, teaching me a few techniques. Thus, I can indeed treat dislocations." Feeling a slight indentation at the joint of Jiang Mating's ankle confirmed to Qin Yang that it was indeed dislocated. Noticing that Jiang Mating and Jiang Xiaowei were listening intently, he applied pressure with both hands, producing a sharp crack. "Ah!" Jiang Mating cried out in pain. "All done. It should no longer hurt." Qin Yang reassured her with a smile. Jiang Mating assessed her foot and nodded. "It seems to truly be better now. Then hurry and let go of my sister." Jiang Xiaowei playfully slapped Qin Yang's shoulder. "I was merely confirming," Qin Yang replied, reluctantly releasing his grip. "Here, you help me open a coconut too. I'm parched." With her sister seemingly fine, Jiang Shaowei relaxed and carelessly handed her coconut to Qin Yang. "All right," he replied, accepting the coconut. Jiang Shaowei noted the distinct difference in Qin Yang's demeanor towards her and her sister, thinking, perhaps it is because he is more familiar with my sister. Although Jiang Shaowei's beauty matched her sister's, she lacked the mature allure that Jiang Mating possessed. And it seemed Qin Yang's preferences aligned with those of Cao Cao. He favored the more mature charm. Before long, Qin Yang had skillfully opened the coconut and handed it to Jiang Shaowei. "Thank you," she exclaimed joyfully, taking a generous sip of the sweet coconut water, feeling an overwhelming sense of refreshment wash over her. At this moment, Wu Shan had just finished the crab legs that Qin Yang had given him. Though small and meager in meat, they were a far cry from the harshness of the northwest winds. He was about to open a coconut, but felt a twinge of reluctance to ask Qin Yang for assistance. Unlike Jiang Shaowei and Jiang Meiting, who were both beauties, he felt it more appropriate to manage on his own. However, Qin Yang discerned Wu Shan's hesitation and spoke up. "Old Wu, why don't you hand me your coconut so I can help you open it?" Such a trivial task was certainly within Qin Yang's capabilities, though he would never lend his dagger to Wu Shan. "Thank you, Qin Xiaoga," Wu Shan replied with a grateful smile, passing the coconut to him. After Qin Yang expertly opened Wu Shan's coconut, he proceeded to open one for himself as well. Sitting by the fire, sipping coconut water and savoring crab meat was pure bliss. Meanwhile, Zhou Bin and his companions were staring helplessly at several coconuts. They had managed to bring the coconuts back, but how could they access the refreshing water within? "Feng Ge, can you think of a way to open these coconuts? Manager Zhou and I are about to die of thirst," Pan Yu piped up. Zhou Bin directed a look at Wang Weifeng, his meaning clear. Wang Weifeng felt a twinge of frustration. He had brought the coconuts back only to receive no words of thanks from the duo, and now they expected him to open them as well. He thought to himself, should I feed them with my own hands? However, he suppressed his irritation, knowing that displaying it in front of Zhou Bin would jeopardize his standing at work. Unlike Qin Yang, he was in midlife, burdened by loans, and could not afford to lose his job. "I'll see if I can crack one open with these stones," Wang Weifeng said, searching for 2 stones. He placed one as a base, set a coconut atop it, and struck down with the other. The coconut shell was incredibly thick, causing his hands to blister from the effort. After considerable struggle, he finally managed to crack one open, and coconut water gushed from the fissure. Just as he was about to take a sip, Zhou Bin's voice interrupted him. "Cough, cough, Xiao Wang," Zhou Bin called. Wang Weifeng quickly donned a smile. "Manager Zhou, the coconut is open. Please help yourself to quench your thirst." He continued to work on a second coconut. Pan Yu, seeing the second coconut opened, seized it immediately. "Fantastic. I was on the verge of dying of thirst. But seriously, Feng Ge, you need to be careful. Half the coconut water has spilled out, and that is hardly enough to drink. What about me?" Wang Weifeng's expression darkened. Opening coconuts was physically taxing, and he hadn't even had a sip yet. Yet, he could not afford to strike Pan Yu. He buried himself in the task of opening a third coconut. Chapter 9. The Rocky Shore, in search of seafood. Qin Yang glanced at his watch. It was already past 4 o'clock. He felt a wave of gratitude for the advancements in technology. The Kato electronic watch he wore, which cost only a few hundred yuan, was not only waterproof, but also featured solar charging. Wearing it every day, he had no fear of running out of battery. And it even displayed the date and had alarm functions. With dusk approaching and no sign of rescue, he declared, "I'm going to check the rocky shore to see if I can find some seafood and perhaps look for any survivors." Wu Shan stood up, donned his blue work jacket that had dried by the fire, and headed towards the rocky shore. He wore a white tank top, feeling somewhat shy about undressing completely in front of Jiang Shaowei and Jiang Meiting. However, sitting by the fire had sufficiently dried his body. As Wu Shan walked towards the rocky shore, Qin Yang considered the area he had yet to explore. If anyone had been washed onto the rocky shore, they would likely be in a dire situation. He felt fortunate to have been cast upon the soft sands instead. Yet, the rocky shore was known to yield plenty of seafood: oysters, clams, crabs, sea urchins, and fish. With a bit of luck, they might even find lobsters. "Let us go look for food and gather any clothes that may have washed ashore. We can dry them and use them as bedding tonight," Qin Yang suggested to Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei. The 2 women gazed longingly at the sea, their spirits low, and needed something to occupy themselves. They could not remain alone while Zhou Bin and his group were still nearby. "Yes," the 2 women nodded, standing up. Although clad in loose shirts and shorts, they could not hide their alluring figures. Their curves were accentuated, and their smooth calves were tempting to the eye. Watching the sand clinging to their forms, Qin Yang felt an urge to help brush it off, but he refrained, keeping his thoughts to himself. Gathering useful items into his backpack, he included the already dried clothes that Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei had changed out of. As he picked up a purple piece of lingerie, his heart raced, imagining how stunning Jiang Jing would look wearing it. Jiang Mating and Jiang Shaowei blushed as they noticed Qin Yang handling their intimate apparel. Fortunately, he quickly stowed them away, preventing the atmosphere from turning awkward. Qin Yang, why are you collecting these things? Jiang Mating asked curiously, to guard against prying eyes. It's more prudent to keep them stored away, Qin Yang replied with a smile. Leaving such intimate garments exposed would only suggest to others that you are without clothing beneath. Even he, a man of integrity, felt the weight of temptation, let alone others. Moreover, these were Jiang Jing's undergarments, and he did not wish for other men to see them. As Qin Yang led Jiang Mating and Jiang Shaowei towards the sea, Pan Yu watched curiously as they departed. Wang Weifeng, consumed by jealousy, wondered if Jiang Jing and Qin Yang shared a more intimate bond, perhaps seeking a private rendezvous, and even brought along his sister. Zhou Bin, noticing their departure, wore an excited expression. Xiao Wang, you two hurry and gather some twigs and firewood, he commanded before striding toward Qin Yang's fire pit. With Qin Yang gone, Zhou Bin felt free to procure some firewood without hesitation. Wang Weifeng recognized Zhou Bin's intentions and planned to gather firewood as well. However, upon noticing Pan Yu's inactivity, he frowned. Pan Yu, let us go? We need to collect some firewood. You're not planning to do nothing, are you? Gathering firewood was a simple task, and Wang Weifeng could manage it alone. But he could not stand the sight of Pan Yu being idle, especially after their earlier coconut distribution. Feng Ge, I'm just a girl. How can I handle such rough work? You should do more of the heavy lifting, she protested. Stop with that nonsense. Hurry up and collect some wood. Even a fool can manage that, Wang Weifeng replied sternly. Pan Yu, sensing his anger, quickly conceded. All right, I'll go. No need to be so fierce. Wang Weifeng was her team leader, and she did not want to offend him, knowing it could lead to repercussions once they returned. Unless she could win Zhou Bin's favor. She had no leverage against Wang Weifeng. Wang Weifeng smirked inwardly, recognizing Pan Yu's attempts to attach herself to Zhou Bin. Yet, he wondered why Zhou Bin, surrounded by countless beauties, would ever be interested in her. After all, she had not even had a taste of what it was like to be with him. Meanwhile, the two of them set off to gather firewood, while Zhou Bin approached Qin Yang's fire pit, picking up several partially burnt logs. This will do for a fire. Zhou Bin chuckled. Qin Yang, once we return, I will ensure you pay dearly for this. And that old woman who dared to speak back to me. I've been waiting to deal with her. Zhou Bin gazed into the fire, scooped up some sand from the ground, and scattered it over the flames, stopping a few times to extinguish the glowing embers. Before departing, he brushed around a little to erase his footprints. He then returned to his original spot, clutching several pieces of wood that were half charred and still glowing red. Qin Yang and his companions remained oblivious to the events that had transpired here. Even if they had known, it would not have concerned them, for they possessed a lighter. Igniting a fire was not a trivial task. They had arrived at the rocky shore. Wow, are these oysters? Jiang Shaowei marveled at the numerous shellfish clinging to the rocks beneath her feet. Jiang Meiting, beside her, glanced toward Qin Yang. The two sisters had indulged in seafood many times, but they had only ever tasted the prepared dishes from restaurants and could not identify the raw ingredients. The sea breeze was strong, tousling their hair into a beautiful disarray, especially as they wore short sleeves with nothing underneath. The wind seemed to understand Qin Yang's preferences. The fabric clung closely to their bodies, a silent testament to grandeur. Qin Yang's gaze fixed on Jiang Meiting, his mind conjuring the phrase, a myriad of charms. Jiang Meiting felt a touch of embarrassment under his scrutiny. Oh, indeed, there are oysters, clams, and mussels. There is quite a bounty. Qin Yang diverted his attention in response. Jiang Shaowei was already squatting down, eager to collect the shellfish. He retrieved a small plastic bag from his backpack to store the gathered treasures. Jiang Meiting joined him in squatting, feeling as if they were on a delightful seaside adventure. Being taller, Qin Yang could easily glance up and behold the full moon hanging high in the sky. Surely, there could be no more beautiful sight in the world. By the way, where has old Wu gone? Qin Yang wondered aloud, recalling that Wu Shan had walked ahead and arrived at the rocky shore earlier. They had collected quite a number of oysters and mussels, yet there was no sign of him. As he scanned the surroundings, he spotted Wu Shan approaching from a distance, seemingly carrying someone on his back. Could it be that he had encountered a survivor? As Wu Shan drew nearer, Qin Yang and the others discerned the individual he was supporting, a pale, frail woman who appeared to be in her 30s. Is she all right? Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei exchanged sympathetic glances at the sight of the woman. I intended to check the shallows over there for fish, but found this young lady lying there, so I carried her back, Wu Shan explained breathlessly. We need to get her back to the fire to warm up and give her some water, Qin Yang urged, calling everyone to return swiftly. For saving a life took precedence. Upon arriving back at the original fire pit, their expressions fell as they beheld the once vibrant flames extinguished, leaving no trace of embers. They had only been gone for 20 minutes. How could the fire have died so quickly? especially when there were still many pieces of charcoal that had not burned completely. Meanwhile, Zhou Bin had managed to kindle a fire on his end. Qin Yang did not need to ponder what had transpired. The fire was extinguished. But he had a lighter. Starting a fire was a trivial matter for him. What surprised him, however, was the presence of two unfamiliar men beside Zhou Bin. It appeared that new survivors had arrived at this beach after their departure. Chapter 10. An Unwelcome Arrival. Wu Shan returned to the fire pit, carefully placing the woman down. The fire is out. What shall we do? He looked to Qin Yang, unaware that Qin Yang possessed a lighter. Yet, since Qin Yang had managed to ignite a fire once, he could surely do so again. Carrying the woman, he felt her icy form. If she did not warm up soon, she might succumb to the cold. Do not worry, I have a lighter. Qin Yang reassured him. Old Wu, please go gather some twigs and firewood. Wu Shan hurriedly dashed into the woods. Qin Yang then took out a bottle of iced tea, along with previously dried towels and clothes he had intended to keep for himself. Open her mouth. Jiang Mating obediently pried the dazed woman's mouth open. Qin Yang twisted off the cap of the iced tea and poured it slowly into her mouth, ensuring she could swallow. The woman had already vomited quite a bit of seawater while being carried by Wu Shan, and her stomach was now empty of it. The sugary iced tea would help replenish her strength. You too, change her wet clothes and put this dry outfit on her, Qin Yang instructed, turning his back to provide privacy. His actions garnered deep admiration from the sisters. Jiang Meiting, a manager at her company responsible for many employees, was commended for her management and business acumen, yet she felt a twinge of panic in this situation. As for her younger sister Jiang Xiaowei, without Qin Yang's presence, she would have been utterly flustered. The two sisters quickly removed the woman's wet garments, dried her off with the towels, and dressed her in the dry clothes. Meanwhile, Qin Yang faced Zhou Bin and the others, subtly blocking their gaze. Boss, is that the person you want us to deal with? Inquired a tall, middle-aged man named Hu Lei, standing beside Zhou Bin. Hu Lei and another stout man, Ding Kuan, had just arrived at the beach, drawn by the sight of Zhou Bin's fire. In the wilderness, as darkness approached, fire was of utmost importance. Naturally, they gravitated towards Zhou Bin. Seeing the imposing figures of Hu Lei and Ding Kuan, Zhou Bin employed his financial influence. 20,000 a day to hire these two to work for me and teach Qin Yang a lesson. At that moment, everyone believed rescue was imminent. Hu Lei and Ding Kuan were not surprised. After all, where could one find such a lucrative job? It's just dealing with a young man. Long ago, they had found fighting as easy as eating and drinking. Exactly. Teach him a thorough lesson. Breaking his arms and legs is acceptable. Just avoid causing any fatalities. Zhou Bin grinned. He was not afraid of fatalities, but rather of the many eyes watching. Hu Lei and Ding Kuan were merely passing acquaintances. Causing a death would be detrimental to him, leading to complications. As long as no one died, even if Qin Yang reported to the police afterward, he could simply pay a fine, which would have no significant impact on him. Boss, what about the two women with him? Ding Kuan leered, his gaze fixated on Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei since their arrival. I have no control over that. Do as you wish. Zhou Bin waved his hand dismissively. For with his status, he could find any beauty he desired upon returning. How splendid. Ding Kuan and Hu Lei exchanged glances, each grabbing a stick as they marched toward Qin Yang. Pan Yu thought to herself, thank goodness I chose to stay with manager Zhou. Meanwhile, Wang Weifeng clenched his fists, realizing that the Jiang manager he admired was about to be subjected to the whims of these two men. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns. Neither Zhou Bin nor Hu Lei and Ding Kuan were individuals he could afford to offend. He thought, once they're done, I will come by to comfort Jiang manager. As Qin Yang observed Hu Lei and Ding Kuan approaching, his brow furrowed. Their intentions were clearly malicious. Behind him, Jiang Meiting had already helped the weakened woman get dressed and had spotted the two men advancing. She worried whether Qin Yang could handle the situation alone. At that moment, Wu Shan emerged from the woods, a bundle of firewood in his arms, hurrying back to Qin Yang's side. Brother Qin, who are they? Wu Shan discerned the ill intent behind Hu Lei and his companion. Be careful, old Wu. These two are likely here to cause trouble, Qin Yang cautioned, surmising that their motives were either related to the woman or directed by Zhou Bin. As for why the other party would be under Zhou Bin's command, it is quite easy to conjecture. He is well aware of Zhou Bin's financial prowess. Qin Yang drew out a dagger, gripping it tightly in his hand. The two individuals, along with Zhou Bin and Wang Weifeng, were on entirely different levels. It would be impossible to claim that he was not anxious, however, with a knife in hand. The advantage lies with me. Moreover, there is also Lao Wu. Hu Lei and Ding Kuan approached, and upon seeing Qin Yang wielding the knife, they were not taken aback, as Zhou Bin had already informed them. What do you intend to do? Do not think that being on a deserted island grants you the liberty to act as you please. When rescue arrives, you will still face the consequences of your actions. Wu Shan shouted. Nevertheless, this had little effect on Hu Lei and his companion, Zhou Bin had already promised to settle any issues financially. We are merely carrying out our boss's orders, kid. Do not hold it against us. We will be swift in our actions. Merely breaking one of your arms, Hu Lei chuckled, raising a wooden stick and striking toward Qin Yang's knife-wielding hand. Swish. Ding Kuan was not idle either, swinging a wooden stick from another direction toward Qin Yang's waist. The longer the weapon, the stronger the strike. Since Qin Yang possessed a dagger, they aimed to disarm him. Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei furrowed their brows, their expressions filled with immense worry, fearing for Qin Yang's safety. Lao Wu was about to intervene and shield Qin Yang from Ding Kuan's attack, but was astonished to find that Qin Yang had evaded both of their strikes with an unusual maneuver. How is that possible? Hu Lei and Ding Kuan exclaimed, their eyes wide in disbelief. Qin Yang himself found it strange. He was unsure why, but at that moment of heightened concentration, it seemed as if their attacks had slowed down. His body instinctively twisted, allowing him to sidestep the wooden sticks aimed at him. Despite his confusion, Qin Yang had no time to ponder. The priority was to deal with these two adversaries. With a powerful push of his calves, he propelled himself forward. Hu Lei barely had a moment to react before a sharp dagger was pressed against his throat. Please, don't kill me. It was Zhou Bin who ordered us to deal with you. Hu Lei stammered, his voice trembling. This Qin Yang was nothing short of a monster. His speed was astounding. Ding Kuan, witnessing his companion being subdued by Qin Yang's knife, contemplated seizing a woman as a hostage. Fortunately, with Wu Shan present, his plans were thwarted. Everyone, stay still and drop your sticks, Qin Yang commanded in a low voice. Hu Lei obediently relinquished the wooden stick he was holding. Do you dare to kill? If you do, you will become a murderer, Ding Kuan sneered, seemingly confident that Qin Yang would not go that far. Do you wish for my demise? Follow his lead. Will you? Are we not brothers anymore? You prefer gold over brotherhood, don't you? Before Qin Yang could speak, Hu Lei had already begun to shout. To Qin Yang's surprise, Ding Kuan indeed followed Hu Lei's instructions and dropped his stick. Ding Kuan reasoned that Qin Yang would not dare to kill him. So he had nothing to lose, only the chance to earn Zhou Bin's money. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Killing was certainly not an option, at least not at this moment. However, he would not allow these two to escape unscathed. With a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful punch to Hu Lei's shoulder joint, then stepped over to Ding Kuan's side and struck his shoulder as well. Hu Lei and Ding Kuan gripped their shoulders, gritting their teeth as veins bulged on their foreheads, feeling as if their shoulders had been dislocated. Scram, if you dare to come back. Do not blame me for being impolite, Qin Yang said coldly, surprised to find that his strength seemed to have increased as well. Hu Lei and Ding Kuan fled in disarray. Qin Yang, are you hurt? Jiang Meiting inquired with concern. Wow, Qin Yang, you are truly impressive. Jiang Shaowei gazed at him with admiration, having found him incredibly cool just moments ago. Qin Xiaoga, your skills are extraordinary. Have you served in the military? Wu Shan asked curiously. I'm fine really. I just exercise often. I'm a bit stronger, Qin Yang replied with a smile. He rekindled the fire. As night gradually descended, everyone gathered around the fire once more, having experienced quite a bit, and they were all weary. The woman they had rescued had fallen asleep, covered with a jacket that Qin Yang and the others had found and dried by the fire. Jiang Meiting sat beside Qin Yang, with her sister Jiang Shaowei next to her. The night on the island was filled with various animal sounds from the depths, which felt somewhat eerie in the darkness. What are those sounds? Jiang Shaowei asked, frightened as she clung tightly to her sister. It's all right. Don't be afraid, Jiang Meiting reassured her. Moving closer to Qin Yang, their arms brushing against each other. Feeling his firm arm, her fear began to dissipate. Chapter 11. The Fragrant Bread? A faint red glow began to rise above the sea, illuminating the nearby clouds. The dawn had started to break. On the beach, beside the dying fire, the five of them lay sleeping around it. The firewood had burned out, leaving behind a thick layer of ashes, among which glimmered embers from the coals that had not yet extinguished. Qin Yang was sleeping beside Jiang Meiting. At some point during his slumber, he had unconsciously pressed against her side. A soft murmur escaped. Jiang Meiting's long eyelashes fluttered as her eyes slowly opened. She had awoken because she felt someone pinching her. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered a large hand had slipped beneath her clothing. She was, after all, not wearing anything underneath. Her eyes widened in alarm, and just as she was about to struggle, she turned her head and saw Qin Yang's peaceful sleeping face. His eyes tightly shut. It was just Qin Yang. It seemed he had not yet fully awakened. Jiang Meiting released a sigh of relief. If Qin Yang were taking advantage of her while she slept, her fondness for him would plummet to an all-time low. However, this guy was far too restless in his sleep. Jiang Meiting thought helplessly. Not only was his hand on her, but one of his legs was resting on her own as well. She felt like a human pillow. Moreover, there was something hard pressing against her waist, and Jiang Meiting instinctively knew what it was. Yet, for reasons even she could not comprehend, Upon realizing it was Qin Yang, her inner resistance vanished. Should I wake him up? But he worked so hard keeping watch last night. Never mind, let him sleep a little longer. A flush crept across her face, and her body felt warm. Since her divorce, it had been years since she experienced such feelings. Jiang Meiting chose not to wake Qin Yang. Instead, she turned her head toward Jiang Xiaowei. She needed to keep an eye on her sister. If Jiang Xiaowei were to wake, she would have to quickly pull Qin Yang's hand away, lest she misunderstand the situation. Dough makes fragrant bread, Qin Yang mumbled in his sleep. At that moment, he was dreaming of making bread with his family in the kitchen. Just as he was about to savor the delicious bread in his dream, he suddenly remembered he was on a deserted island. Where would the bread come from? Thus, his dream shattered, and Qin Yang gradually returned to reality. Soft and fluffy. Could it really be bread? Perhaps being stranded on this island is the dream? Qin Yang felt the softness in his hand, slowly opening his eyes to see what he was holding, and he jolted upright. What the heck? What am I doing? Please tell me Manager Jiang hasn't noticed. Qin Yang thought to himself. Fortunately, Manager Jiang was still asleep. No, he had to quickly withdraw his hand. If Manager Jiang woke up and discovered this, his reputation would be ruined. Qin Yang slowly pulled his hand from beneath her clothing. He also lowered the leg that had been resting on Jiang Meiting. It seemed that upon waking, Qin Yang was unaware of why Jiang Meiting felt a sense of unfulfilled longing. Thankfully, Manager Jiang had not noticed. Qin Yang quietly sat up, glancing at the closed eyes of Jiang Meiting and the others, feeling relieved. Qin Yang yawned. Last night, he and Wu Shan had taken turns keeping watch, with him on the latter half of the night. However, he had actually not slept much during the first half. He had only rested his eyes. It was not that he did not trust Wu Shan. Being vigilant was always wise. Therefore, he had only lain down for a short nap around 5 o'clock. Unaware of the predicament that ensued, Qin Yang brought his hand to his nose and inhaled, catching a whiff of a milky scent. How does one come to feel like a deviant? Qin Yang smiled faintly, shaking his head and choosing not to dwell on it. Though he may not be a strikingly handsome man, he considered himself a decent fellow with a bright disposition. There was no need to behave like a lunatic. Moreover, the primary objective now was survival. With this thought, Qin Yang gazed out at the vast, boundless sea, his expression complex. It had already been a day. Would rescue truly arrive? He hoped it would come soon. Regardless of whether help arrived or not, a new day meant he must continue his quest for sustenance. Oddly enough, despite staying up late the previous night, he felt less dazed than before. He added some firewood to the flames and stood up to stretch. Curiously, although he felt a bit tired, he did not experience the usual exhaustion that left him feeling weak and disoriented. Qin Yang glanced at his body, certain that some unknown change had occurred within him. His physical condition appeared to have improved. Though inexplicable, it seemed to be a favorable development, especially on this deserted island. Evidently, he needed to construct a makeshift shelter today. Sleeping on the ground was far from comfortable, even with a piece of clothing as a makeshift mat. The strong sea breeze howled, cold and noisy. It was only their first day, yet they had already endured so much, leaving them utterly fatigued enough to sleep. Who knew when rescue would arrive? They could not continue sleeping on the ground indefinitely. In a deep slumber, Jiang Xiaowei's lips trembled, emitting soft whimpers, with tear streaks appearing on her face, clearly indicating a nightmare. Seeing her sister in such distress, Jiang Meiting felt a pang of sorrow. She sat up, keeping vigil by Jiang Xiaowei's side. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaowei screamed, jolting awake. Sister, I am so scared. Why hasn't rescue come yet? She threw herself into Jiang Meiting's embrace, sobbing. Do not fear, do not fear. I am here. Jiang Meiting gently patted her sister's back, her face etched with concern. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yang sighed inwardly. Although Jiang Xiaowei appeared unafraid during the day, it was only natural to feel frightened in such an unfamiliar and desolate place. By now, the sun had fully risen. Wu Shan also awoke. Next to him lay the woman they had rescued. As she regained consciousness, she cried out, Wan, where are you? Have any of you seen my Wan? Grasping Wu Shan's arm in desperation, the woman startled him awake, his senses sharpened. Please, calm down, Wu Shan reassured her. Hearing the woman's heart-wrenching cries, Jiang Xiaowei ceased her sobbing, her sympathy now directed towards the distressed mother. Together with Jiang Meiting, they approached the woman to offer comfort. Please do not panic. Is Wan your daughter? The woman buried her face in her hands, weeping. My daughter is gone. Although she had been weak and disoriented when rescued, she had retained awareness of these people who had saved her. She even recalled waking up on the beach, realizing her daughter was no longer by her side. After crying for some time, she gradually composed herself enough to communicate with Qin Yang and the others. Her name was Zhao Lan, and Wan was the affectionate name for her daughter, who had just entered junior high. Lanjia, you must stay strong. Perhaps your daughter is still alive, Jiang Xiaowei urged gently. Zhao Lan's despair was heart-wrenching to behold. Yes, I must go find my Nuan Nuan. She must be waiting for me, Zhao Lan murmured, rising to search for her daughter. However, having gone a day without food, she lacked the strength to take more than a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Qin Yang approached and helped her to her feet. Unsure how to console a mother who had lost her child, he suggested, "First, eat something. You need strength to search for your daughter." He handed Zhao Lan one of the remaining packs of biscuits from his backpack and opened a coconut for her. Although Zhao Lan was eager to find her daughter, she recognized the truth in Qin Yang's words. Grabbing the food, she began to eat. "Thank you for saving me. I must go find my daughter." Zhao Lan expressed her gratitude to Qin Yang and the others. Once she finished eating, she stood up, ready to leave. Jiang Mating cautioned, "It is too dangerous for you to go alone. Perhaps you should wait for rescue." "No, I must find my Nuan Nuan. She must be terrified," Zhao Lan insisted, determined to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Mating turned to Qin Yang and Wu Shan, surprised to find them unresponsive, allowing Zhao Lan to depart. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Mating could not suppress her curiosity. "Why do you not urge her to stay?" Wu Shan shook his head. "Sister Jiang, you do not have children yet, do you?" Chapter 12, Fishing. Jiang Mating's face fell, a bitter expression crossing her features as she shook her head. Sister Jiang has no children, so she cannot comprehend that feeling. "We cannot dissuade Zhao Lan. If she does not search for her daughter, she will never forgive herself." Wu Shan, being a father himself, understood Zhao Lan's feelings even more profoundly. Qin Yang, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. He merely believed in respecting Zhao Lan's choice. Moreover, they were all awaiting rescue, and they had yet to secure food for the day. "Do you think she will ever see her daughter again?" Jiang Shaowei mused, watching Zhao Lan's figure grow smaller. "Who can say? If fortune favors her, perhaps her daughter has washed ashore somewhere. She may yet find her," Qin Yang replied. However, deep down, he thought, even if found, whether she was alive remained uncertain. "Why do we not assist her? She is so pitiful." Jiang Shaowei looked at Qin Yang. "Have you forgotten our circumstances? We are still waiting for rescue. Come, we need to gather some seafood to satiate our hunger," Qin Yang replied. "You are right," Jiang Shaowei murmured. While Zhao Lan was indeed pitiable, their situation was hardly better. After yesterday's meager meal, they were already feeling hungry. Qin Yang glanced over at Zhou Bin and his group, who were still blissfully asleep, none having stirred. The four of them then made their way towards the rocky shore. Jiang Mating and Jiang Shaowei focused on collecting shellfish from the rocks, while Qin Yang and Wu Shan each took a sharpened stick to a shallow bay. Although there were plenty of oysters and mussels on the rocks, they were small and meager in meat, hardly enough to fill their bellies. Fishing was necessary for a satisfying meal. "I spotted many fish here yesterday. Perhaps we can catch a few," Qin Yang remarked. "Brother Qin, my fishing skills are quite commendable. Just watch, I will demonstrate." Wu Shan instructed, "When you see a fish, do not stab down directly. Aim for slightly below the fish." With that, he plunged the stick down forcefully. Qin Yang watched Wu Shan's stick, wondering if he had struck a fish. Wu Shan lifted the stick, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was empty. Ahem, just missed by a hair. He tried again, feeling the weight of the stick, finally relieved to have caught something. Raising the stick high, he displayed a fish about the size of his palm. Qin Yang had also caught fish by the river and ponds in his youth, with a successful track record. However, after entering junior high, he had not fished again. This was his first time attempting to stab fish by the sea, uncertain if his childhood skills would still suffice. The sunlight shimmered on the water, and Qin Yang spotted a fish. This was his target. His right hand's muscles tensed, and the stick readied for a strike. As Qin Yang focused intently, he felt the fish's movement slow, as if he could predict its trajectory. The fish swam gracefully but suddenly flicked its tail, vanishing from sight. In that moment, Qin Yang hurled the stick with all his might, like a javelin. Wu Shan observed Qin Yang using a rather rudimentary method to catch fish, shaking his head in disbelief. This was hardly a professional harpoon. It was merely a sharpened branch. How could he possibly spear a fish so effortlessly? "Ah, Qin Xiaogu. It's quite normal not to catch anything on your first attempt. Do not lose heart. Just keep trying, although your technique could use some refinement." Before Wu Shan could finish his sentence, he witnessed Qin Yang lifting the branch. To his astonishment, a sizable sea fish was impaled, larger than the one he had previously caught. Wu Shan was left speechless, marveling at such fortuitous luck. Could this be what they refer to as a beginner's luck? Qin Yang beamed at the fish he had caught, realizing that his skills had not diminished over the years. Of course, the changes in his physique played a role as well, but this was a positive development. Being able to catch fish meant he would not face starvation. After retrieving the fish and tossing it onto the beach, Qin Yang continued his endeavor. Remarkably, he managed to catch 3 more fish, each time hitting the mark. Wu Shan was utterly dumbfounded by such an impressive success rate. He himself had only managed to catch a second fish after several attempts. "Qin Xiaogu, do you reside by the sea?" Your fishing skills are truly remarkable. Qin Yang shook his head, chuckling. It's just luck, pure luck. Meanwhile, Jiang Mating and her sister had gathered a substantial amount of shellfish from the rocky shore, filling half a bag. However, these creatures appeared abundant, but were largely devoid of meat. Jiang Shaowei stood atop the rocks, gazing out at the ocean, the sea breeze tousling her hair. At that moment, she seemed less carefree, her eyes reflecting dread and uncertainty. Sister, it's already the second day, and there has been no rescue. Do you think we can truly return? Jiang Mating paused her actions and approached her sister. She too was frightened, but she could not reveal her fears to Jiang Shaowei. Of course we will. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Jiang Mating reassured her. As they pondered their situation, they noticed Zhou Bin and his group approaching. Wei, let us hurry and find Qin Yang, Jiang Mating urged as she took Jiang Shaowei's hand and headed in Qin Yang's direction. Hu Lei and Ding Kuan, watching the two depart, lost the urge to follow. Their shoulders still ached, and they hadn't eaten anything. Their primary purpose for venturing out was to find food. Although they harbored desires to engage with such exquisite company, unfortunately, their capabilities fell short. Look, they are gathering shellfish from the rocks to eat. You all should hurry and collect some too. We are on the brink of starvation, Zhou Bin instructed the others, gesturing toward the rocky shore. The coconuts had long been consumed, and Wang Weifeng was not about to climb a coconut tree. Although Hu Lei and Ding Kuan could climb, their injuries sustained from Qin Yang rendered them unable to ascend. Thus, Zhou Bin had no choice but to lead them in search of food. He possessed little knowledge of survival and was unaware of what could be consumed on a deserted island. However, it mattered little, as long as they followed Qin Yang. They had already learned that the rocky shore offered sustenance. Hu Lei, Ding Kuan, and Wang Weifeng made their way to the rocky beach, while Zhou Bin embraced Pan Yu nearby, enjoying the sea breeze. This wretched place was growing intolerable. Why had rescue not yet arrived? Zhou Bin felt frustrated, his hand wandering over Pan Yu's body. Though her figure was quite appealing, he found himself lacking interest, merely seeking a distraction. With their bellies empty, or rather, devoid of any food, he felt increasingly irked. Zhou Bin had never imagined that he would one day find himself without food. Pan Yu allowed Zhou Bin to roam over her, secretly pleased that he was interested in her. At least she was spared from work, although her hunger was becoming unbearable, longing for a hearty meal. As Chapter 13 unfolded, Jiang Mating and Jiang Shaowei rushed towards Qin Yang. Upon nearing, they beheld several fish laid out on the sand, seemingly 7 or 8 in number. Their faces lit up with delight. Wow, sister, look at all the fish. These were caught by Qin Yang and Uncle Wu. How impressive. Jiang Shaowei's spirits soared with joy, and seeing her sister's excitement brought a smile to Jiang Mating's face. She felt happiness not only for her sister, but also for the prospect of a satisfying meal that awaited them. Upon noticing the two approaching, Qin Yang and Wu Shan emerged from the water. With this many fish, we shall surely feast today, Qin Yang remarked to Jiang Mating and her sister with a grin. They had caught a total of 8 fish, which appeared plentiful. However, they were mostly small, weighing only about 3 to 4 taels, or half a pound. There were mudskippers and pomfrets among them. After removing the heads and bones, the actual meat was not substantial, yet it would suffice for a hearty meal for 4. Qin Yang, Zhou Bin and his group have also arrived. They are over by the rocky shore, Jiang Mating informed him. Qin Yang glanced over to the rocky area, spotting Hu Lei and the others collecting shellfish as he had seen the night before. No worries, let us return quickly and enjoy some grilled fish. Wu Shan procured a long strand of seaweed and threaded it through the mouths of the fish to string them together. Uncle Wu, allow me to carry them. You have worked hard catching the fish, Jiang Shaowei offered eagerly. Isn't that a bit heavy? They must weigh 3 to 4 jin, Wu Shan replied. Oh, Uncle Wu, you underestimate me. 3 or 4 jin is a mere trifle, she insisted. All right then, you may carry them. Wu Shan chuckled as he handed the string of fish to Jiang Shaowei. Though the fish were somewhat heavy, she managed perfectly well. With everything arranged, the 4 began their journey back to camp. While they referred to it as a camp, there was little more than a fire pit. However, it was situated in a relatively favorable location, near coconut trees and a short distance from the rocky shore and shallow bay. Most importantly, they needed to remain on the beach to wait for rescue, ensuring they could spot passing ships and call for help more easily. Nevertheless, Qin Yang planned to construct a rudimentary shelter in the woods after they had eaten their fill. He had not entirely lost hope for rescue. He was simply preparing for a prolonged struggle. On their way back, Qin Yang collected any clothing washed ashore that he could find. If they were to survive on this deserted island, it would be prudent to have spare clothing. He was not yet capable of donning garments made from animal hides. But perhaps that day would come. Regrettably, he had not stumbled upon any suitcases. Tourists often pack many useful items in their luggage. Just like the backpack Qin Yang had found, which contained cold medicine and seasickness pills, these would prove invaluable. as Qin Yang and the others passed the rocky shore. Jiang Meiting worried that Zhou Bin's group might trouble them again. To her surprise, she found them gathered together, seemingly fiddling with something. Upon closer inspection, they discovered an open suitcase among Zhou Bin's group. It was astonishing that they had struck such good fortune. Qin Yang could see clearly that the suitcase contained not only clothing, but also a considerable amount of food, bread, sausages, instant noodles, and even several cans of luncheon meat and fruit. Zhou Bin and his companions were already munching on the bread, clearly delighted, and had opened a can of luncheon meat, slicing it into 5 pieces to enjoy with their bread. Starved and famished, they savored each bite as if it were ambrosia. This suitcase had been a lucky find for Zhou Bin. He had not anticipated such good fortune. He had merely sought a rock to relieve himself and had inadvertently stumbled upon the suitcase, which was lodged beneath the rocks, and would have gone unnoticed without careful examination. Thus, he had enlisted others to help retrieve it, not realizing it contained such treasures. Why bother with gathering clams when there was bread and luncheon meat to be had? As they feasted, they noticed Qin Yang and his group passing by, spotting the fish that Jiang Xiaowei was carrying. If they had not found the suitcase, they would undoubtedly be envious. However, now, it was merely a few foul-smelling fish, which they did not care for at all. Zhou Bin and his companions boasted about their bread, eating it in front of Qin Yang and the others with expressions that were quite contemptible. Oh, they actually found a suitcase filled with so much food here. I didn't even notice it when I was around. Jiang Meiting felt a pang of guilt, thinking that if she had seen it earlier, that food could have been theirs. Jiang Xiaowei held a fish, eyeing Zhou Bin and his group as they indulged, swallowing hard. Her gaze was drawn to the instant noodles, ham sausages, and luncheon meat. She too felt guilty, wondering how she had missed the suitcase. Suddenly, Qin Yang walked over towards Zhou Bin and the others. Qin Yang, what are you planning to do? Jiang Meiting thought he was about to seize their belongings. Wu Shan was ready to assist. The items in the opponent's suitcase were abundant, enough to last them for 2 days if rationed. If Qin Yang intended to rob them, he would undoubtedly need to put in effort. Having witnessed Qin Yang's prowess the previous night, Wu Shan felt no fear. I'm merely going to pick up a few items, Qin Yang replied with a smile, waving his hand at Wu Shan to indicate that he need not help. What are you doing here? Do you intend to steal our things? Wang Weifeng shouted as he stood up upon seeing Qin Yang approach. The others also rose to their feet. Zhou Bin promptly closed the suitcase, zipped it up, and clutched it tightly. He had discovered it, and there was no way he would let Qin Yang take it. Hu Lei and Ding Kuan watched Qin Yang warily. Although they had suffered a significant loss the previous night, they would not back down if Qin Yang attempted to seize their food. The feeling of hunger was unbearable. They were startled when Qin Yang suddenly took a step forward and appeared beside them, initially fearing he would strike. However, the next moment, they were taken aback as Qin Yang merely bent down to pick up an empty can of luncheon meat from the ground before turning and walking away. Qin Yang could rely on his fishing skills and had not reached a point of desperation. There was no need to pilfer from them. Though his physical condition had improved, he was still hungry today. The others had already eaten their fill. If Hu Lei and the others were to fight back, he could very well sustain injuries, which would not bode well on a deserted island. Qin Yang never undertook actions without certainty. Haha, so you merely came to scavenge. It seems you wanted to take it back and taste it. Zhou Bin laughed heartily upon seeing Qin Yang only take the empty can. Wang Weifeng and the others joined in the laughter. They were enjoying bread with luncheon meat, while Qin Yang could only pick up their discarded can, which greatly elevated the spirits of those who had previously suffered at his hands. Unfazed by the laughter behind him, Qin Yang returned to Jiang Meiting's side. Upon seeing Qin Yang return with an empty can and hearing Zhou Bin's mockery, Jiang Meiting felt inexplicably sorrowful and even more guilty. Qin Yang, I'm sorry. I wish I could have discovered this suitcase sooner. Chapter 14. Enjoying grilled fish. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Jiang Meiting to care so much. He had never witnessed her in such a state before. Her tone melted his heart. Just as he was about to offer comfort, Jiang Xiaowei interjected, Sister, we have grilled fish to eat. They were consuming junk food. Instant noodles were far from healthy, and luncheon meat and prepackaged meals could not compare to fresh grilled fish. Qin Yang, am I right? And why did you pick up a broken can? She had thought Qin Yang would unleash his prowess and directly seize the food from the suitcase, but was surprised to find him merely retrieving an empty can. Surely, he did not intend to lick the can? Qin Yang laughed. Yes, Manager Jiang, there is no need to overthink. We are not lacking in food at the moment. As for this can, do not underestimate it. It serves a significant purpose. Jiang Meiting felt somewhat better. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at the can Qin Yang held. Unsure of its use, Wu Shan pondered aloud. Qin Xiaoga, are you planning to use this can as a pot? Precisely, with this can, we can make fish soup or clam chowder. Qin Yang nodded with a smile. Shellfish like clams and mussels, as well as smaller fish, could be cooked directly in it. This can was a 1-pound size. Though small, it was better than nothing. Currently, there was nothing else on the island that could serve as a pot. Coconuts could work, but they were inconvenient and took a long time to prepare, lacking the thermal conductivity of a can. Qin Yang and the others returned to the campsite, where they proceeded to gut and scale the fish they had caught. Fortunately, they had a dagger, otherwise, it would have been quite difficult. The remaining shellfish were placed in the can, and on the way back, Qin Yang had collected a can of seawater to ensure the shellfish would not spoil quickly. He planned to find a water source after finishing the grilled fish, intending to make soup later in the evening. Jiang Mating and Jiang Xiaowei had never cooked before, having always relied on the housekeeper at home. Naturally, they did not know how to handle the fish, so they stood by and watched Qin Yang and Wu Shan as they worked. It was only the second day, and there was still hope for rescue. Qin Yang did not insist that the two sisters partake in the task. If they really entered survival mode on the deserted island, their days would not be so comfortable. Qin Yang, how come you know how to do everything? Jiang Xiaowei watched in awe as Qin Yang skillfully prepared the fish. How could this man seem to possess no limitations? It was understandable that Wu Shan, being over 50 and a seaman, would know how to handle fish. However, Qin Yang, a young lad, also could cook, which was quite astonishing. Jiang Mating felt a bit embarrassed, standing idly by while the two men cooked. Although being taken care of felt good, her independent and strong-willed nature made her feel indebted. She resolved to express her gratitude to Qin Yang once they returned, of course, with a proper gesture involving a generous red envelope. When my parents cooked, I would help out, and I learned a bit just by observing. Plus, I often watch survival videos, which helped me remember some techniques that could be useful here. As Qin Yang spoke, he sharpened a branch, intending to use it to skewer the fish. He was not only a fan of Bear Grylls and Les Stroud, but also frequently watched domestic vloggers' island survival videos, such as Chi Gu, who always had fish to eat, and Lin Gu, who specialized in seafood preparations. The Qilin brothers' videos were not only informative, but also entertaining. Qin Yang had recently finished watching their island survival series and felt quite confident, though he wondered if he might be proven wrong. Let us take charge of the fish skewering. Seeing that standing around was unproductive, Jiang Mating thought skewering fish looked simple enough and was better than doing nothing. Then you two can handle it. I will carve the branches, but be careful not to hurt yourselves, Qin Yang advised. He then stood up and went to sharpen the branches nearby. Old Wu continued searching for firewood in the forest. The prepared fish were placed on a flat stone, while the entrails were set aside. Qin Yang believed they could be useful, though he could not immediately recall how, so he decided to keep them for now. Jiang Mating and Jiang Xiaowei squatted by the stone. Once Qin Yang finished sharpening the branches, he handed them to the sisters for skewering the fish. How does my skewer look? Jiang Xiaowei, following Qin Yang's method, easily skewered the first fish through its mouth and proudly lifted it to show Qin Yang. Due to Qin Yang's considerable height, he was able to fully appreciate the exquisite figure of the person before him. He smiled and remarked, "Very nice." Jiang Xiaowei chuckled, filled with enthusiasm. Jiang Mating, meanwhile, was diligently skewering the sea fish. Simply squatting down, she exuded a captivating charm, her physique truly remarkable. At this moment, Qin Yang had slightly bent his body, hastily whittling the last twig before handing it to them, and then rushing off to start a fire. The scene was so beautiful that it was difficult to look away. Wu Shan had already gathered a bundle of firewood. The original fire pit had not completely extinguished, with embers still flickering. Qin Yang snapped off slender, leafy twigs and placed them in the fire, gently blowing on them. The charcoal glowed fiercely, igniting the newly added twigs. The flames danced upward. At this juncture, Qin Yang placed the remaining twigs onto the fire. Wu Shan observed Qin Yang's fluid motions, nodding in approval. This Qin Xiaoge was indeed capable. Following him should ensure their survival on this deserted island. Qin Yang then positioned the already skewered sea fish around the fire, ensuring they were neither too close nor too far. As they had not found a water source, they had not washed the fish before preparing them. However, under high temperatures, all beings are equal. The sea fish were fresh, and it mattered little that they had not been washed. The four sat by the fire, watching the fish to prevent them from burning. It was well past 10 o'clock. Qin Yang, sitting on the ground, glanced at his watch. They had set out to search for food at around 6 in the morning, and by the time they returned and dealt with the sea fish, it was already past 10. Everyone was hungry, their eyes fixated on the fish, which were gradually turning golden by the fire. After several minutes, an enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted towards the four of them. They must be ready. Let us eat. Qin Yang directly picked up the nearest grilled fish. With a bite, it crackled as the skin had been grilled to a crisp. The fresh sea fish, even without salt, tasted exquisite, delightful, and fragrant. Wu Shan and the others also took up the grilled fish and began to eat, savoring the delicious fish meat, their faces radiating happiness. The sensation of having something to eat was truly wonderful. Moreover, each person could indulge in 2 grilled fish. The sea fish had been caught by Qin Yang and Wu Shan, while Jiang Meiting and her sister naturally left the larger fish for them. Even if she and her sister consumed the smaller fish, they would still have a substantial meal of about a pound of meat. What a treat! Jiang Meiting had tasted seafood at numerous upscale hotels, but felt none compared to today's grilled fish. As they feasted, she paid no heed to her appearance. Her mouth smeared with oil. Observing Jiang Meiting in such a state, Qin Yang found her not at all crude, but rather endearing. A flutter stirred within him, as if his heart had been touched. Just as they were enjoying their grilled fish, Wang Weifeng's figure approached them slowly. Chapter 15, a bit wild. What brings you here? Noticing Wang Weifeng advancing, Qin Yang furrowed his brow. Wu Shan, Jiang Meiting, and the others also took note of Wang Weifeng. Looking up with curiosity about his intentions, Wang Weifeng stood a few steps away from Qin Yang and company, remarking, "This island isn't your home. So what business is it of yours?" He then turned to Jiang Meiting and smiled. "Manager Jiang, would you like to come over to our side? As you can see, we have bread, luncheon meat, and canned fruit. Plus, with so many men over there, we can surely ensure your safety." Qin Yang's lips twitched. How audacious of him to try and draw them away. Jiang Meiting was taken aback, not expecting Wang Weifeng to propose such a thing. She shook her head and replied, "No thanks, I'm quite fine here." Although there were indeed many men with Zhou Bin, their safety was uncertain. If she were to take her sister over, it could very well be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den. Furthermore, she had grown quite weary of Zhou Bin. Having had numerous conflicts with him at the company, she felt much safer with Qin Yang, who ensured she and her sister were neither hungry nor cold. Her feelings for Qin Yang were positive. How could she possibly go to Zhou Bin's side? Jiang Shaowei pouted. "So what if you have more people? None of them can fight." Wang Weifeng had more to say, but was abruptly silenced. Realizing he could not persuade Jiang Meiting and her sister to join him, he felt a twinge of disappointment. However, his purpose in coming was not solely for that. Wang Weifeng looked at Wu Shan. "Old Wu, we've run out of coconuts on our side. I'd like to request your assistance in picking some. Don't worry, we will pay you back once we return." They had food now, but they were out of water. Had Hu Lei and Ding Kuan not been injured by Qin Yang, he wouldn't have to seek Wu Shan's help. Wu Shan considered for a moment, saying, "Hold on, let me finish this grilled fish first." After he was satiated, he intended to gather some coconuts, and picking a few for them wouldn't be difficult. "Wait a moment, if you want old Wu to pick coconuts for you, you need to bring something to trade," Qin Yang interjected. "You'll need at least 5 coconuts, which is no small number. It will require 1 can of luncheon meat in exchange." If Wang Weifeng and his group were starving, then giving them a few coconuts would merely be an act of goodwill. They had received quite a bit of food. How could they simply hand over coconuts? As for Wang Weifeng's promise to pay them back, it was uncertain if they would even make it back, and whether they would actually receive payment was also doubtful. Besides, how much could a few coconuts be worth? Since Zhou Bin's group had acquired a fair amount of food, they should engage in a barter system. "I didn't ask for your help. Why are you sticking your nose in?" Wang Weifeng's face darkened. To him, Qin Yang was simply extorting them, demanding their can luncheon meat. There were plenty of coconut trees around, and coconuts were abundant, but they only had 4 cans of luncheon meat, having already consumed 1. The fact that Wu Shan was merely picking a few coconuts but expected their can luncheon meat was nothing short of robbery. Qin Yang exchanged glances with Wu Shan. Wu Shan understood, agreeing with Qin Yang's assessment. "Those coconut trees are quite tall. I would be risking my life to pick coconuts. I can't do it for free. Do you really believe I'll go back and file a complaint against you at your company?" Wang Weifeng retorted angrily. Wu Shan raised an eyebrow. Had this been the first day, he might have worried about that. Now, on the second day, he only hoped to return safely. Indifferent to anything else. Let him complain. Then go ahead and complain. Wu Shan scoffed, recalling how he had already given Wang Weifeng a few coconuts. Truly, he was ungrateful. "You should return to Zhou Bin and inform him that if you want coconuts, you need to bring canned goods for trade," Qin Yang remarked. Knowing Wang Weifeng lacked decision-making power, Wang Weifeng grimaced as he returned to discuss matters with Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin frowned upon seeing Wang Weifeng return empty-handed, asking, "Why did you come back empty-handed? Did that old fellow refuse to help?" "Manager Zhou, they said that to get coconuts, we must trade for a can of luncheon meat." "What? Just a few measly coconuts, and they want to exchange for my luncheon meat? They must be dreaming." Zhou Bin cursed loudly, casting a glance at Hu Lei and Ding Kuan. "Can't you two climb the trees to get coconuts?" Hu Lei and Ding Kuan shook their heads. "No, boss. If it weren't for you ordering us to deal with that guy, we wouldn't have gotten injured. We might have even hurt our bones." Zhou Bin cursed them inwardly, thinking them utterly useless. They had failed to handle Qin Yang, and had even allowed themselves to be injured. If they weren't so tall and strong, they would have no value to him. He certainly wouldn't let these two continue to consume his food for free. "Since you can't get coconuts, we'll find water ourselves. There must be a water source on this island. Such a course of action might indeed spare us a can of luncheon meat," which we could relish ourselves, right? With a sweeping gesture, Zhou Bin commanded Wang Weifeng and the other two men to seek out a water source. Naturally, he had no intention of joining them, given his esteemed status and the need to keep an eye on the luggage. Manager Zhou is absolutely right. Everyone put forth your efforts, and we shall surely locate the water. Pan Yu interjected aptly. Yet, while she spoke of teamwork, her feet remained rooted beside Zhou Bin. Let us go, urged Wang Weifeng, as the trio dispersed into the woods. They too believed it wise to reserve the luncheon meat for their own consumption, especially since they had just enjoyed a hearty meal. Thus, they considered their search for water a form of exercise. After their departure, Zhou Bin felt an increasing agitation. Nothing on this wretched island seemed to go smoothly, and the rescue operation had yet to arrive after such a lengthy wait. In his mind, he had never entertained the notion that help might not come. His father would undoubtedly spare no expense to ensure his rescue, perhaps already dispatching several helicopters and vessels in search of him. Escaping danger was merely a matter of time. As his vexation grew, he realized he needed to do something to alleviate his frustration. Zhou Bin glanced at Pan Yu. Pan Yu, do as I say, he directed, pointing at the luggage before him. What? Pan Yu momentarily froze, but soon grasped Zhou Bin's intentions. Manager Zhou, is this appropriate? She questioned. Are you unwilling? Zhou Bin's brow furrowed, his tone tinged with displeasure. Pan Yu hastily clarified. It's not that. It's just that we could be seen from here. We're only a few meters away from Qin Yang's group, with no barriers in between. This is too exposed. I'm not accustomed to being watched. That's precisely the thrill of it. Don't worry. Upon our return, you shall reap the rewards. Zhou Bin began to disarm. Upon hearing this, Pan Yu's heart leaped with joy. This was what she had desired. She had yet to find an opportunity to engage with Zhou Bin at the company, given his allure. The women surrounding him were all stunning. Even celebrities paled in comparison. Thus, she found herself unfazed and even struck a pose. Slap. Zhou Bin laughed as he playfully struck her. Qin Yang and Wu Shan, having caught sight of this, were momentarily stunned, not expecting such boldness from Zhou Bin. Initially, they had observed Wang Weifeng and his companions heading into the woods, knowing they had no intention of trading the luncheon meat for coconuts, feeling a tinge of regret. Yet, this scene before them quickly captured their attention, followed by a chorus of gasps. Jiang Meiting, familiar with such exclamations, glanced up in astonishment. What is so captivating? Jiang Shaowei noticed her sister's rapt attention, abandoning her grilled fish out of sheer curiosity. Jiang Meiting was startled, wishing to shield her sister from witnessing such a spectacle. Oh, it's nothing, just enjoy the fish. Qin Yang and Wu Shan positioned themselves in front of Jiang Shaowei to obscure her view, yet they remained avid spectators. Chapter 16. Searching for fresh water, encountering survivors. How does it feel? Quite exhilarating, isn't it? Zhou Bin settled onto the ground, feeling a sense of relief after venting his frustrations. Was it all over so swiftly? Asking me if I feel exhilarated. Does he not know himself? Pan Yu, her face partially obscured by her long hair, appeared somewhat speechless. She had presumed that with Zhou Bin's multitude of women, he would excel in that regard. Yet, to her surprise, before she could even register a sensation, Zhou Bin had already surrendered. However, she could not express this openly. Men were particularly sensitive about such matters, especially wealthy ones like Zhou Bin who had everything, except in that area. If she were to provoke him, there would be no gain for her. Rather, she needed to placate him. Indeed, Manager Zhou is truly impressive, Pan Yu replied with feigned enthusiasm. Zhou Bin reclined contentedly, not at all surprised by Pan Yu's response. All the women associated with him echoed similar sentiments. Did he not know his own prowess? Such was confidence. For minutes and 56 seconds, not even 5 minutes. Qin Yang noted while glancing at his wristwatch, having kept track of time since Zhou Bin commenced. What a farce. Exchanged amused glances with Wu Shan, chuckling lightly. Is the physical condition of today's youth truly so lacking? Wu Shan remarked quietly. Hey, old Wu, don't speak so recklessly. It's Zhou Bin's inadequacy. If I were in his shoes, anything less than half an hour would be deemed unsatisfactory. Qin Yang chuckled. Though they conversed softly, Jiang Meiting overheard their exchange. Recalling her own experiences from the morning, her cheeks flushed as she crossed her legs, her gaze drifting towards Qin Yang, taking in his form from head to toe. Thinking to herself, youth is indeed wonderful. After speaking, Qin Yang, feeling a tad sheepish, turned his head, only to inadvertently meet Jiang Meiting's gaze. Surely, Jiang Manager did not overhear? He thought, suddenly feeling embarrassed. Jiang Meiting, too, felt a wave of awkwardness and averted her gaze. Old Wu, please gather some long branches and wood, and place them in the nearby woods. We shall construct a rudimentary shelter. I will first seek out a water source. Qin Yang announced, rising to his feet, his backside covered in sand. In their current predicament, he deemed it unnecessary to be concerned about such trivialities. even neglecting to brush off the sand. Upon hearing of the water search, Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei stood up, eager to accompany Qin Yang. Certainly, Old Wu concurred, preparing to collect branches before gathering coconuts. Qin Yang shouldered his backpack and, with Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei in tow, headed towards the rocky coastline. He recalled several methods for sourcing water. Presently, he intended to begin with the simplest approach, searching. The island was lush with vegetation, and he had heard various animal calls the previous night. There must be a water source somewhere on the island. However, unlike Wang Weifeng and his companions, he did not plan to venture directly into the woods. He feared getting lost and encountering wild beasts. The trio strolled along the beach, with Jiang Shaowei appearing in high spirits, skipping ahead and leaving a trail of footprints. Shouldn't we be looking deeper into the island for water? Can we find it here? Jiang Meiting questioned, walking alongside Qin Yang. If luck is on our side, we might discover fresh water seeping through the crevices of those rocks. While Qin Yang did not guarantee success, he recalled seeing vloggers finding fresh water in rocky areas. Suddenly, Jiang Meiting let out a cry of pain, grasping Qin Yang's arm. Jiang manager, are you alright? Qin Yang turned to see a pained expression on her face, one foot lifted off the ground. The stretch of beach they traversed was littered with sharp stones. A jagged rock had pierced Jiang Meiting's foot, drawing blood. It's nothing, just a little prick, she insisted, though her expression betrayed her discomfort. It's clearly something, you're bleeding. Sit down immediately. Qin Yang bent down and lifted Jiang Meiting into his arms. She felt weightless, cradled in strong hands, her heart racing. Qin Yang carefully set her down on a patch of sand free from stones and examined her injury. He noted that in just one day, Jiang Meiting's once smooth and delicate foot had suffered considerably. Among their group, only Jiang Meiting was barefoot, having lost her high heels to the sea earlier. Even if she hadn't, wearing high heels on this island would be perilous. Fortunately, the injury was minor. I told you it was nothing, she said. Jiang Meiting forced a smile, expressing her concern about causing more trouble. How could this be considered a bother? Qin Yang gently wiped the sand off her feet with his own clothes. Jiang Meiting was a person who clearly distinguished between public and private matters. Although she treated her employees well, she was exceptionally diligent, even to the point of being stern when it came to work. At the company, Qin Yang was most accustomed to the resolute and serious manager Jiang. Yet, on this deserted island, he had witnessed an entirely different side of Jiang Meiting, one that was strikingly contrasting. Oh dear, I've soiled your clothes, Jiang Meiting said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as Qin Yang cradled her foot in his hands. When she noticed that he was using his clothes to clean her feet, she felt a warm sensation in her heart, but her embarrassment only deepened. It's all right, Manager Jiang. Please wear my shoes, Qin Yang insisted, removing his shoes, which he had dried the previous day. Although they were slightly oversized, they were better than going barefoot. That won't do. You will be left without shoes, she replied. It's fine, my skin is tough, and it's also my fault for not noticing sooner. Look at your feet. They are in such a state, he remarked as he placed his shoes on Jiang Meiting's feet, genuinely concerned for her injured, delicate feet. Jiang Shaowei, who had been walking ahead, noticed that the two had fallen behind and hurried back. What are you two doing? Why aren't you moving? She asked. Manager Jiang hurt her foot, so I let her wear my shoes, Qin Yang explained. Hearing this, Jiang Shaowei expressed her concern. Sister, are you all right? Is it serious? It's nothing, just a minor scrape from a stone, Jiang Meiting replied with a smile. Let's hurry and find some fresh water. She stood up and began to walk ahead. Satisfied that her sister was fine, Jiang Shaowei relaxed. Observing Qin Yang barefoot, she thought to herself that he was quite a decent fellow. Thank you for letting my sister wear your shoes, she said gratefully to him. No need to thank me. It's a small matter. Let us get moving. Qin Yang waved her off. In front of him, Jiang Shaowei possessed an impressive figure and beauty, especially when expressing her gratitude to Qin Yang. Her sweet expression, combined with her striking physique, was enough to captivate any man, including Qin Yang, who could not resist appreciating beauty. However, her demeanor lacked femininity and was incomparable to Jiang Meiting's charm. Before long, the trio arrived at a location where the rocks were exposed. The massive, oddly shaped rocks were visible from afar, where a few birds circled above. Perhaps there was indeed fresh water here. Qin Yang instructed Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei to stay put while he prepared to climb up and search for a spring or a water source. Be careful. Don't fall. You should put on the shoes, Jiang Meiting advised with concern. Qin Yang felt warmth in his heart. It was truly wonderful to be cared for. He waved his hand to indicate he did not need the shoes and jumped up onto the rocks. The rocks were scorching from the sun's heat, and Qin Yang's eyes scanned for signs of fresh water. After walking a few meters, he heard the sound of water splashing on the ground. His expression brightened. The sound of water was quite pronounced. Following the sound, he discovered a low-lying area where the noise was clearly emanating from. Approaching the depression with large strides, He squinted in surprise. Indeed, there was fresh water below, seeping from the cracks between the rocks and forming a small pool. To his astonishment, a woman was beside the pool, cupping the water in her hands to wash her face. With shoulder-length black hair, a delicate oval face, and a high nose, she possessed a certain beauty. It appeared she was preparing to undress to wash her body. Suddenly, the woman noticed Qin Yang standing above and was startled, crossing her arms over her chest and letting out a piercing scream. Ah! Chapter 17. Zhang Hao, Gu Shuemei. The woman's sharp voice echoed. From a distance, a man's figure appeared, roughly the same height as Qin Yang, with a square face and pronounced brows. Shuemei, are you all right? The man shouted from afar. Zhang Hao, help! The woman, named Gu Shuemei, cried out for assistance. Qin Yang, watching the woman shout, felt somewhat speechless. What have I done? Is it necessary to scream so loudly? Do I look that terrifying? Zhang Hao quickly approached and saw Qin Yang standing atop the rocks. Upon realizing that Qin Yang had not harmed Gu Shuemei, he finally relaxed. Zhang Hao, he was peeking at me while I was bathing. Gu Shuemei exclaimed as she hid behind Zhang Hao. Qin Yang descended from the rocks and approached the small pool. You shouldn't make such accusations. I did not spy on you bathing. I merely happened to walk by. My name is Qin Yang. You must be survivors from the same cruise ship, he said as he reached the pool. The water appeared quite clear, with no visible debris on the surface, suggesting that the couple had cleaned it somewhat. However, there was still the possibility of bird droppings and other impurities dissolved within. It was necessary to completely drain the water and clear the sediment at the bottom before it could be deemed clean. This was knowledge Qin Yang had gleaned from the survival series of his friend Qilin. Humph. Gu Shuemei stomped her foot behind Zhang Hao, contemplating that had she already undressed to bathe, this man would have seen her completely naked. Zhang Hao glanced at Gu Shuemei, relieved to see her clothes were intact, thankful that his goddess had not been exposed. It's fine, Shuemei, he.s. just looking for fresh water and happened to stumble upon us, Zhang Hao reassured her. He recognized that encountering fellow survivors from the same cruise on this deserted island was fortuitous. Strength lies in numbers, and mutual support is essential. He then introduced himself to Qin Yang. Hello, I'm Zhang Hao, and this is Gu Shuemei. Are you alone? We have a few others with us. As Qin Yang spoke, he began to clear the water pool, using his hands to push out the sand and water. His actions stirred the pool, causing the water to become murky. What are you doing? This is the water source we found first. You come and dirty it, wasting all the water. Gu Shuemei frowned and exclaimed. Yeah, brother, what are you doing? Zhang Hao echoed, his brow furrowed in confusion over Qin Yang's actions. Oh, I'm just cleaning the pool. There might be bird droppings and other filth in the water, so it's better to wash it out. Don't worry. Fresh water will continue to seep in, and nothing will be wasted, Qin Yang explained. Really? So I just wash my face with water that might have had bird droppings in it? Gu Shuemei felt a bit queasy. Zhang Hao also felt uneasy, recalling that he had washed his face as well when they first found the pool, noting that feathers had been floating on the surface, but he had cleaned them away. As a male, he enjoyed watching wilderness survival videos, yet he hadn't given it much thought. You might think it's easy, but when faced with reality, it's not as simple as it seems. It's fine. Washing your face should be okay, as long as you didn't ingest it. It shouldn't be a problem, Qin Yang chuckled. Zhang Hao felt relieved. Although they were all quite thirsty, they understood that wild water should not be consumed indiscriminately. Qin Yang drained the water from the pool, and the water at the bottom began to rise slowly. The water was seeping in quite rapidly. After a moment, half of the pool was filled again. Qin Yang began the second round of cleaning. After the second wash, the water in the pool emerged clear and transparent. This water should be safe to drink, as it could be considered spring water, filtering out most impurities as it seeped from the rocks. Zhang Hao, ask him if he has any food to share. I noticed his backpack looks quite full, seeming to contain a lot of supplies. Gu Shuemei whispered to Zhang Hao. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We just met. We have no relationship, and you think he'll just give us food? Zhang Hao queried, unsure. Just ask him. I am on the verge of starvation. Moreover, we were the ones who discovered this water source first. It is hardly unreasonable for him to provide us with some food. Gu Shuemei continued. With his back turned to the two, Qin Yang smirked, clearly hearing their conversation. My hearing has become remarkably acute. It is almost as if I possess the ears of the wind. Zhang Hao, unable to resist Gu Shuemei's insistence and feeling genuinely famished, spoke up. Qin Yang, do you have any food? Upon overhearing their dialogue, Qin Yang had already contemplated a course of action. He resolved to win these two over. They appeared to be university students and likely harbored no malicious intent. His primary aim was to befriend Zhang Hao, as Gu Shuemei did not strike him as particularly industrious. Having an additional person would significantly ease tasks such as gathering supplies, standing watch, or fetching water, alleviating the burden of constantly escorting Jiang Meiting and her companions. During both the wait for rescue and the initiation of survival mode on this deserted island, manpower was of utmost importance. In this primitive realm, labor equated to productivity. Our camp has fire and coconut trees. If you join us, food will be readily available, Qin Yang stated calmly. Fire. You can make fire. Zhang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Recalling his futile attempts at fire-making through friction just the day before, realizing the immense difficulty involved. It is almost impossible for an ordinary person to achieve fire by such means. Zhang Hao and Gu Xuemei exchanged glances, both deciding to join. The previous night had been filled with trepidation, enveloped in darkness where one could not see their hand in front of their face, accompanied by unsettling sounds. Having a fire would provide a sense of security. We will join. Now let us return to the camp. I am starving, Gu Xuemei declared. Please wait a moment. I have 2 companions nearby. I will bring them here to wash up before we head back, Qin Yang replied, noting that the water in the pool was now full. He considered that Jiang Meiding and her friends would likely want to cleanse themselves, having not washed since their arrival. Here, take a sip of this iced tea to tide you over, Qin Yang offered, retrieving a bottle of iced tea from his backpack. This beverage was akin to ambrosia. Quick, give it to us, Gu Xuemei urged, her eagerness palpable upon seeing the drink. I can only pour you a small amount. I have limited iced tea and cannot allow you to take it all, Qin Yang declared, unwilling to part with his precious drink. After all, those who had been starving all day would likely gulp it down in one go. Even he was reluctant to consume it all at once. You are quite stingy. Gu Xuemei rolled her eyes. Zhang Hao, however, remained unfazed on this deserted island. Anyone fortunate enough to possess a bottle of iced tea would surely regard it as a treasure. Ultimately, the two could only tilt their heads back and open their mouths, waiting for Qin Yang to pour them a taste of the sweet iced tea. Qin Yang also indulged in a sip, having located a water source, and felt he need not be overly frugal. After sealing the bottle and returning it to his backpack, Qin Yang departed to fetch Jiang Meiding and her companions. Chapter 18. Returning to the camp. After Qin Yang had walked away, Gu Xuemei turned to Zhang Hao and remarked, Do you think this guy is a bad person? Did we agree to join his camp too hastily? Do not worry, Xuemei. With me around, no one will dare to bully you. Zhang Hao reassured her. He, of course, wished for it to be just the two of them, as this was a rare opportunity to be alone with his goddess. However, after the harrowing experience of the previous day, he recognized that such a desire was unrealistic. Without fire and food, they would truly be in peril. You must protect me then. Once we return, I might consider that matter you mentioned earlier, Gu Xuemei whispered enticingly into Zhang Hao's ear. Really? That would be wonderful. I will certainly keep you safe, Zhang Hao exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. He found himself unexpectedly grateful for this misfortune, as it not only allowed him to spend time with his crush, but also seemed to garner her affection. If they were rescued, he could potentially be with Gu Xuemei. How could he not feel thrilled? Zhang Hao turned to embrace Gu Xuemei, but she stepped back, saying, Not yet. I do not like boys who lack self-control. I was too impulsive. My apologies, Xuemei. Zhang Hao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and turned toward the water pool to splash his face and regain his composure. In that fleeting moment, Gu Xuemei's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Qin Yang walked briskly over the scorching rocks, soon spotting Jiang Meiding and Jiang Xiaowei waiting for him. You have finally returned. Did you find fresh water? Jiang Xiaowei inquired. Though Qin Yang had only been gone for about 15 minutes, the wait felt interminably long, and they were concerned he might have encountered danger. Upon seeing him return safely, both girls breathed a sigh of relief. I found it. Would you like to wash up? We also encountered 2 young individuals who will join us at the camp shortly, Qin Yang informed them. Yes, let us go. It would be wonderful to have water to wash with, Jiang Meiding replied. Thus, Qin Yang led the two towards the water source. At the poolside, Zhang Hao and Gu Xuemei soon spotted Qin Yang returning with the 2 girls. Upon recognizing Jiang Meiding and Jiang Xiaowei, they were both taken aback. They had expected Qin Yang's companions to be 2 males, but instead, they were 2 stunning women. Are they really that beautiful? Gu Xuemei huffed, noticing Zhang Hao's captivated gaze. Even as a straightforward male, Zhang Hao could sense the displeasure in Gu Xuemei's tone. However, it was hardly his fault. Gu Xuemei's looks could be deemed attractive within their class, but she was not the belle of the ball. That Zhang Hao would consider her a goddess was indeed a stretch. Jiang Meiding exuded maturity and authority, a quality beyond the appreciation of a straightforward university student like Zhang Hao. In contrast, Jiang Xiaowei was undoubtedly a campus beauty, a stark contrast to Gu Xuemei. It was no wonder Zhang Hao was momentarily rendered speechless. Nevertheless, he understood that a beauty like Jiang Xiaowei was beyond his reach. Securing Gu Xuemei would be a triumph in itself. You are certainly more beautiful than them. I was merely intrigued by their attire, which resembles that of boys. He quickly reassured Gu Xuemei. Besides, having girls on Qin Yang's side is beneficial for you, is it not? Gu Xuemei pouted. though she acknowledged the truth in his words. Seeing girls who were far more attractive than herself capturing her admirer's attention left her feeling quite irked. The fresh water is right here. You girls should wash up. Zhang Hao and I will keep watch over there. Call us if anything arises, Qin Yang instructed as he arrived at the poolside with Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei. The girls naturally had no objections to this arrangement. Qin Yang also took the opportunity to pull out other dry clothes from his backpack, some of which were found and others exchanged. There were 2 sets of purple and red undergarments belonging to Jiang Meiting and her sister. Though dry, they had been soaked in seawater, leaving an unpleasant odor and discomfort due to salt stains. They required washing in fresh water. Let us wash these. We can hang them up to dry and wear them comfortably later, Qin Yang said as he handed the clothes to Jiang Meiting. Upon seeing her undergarments in Qin Yang's possession, Jiang Meiting felt her cheeks flush. It was quite embarrassing to have such personal items handled by him. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, wore a look of astonishment, speculating about Qin Yang's relationship with these 2 beauties. Let us go, Qin Yang urged, leading Zhang Hao outside to keep watch. After they departed, Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei exchanged simple greetings with Gu Xiumei before proceeding to disrobe and cleanse their bodies. Aren't you concerned about being spied upon by those 2 men? Gu Xiumei inquired, her voice tinged with confusion. She had undergone a lengthy internal struggle before deciding to undress, apprehensive that Zhang Hao might be watching from some hidden spot. However, the 2 before her seemed entirely unbothered. Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei shared a knowing smile. With Qin Yang here, we feel completely at ease, Jiang Meiting replied, swiftly shedding her garments and approaching the pool, where she scooped up the crystalline, icy spring water to wash herself. As Gu Xiumei observed their alluring figures, she felt a pang of envy, realizing how amusing it was that they were untroubled by the thought of being seen while she remained apprehensive. Eventually, after a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, the trio completed their washing and called for Qin Yang. Hearing the call from a distance, Qin Yang returned to the pool with Zhang Hao. During their time apart, Qin Yang had conversed with Zhang Hao, surprised that he and Gu Xiumei were not yet a couple. Zhang Hao possessed both height and attractiveness, though he lacked half of Qin Yang's striking handsomeness. Yet he was still considered decent-looking. It was unexpected to find him so infatuated. Qin Yang regarded Gu Xiumei as somewhat of a green tea type, and based on his past experiences, he held little hope for their pairing. Nonetheless, they were on a deserted island, and who could predict what might unfold? Upon returning to the pool, Qin Yang was instantly captivated by the freshly washed Jiang Meiting and her companion, droplets of water cascading down their necklines. He felt a tightening in his pants and quickly suppressed his rising desire. Retrieving 2 plastic bottles from his backpack, he filled them with water from the pool. Plastic seemed to be ubiquitous, as he had also discovered considerable plastic waste along the beach. This desolate island appeared to have been visited by no one. Yet plastic had long made its way ashore. After filling the bottles, Qin Yang prepared to lead everyone back to their campsite. He wasn't in a hurry to bathe. Given the heat, he would soon be sweating again while working, so it seemed prudent to wait until evening to wash. Upon arriving at the campsite, Wu Shan had gathered a substantial amount of timber, both long and short. Nearby lay several coconuts, freshly plucked. You're back. Did you find fresh water? He exclaimed, noticing the 2 young newcomers with surprise. Qin Yang briefly introduced Zhang Hao and the others, then presented the 2 bottles of fresh water with a smile, saying, We found a water source over there, so we need not worry about hydration. That is splendid news. Wu Shan replied with delight. Drinking coconut water every day is simply not feasible. Finding fresh water is a remarkable blessing. Let me crack open a couple of coconuts for Zhang Hao and the others. Qin Yang remembered that Zhang Hao and his group had been hungry all day and decided to offer them some coconut to tide them over. Suddenly, urgent footsteps accompanied by screams for help echoed from the woods. Help! Help! Everyone turned towards the source of the commotion. Wang Weifeng emerged, covered in dirt, closely followed by Hu Lei. Trailing behind them was the portly Ding Kuan, who was moving more slowly and suddenly was knocked to the ground by something pursuing them. With a look of terror, Ding Kuan shouted desperately, Help! Chapter 19, The Battle with the Wild Boar. This is bad, it's a wild boar. Wu Shan exclaimed, startled. A robust, dark-skinned wild boar had charged into Ding Kuan, its sharp tusks sinking into Ding Kuan's thigh, instantly splattering blood and flesh. Ding Kuan cried out in agony and despair, but the boar bit down even harder. The gruesome scene caused the women present to gasp in horror. The wild boar, seemingly agitated, snorted a few times before abandoning Ding Kuan on the ground and charging toward the group. Wang Weifeng and Hu Lei dashed back toward Zhou Bin. Damn it! I told you to find a water source, not to provoke a wild boar. Zhou Bin yelled furiously. We didn't dare provoke it. It attacked us unexpectedly on our way back. Wang Weifeng lamented, his face drawn. Manager Zhou, the wild boar is coming. We must flee. Pan Yu cried, terrified. Already sprinting away. Zhou Bin abandoned his suitcase, running for his life. Food was in the suitcase, but the wild boar couldn't eat it, and if they didn't escape, their lives would be at stake. The group closest to the wild boar rushed toward Qin Yang, seeking safety in numbers, hoping the boar would target someone else. Qin Yang and his companions were not foolish. They had already begun to flee as the wild boar charged toward them. Everyone, climb up the trees, Wu Shan urged. A wild boar of at least 200 pounds would send even the most seasoned hunters retreating. To kill such a beast required the cooperation of 7 or 8 people along with traps, an impossible feat for ordinary individuals. However, 2 legs could hardly outrun 4. Much like a bicycle couldn't catch a car. Yet, those who ran faster than others would find greater safety. Zhou Bin and his group soon caught up to Jiang Meiting and her companions. Jiang Meiting, gripped by fear, noticed others overtaking her and felt an increasing sense of dread. Her legs trembled, and due to her oversized shoes, she stumbled and fell. Sister. Jiang Xiaowei turned back upon seeing her sister down and rushed to help her up. Wei Wei, you must run. Jiang Meiting, though frightened, did not wish for her sister to be in danger. The hefty black wild boar charged like a projectile. Jiang Xiaowei, grasping her sister's hand, refused to let go. Zhou Bin and his companions turned back, realizing the boar had been diverted by Jiang Meiting, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Shan, seeing Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei on the brink of being trampled, wore an anxious expression. This was his first encounter with a wild boar, leaving him helpless. Where's Qin Yang? Wu Shan searched for Qin Yang's figure, hoping he would have a solution. Just moments ago, Qin Yang had been ahead of him, so where had he disappeared to? The wild boar was now less than 3 meters from Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei. Just as Jiang Xiaowei helped Jiang Meiting to her feet, they realized they could not escape. In their moment of despair, a large stone, the size of a human head, flew through the air and struck the wild boar with a resounding thud. The boar let out a furious roar, diverting its attention from Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei to the person who had thrown the stone. Wow, this wild boar has a thick hide. It's not even phased. The one who had thrown the stone was Qin Yang, who, upon seeing the wild boar charge, dared not confront it directly. Despite his enhanced physical abilities, he was uncertain of his capacity to take on a wild boar alone, as they were not of the same weight class. Caution was the better part of valor. Qin Yang sprinted away, intending to lure the boar away and ensure Jiang Meiting and the others' safety. It's Qin Yang. We are saved, Jiang Xiaowei exclaimed joyously. For a fleeting moment, she had genuinely feared for her life. Jiang Meiting, however, looked on with concern, anxious for Qin Yang's safety. His selfless act of drawing the boar away for their sake deeply moved her. It was as if he were trading his life for theirs. Qin Yang, you must return safely, Jiang Meiting silently prayed. Qin Yang darted into the woods, weaving through the trees and using the terrain to evade the boar's pursuit. He hoped to distance himself enough to shake the creature off, for should it return to the campsite, it would create chaos. After running approximately 100 meters, Qin Yang felt he had created sufficient distance. He dared not venture further into the dense forest, both fearful of losing his way and encountering more wild boars. If he were to stumble upon a group of them, it would spell disaster. The wild boar behind him was remarkably tenacious, relentlessly pursuing him as if it would not relent until it had collided with Qin Yang and taken a few bites. With a powerful push from his legs, Qin Yang leaped up and grasped the trunk of a nearby tree, climbing swiftly. Upon reaching a sturdy branch, he glanced down at the wild boar below, which was pacing beneath the tree, occasionally lifting its head to grunt at him. I refuse to believe you can climb a tree. Choosing a tall and straight tree, Qin Yang was confident that the boar would be unable to ascend. Suddenly, the tree shook violently. To his astonishment, the wild boar had begun to ram the trunk, as if determined to challenge him. Perhaps it bore a grudge after he had struck it with a stone. Anxiety washed over Qin Yang. Would the boar truly manage to break the tree? He recalled hearing tales of wild boars capable of uprooting trees. Had he known, he would have selected a sturdier tree. The one he clung to swayed dangerously, leaving him feeling insecure, fearing that it might splinter under the boar's assault. After a few more collisions, the boar abruptly retreated. Finally, it was leaving. Just as Qin Yang began to breathe a sigh of relief, the boar charged back with renewed vigor. Bang! The tree shook even more violently. Goodness! It's even taking a running start. Qin Yang could clearly see the marks on the tree where the boar had struck, evidence of its formidable tusks. If it were to collide with him, even if he survived the bite, he would surely succumb to blood loss or infection on this desolate island. At this rate, it might indeed break the tree, and he could not afford to remain passive. Drawing a dagger from his pocket, Qin Yang resolved that since he could not evade the boar, he would have to eliminate it. With such copious meat on the beast, it would sustain him for quite some time. Heaven help me. Taking a deep breath to quell his fear, he focused intently on the boar below. As it charged the tree once more, Qin Yang leapt down, landing atop the wild boar. With a swift thrust, he plunged his dagger into the creature's neck. The boar thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge him. Had it been the old Qin Yang, he would have been flung several meters away. But he clung tightly, one leg gripping the boar's torso while he grasped its ear with one hand, using the dagger to slice deeply. Warm blood soaked his hands, staining them crimson as a gaping wound appeared on the boar's neck. It was surely a severed artery, and the blood flowed swiftly. Yet at that moment, the wild boar was at its most dangerous. Qin Yang dared not let his guard down. Time seemed to stretch as he felt the boar's strength wane. Eventually, it collapsed to the ground. Finally, it lay still. Sitting atop the boar, Qin Yang exhaled deeply, his clothes drenched in the creature's blood, the acrid stench assaulting his senses. He paid it no mind, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Nearly 200 pounds of meat. How could that not bring joy? Chapter 20. What is brotherhood? Qin Yang had drawn the wild boar away, allowing his companions at the camp to escape danger. Uncle Wu, is Qin Yang in trouble? Should we go help him? Jiang Mating asked anxiously as Wu Shan approached. Wu Shan sighed. Qin Yang has gone to great lengths to lure the boar away. If we intervene, we might only complicate matters. Besides, we are ill-equipped to assist. The wild boar was far beyond the capacity of these unarmed individuals to handle. They could only trust that Qin Yang would successfully evade it and return safely. Uncle Wu is right. Sister, we mustn't create more trouble for Qin Yang, Jiang Shaowei reassured. Meanwhile, Zhou Bin hurried back to his own camp, positioning himself beside his luggage. He thought to himself, if that fool were to perish at the jaws of the wild boar, it would be nothing short of delightful. Zhou Bin felt no gratitude for Qin Yang's efforts. Hu Lei, on the other hand, rushed to check on Ding Kuan's condition. Ding Kuan lay in a pool of his own blood, his complexion pale and unconscious. Kuan, how are you? Hu Lei knelt beside Ding Kuan, horrified by the gaping wounds on his legs and abdomen. Ding Kuan did not stir. Hu Lei understood that Ding Kuan was beyond saving. Having lost so much blood and with such horrific injuries, his fate was sealed on this island without medical assistance. Hu Lei stood and approached Zhou Bin. Wang Weifeng and Pan Yu sat on the ground, shaken, their bodies feeling weak as the adrenaline waned. Upon seeing Hu Lei approach, Zhou Bin noted Ding Kuan still lying in his blood and thought, could he have actually died? What a worthless fool, one less person to share food with. Hu Lei approached Zhou Bin with an expressionless demeanor, stating, Boss, my brother got into this mess while trying to help you find fresh water. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Zhou Bin raised an eyebrow, considering this an attempt at extortion. Just as he was about to lash out, he reconsidered and decided to placate Hu Lei for the moment. After all, it was merely a verbal agreement. Once they returned, the matter would be at his discretion. There was no need to push him too hard. Hu Lei's life was expendable, whereas Zhou Bin still had a bright future ahead. You're right. Upon our return, I will offer 200,000. You can deliver it to his family. Will that satisfy you? Hu Lei's heart leapt at the prospect. Ding Kuan had no wife, only an elderly father in the countryside. That 200,000 would be his to spend freely, but he and Ding Kuan shared a bond of life and death. Though this one experience would be Ding Kuan's last, as a true brother, he would surely send 2,000 to his father. That is what brotherhood means. Then I thank you on behalf of my brother, boss, Hu Lei said, turning to find a suitable spot to serve as a grave for his dear friend. Before the wild boar's carcass, Qin Yang resolved to bring it back with him. Leaving it here would likely attract other predators due to the scent of blood. Moreover, with the heat, the meat would spoil quickly if not processed, and that would be a significant loss. Could I truly lift this massive creature? Qin Yang pondered as he gazed at the large wild boar lying on the ground. He grasped its front and hind legs and exerted tremendous force. Ho! To his astonishment, he hoisted the entire wild boar onto his shoulder. Qin Yang set off toward the camp, carrying the boar. Meanwhile, Jiang Mating and the others anxiously awaited his return. As time passed without sign of Qin Yang, a troubling thought crept into their minds. Perhaps he was in grave danger. Jiang Mating felt the most distressed. Knowing that Qin Yang had taken such risks to save her, she could scarcely bear to contemplate the possibility of his misfortune. The rustling of leaves echoed through the forest. Could it be Qin Yang returning? Jiang Mating and her sister exchanged excited glances at the source of the sound. The others were similarly drawn to the noise. Though their reactions differed, Wu Shan, Zhang Hao, and the others remained vigilant. They fervently hoped it was Qin Yang returning. Yet, if it were not him but rather a wild beast, they would need to flee. Covered in blood and bearing the weight of the wild boar on his shoulder, Qin Yang emerged before them. It was truly Qin Xiaoga. I cannot be mistaken. He has returned with a wild boar. Wu Shan rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not dreaming, utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Hao and Gu Xuemei shared the same astonishment, their shock palpable. Upon recognizing Qin Yang, Jiang Mating and Jiang Shaowei rushed toward him. Bang! Qin Yang released his grip, allowing the wild boar to tumble to the ground. Upon seeing Jiang Meiting and her companion approach, a smile graced his lips as he reassured them. Do not worry, I am unscathed. Look at this magnificent wild boar. We shall feast to our heart's content. However, to his surprise, Jiang Meiting suddenly enveloped him in a warm embrace, one that was surprisingly vigorous. It is truly wonderful that you are safe. Qin Yang felt the softness pressing against him, realizing that Jiang Meiting's concern was genuine. His heart swelled with gratitude. For aside from his mother, no other woman had ever shown him such care. Jiang Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback as well. It was her first time witnessing her sister embrace another man. However, given that Qin Yang had saved their lives, a mere hug seemed insufficient to convey their profound appreciation. Thus, Jiang Xiaowei joined in the embrace, exclaiming, "We are so relieved you returned safely. My sister and I were nearly frightened to death." Wu Shan, Zhang Hao, and Gu Shui Mei rushed over. "Qin Ge, you actually took down this wild boar." Upon noticing the gathering crowd, Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei felt a bit embarrassed to still be hugging Qin Yang and quickly released him. Nonetheless, the attention of the others was firmly fixed on the wild boar, oblivious to any awkwardness. As the softness of the embrace faded, Qin Yang felt a lingering sense of longing, especially as he caught sight of Jiang Meiting's flushed cheeks, stirring a rush of blood to his head. "Are you injured? Why are there so many bloodstains on you?" Jiang Meiting inquired with concern. "It is nothing. This blood belongs to the wild boar, not me. I am unharmed." Qin Yang clarified. "How on earth did you manage to kill this wild boar? It is simply incredible," Zhang Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the lifeless creature. "I had climbed a tree, but I did not expect this beast to charge it. It must have knocked itself senseless, allowing me to strike it down." Qin Yang chuckled, intentionally omitting the finer details. Taking down such a large wild boar would be dangerous even with a firearm. Qin Ge truly was remarkable. "We must quickly process the boar meat, otherwise it will spoil before we can use it," Wu Shan declared, giving Qin Yang a thumbs up. "Old Wu is right. Let us all lend a hand. With so much meat, we will not have to worry about hunger for quite some time." Qin Yang responded. "By the way, Old Wu, do you know how to preserve the meat for longer?" Qin Yang asked, recalling that Wu Shan seemed knowledgeable about such matters. He had two methods in mind, smoking and drying, but knowing and doing are two different things. Having someone experienced would undoubtedly enhance efficiency. I am quite familiar with this. My father-in-law used to butcher pigs, and during holidays, we would make smoked meat. I often assisted him, Wu Shan replied with a grin. "That is splendid." Just as Qin Yang and the others were preparing to process the wild boar, they noticed Zhou Bin and his group had appeared beside them unnoticed. Zhou Bin suddenly interjected, "This wild boar was discovered by our team first. You cannot keep it all for yourselves. We deserve half. Do you have no shame?" Qin Yang risked his life for this boar. "What gives you the right to claim half?" Zhang Hao retorted, unsure of Zhou Bin's group, but aware they were not aligned with Qin Yang, especially since Ding Kuan belonged to Zhou Bin's side. He observed that Ding Kuan was still alive, yet no one tended to him, leaving him to languish as if he were a mere dog. This was a shocking realization for him as a university student. Now, these individuals had the audacity to demand a share of the meat that Qin Yang had fought for. "How dare you speak that way? Our people did not risk their lives. That man lying there is one of ours, Ding Kuan. He is on the brink of death. Yet you still dare to demand a share. Do you understand?" Zhou Bin shouted, pointing aggressively at Zhang Hao, while Qin Yang disregarded him. Knowing he was no match for him, it was intolerable for a young brat to shout at him. Although the hunt was solely Qin Yang's achievement, he could not simply allow Zhou Bin to take a slice of the pie. "Zhou Bin is correct. My brother lost his life because of this wild boar, so we are entitled to half of the meat. Otherwise, my brother will surely not rest in peace." Hu Lei chimed in solemnly. Pan Yu then turned to Jiang Meiting, saying, "Manager Jiang, you should persuade Qin Yang." Although there were misunderstandings between him and Manager Zhou, our team contributed to the hunt as well. You cannot monopolize it. As colleagues within the same company, we should share. Upon hearing Zhou Bin's demands, Jiang Meiting and the others frowned, recognizing the logic as nothing short of robbery. "Since you insist, I am not a selfish person. If you desire the wild boar meat, bring something of value to exchange," Qin Yang proposed, contemplating the nearly 200 pounds of meat. Given that they lacked the tools to process it all before it spoiled, trading some for other goods seemed reasonable. "On what grounds?" Zhou Bin scowled. "This wild boar has ample meat. Even if we give you half, you would not finish it all. Rescue will arrive soon, and this meat will go to waste anyway." "On what grounds, you ask?" Qin Yang retorted, wielding his knife and wiping the blood from its blade. "Take it or leave it. If you do not wish to exchange, you may leave." He then ignored Zhou Bin and called out to Wu Shan and Zhang Hao to begin processing the boar. Wu Shan, having helped butcher pigs during the holidays, utilized the same techniques here. When Qin Yang dispatched the wild boar, he had already drained its blood, saving that step. They first lit a fire to singe the hair off the boar, then proceeded to gut it, removing the entrails before cutting it into pieces. Following this, they would employ the smoking method for long-term preservation. Qin Yang poured himself a refreshing drink of iced tea, guzzling it down before sharing some with the others. He then handed the bottle to Zhang Hao, instructing, "Zhang Hao, take this bottle and gather a few plastic ones outside, then fetch some water." Zhang Hao took the empty bottle and went off with Gu Shui to collect water, while Qin Yang and Wu Shan began to singe the pig's hair. Zhou Bin and his companions watched with varied expressions as Qin Yang and the others energetically processed the wild boar meat. Wang Weifeng, Pan Yu, and Hu Lei all glanced at Zhou Bin, hoping he would negotiate with Qin Yang for some of the boar meat. With so much meat available, it was hard not to be tempted. However, the food remained under Zhou Bin's control, and his word would be final. If they rationed it, it could sustain them for 2 days, but who knew when rescue would arrive? What would happen once the food ran out? After some contemplation, Zhou Bin resolved to negotiate for some wild boar meat. He approached Qin Yang and inquired, "I wish to trade. How would you like to exchange?" In terms of pure value, the wild boar meat held greater worth. However, the bread, sausages, and instant noodles in his possession were extremely scarce on this deserted island. He knew he could not merely trade by size, or he would suffer a significant loss. "I will trade you a whole hind leg of the pig for half of the food you have," Qin Yang proposed. "Just for one leg? I want half." Zhou Bin countered. "What are you dreaming about? The food you possess is equivalent to 1 day's sustenance for my men. I could offer you 1/5 of the wild boar meat, which would last you several days. If you do not trade now, you may only be left with a pig intestine covered in dung." Qin Yang chuckled. "Make the trade, Zhou Manager." "Indeed, Zhou Manager. It is meat that will last several days. You will not regret it." Pan Yu and Wang Weifeng encouraged. "Very well." Zhou Bin opened his suitcase and took out half of the provisions: 3 loaves of bread, 2 packets of instant noodles, 3 sausages, a can of luncheon meat, and some snacks. Qin Yang approached the freshly cleaned wild boar, preparing to cut off a hind leg. Fortunately, Wu Shan was there, knowing how to dismantle the pork. Following Lao Wu's instructions, he deftly sliced the knife, revealing the fresh meat beneath the boar's skin. After making a few cuts around the joint, he forcefully twisted and successfully removed a hind leg. Had Qin Yang attempted this alone, he would have struggled immensely. Qin Yang handed the boar's leg to Zhou Bin, taking the food in exchange, thus completing their transaction. The leg must have weighed several dozen pounds. How Zhou Bin and the others chose to process it was beyond Qin Yang's concern. "Qin Yang, why would you trade for such meager items? That boar's leg weighs at least several dozen pounds. Aren't we at a disadvantage?" Jiang Meiting inquired, curious, as she knew Qin Yang was not one to suffer losses easily. Qin Yang packed the exchanged items into his backpack, explaining, "The temperature on the island is excessively high. Processing so much wild boar meat would consume considerable time. And if we fail to manage it properly, it will spoil. Trading for some supplies ensures nothing goes to waste. Besides, wild boar meat is not particularly flavorful. Compared to domestic pigs, wild boars are more active, resulting in tougher meat with less fat and lacking the rich aroma of regular pork. More importantly, wild boars are not castrated and have a varied diet, which imparts a gamey taste to the meat. Without proper 5-spice seasoning, its flavor is rather unremarkable. Nevertheless, having meat to eat is a blessing. It suffices to fill our stomachs." Qin Yang handed his backpack to Jiang Meiting, saying, "Manager Jiang, please take care of this backpack for me." Jiang Meiting accepted it, nodding earnestly, fully aware of how much Qin Yang valued the contents of his backpack. Even if it only contained half a bottle of iced tea, he would never allow anyone to touch it, always carrying it himself. Now entrusting it to her was a clear indication of his trust, which brought her immense joy. Subsequently, Qin Yang and Wu Shan began to carve the meat from the wild boar, cutting it into suitable sizes for smoking. Qin Yang temporarily lent his knife to Wu Shan, as such specialized tasks required the expertise of a professional. He assisted from the sidelines. The dagger was no comparison to a butcher's knife, significantly slower in speed. However, on a deserted island, having any knife was a boon. Otherwise, they would be unable to process the boar. After about half an hour, most of the meat had been cut from the boar. Neatly arranged red meat lay on the ground, a sight that was quite pleasing. Zhang Hao and Gu Shui also returned with several bottles of fresh water. Qin Yang took a large chunk of meat and instructed Zhang Hao and the others to roast it. "Lao Wu, should we salt the meat before smoking it? Do you know how to boil salt from seawater?" Qin Yang asked Wu Shan, concerned about the high temperatures on the island and the potential spoilage of the meat during the smoking process. Although he was aware that seawater could be used to produce salt, the process was quite complex and not as simple as merely boiling the seawater down. Consuming too much of that salt could lead to poisoning. Wu Shan replied, "Boiling salt takes a long time. If we rely solely on an empty can to boil it, the meat will spoil before we finish. First, Go find a large quantity of dry grass and branches to burn. Chapter 22. The Great Use of Ashes. Was this about obtaining wood ash? Upon hearing Wu Shan's words, Qin Yang immediately thought of wood ash. In his childhood, there was a food made using wood ash. However, he had not known that wood ash could also be used for curing meat. Wu Shan nodded, explaining that since they could not obtain enough salt for the time being, they would have to use wood ash to draw moisture from the meat, which also had antibacterial properties. I'll go get some right away, Qin Yang declared. I'll help too. After all, the wild boar meat isn't cooked yet and can't be eaten, Zhang Hao suggested eagerly. Then let's go together, Qin Yang responded, pleased with Zhang Hao's initiative. Recognizing the value of having such a capable person around, let's lend a hand. The Jiang sisters also decided to assist. Meanwhile, Gu Shui Mei watched the roasting meat by the fire, indifferent. She thought to herself that these people were quite diligent, with so many volunteers. She would not have to involve herself. She could hardly wait to indulge in the roasted meat. Zhang Hao and I are enough. You all can help by finishing the roasting, Qin Yang said with a smile, noting that collecting firewood did not require so many people. All right. We will certainly make the meat delicious for you when you return, Jiang Shaowei replied with a sweet smile. Soon, Qin Yang and Zhang Hao each gathered a large bundle of firewood and placed it in a clearing. Qin Yang ignited it, allowing it to blaze brightly. They continued to gather more firewood, adding it to the growing flames, making several trips back and forth. The quantity of meat to be cured was substantial, requiring ample wood ash. What do you think Qin Yang and the others are doing? They're bustling about. Zhou Bin and his companions mused around their fire, skewering large chunks of wild boar meat on sticks. They glanced towards Qin Yang's group. The hind leg they had traded for lay on the ground, resting on a piece of clothing, showing signs of having been cut. Zhou Bin was fortunate to have found a small fruit knife in his suitcase, which was barely adequate for cutting meat. Have they lost their minds, tossing perfectly good meat into the ash? Pan Yu exclaimed in surprise. From Zhou Bin's perspective, after Qin Yang and his group had worked tirelessly, they began to throw the sliced meat into the ash pile. Zhou Bin could not help but curse. Damn it. Half of my food for one boar leg, and now they're just tossing the wild boar meat away. He failed to recognize the significance of Qin Yang's actions, feeling instead that he had been duped once again, leaving him quite displeased. Is the meat done yet? Hule approached from the beach, having just taken Ding Kuan to dig a grave for his lifeless body after he had bled out. Upon returning to Zhou Bin's camp, he picked up a skewer of what appeared to be well-roasted wild boar meat and began to eat. The meat was tough and bore a strong gamey smell. However, to Hule, it mattered little. When hungry, anything tasted good. As long as he could swallow it, it would suffice to sate his hunger. Hule plopped down beside Pan Yu, relieved not to be hungry anymore, which sparked more thoughts. Though Pan Yu was not as exquisite as the Jiang sisters, she was still a young woman in her 20s, with an appealing appearance and figure. Had he not known about Pan Yu's entanglement with Zhou Bin, he might have acted on his desires. Hule, can you figure out what Qin Yang and the others are up to? Wang Weifeng inquired, speculating that perhaps the rough Hule could discern something. Hule gazed at Qin Yang's camp across the way. Initially taken aback, he then seemed to realize something. Turning to look at the hind leg of the boar resting near Zhou Bin, he noticed several flies buzzing around. Hule stated, they must be using wood ash to cure the wild boar meat. We should hurry and learn from them to process the pig leg, otherwise it will spoil soon. Really? Wood ash can cure pork? Isn't that just making the meat dirty? Zhou Bin and his companions were perplexed. Dirty? Wood ash is cleaner than your face. It can even kill bacteria. We should follow Qin Yang's method, or else the pig leg will smell bad by nightfall, and we won't have anything left to eat. Hule exclaimed loudly. Thus, they hurriedly began to process the boar's hind leg, aware that it represented several days' worth of food they could not afford to let spoil. Wu Shan cut off the final piece of wild boar meat and tossed it into the wood ash. Qin Yang's role was to ensure the meat was thoroughly coated in ash. A total of 30 pieces of wild boar meat were harvested, each weighing approximately 5 to 6 pounds. The entrails and bones were buried by Qin Yang in a pit dug on the beach. The process was laborious and time-consuming, and lacking spices would render any dish unpalatable, hence the decision to inter them. If needed in the future, they could be exhumed for other uses, but certainly not for consumption. Additionally, a pile of wood ash needed to be prepared and applied once more before proceeding to smoke the meat. Wu Shan meticulously cleaned the dagger and returned it to Qin Yang, who wrapped it in a cloth and tucked it into his pocket. Observing the heap of ash, transformed from a grayish hue to a sticky black, one could discern that the blood and moisture from the wild boar had been extracted, causing the ash to adopt this appearance upon contact with water. It appeared rather unclean, yet Qin Yang understood that wood ash was, in fact, quite clean and beneficial. Old Wu, you should rest and have something to eat. We will prepare the rest, Qin Yang stated. He mobilized everyone to continue gathering materials. This time, an extensive array of materials was required, A significant quantity of dry grass and branches was needed to produce wood ash, along with supplies for constructing shelters, smoking fuel, and the setup for the smoking area. Fortunately, the wild boar meat was enveloped in wood ash, eliminating concerns about spoilage or flies laying eggs upon it. Qin Yang felt fortunate to have Zhang Hao join them, as the benefits of having more hands became evident at this moment. As evening approached, 3 rudimentary shelters were erected at the juncture of the forest and beach, with a bonfire in the center and an object resembling a wardrobe nearby. This would serve as the smoking area for the wild boar meat, enclosed on 3 sides with branches and leaves, topped off to ensure the meat could be adequately smoked. The wild boar meat was already hanging and undergoing the smoking process, which Qin Yang dubbed the smoking room. Both the shelters and the smoking room were quite basic and incapable of providing waterproofing. However, rain was not imminent, and upgrades could be made over time. Why is the middle shelter larger than the other 2? Zhang Xiaowei inquired. To her, with 6 individuals at the camp, it was logical for the 3 shelters to accommodate 2 people each. Yet, the central shelter was noticeably more spacious. That's because Old Wu snores. So the larger shelter is shared among the 3 of us. We currently lack materials to build another one, so we'll have to make do. Moreover, this arrangement makes it easier to protect you, right? Zhang manager has taken such good care of me at the company. If anything were to happen to you, I would feel guilty. Qin Yang scratched his head in response. In truth, he had never considered sharing a shelter with anyone else. The prospect of being in a shelter with the soft and fragrant Zhang manager was far more appealing than squeezing in with old Wu. Wu Shan pondered privately. Do I snore? I had no idea. But since I can have a shelter to myself, I do not mind being wronged by Qin Yang. Zhang Xiaowei thought to herself. I don't believe you. Is this deliberate to get closer to me? Nevertheless, she did not mind, as having Qin Yang around provided a genuine sense of security. After all they had been through, her attitude towards Qin Yang had undergone a profound transformation. Having never felt anything for a man before, she seemed to develop a unique sentiment towards him. Zhang Meiting, on the other hand, felt her cheeks flush, as if recalling something. Would Qin Yang do anything to her at night? Why was she feeling a hint of anticipation? Chapter 23, The Test. The night enveloped them. Before darkness fell, Qin Yang went to the water pool to wash himself and donned clean clothes. These garments had been washed by Zhang Meiting, dried at the camp, and were considerably more comfortable than his previous ones. At this moment, everyone gathered around the bonfire, casually engaging in conversation. The day had been both thrilling and fulfilling. But now, as they relaxed, fatigue set in. Gradually, the atmosphere began to shift. Under the flickering firelight, the expressions of those present turned serious, their gazes reflecting deep contemplation. Qin Yang was no exception. They all understood the stark and harsh reality before them. Another day had passed, and there was still no sign of rescue. Although everyone intentionally avoided the topic, it weighed heavily on each of their minds. Despite the significant haul of wild boar meat, if they could be rescued, not a single one would hesitate to forego food for several days. Returning to their former lives was the deepest desire harbored within each of them. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed increasingly unlikely. Qin Yang tended to think pessimistically. He believed the rescue was unlikely to happen now, and the survival mode on the deserted island had begun. I'm going to sleep now. I'll take the second watch later, he announced, assigning Wu Shan and Zhang Hao to keep watch for the first half of the night. He set his alarm for around 2 o'clock to wake up. With Zhang Hao's addition, he no longer needed to wake at midnight for the second watch. Qin Yang entered the larger central shelter, which was rather rudimentary, with branches propped together to form a triangular structure resembling a small wooden hut. Only the sides were lined with leaves, serving as makeshift walls. The front and back remained open, lacking any form of shielding. The glow of the bonfire illuminated the interior, preventing complete darkness. The ground was covered with a layer of dry grass and some clothing, a significant improvement compared to the previous night. Qin Yang lay down and quickly fell asleep, utterly exhausted after a day that marked his first experience in hunting a wild boar. One man, one knife, taking down a wild boar, if he were to return. This feat would certainly be a tale worthy of a lifetime of boasting. Before long, Zhang Meiting and Zhang Xiaowei entered the shelter. Qin Yang had already reclined, his eyes closed, appearing to be in slumber. Observing his face, they noticed that his cheeks were notably darker than other areas, displaying some peeling due to the island's fierce sun, which he had not protected himself from. However, his naturally tanned complexion did not appear out of place. Rather, it lent him an air of rugged masculinity. The sisters felt fortunate, had it not been for Qin Yang. They could not fathom how long they would have survived on the island, likely still hungry. They gently settled down, cautious not to make a sound that might disturb Qin Yang. As before, Zhang Meiting took the central position. The previous night, they had fallen asleep with trepidation, but tonight felt far more secure, at least sheltered from the elements. Not long after, Zhang Xiaowei drifted into slumber, her breathing rhythmic and even. Jiang Meiting, however, remained lost in thought. She could distinctly hear Qin Yang's breathing and catch a whiff of his scent. It had been ages since she had been in such close proximity to a man. She squeezed her legs together, acknowledging her own desires. After all, she was merely a woman, with natural inclinations. Suddenly, Jiang Meiting felt a shiver as a pair of strong arms encircled her waist, pulling her closer into Qin Yang's embrace. Her breath quickened. Could it be that Qin Yang was still awake? She turned her head slightly to glance at him, but his eyes remained closed. It seemed he had indeed fallen asleep, though his restlessness had increased. Jiang Meiting's face flushed, yet she did not resist, fearing to awaken him. Knowing he was undoubtedly exhausted and would need to rise for the night watch, she was aware that her sister was a deep sleeper, so she was not concerned about being seen. She believed that once Qin Yang awakened for his watch, he would naturally release her. Thus, she was quietly embraced by Qin Yang. Were it not for the fact that Qin Yang remained still, she might have doubted whether he was truly asleep. She pondered whether he might think her too advanced in years. If only she could turn back the clock by a decade, or even just 7 or 8 years. Jiang Meiting's thoughts began to wander, her breathing gradually calming as she gently slipped into slumber. Meanwhile, Qin Yang, who had been soundly sleeping, suddenly felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. His eyes fluttered open, brimming with excitement. Indeed, Manager Jiang shared the same sentiments as he did. During the day, Jiang Meiting's concern for him had stirred his heart. He couldn't resist the urge to validate his suspicions. Fortunately, he had not been mistaken. Qin Yang felt a surge of exhilaration. His hands roamed lightly over her soft, fragrant form, and the tactile sensation was utterly delightful. He nearly succumbed to the temptation to take things further, but ultimately restrained himself. After all, he had already discerned that Jiang Meiting held no aversion towards him. There was no need for haste, for time was on their side. Moreover, if he wished to endure longer on this deserted island, he must exercise self-control over his desires. Otherwise, weakened by lust, he could find himself in peril should he encounter a wild boar. Matters of intimacy, while sweet as nectar, could also serve as poison. As dawn broke, Jiang Meiting awoke to find Qin Yang absent from their makeshift shelter. Had he risen this early? Recalling the events of the previous night, she wondered if he had truly fallen asleep. She rose and stepped outside, only to see Qin Yang not far away, seemingly rinsing his mouth. Qin Yang held some charcoal powder in his hand, placing it in his mouth, then using his finger as a makeshift toothbrush to clean his teeth. In the absence of proper dental care, this was the only method available. Maintaining oral health was crucial for long-term survival on the island. Otherwise, a toothache could indeed prove fatal. After rinsing, Qin Yang turned to see Jiang Meiting standing outside the shelter, and he approached her. "Manager Jiang, you're awake. Would you like to brush your teeth?" Jiang Meiting felt a twinge of embarrassment as Qin Yang approached, having fallen asleep in his arms the night before. Even if he had been asleep, he must have been aware of holding her during his vigil. Yet, upon hearing the mention of brushing teeth, her curiosity piqued. "We can brush our teeth?" she inquired, noticing that Qin Yang's teeth appeared quite clean. She took great care in her oral hygiene, visiting the dentist for checkups every few months. After 2 days without brushing, she felt quite uncomfortable. Qin Yang, however, showed no signs of embarrassment or awkwardness. What was there to be embarrassed about? Besides, he had not forced Jiang Meiting into anything against her will. They were both single. If sparks flew between them, it was perfectly natural. There was no shame in that. Qin Yang picked up a piece of charcoal from the fire pit and crushed it. "Here, activated charcoal, perfect for cleaning teeth," he said. Jiang Meiting was taken aback at the idea of using the dark charcoal, feeling somewhat resistant. However, recognizing that no toothpaste or toothbrush was available on the island, and seeing that Qin Yang had tried it, she conceded, "Well, I suppose I shall give it a try." Others began to awaken in succession. Wu Shan, upon rising, headed straight to the smoking chamber to continue adding wood for the smoked wild boar meat. As he stood before the smoking chamber, checking the neatly arranged meat, he suddenly shouted, "What the heck? What happened? What's wrong?" Qin Yang and Zhang Hao rushed over, eager to uncover the issue. The wild boar meat was vital to their supplies, having consumed substantial time and effort to prepare. They could not afford any problems. Upon reaching Wushan, they noted that the racks were still filled with meat, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. "What's the matter, old Wu? Isn't the wild boar meat all right?" Zhang Hao inquired. Wushan pointed to several pieces of meat, exclaiming, "We've got rodents. Look, several pieces have been gnawed on by rats. We need to cut away the damaged portions." Qin Yang and Zhang Hao examined the meat, and indeed found gnaw marks on several pieces. Although the quantity of meat consumed by the rodents was minimal, the sight of the pesky creatures nibbling here and there was quite repulsive. They identified 5 pieces of meat that had been chewed by the rats. "These rodents are truly despicable," Zhang Hao lamented. Qin Yang unsheathed his knife to remove the affected areas. The wild boar meat had been cured with plant ash. forming a protective layer that also helped to deter flies. However, after being smoked, the fat slowly seeped out, releasing a noticeable aroma. It was likely this very scent that attracted the rats. During the night, the forest rustled with the sea breeze, and they had been unaware of any rodent incursions into the smoking chamber. We must keep the smoking fire going throughout the night and remain vigilant, Wushan advised. They had not considered the possibility of rats stealing their food. The fire in the smoking chamber had extinguished by midnight. Although the rodents had not consumed large quantities of meat, neglecting the issue was not an option. Let us do as you suggest. Qin Yang concurred with Wushan's plan. They placed the cleaned wild boar meat back on the rack and, along with Zhang Hao, gathered more firewood to rekindle the smoking chamber. The group then gathered around the fire to share breakfast, which consisted of roasted wild boar meat. To be frank, the roasted wild boar meat was rather mediocre. The fat content was low, and the result was not the juicy, sizzling meat one might expect, but rather quite dry. There was no seasoning, not even salt, making it hard to find it appetizing. The meat was genuinely tough and bore an unpleasant odor. This roasted wild boar is quite unpalatable, Gu Shuemei muttered as she chewed. Don't worry, I will see if I can catch some fish. Grilled fish should taste much better, Zhang Hao reassured her. Qin Yang overheard their conversation and noted that they were not yet sufficiently hungry. Just yesterday, Gu Shuemei had devoured the roasted wild boar, driven by hunger. Any food would seem delightful when one was starving. Without spices or a proper pot, preparing the wild boar meat to be delicious was a significant challenge. However, this was of little concern. With this batch of wild boar meat, Qin Yang would not need to spend excessive time on food, allowing him to devote more time to exploring the island and crafting useful tools. He aspired to create a truly sustainable shelter, a home. The current makeshift shelter barely sufficed. Should rain come, it would be utterly inadequate, leaving them drenched. It offered no protection against water, and the fire would surely be extinguished by the rain. Without a place to store dry kindling, everything would be soaked, making it impossible to start a fire for cooking, leading to potential illness. If one were to catch a fever, it would be a true ordeal. Beside the fire, a can of luncheon meat rested atop the glowing coals, containing clams and other shellfish. While they had spent the day processing wild boar meat, Qin Yang had not forgotten about the shellfish in the can. Upon finding fresh water, it was only fitting to prepare a seafood soup. The water in the can was now boiling, and the shellfish had opened up, revealing their tender, white flesh. Qin Yang carefully removed the can from the fire using 2 twigs, the exterior charred black from the flames. Please fetch a larger shell, and let it serve as a bowl. I scooped out a little broth to taste. Delightful. Yet, the flavor was somewhat lacking. It seems I must request Lao Wu to prepare some salt. If the body fails to acquire sufficient salt over an extended period, it could lead to significant issues. Would you care for some soup? It is quite fresh, Qin Yang inquired. I would love some, as I am parched, came the reply. I too desire a taste. Everyone wished to sample the broth. Having feasted on the dry roasted wild boar meat, and thus needed something to drink, Qin Yang procured 5 relatively large shells, cleansing them with water to use as bowls. Each shell could hold 2 or 3 sips of liquid. He poured a bowl of soup for everyone. After sipping, all agreed it was quite pleasant. Once they were satiated, Qin Yang announced, I shall venture onto the island shortly to see if there are any wild fruits or vegetables, and perhaps gather some firewood. Lao Wu, you remain here at the campsite, keeping a vigilant watch over the smokehouse. The timing of the smoking must be overseen by Wu Shan, and ensure that rodents do not continue to plague our smoked meat. No problem. Lao Wu nodded. He understood that Qin Yang was preparing for a prolonged stay on the island. Just days prior, Qin Yang had not even mentioned the idea of exploring the island. But now, his sudden decision to investigate suggested he had lost hope for rescue. Wu Shan had anticipated this as well. Having spent many years at sea, he was acutely aware of the slim chances of rescue when lost in the boundless ocean. Then we shall assist, Jiang Mating declared, with Jiang Shaowei beside her nodding in agreement, eager to contribute. Zhang Hao was about to inquire if he should lend a hand. Having enjoyed a hearty meal at Qin Yang's last night, complete with a bonfire and shelter, he felt compelled to offer more help. Suddenly, the corner of his shirt was tugged by Gu Shuemai. What is it, Shuemai? Zhang Hao turned to ask. Gu Shuemai smiled. Did you not say you would catch fish for me? Let us go now and bring back plenty so everyone can have fish for lunch. She certainly did not wish for Zhang Hao to accompany them. The woods were fraught with danger, as evidenced by the wild boar encounter with Zhou Bin's group yesterday. She did not want to go herself, nor did she want Zhang Hao to go. If something were to happen to Zhang Hao, who would protect her? On this island, he was her only familiar face. Qin Yang easily discerned Gu Shuemai's intentions. However, he had no intention of allowing them to accompany him. He could evade danger alone, but with more people, they might hinder his escape. Thus, he stated, I will go alone. You all stay at the campsite and do not follow. Very well. I just wanted to go tide hunting and see what I could find, Zhang Hao replied. Gu Shuemai sighed in relief. grateful she would not have to follow. Will you be safe alone? I should accompany you. Jiang Meiting expressed concern upon hearing that Qin Yang planned to go alone. Qin Yang considered this, as he also wished to have a private conversation with Jiang Meiting after last night's trial. He nodded in agreement. Since sister is going, I must go too, Jiang Shaowei declared, not out of concern for her sister's well-being, but purely for her sister and Qin Yang's safety. One person is sufficient if danger arises. I cannot protect everyone. You should remain at the campsite. Wei, Qin Yang is right. This time you should not go, Jiang Meiting insisted, fearing for her sister's safety. But I can protect myself, Jiang Shaowei retorted, pouting. You can assist Lao Wu at the campsite. That constitutes a significant contribution, Qin Yang said, soothingly as if speaking to a child. Wu Shan, having been observed by Qin Yang, was deemed trustworthy. Indeed, Wei, you stay and help Uncle Wu. We will need to prepare salt later, and I cannot manage it all alone, Wu Shan added. Very well, but you must return safely, Qin Yang. You must protect my sister, or I shall not forgive you, Jiang Shaowei warned, shaking her fist earnestly. Chapter 25, Honesty. Rest assured, with me around, Jiang Manager will be safe, Qin Yang assured them. You must also remain vigilant at the campsite. If Zhou Bin and his group come looking for trouble, prioritize your safety and leave any reckoning for my return, Qin Yang instructed. Currently, the primary danger at the campsite stemmed from humans, particularly Zhou Bin and any potential survivors. Without Zhang Hao's presence, he would not have felt secure leaving Jiang Shaowei at the campsite. Having conveyed all necessary instructions, Qin Yang and Jiang Meiting entered the woods, beginning their exploration of the island. Towering trees obscured the sky, and numerous unidentifiable exotic plants thrived without any sign of human intervention, creating a vibrant tableau. Both Qin Yang and Jiang Meiting held long sticks over a meter in length. When they encountered dense underbrush, they would strike it with their sticks to startle any hidden serpents. In the wilderness, a snake bite meant one need not worry about hunger anymore, for the consequences were dire. Unlike in dramas, where one could simply wash out the poison, such actions only ensured company on the path to the afterlife. Occasionally, Qin Yang and Jiang Meiting exchanged a few words. Their relationship had grown significantly closer, as disasters often forge tighter bonds among individuals. Qin Yang, do you believe rescue will not come? Jiang Meiting inquired. I hold such a belief, though it is not absolute. It is possible that rescue efforts are ongoing, but may take longer. Thus, we must prepare more thoroughly. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Meiting did not seem disheartened by this, having mentally prepared herself. Yet, the thought of surviving long-term on this island with her sister was undeniably disheartening. Qin Yang, do you miss your family? Indeed. How could I not? Yet, dwelling on it is futile. Our priority is to find ways to survive, Qin Yang replied solemnly, retrieving a loaf of bread from his backpack and offering it to Jiang Meiting. Jiang Manager, please have some bread. Jiang Meiting's eyes lit up with surprise. She reached out to take it, but hesitated and withdrew her hand. Thank you, Qin Yang, but please keep it for now. I wish to save it for Wei. Qin Yang insisted, placing the bread firmly in her hand. Take it, for you barely ate this morning. I have more, and I can secretly give Shaowei some later. These provisions exchanged with Zhou Bin were limited. Qin Yang was merely bending the rules for those he cared about. Then I shall not be polite, Jiang Meiting said, warmth flooding her heart as she accepted the bread. Holding a sausage, Qin Yang continued walking, observing the surrounding flora. He noted many vividly colored plants and fruits. Faced with these unfamiliar specimens, he dared not touch them. In the wild, the more beautiful a plant, the more likely it is to be highly toxic. Each time they passed a tree, Qin Yang carved a cross into the trunk to prevent losing his way back. He stood before one tree when Jiang Meiting suddenly spoke. Did you find it comfortable holding me last night? Comfortable, Qin Yang blurted out. By the time he realized his slip, it was too late. He turned to find Jiang Meiting gazing intently at him. I knew it, Jiang Meiting exclaimed. Qin Yang, why did you do that? She was probing him. Initially, she had not thought much of it, but upon waking this morning and reflecting, it felt increasingly odd, prompting her to confront Qin Yang. Surprised, Qin Yang found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he had intended to discuss matters with Jiang Meiting, and since the subject had been broached, there was no need to hold back. With his mouth slightly agape, he prepared to speak. Jiang Meiting continued. If you truly have needs, I can fulfill them. However, you must promise me that you will not harbor any ill intentions towards my sister. The thought of Qin Yang taking advantage of Jiang Shaowei in such a manner was intolerable to her. Jiang Meiting feared that Qin Yang might exploit the situation, and she would never allow her sister to be harmed. She did not despise Qin Yang. In fact, he had saved both her and her sister's lives. Thus, she felt compelled to use this method to prevent him from developing any ulterior motives. Initially, Qin Yang was thrilled by her first statement, but he sensed something amiss with the second. He immediately detected a shift in Jiang Meiting's tone. He could easily take advantage of her words and claim her for himself. But such an act would be akin to coercion. A relationship built solely on self-interest and oppression breeds nothing but animosity. If she were an enemy, he would not hesitate. But Jiang Meiting was no enemy. She was someone who stirred his heart. He did not wish for their relationship to be defined in such a manner. Thus, he gazed intently into Jiang Meiting's eyes and earnestly said, "Manager Jiang, do you truly see me as such a wretched being?" "No, no," Jiang Meiting replied, initially expecting Qin Yang to pounce on her, but was taken aback by his response. She wondered if she was being overly sensitive. After all, Qin Yang had not behaved outrageously. He had merely embraced her. With both hands resting on Jiang Meiting's shoulders, they faced one another. She shivered slightly, her eyes darting away, unable to maintain eye contact with him. "Manager Jiang, I had intended to take advantage of this opportunity to confess my feelings to you. I like you. And last night, I could not restrain myself from holding you. I want to know if you feel anything for me. You like me?" Jiang Meiting was momentarily stunned. Qin Yang nodded vigorously, his gaze fixed upon her with intensity. Was it merely a figment of her imagination, or did he truly harbor feelings for her? Under the scrutiny of his fervent gaze, Jiang Meiting felt her face warm and her heart race. His expression and tone were so sincere that she could tell he was not feigning. This realization filled her with joy, yet she found it difficult to believe. She looked at Qin Yang, her lips parting slightly, about to speak when suddenly something fell onto her head, wriggling as if it intended to crawl onto her face. Panic surged within Jiang Meiting as she instinctively reached up to swat the creature away. "Don't move." Qin Yang grasped her wrist, quickly reaching for her hair, towering over her. He clearly saw what had landed on her head, a completely black spider. He needed to act swiftly to remove the spider before it crawled onto her face and bit her. Just as his hand made contact, the spider scurried onto his hand. Hissing in pain, he quickly flicked his hand, sending the spider to the ground, where he stomped on it. "Qin Yang, are you all right?" Jiang Meiting asked, concern etched on her face. The pain in Qin Yang's hand intensified, but he forced himself to reply, "Don't worry." He examined the back of his hand, now swollen and discolored. Chapter 26. Poison. "Damn, what terrible luck. This spider was venomous." Qin Yang cursed inwardly. Initially, the spider appeared dull in color, leading him to believe that even if it were poisonous, its venom would not be severe. To his dismay, his hand began to swell. What troubled him further was the growing difficulty in breathing, a dire omen. "What should we do?" "Qin Yang, you've been bitten by a venomous spider." Jiang Meiting noticed the swelling of his hand, which looked severe. Qin Yang began to feel dizzy and weak, accompanied by fever and nausea, thinking, "I have no idea what to do. Am I really going to perish from the bite of this tiny spider?" There were no medicines available on this island to treat him, and he was at a loss for how to counteract the poison. "Qin Yang, you can't leave me. Let me help you extract the venom," Jiang Meiting cried, her voice trembling. If it weren't for Qin Yang, she would have been the one bitten. Seeing him in such a state made her desperate to do something for him. "No, if you get poisoned too, it would be for naught," Qin Yang interjected, stopping her. He was concerned that Jiang Meiting would also fall victim to the venom, rendering his own suffering in vain. He sat down on the ground, using his uninjured hand to apply pressure to the wound, forcing out some dark blood. Then he sucked a few times, spitting out the contaminated blood. He knew this would only buy him a little time. The toxin had already entered his bloodstream. Without an antidote, he was doomed. "Have I extracted the venom? Is that sufficient?" Jiang Meiting knelt beside him. Qin Yang shook his head. The toxin had long spread throughout his body. Without medication, there was no hope for detoxification. "What should we do? Should we return to the camp and seek help?" Jiang Meiting's eyes were red, tears welling up. "It's useless. I might lose consciousness on the way. While I still have my wits about me, I want to spend a little more time with you," Qin Yang said, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, his breathing had become labored, and he felt an increasing warmth in his body. Even if he returned to the camp, it would be futile. He preferred to remain with Jiang Meiting, as she was the person he had known the longest there. "Manager Jiang, you have yet to answer me." Qin Yang managed to force a smile. Jiang Meiting's face bore the streaks of tears. She felt both guilt and fear. Upon hearing his words, she leaned in closer. Qin Yang anticipated that she would whisper in his ear, but the next moment, he felt a cool sensation on his lips. His eyes widened as Jiang Meiting gently pressed her lips against his. Though she did not utter a word, Qin Yang understood her answer. He responded with equal fervor. Their kiss lingered for several minutes before finally breaking apart, leaving a shimmering silver thread in the air. Qin Yang initiated the end, feeling his eyelids grow heavy. Fearing that he might lose consciousness before finishing what he needed to say, Jiang Meiting held him tightly, acutely aware of his abnormal temperature. Choking back tears, she said, "Qin Yang, you cannot leave me. What should I do?" In her embrace, Qin Yang found no thoughts of desire, his head growing heavier, as if he were on the verge of collapsing. He gently patted her back. Do not weep. You must remember to follow the marks I left when you return to the camp. Take my backpack and dagger, as well as my watch. It is very useful and won't run out of power. Once back, do not trust anyone easily. Ensure you survive. Realizing Qin Yang was uttering his last words, Jiang Meiting broke down, tears streaming down her face. To be honest, I am quite grateful for this incident. Otherwise, I would not have had the chance to be with you. His words were abruptly cut off as his hand slipped from Jiang Meiting's back. She trembled, gazing at him. At that moment, Qin Yang had closed his eyes. He still breathed, but had succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Yang, wake up. You cannot die. I won't allow it. Jiang Meiting shook him desperately, her heart aching as memories of their time together flooded her mind, realizing that he had unwittingly carved a place in her heart. Today, they had come to understand each other's feelings. Qin Yang was on the brink of death from poisoning, all because of his own actions. She could not accept such a fate. No matter how she shook him, Qin Yang remained unresponsive. Jiang Meiting held him tightly, tears streaming down her face. She was determined to stay by his side until the very end. Qin Yang could sense Jiang Meiting shaking him and could hear her words. Yet he was powerless to open his eyes or utter a sound. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness. Perhaps he would slowly lose all consciousness and eventually succumb to death. He had imagined countless ways to die: sudden death at work, a car accident, succumbing to illness, or a peaceful passing. His preferred methods were a natural death or a blissful demise. Just think, one could simply close their eyes and life would reach its conclusion, free from pain and suffering. How serene. A blissful death, on the other hand, was exhilarating, though it might leave others with lingering shadows that seemed somewhat excessive. Being held by Manager Jiang was not so bad. Yet, he felt a pang of regret for not having established a deeper connection with her. However, that kiss was a start at least. Time passed, and in Jiang Meiting's embrace, Qin Yang's breath became nearly imperceptible. Suddenly, a strong heartbeat resonated. Then the rhythmic thumping echoed like a drum. Thump, 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 thump. Jiang Meiting's eyes, red and swollen, flickered with astonishment, soon replaced by an expression of hope. She cradled Qin Yang's face, feeling the temperature of his body beginning to drop. After about a minute, with a sudden gasp, Qin Yang opened his eyes wide, inhaling deeply as if he had been rescued from drowning. Jiang Meiting's face lit up with excitement as she fiercely embraced him. You're okay. Thank goodness. Her softness pressed against him. I'm still alive. Qin Yang was astounded, his hands exploring the form before him. The sensation undeniably real. He had indeed survived. He was still a bit dizzy and felt an overwhelming hunger, as if he hadn't eaten in days. Glancing at his watch, he realized it had been less than an hour since he was bitten by the spider. The swelling on the back of his hand had subsided. Were it not for the 2 small bite marks, he might have thought it was all just a dream. His stomach growled audibly. You're hungry. Eat something quickly. Jiang Meiting released him and handed him her backpack, anxious that Qin Yang might starve. She was still overwhelmed with joy after the scare he had given her when his breathing had nearly ceased, not bothering to ponder why he had suddenly recovered. She felt that as long as he was fine, that was sufficient. Qin Yang rummaged through the backpack and pulled out the only can of luncheon meat, devouring it ravenously. In just a few bites, he had polished off 500 grams of the meat. Chapter 27. You smell wonderful. Eat slowly, don't choke. Jiang Meiting handed him a bottle of water. He accepted it and drank half in one go, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. The sensation of hunger disappeared, and he regained strength, showing no signs of poisoning. I'm so glad you're okay. You frightened me, Jiang Meiting said, still shaken. Qin Yang pulled her into an embrace, grateful that he had survived. He speculated that his body had undergone some changes. Not only had his physical condition improved, but he had also developed a resistance to toxins, which was unexpected. What exactly had he stepped on back then? He recalled the moment by the seaside when he had felt a sharp sting on his foot and seen a flash of red. He must have punctured his foot, yet there was no visible wound. The changes in his body must have begun from that moment. Though he couldn't fully comprehend it, it was ultimately a blessing. He had narrowly escaped death. No longer dwelling on it, he felt a surge of desire for the woman in his arms. Since he was fine now, perhaps they could progress further? Manager Jiang, does this mean we are officially together? Jiang Meiting shyly nodded. Wonderful. Qin Yang planted a kiss on her cheek. Her face flushed as she buried her head against his chest, unable to meet his gaze. She had never imagined finding a boyfriend who was a decade younger, especially one of her subordinates. It felt like a glitch from a Korean drama. Qin Yang, why do you like me? I'm so much older than you and have been divorced. This question had been on her mind since earlier. Before the ordeal, she had her own car, house, and savings, and was well maintained, considered a small wealthy lady. Yet on this island, she had nothing but her appearance. Given her age, she felt she could not compete with younger women. If Qin Yang liked her solely for her looks, it would inevitably sadden her. She valued relationships deeply, otherwise, She wouldn't have remained unmarried for nearly a decade after her divorce. Because you make my heart race. Liking you is simply that. No other factors matter. Do you really lack such confidence in yourself? Qin Yang gazed into Jiang Meiting's eyes. Her heart raced at his gaze. By the way, Manager Jiang, you're such a wonderful person. Why did you get divorced? Qin Yang asked, puzzled, as he couldn't fathom why someone as exceptional as Jiang Meiting would end a marriage. Jiang Meiting hesitated before responding, because I am congenitally infertile. Would that bother you? This revelation had significantly impacted her, leading her to forego remarriage. How could I possibly mind? I like you for who you are, and on this island, there are no conditions for having children, so we need not worry about it, Qin Yang replied, elated, as he realized he wouldn't need to concern himself with potential complications. You truly don't mind? But if we are rescued and return, would you still be okay with it? Would you still want to be with me? Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Jiang Meiting to consider their future after returning. Her words indicated she was genuinely contemplating their relationship, which touched him. Yet, he was still reveling in the notion of not needing to worry about complications. You're hesitating. Jiang Meiting observed his pause, disappointment clouding her expression. So you do care? No, I was merely reflecting on whether we can truly return. Regardless, I want to be with you. Qin Yang hurriedly clarified, fearing Jiang Meiting might misinterpret his silence. Their eyes locked, and the air was thick with tension. This time, Qin Yang initiated a kiss, his hands wandering across her form. Just as he signaled his intentions to deepen their connection, Jiang Meiting halted him. You've just escaped danger. You mustn't strain your body, she admonished. Having seen him so close to death, she was wary of any strain on his health. I'm fine. I'm in great shape. I could take down several wild boars. No, listen to me, or I'll be upset. Jiang Meiting pushed away his roaming hand, her own desires ignited. But she knew she must be patient for Qin Yang's sake. Very well, I'll lie down and rest for a bit, then we can head back, Qin Yang said, resting his head on Jiang Meiting's lap. They hadn't ventured far and had found little of value. Qin Yang had almost lost his life. The wilds were fraught with danger. He resolved to take matters into his own hands next time. You smell wonderful, Manager Jiang, he said, relishing the comfort of her soft thigh. Looking up, he was met with the perfect curve of her silhouette. He couldn't see Jiang Meiting's face, even when she stood. She couldn't see her toes, and now she naturally couldn't see his face either. What nonsense are you spouting? Just rest. Jiang Meiting was pleased that Qin Yang listened to her. She gently stroked his head with her soft, delicate hand, as if soothing a child. At this moment, Jiang Meiting captivated Qin Yang's heart. In truth, I am perfectly fine now. However, as Qin Yang gazed at the perfect curve before him, he felt a parched throat. Be obedient. How about this? Qin Yang's hands began to wander restlessly. Do as you wish. Jiang Meiting noticed the imposing bulge in Qin Yang's trousers and allowed him to indulge his desires. This sensation was also a long-lost pleasure for her. In the campsite, Wu Shan and Jiang Shaowei were by the campfire boiling salt. Uncle Wu, is the salt made this way really edible? Jiang Shaowei inquired. Of course it is. But without an iron pot, the amount of salt produced in this can is too little, and it wastes too much time, Wu Shan replied. Pulling the can from the charcoal fire, a layer of white substance at the bottom was the finished salt. Once cooled, Wu Shan scraped the salt off with a shell, yielding only a meager 10 grams, barely enough for 2 days. Wu Shan tasted a bit of salt on his finger and remarked, quite successful. Shaowei, do you want to try? Jiang Shaowei dipped her finger in and tasted it, confirming it was indeed salt. Wu Shan placed the salt in a larger shell for storage and continued to prepare the next batch. On the other side of the campsite, Zhou Bin and his companions were imitating Qin Yang and constructing their own camp, attempting to smoke wild boar meat. At the edge of the forest stood 3 shelters, even more rudimentary than Qin Yang's. At this moment, Wang Weifeng and Hu Lei were inside, while Zhou Bin and Pan Yu had gone into the woods to vent their frustrations. Wang Weifeng, do you want to be with that flirt, Pan Yu? Hu Lei asked Wang Weifeng. Wang Weifeng looked at Hu Lei in surprise. What do you mean? Zhou Manager. He's nothing but a fool. Do you really think rescue will come? The outside world must believe that everyone on the boat is dead, since we cannot return. Does Zhou Bin think he is still the boss? Why should women and food belong to him while he does nothing? Hu Lei retorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. He only listens to Zhou Bin because of the money. Now that we cannot return, Zhou Bin's empty promises are worthless. So why should he continue to cater to Zhou Bin? Chapter 28, Infighting. Where's the rescue? I am truly fed up with this wretched place. Zhou Bin emerged from the woods, adjusting his pants, followed closely by Pan Yu. She too was growing weary of Zhou Bin's impulsiveness, pondering whether rescue would ever arrive. If it did not, she would suffer greatly. Surely, she could not rely on Zhou Bin's speed alone. The two returned to the campsite. Upon seeing Zhou Bin return so quickly, Hu Lei sneered dismissively. That was rather short. Hu Lei stood up, while Wang Weifeng's eyes darted about, anticipating the unfolding drama. Pan Yu, come with me to the woods, Hu Lei said, reaching out to pull her along. What are you doing? Pan Yu frowned, retreating behind Zhou Bin. Hee. Of course, I'm going to handle business. What else could it be? Hu Lei's gaze unabashedly roamed over Pan Yu's figure. Zhou Bin's expression soured. Hu Lei, watch your words. He was not defending Pan Yu, but rather his own pride. Although he was merely playing with Pan Yu, Hu Lei's intentions to claim her felt like a slap to his face. Who do you think you are? Hu Lei no longer held back, raising his hand and striking Zhou Bin across the face. The sound of the slap echoed as Zhou Bin stood frozen, shocked that Hu Lei had dared to hit him. His right cheek burned with pain, a clear imprint of a palm appearing. Oh my! Wang Weifeng gasped, impressed by the force of the blow. Are you alright, Zhou manager? Pan Yu's face paled, bewildered by Hu Lei's audacity. After a couple of seconds, Zhou Bin finally reacted, bellowing. Are you tired of living? How dare you hit me? Do you still want your payment? Smack. Another resounding slap struck Zhou Bin's left cheek. He looked at Hu Lei in disbelief. A sneer appeared on Hu Lei's dark, pockmarked face. I am indeed hitting you. Do you really think you are still the boss? On this island, you are nothing. Be sensible and step aside. Why should a woman only be for your pleasure? A person like you, with such little experience, is unworthy of touching a woman. From now on, Pan Yu is mine. Zhou Bin's face reddened, feeling an immense sense of humiliation. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small fruit knife, barely over 10 centimeters long. Die. Zhou Bin gripped the handle tightly and lunged at Hu Lei. Hu Lei narrowed his eyes and reacted swiftly, kicking Zhou Bin hard in the abdomen. Zhou Bin fell to the ground, the knife slipping from his grasp as the intense pain in his stomach curled him up like a cooked shrimp. You think I can't handle you just because I was injured by Qin Yang? Hu Lei scoffed, confident that he could easily overpower Zhou Bin even with one hand. Feng Ge, come help. Can't you see Zhou manager is hurt? Pan Yu cried out in terror. Wang Weifeng approached with a smile. Peace is paramount. We are all on the same side. Pan Yu, you should just go with Hu Lei to the woods, and then Zhou manager won't have to suffer. Hu Lei laughed. Feng Ge, what are you saying? Little Wang, do you believe I will fire you when we return to the company? Zhou Bin was taken aback that Wang Weifeng, this sycophant, not only refused to help, but dared to speak so. Wang Weifeng's expression turned cold at Zhou Bin's words. Firing? You think that threat will scare me? He was not in a place where Zhou Bin's threats held any weight. Wang Weifeng, are you really afraid of this weakling? Hu Lei incited. Zhou Bin, I am trying to help you, and you don't appreciate it? How shameless. Wang Weifeng spat thick phlegm onto Zhou Bin's face. Lying on the ground, clutching his stomach, Zhou Bin was further humiliated by the spit on his face. Feng Ge, how can you do this? We are colleagues. Pan Yu's face turned anxious as she witnessed Wang Weifeng's sudden shift in attitude. And you also know we are colleagues. Yet you only please Zhou Bin and not me? Wang Weifeng lashed out. You two do nothing but seek pleasure. Now it's your turn to serve us. After days trapped on the deserted island, serving Zhou Bin, the second-generation heir, had built up Wang Weifeng's pent-up frustration. Well said. You keep an eye on Zhou Bin. And when I'm done, it will be your turn. Hu Lei reached out to drag Pan Yu towards the woods. Pan Yu bolted, unwilling to let Hu Lei, the older man, touch her. She had been involved with Zhou Bin, who, despite his flaws, was a young man with power and influence. While Hu Lei and Wang Weifeng were both older men she found unappealing. Trying to escape, Hu Lei pursued her. Pan Yu ran towards Qin Yang's campsite. Manager Jiang. Qin Yang, help. The commotion drew the attention of Jiang Shaowei and Wu Shan, who were curious about the noise. What is happening over there? Zhang Hao stood up to look. He had just returned from fishing, having caught nothing, and was surprised by how difficult it was to catch sea fish. However, he did bring back some shellfish from the rocky shore. Although Gu Shuamai appeared somewhat displeased upon his return, she claimed she would catch fish. Yet not a single one was caught, utterly useless. Pan Yu, her face awash with panic, dashed to Qin Yang's camp, only to find him absent. Spotting the tall Zhang Hao, she hurriedly sought refuge behind him. Help me. Save me. They wish to assault me. The others, upon hearing her words, exchanged alarmed glances. Turning to observe the approaching Hu Lei, an act of brazen criminality unfolding before them. Zhang Hao, filled with righteous indignation, could not stand idly by as such an atrocity occurred. He had previously encountered Pan Yu when Zhou Bin sought to divide the wild boar meat, and though his impression of her had not been particularly favorable, she was nonetheless a woman facing the threat of malevolence. Both his moral compass and upbringing urged him to act. Such a flirt, always with the young ones. Hu Lei muttered under his breath as he noted Pan Yu cowering behind Zhang Hao. He surveyed Zhang Hao and the others, relief washing over him upon realizing that Qin Yang was absent. If Qin Yang had been present, Hu Lei would have hesitated to approach. For that peculiar individual instilled fear within him, and he had no desire to be harmed again. As he neared, Pan Yu clutched the fabric of Zhang Hao's shirt tightly. Rest assured, I will not allow him to harm you. Zhang Hao vowed. Beside them, Gu Shuemei furrowed her brow, pondering why Zhang Hao was meddling in such matters. You ought to be protecting me. Why concern yourself with other women? Hu Lei approached, intent on seizing Pan Yu. Halt. She will not accompany you, Zhang Hao interjected. Halting Hu Lei's advance. Pan Yu is one of us. What business do you have in taking her? Hu Lei scoffed. Nonsense. Who belongs to you? I choose to stay here. Pan Yu exclaimed defiantly. Did you hear that? Depart swiftly. Zhang Hao urged. Leave. Boy, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Hu Lei sneered, brandishing a small fruit knife, the very one Zhou Bin had wielded earlier. With Qin Yang absent, and only Zhang Hao and an elderly man remaining, what was there to fear? Hu Lei contemplated executing a bold move, perhaps seizing both of the other women in Qin Yang's camp. Yet, the thought of Qin Yang's formidable power made him reconsider. For now, he would capture Pan Yu. Even if Qin Yang returned, would he truly seek vengeance over her? As Hu Lei revealed the knife, Zhang Hao and the others gasped in shock. Wu Shan swiftly positioned Jiang Shaowei behind him, determined to shield her from harm. Gu Shuemei rushed to stand behind Zhang Hao, cursing Pan Yu for bringing such trouble upon them. What if she were implicated? Zhang Hao, too, was exasperated. He could have simply handed her over. Though she longed to voice such thoughts, she refrained, fearing it would tarnish her image in Zhang Hao's eyes. Zhang Hao quickly picked up a stick, declaring, I am not afraid of you. Huh. When I was in the game, you were but an egg. Hu Lei snarled, a wicked grin spreading across his face. With confidence in his abilities, he believed he could subdue both Zhang Hao and Wu Shan. And once Pan Yu was in his grasp, she would be taught a lesson. Hu Lei lunged forward, feigning an attack with his knife, while his left hand prepared to strike. Zhang Hao, feeling the tension rise, focused intently on Hu Lei's knife-wielding hand, failing to notice Hu Lei grasping the stick. Zhang Hao clung tightly, refusing to relinquish it. Yet Hu Lei had no intention of taking the stick. Upon realizing Zhang Hao would not let go, he let out a cold chuckle and aimed the fruit knife at Zhang Hao's arm. The distance was too close to evade. Even if he dodged, he would surely sustain a cut. Suddenly, a stone struck Hu Lei's head, barely missing his temple. The pain caused him to grit his teeth and squint, nearly knocking him unconscious. Stumbling slightly, Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to retreat, narrowly avoiding the blade. Wu Shan and Jiang Shaowei exchanged astonished glances. Having witnessed the stone hit Hu Lei, Jiang Shaowei seemed to recall something, her heart lifting. Could it be that Qin Yang had returned? She turned to the woods and indeed saw two familiar figures emerging. Brother Qin, you are back. How wonderful. Jiang Shaowei exclaimed joyfully. Qin Yang, carrying a bundle of firewood, approached the camp alongside Jiang Meiting. Upon arriving, Qin Yang had heard the commotion within the camp. His extraordinary eyesight had allowed him to witness Zhang Hao's imminent danger from the fruit knife, prompting him to drop the firewood and hurl a stone with remarkable precision. That hurts. Hu Lei grimaced, feeling a painful lump form on his head, causing him to gasp for breath. Cursing his misfortune, he realized that with Qin Yang's return, his opportunity to capture Pan Yu had vanished. Resolutely, he fled, but not before snagging the fruit knife from the ground. Jiang Meiting rushed to her sister's side, grasping her hand anxiously. Wei Wei, are you hurt? Sister, I'm fine. It's just. Jiang Shaowei recounted the ordeal with Pan Yu. Qin Yang and Jiang Meiting exchanged surprised glances, turning to observe Pan Yu standing behind Zhang Hao, clearly shaken. Manager Jiang, Hu Lei, and Wang Weifeng are beasts. They sought to violate me, Pan Yu exclaimed, her voice tinged with tears as she stood beside Jiang Meiting. And Zhou Bin, did he not engage with you? Jiang Meiting's tone softened, recalling the confrontation between Pan Yu and Zhou Bin. It felt somewhat awkward to mention now. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Zhou Bin was so depraved as to find one woman insufficient. It was not uncommon for men with shorter stamina to develop peculiar habits. Manager Zhou was beaten by them and attempted to take me into the woods, which is why I fled here. Manager Jiang, I have nowhere else to go. Could I stay with you? Pan Yu pleaded, desperation evident in her eyes. Alone, she would surely perish. Leaving Qin Yang's camp would only place her in Hu Lei's grasp once more. Being a woman, Jiang Meiting felt a twinge of sympathy for Pan Yu. After all, Pan Yu was not inherently malicious, merely somewhat superficial. They had been colleagues for 2 to 3 years. She could not bear to witness her being victimized. Yet, Jiang Meiting understood that everything they possessed was granted by Qin Yang. She could not make decisions lightly, and thus turned to him. Qin Yang, what do you think? Qin Yang felt pleased with Jiang Meiting's response. She truly was his woman. Had she agreed outright, he would not have refused, but he feared that in future situations, Jiang Meiting's interference could complicate his decisions. You may stay, but let me make it clear, I do not tolerate idlers. If you do not work, you shall not eat, Qin Yang stated. Pan Yu's countenance brightened, and she nodded vigorously. Thank you. I am capable of working. Merely working was preferable to being returned to Hulei, facing what awaited her at their hands. Moreover, with many people in Qin Yang's camp, she would likely avoid heavy labor. At worst, she could persuade the tall Zhang Hao to assist her. Qin Yang glanced over at Zhou Bin, who, once so formidable, now lay on the ground like a defeated dog. It appeared Wang Weifeng and the others had deemed any hope of rescue futile, no longer indulging Zhou Bin. Qin Yang was not surprised. Zhou Bin's abilities were limited, yet his temperament was anything but. On this island, what significance does having connections hold? As time elapses, relying on empty promises cannot suppress others. He had no intention of meddling. The life and death of Zhou Bin were of no concern to him. Lao Wu Zhang Hao, are you both all right? Qin Yang inquired of the two. He felt quite pleased with Zhang Hao's performance. Possessing a sense of justice is commendable, albeit somewhat reckless, yet worthy of trust. Brother Qin Yang, I'm fine. Fortunately, you returned just in time. Otherwise, that fellow would have harmed me, Zhang Hao expressed gratefully, even adjusting his form of address. Despite being only a few years older than him, Qin Yang was formidable, so what was wrong with calling him brother? Qin Xiaogu, you didn't encounter any danger, did you? Wu Shan asked. Well, we did encounter a bit of trouble, but thankfully nothing serious. If you venture into the dense forest, please exercise caution, Qin Yang advised, waving his hand. He refrained from mentioning his near-death experience with the venomous spider, as it would be difficult to explain how he had emerged unscathed. Pan Yu approached Zhang Hao and expressed her gratitude. You're Zhang Hao, right? Thank you for saving me. Had it not been for you, I would have certainly been captured. She even extended her hand to grasp his. Though Pan Yu had a bit of a work-related odor after her years on the job and was not as attractive as Gu Xuemei, she was undeniably alluring. Dealing with a man like Zhang Hao was not a challenge for her. Zhang Hao, having never experienced such attention, awkwardly scratched his head. It's nothing. Just doing what I should. Observing this interaction, Gu Xuemei's expression darkened as she stomped her foot, feeling as though a fish from her own pond was attempting to leap into another's. Qin Yang noted their behaviors, finding the two to be quite amusing. As long as their antics did not involve him, he would simply enjoy the spectacle. Chapter 30. The Invincible Instant Noodles. Qin Yang gathered the dry twigs he had collected and brought them to the campfire. It was nearing afternoon. Although he had just consumed a can of luncheon meat not long ago, he was perplexed as to why he felt hungry again so soon. It was time to prepare a meal. The campfire was surrounded by a circle of stones, looking rather appealing. It appeared to have been set up by Wu Shan and the others after Qin Yang had left. Beside it lay a can that had changed color, containing some white crystals. Qin Yang surmised that this must have been the salt old Wu had boiled. To be honest, this can was no longer suitable for cooking, but he had an empty can. Sigh, it is truly challenging without a proper pot, Qin Yang mused. Without a pot, he could only roast food, which would quickly become monotonous. He needed to find a way to acquire a pot. Lao Wu, have you managed to make any salt? Let me see, Qin Yang asked. Yes, I managed to produce a little, Wu Shan replied cautiously, pulling out a shell and opening it to reveal coarse white salt, weighing about 20 grams. It had taken Wu Shan 3 attempts to yield this small amount of salt. This was insufficient. Thankfully, he had used plant ash to cure the wild boar meat, or they would not have been able to gather enough salt to cure even a piece of pork after a day of boiling. Qin Yang had not anticipated there to be so little. He dipped a finger in to taste it and found it to be quite palatable, lacking any strange flavor. The only drawback was its scarcity, but it would suffice for seasoning dishes for several days. So how is it? I helped too, Jiang Xiaowei chimed in. She had indeed contributed, albeit by merely collecting seawater in a bottle. Excellent. Qin Yang gave her a thumbs up. Now that he had confirmed his relationship with Jiang Meiting, Jiang Xiaowei was also considered his sister. However, he had initially viewed Jiang Xiaowei as a mischievous little sister, albeit with an impressive figure and beauty. He recalled how Jiang Meiting had worried about him having inappropriate thoughts about Jiang Xiaowei, which was a gross misjudgment of his character. Young girls could not compare to mature women. It was an insult to his integrity. Delighted by Qin Yang's praise, Jiang Xiaowei beamed with a smile. Qin Yang retrieved an empty can and a pack of instant noodles from his backpack, feeling in good spirits and deciding to cook some noodles. Everyone's gaze fell upon the instant noodles he had produced, causing them to swallow in unison. Although instant noodles lacked nutritional value, their aroma was well known to those who had tasted them, compared to the flavorless, gamey, and tough roasted wild boar meat they had consumed. It was akin to a divine delicacy. Once it's cooked, we can all share it. Consider it an improvement to our meals, Qin Yang remarked. One pack of noodles would barely suffice for him, but with the wild boar meat, he wouldn't go hungry. He decided to let everyone have a taste, just enough for each to savor. I have some shellfish here. We can cook them together, Zhang Hao suggested, presenting the shellfish he had collected, which would make for a delightful soup. Consequently, Qin Yang filled the new empty can with water. Zhang Hao cleaned the shellfish and placed them into the can before setting it over the coals. Qin Yang had learned from videos how to construct a stove using mud and stones, but without a proper pot. It seemed wasteful to create a stove just for this can. One pack of noodles would certainly not suffice. Thus, Wu Shan went to the smokehouse to retrieve a piece of wild boar meat for roasting. The four women, including Jiang Meiting, could not remain idle either. They assisted and learned. However, they were unable to prepare any dishes at the moment, merely learning how to handle wild boar meat and monitor the cooking. None of the four knew how to cook and needed to learn. Yet, it was only Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei who truly desired to learn, while the other two were merely dragging their feet. Hu Lei returned to his camp, holding his head and cursing. Wang Weifeng, surprised, noticed Qin Yang had suddenly appeared from another direction, while Hu Lei had fled. Lei Gu, what happened to your head? Why is it so swollen? He asked, having previously addressed Hu Lei more informally, but now opting for a more respectful title. Who wouldn't curry favor with someone? As for Zhou Bin, aside from having a wealthy father, what talent did he possess? Truth be told, it felt gratifying to teach Zhou Bin a lesson. He was truly unfortunate, having been struck by that Qin fellow with a stone, and he had almost managed to retrieve Pan Yu. Hu Lei cursed vehemently. He was in a foul mood for not bringing Pan Yu back, regretting not having acted earlier that morning. His eyes fell upon Zhou Bin, who was still lying on the ground, and upon closer inspection, he noticed his eyes were even closed. What happened to this Zhou? Did you kill him? Hu Lei asked Wang Weifeng, somewhat astonished by Zhou Bin's unexpected resilience. Haha, Lei Gu, you jest. How could I dare to kill? This fool merely fainted and has yet to awaken. Wang Weifeng waved his hand dismissively. What a waste, fainting from this, Hu Lei scoffed. Rummaging through Zhou Bin's suitcase and extracting the food inside. They still had enough wild boar meat to last 4 or 5 days, but the bread, ham sausages, and luncheon meat were far more appetizing. Hee, this food is just for the two of us now. We can't let this waste of space starve. He'll need to be around to do our bidding, so a bit of wild boar meat will suffice, Hu Lei stated. Wang Weifeng agreed, finding Hu Lei's approach quite clever. And soon he began to call out to Zhou Bin. The thought alone brought him satisfaction. The can filled with water placed over the coals began to boil. The shellfish inside had opened, releasing a delightful aroma. With the water boiling, it was time to add the instant noodles. Qin Yang tore open the package of braised beef noodles, breaking the noodle cake in half to fit it into the can. The vegetable packets were entirely tucked inside. As for the oil and salt packets, Qin Yang tore a small opening in one, only using half, while the other half was carefully placed back into the instant noodle packaging and folded neatly before being returned to his backpack. These 2 seasoning packets were invaluable, and Qin Yang was reluctant to waste them all at once. By saving half, he ensured their future use. The moment the packets were added, everyone caught a whiff of the delightful aroma, their mouths watering in anticipation. How fragrant! Who would have thought we could enjoy instant noodles? I can hardly contain my saliva. At this moment, everyone eagerly awaited the noodles to be ready. Qin Yang calculated the time, deciding on an additional 3 minutes. If he were to eat alone, 2 minutes would suffice. The noodles had a certain chewiness, softening gradually as one ate, signifying that the meal was nearing its conclusion. A sip of broth afterward would be unbeatable. With 3 minutes elapsed, Qin Yang retrieved the can. He then took a large shell found on the beach as a bowl, serving each person a portion of noodles along with some broth. Everyone excitedly accepted this precious serving of noodles, with Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei receiving slightly more than the others. Qin Yang unabashedly favored them, showing no concern for anyone's notice. Jiang Meiting smiled knowingly as she accepted the shell from Qin Yang, her eyes sparkling with happiness. It seems that my portion and my sister's are more generous than the others? Jiang Xiaowei pondered, casting a thoughtful glance at Qin Yang. Zhang Hao and the others noticed as well, but paid no mind, appreciating Qin Yang's kindness and sharing a few bites with them, feeling fortunate rather than entitled. Gu Xiumei murmured softly, wondering if such a meager portion would suffice. Pan Yu, sitting beside her, caught her complaint and chuckled inwardly, thinking that this little sister's subtlety was lacking. Chapter 31. How shall this be addressed? Savoring a mouthful of instant noodles and a sip of broth undoubtedly constituted the finest meal the group had experienced on the island. Alas, it was regrettably scant. 2 bites were all it took, and how delightful it would be if instant noodles were available indefinitely. Finishing the noodles left them still hungry. However, the prospect of consuming wild boar meat afterward felt like a descent from paradise. Once everyone had finished their meal, they dispersed to their respective tasks. Wu Shan continued to experiment with boiling sea salt, seizing the opportunity to prepare a larger batch for prolonged use. Jiang Xiaowei, having nothing else to do, assisted nearby. Qin Yang, with no immediate tasks, decided to craft a few bowls from coconut shells. He rose and walked toward the nearby coconut trees, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Meiting. I will assist you. Jiang Meiting understood and followed closely beside Qin Yang. As they wandered further away, Qin Yang spoke, Manager Jiang. When do you plan to tell Xiaowei about us? Perhaps when I am alone with her, Jiang Meiting replied with a smile, eager to share her joy with her sister. She wondered what reaction her sister would have upon hearing the news. Previously, Jiang Shaowei had often encouraged her to find a boyfriend. All right then. Hee. A hug is in order. No, they will see. Jiang Meiting retreated a few steps, avoiding Qin Yang's outstretched hand. Although she was elated to be with Qin Yang and cherished their relationship, she was still conscious of their age difference and preferred to keep their bond discreet for the time being. She feared others would judge her, thinking of her as an older woman with a younger man. Qin Yang understood that Jiang Meiting needed time to adjust and felt no anger, finding her reaction endearing. Sensing her apprehension about his potential irritation, Jiang Meiting added, only behind the coconut tree. Upon uttering this, her face flushed, surprised that she had said such a thing. Hee. Manager Jiang, you are truly charming. Nonsense, at my age, how can I still be charming? Though Jiang Meiting protested, her heart was already filled with sweetness. Upon reaching the coconut tree, Qin Yang pulled Jiang Meiting behind it, ensuring that no one in the camp could see them. He wrapped his arms around her. Their bodies pressed closely together. Qin Yang leaned down and kissed her. Jiang Meiting's heart raced wildly. Her body flushed as she willingly surrendered to his embrace. They breathed heavily, and only after they felt breathless did they part, gasping for fresh air. Qin Yang's hands began to wander. Unable to resist the allure of such a captivating figure in his arms, any man would struggle to maintain restraint. Unconsciously, his hands slipped beneath her clothing, eliciting a tremor from both as their skin made contact. This was overwhelming. Not here, Jiang Meiting murmured, fully aware of Qin Yang's desires. However, it was not a matter of refusal. Rather, the intensity of the moment was something she found hard to accept. Unlike Pan Yu, who seemed unfazed by being seen, she was concerned about the implications of being caught. Even in this state, the thrill was already quite exhilarating. I will heed your wishes, Qin Yang replied, his voice deep and rough, choosing not to advance further. Jiang Meiting felt warm inside from Qin Yang's consideration for her feelings. In her youth, although she had dated a few boys, none had been as attentive as Qin Yang. Those previous suitors seemed only concerned with fleeting pleasure, showing no regard for a woman's comfort. They remained quietly wrapped in each other's arms, listening to the rhythm of each other's breaths and heartbeats. Qin Yang felt an immense happiness, willing to spend a lifetime on this island. After a long while, they reluctantly separated, aware that they needed to gather coconuts and that lingering too long could arouse suspicion. Qin Yang deftly climbed the coconut tree, plucking 6 coconuts. He chose mature coconuts, as only these would yield shells suitable for bowls. He carried 2 in one hand and handed 2 to Jiang Meiting as they walked back to the camp. At the camp, Zhang Hao remarked, are you around 1.8 meters tall? Your physique is impressive. Not quite, just 1.82 meters, he replied with a chuckle. Pan Yu engaged Zhang Hao in light conversation, occasionally bursting into laughter. This only served to vex Gu Xiaomei, who sat beside Zhang Hao, interjecting occasionally to assert her presence. Otherwise, her favored suitor might shift his attention elsewhere. Initially, she had maintained a careful distance from Zhang Hao, managing the situation with poise. However, Pan Yu's presence instilled a sense of urgency, compelling her to compete with her in charm. Zhang Hao, curious as to why Gu Xiaomei was behaving differently, found the situation rather enjoyable. He had never imagined he would be surrounded by beautiful women. Qin Yang found a clear space to sit and began to peel the fibrous husks from the coconuts, preparing to cut open the shells for bowls. Upon successfully processing 1 coconut, he realized it was no simple task. Without a saw, cutting was quite challenging, but he could crack it open, albeit resulting in an uneven rim. Cautiously, he used a knife to tap the top of the coconut shell, creating a notch, then gradually continued tapping. Directly striking the middle would cause it to shatter completely, rendering it useless. Jiang Meiting, meanwhile, led her sister toward the beach. The 2 silhouettes strolled along the sand, leaving a trail of long footprints. The sea lapped over their delicate feet, providing a refreshing coolness. Jiang Meiting was contemplating how best to reveal to her sister that she was now with Qin Yang. Sister, why did you suddenly bring me out for a walk? Jiang Shaowei inquired. I simply wanted to chat with you and share something important, Jiang Meiting replied. Perfect timing. I also have something to tell you. You go first. I'm curious to hear what it is, Jiang Meiting said with a smile. Jiang Shaowei fidgeted with her clothing, suddenly feeling bashful, and asked, what do you think of Qin Yang? Jiang Meiting was taken aback, wondering if her sister had noticed her relationship with Qin Yang. Wei, when did you realize it? I noticed it long ago. He is so good to us, even sharing more instant noodles than others. It's quite obvious. Jiang Meiting felt that Qin Yang was being too overt in his affections. However, her sister's next remark widened her eyes in surprise. It was clear that Qin Yang had an interest in me. Although he may not be exceptionally handsome, he possesses a certain masculinity. Don't you think, sister? Jiang Shaowei said. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. Ahem, yes. Jiang Mating's emotions were complex. She recognized that her sister was clearly smitten. Her sister had never expressed interest in any boy before. So why was it Qin Yang? How could she convey her thoughts on this matter? Chapter 32. Complications. Hee. I wonder when he will confess to me. Sister, do you think I should accept him? Jiang Xiaowei's face beamed with joy as she glanced over at Qin Yang, who was fiddling with a coconut shell, occasionally looking towards the two sisters by the sea. He caught sight of Jiang Xiaowei smiling in his direction. He mused that it seemed Manager Jiang had already spoken to Xiaowei, as her expression indicated satisfaction with her future brother-in-law. Sister, why are you silent? Noticing her sister's delay in response, Jiang Xiaowei turned to her. Oh, I believe it would be wise not to jump to conclusions too early. Yes, sister is right. I should observe carefully. Jiang Xiaowei remained unaware of any underlying issues, seemingly untroubled by their isolated situation. Jiang Mating nodded, feeling mentally exhausted, realizing her sister had conjured an elaborate love story in her mind. After much contemplation, she decided to withhold any mention of her relationship with Qin Yang. It was her sister's first fluttering feelings. Revealing her own connection with Qin Yang might hurt her sister. Matters of the heart are notoriously complex. She wished to protect her sister and avoid any resentment towards her. Her sister's current feelings were merely a response to their precarious situation, leading her to develop affection for Qin Yang, who had always safeguarded and cared for them. If only she could ensure that Qin Yang maintained appropriate boundaries, in time, her sister would likely move on from her infatuation. That would have to suffice, Jiang Mating thought to herself. With her mind occupied, she decided to return to the camp rather than continue their walk. The two approached Qin Yang, who was smiling, ready to converse with his sister-in-law. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Mating signaling him frantically, her lips moving silently. What is going on? Is something wrong? Qin Yang was filled with questions, but chose to remain discreet. He was perplexed, as they appeared to be in good spirits, as if there was no issue at all. Was it possible that his sister-in-law had reservations about him and her sister? Jiang Xiaowei cheerfully declared, "We're here to help you," as she sat down and eagerly began peeling coconuts. It did not seem like she had any objections. Qin Yang's curiosity grew about what had transpired between the two sisters. Thank you. I will catch some fish for dinner. Manager Jiang, why don't you join me and gather some shellfish for a fish soup tonight? Qin Yang suggested. Then I'll come along, Jiang Xiaowei offered. No need. I will return shortly. You handle these coconuts. Your nimble hands will make quick work of it. All right. Be safe. Jiang Xiaowei smiled brightly, revealing her pearly whites, seemingly delighted. Jiang Mating watched, wishing for her sister's continued happiness, yet sighing inwardly at the growing complexity of the situation. Qin Yang donned his backpack, which held essential items including a lighter and food. He couldn't afford to lose sight of it. He picked up his fish spear, enhancing it by splitting the tip into 4 prongs and securing them with branches, effectively creating multiple spearheads. Last time, he had successfully caught several fish with an unmodified spear. This time he aimed to return with a full catch. He then led Jiang Mating towards the shallow bay to fish. Yanggu, where are you off to? Zhang Hao inquired, noticing Qin Yang's departure. Qin Yang chuckled at the sight of Zhang Hao flanked by 2 women, never expecting that the two would inadvertently favor him. Oh, I'm going to catch some sea fish for a fish soup tonight. Can you really catch fish? I spent half the morning without any luck, Zhang Hao warned, subtly suggesting that Qin Yang might find it equally challenging. Would you like us to help? Pan Yu offered, recalling how she had seen Qin Yang catch plenty of fish before. You all should fetch water. There isn't much left at the shelter, Qin Yang instructed. Bringing them along wouldn't serve much purpose, as they likely wouldn't catch any fish. Zhang Hao and the others took plastic bottles to gather water while Qin Yang and Jiang Mating headed toward the shallow bay. He was undeterred by any potential tricks from Hu Lei and the others, knowing the shallow bay was close enough to the camp that he could return swiftly if needed. After all, he possessed remarkable throwing skills, and there were plenty of stones on the island. If provoked, he could easily defend himself. As they distanced themselves from the camp, Qin Yang curiously asked Jiang Mating, Manager Jiang, what was that all about? Xiaowei. Jiang Mating recounted her conversation with her sister, leaving Qin Yang astonished. He had not realized he possessed such charm, not only winning over Jiang Mating, but also garnering affection from Jiang Xiaowei, who mistakenly believed he was pursuing her. Qin Yang understood that it was not Xiaowei's fault. It was merely a testament to his overwhelming allure. However, he recognized how much Jiang Mating cared for her sister and hastily clarified, Manager Jiang, I have no ulterior motives and have not acted inappropriately. My heart belongs solely to you. Sweet talker. Jiang Mating shot him a playful glare. By this point, they had reached the shallow bay, where the camp was no longer visible. Qin Yang grinned as he wrapped an arm around Jiang Mating. So what do you plan to do? I will follow your lead. Jiang Mating glanced back, ensuring they were out of sight from the camp, then exhaled in relief, allowing Qin Yang to embrace her. Let's keep this from Wei Wei for now. She may be feeling insecure and is leaning on you for comfort. In time, she will understand what she truly desires, having experienced similar sentiments. Jiang Meiting was well aware of the dynamics at play, and you must exercise restraint. Do not let Wei Wei or anyone else at the camp see this. Once they do, she will inevitably discover the truth. Qin Yang nodded, expressing concern. I have no issue with that, but should we not be upfront with her from the start? What if Xiao Wei finds out on her own? Will that affect your relationship? Let's wait for a more opportune moment. Jiang Meiting sighed, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Although she understood the value of honesty, she also recognized that sometimes short-term discomfort might be preferable to prolonged pain. However, she felt that this was too cruel for her younger sister. Qin Yang did not persuade further, choosing to respect Jiang Meiting's decision. After a moment of tenderness, Qin Yang began to wade into the water to spear fish. Meanwhile, in the dense forest a few hundred meters away from Qin Yang's camp, several figures were weaving through the trees. During their journey, a conversation arose. Lao Lu, are those two women really that exceptional? Hee, absolutely. Once we reach our destination, you will see. Chapter 33, No Work, No Food. Qin Yang, armed with a homemade harpoon, confidently walked into the water, starting his fishing endeavor. Jiang Meiting was nearby, gathering shellfish from the rocky shore. With swift movements, Qin Yang attempted to spear fish several times, but yielded no results. This shouldn't be happening. My equipment has been upgraded, yet it seems harder to catch fish. Could it be that last time was indeed a novice protection period? Or have the fish become smarter? Nonetheless, there appeared to be fewer fish today compared to his last visit. Qin Yang concentrated intently on locating the fish. Suddenly, a large fish, at least 20 centimeters long and half a finger thick, with black stripes, swam past him. A large fish. I cannot let this black sea bream escape. With bated breath and heightened focus, Qin Yang's attention sharpened as the black sea bream remained unaware of the impending danger. He thrust the harpoon with force. The sharp tip pierced through the fish's body, causing it to struggle, but to no avail. The four prongs of the harpoon embedded themselves deep into the fish. Rendering any escape futile, it was now pierced completely. Even if it could flee, it would merely become prey for larger fish. Qin Yang lifted the harpoon triumphantly, a smile gracing his lips. This was his first catch of such a sizable fish, weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds. Just this one fish was equivalent to 4 or 5 smaller ones. Could it be that this large specimen frightened away the others? He tossed the black sea bream onto the beach and continued his fishing efforts. After another 10 minutes, he managed to spear 2 small fish. It seemed that catching sea fish was not as easy as it appeared. However, it was certainly better than coming back empty-handed. All right, today will suffice. It seems I must change locations to catch more fish. Returning to the shore, Qin Yang found a piece of grass vine to string the 3 fish together and walked towards Jiang Meiting. She had also gathered a small bag of shellfish, including clams, barnacles, and oysters. Although there was not much meat, they would make a delightful soup. Upon seeing Qin Yang approach with fish in hand, she exclaimed in surprise. That fish is enormous. The quantity was a bit lacking, with only 3 fish, but the large black sea bream was clearly meaty. Qin Yang replied, today's haul isn't impressive. I only caught 3. Let's head back. Catching such a large fish is already quite remarkable. Jiang Meiting smiled, holding her bag as she returned to the camp with Qin Yang. Wow, Yang, you are incredible. You actually caught such a big fish. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Qin Yang return with the fish. He had anticipated that Qin Yang might catch just a small one, which would have been impressive enough. Wu Shan and Jiang Xiaowei were also pleased, but not overly surprised. They had witnessed Qin Yang's skills before. If Qin Yang returned empty-handed, that would have truly astonished them. Qin Yang asked, do you know how to handle fish? If not, it's all right, take them, and I'll teach you how to prepare them. Zhang Hao hurried forward to take the fish strung on the grass vine from Qin Yang's hands, feeling their substantial weight, deepening his admiration for him. Should I learn too? Jiang Meiting softly inquired. No need, just go to Xiaowei, Qin Yang replied, mainly wanting Pan Yu and Gu Shuamai to learn the skill of fish preparation. Pan Yu, Gu Shuamai, both of you need to learn how to handle fish. Both Pan Yu and Gu Shuamai stared in surprise. Neither of them knew how to cook, let alone deal with fish. Gu Shuamai frowned, but I don't know how. She glanced at Zhang Hao for support. Zhang Hao interjected, Yang Gu, just these few fish, I can manage alone. Qin Yang thought to himself, you truly are a master of flattery. Then, raising an eyebrow, he addressed the 3. There are exactly 3 fish here. You all must learn to prepare them. If you refuse to lend a hand, you'll go hungry. Qin Yang walked over to a large stone where remnants of dried fish scales remained. This was the spot where they had prepared fish last time. Pan Yu stepped up beside Qin Yang. Although she did not know how to handle fish, she certainly did not wish to go hungry. She understood that Qin Yang was the leader of the camp, and his words were to be heeded. Seeing Pan Yu's initiative, Gu Shuemai, despite her reluctance, gritted her teeth and followed suit. In the forest, unnoticed by Qin Yang and the others, 3 pairs of eyes were observing their camp. The crew-cut man spoke to those beside him. Lao Lu, didn't you say there were only 2 women and 1 man? Last time there were just 3 people. How come there are so many now after just 2 days? Zhang Gu, are we still going to take action? With our weapons in hand. We need not fear even if they are numerous. The bulliest of the trio, Zhang Zhong, scrutinized the 2 camps ahead, his mind racing before he spoke. Let us first check that area. These 2 groups might not get along. If we can lure one group over, we can seize the women. Zhang Zhong pointed towards Hu Lei's shelter. Then we shall follow your lead. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Hu Lei and Wang Weifeng were enjoying the last of their bread from their luggage. They had consumed quite a bit already at lunch, leaving only 1 can of luncheon meat and 2 packets of instant noodles for tomorrow. Aware that rescue was unlikely, they had no intention of rationing their food. If worst came to worst, they could fish like Qin Yang. What was there to fear about food scarcity? Meanwhile, Zhou Bin, who had just awakened, bore several fresh wounds on his face from being beaten by Hu Lei and Wang Weifeng. Realizing that they had taken all his belongings and knowing he could not overpower them, he contemplated leaving, perhaps to join Qin Yang's group, even if it meant humbling himself for survival. Naturally, Hu Lei and his companion would not let Zhou Bin escape so easily. They had already deemed him their servant. Zhou Bin could not endure the humiliation but was too frightened to run, fully aware that they would not hesitate to harm him. Xiao Zhou, what kind of look is that? Are you itching for trouble? Wang Weifeng sneered at Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin lowered his head, afraid to speak. The beatings had terrified him. Yet his eyes burned with hatred, wishing he could exact revenge. Sensing Zhou Bin's silence, Wang Weifeng reveled in the feeling of dominance, relishing the thrill of having him beneath his foot. Someone's coming. Hu Lei stood up immediately upon spotting figures emerging from the woods, peering curiously at the newcomers. 3 men appeared slowly, each carrying a peculiar bamboo stick. Noticing their clothing, Hu Lei confirmed they were survivors, not wild men. Both Hu Lei and Wang Weifeng breathed a sigh of relief, surprised to see so many survivors. Where did you come from? Hu Lei inquired curiously. Zhang Zhong exchanged glances with his companions, noticing the bread in Hu Lei and Wang Weifeng's hands and the wild boar meat hanging nearby. They were astonished to see that these individuals were so well fed. Just as Zhang Zhong was about to speak, Zhou Bin, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly brightened and yelled while rushing toward Zhang Zhong, I have a lot of money. If you help me deal with these 2, I'll give you money. Chapter 34 You have money? Hu Lei and Wang Weifeng's expressions shifted dramatically. They feared that the 3 newcomers would believe Zhou Bin's deceit and target them. They had indeed gone too easy on him. This despicable fellow had sprinted too quickly and found himself beside the trio across the way. They were hesitant to act rashly. You are quite wealthy, aren't you? Zhang Zhong inquired with a smirk, his companions grinning in amusement. Huang Debao, sporting a crew cut, silently scoffed, already anticipating Zhang Zhong's intentions, ready for the spectacle that was about to unfold. A glimmer of hope flickered across Zhou Bin's face. Indeed, he thought. My father owns several companies, and it would be no trouble to provide you with $1 million upon my return. Don't listen to his bluster. Hu Lei hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, the burly Zhang Zhong delivered a swift kick to Zhou Bin. With a thud, Zhou Bin collapsed onto the ground, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. Why? He was utterly bewildered by the sudden attack, filled with an overwhelming sense of injustice. Previously, with his financial prowess, he was treated like royalty. Why did this not hold true on this island? In that moment, he longed for his father. Hu Lei and Wang Weifeng stood in shock, unable to fathom the unfolding scene, their faces betraying unease as they feared they too might be targeted. Is wealth truly so remarkable? The faces of you affluent individuals are all too familiar. It's utterly nauseating. Zhang Zhong muttered, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Bin. He disregarded Zhou Bin entirely and turned his attention to Hu Lei and Wang Weifeng. What relation do you have with the people at that camp over there? None really. Why do you ask? Hu Lei replied. Wang Weifeng, however, appeared to grasp their intentions. Are you here for those women? He ventured. Indeed. Would you care to join us? Zhang Zhong affirmed, having deduced from Hu Lei's reaction that they were not affiliated with the other group. Yes, I'm interested, Hu Lei exclaimed with excitement. After suffering several setbacks at the hands of Qin Yang, he was eager for the chance to retaliate. Zhang Zhong smiled. Excellent. By the way, I'm curious where you obtained that meat. Did you manage to kill a wild boar? He pointed at the wild boar meat nearby. Wild boars are not easily slain, and he hardly believed Hu Lei and his group capable of such a feat. Indeed, we did kill a wild boar, but not by us. It was a fellow named Qin Yang from that camp over there. Hu Lei responded. Huang Debao chuckled derisively. You must be joking. That Qin Yang killed a wild boar all by himself? It's true. I even had a brother who was killed by a wild boar that day. Qin Yang managed to divert the boar and somehow killed it, bringing it back. Hu Lei explained. We exchanged for this meat. They still have over 100 pounds of wild boar meat at their camp. This Qin Yang is not to be trifled with. I've encountered him. He is a monster. Hu Lei elaborated. Over 100 pounds of wild boar meat. Zhang Zhong and his companions gasped in astonishment. Initially, they had come for the women, but now they were surprised to discover such an abundance of food at the opposing camp. Zhanggu, what are we waiting for? Let us act quickly. We have women and food, a bountiful harvest. Huang Debao urged. All right, I will engage. The three of us will deal with that Qin Yang. The other two are yours. Can you manage? Zhang Zhong asked. Though he had not yet fought him, he knew better than to underestimate someone who could kill a wild boar. No problem. Only Qin Yang is a challenge. I can handle the other two men on my own. Hu Lei grinned. Once their plan was settled, they prepared to strike. Zhou Bin was contemplating a chance to flee when Wang Weifeng tied him up securely with a rope before leaving, ensuring he wouldn't escape easily. Meanwhile, Qin Yang's group was gathered around the campfire, having finished processing the sea fish, which Zhang Hao, Pan Yu, and Gu Xiaomei had handled under Qin Yang's guidance. It wasn't a taxing task, but it was essential for Pan Yu and Gu Xiaomei to learn, as they would take on these responsibilities in the future. Everyone in the camp had their tasks, and he couldn't tolerate anyone idling, except for the Jiang sisters. The largest black sea bream was reserved for grilling, while the smaller ones were cut into pieces to be canned for soup. The clams collected by Jiang mating were placed in water-filled plastic bottles, needing to expel sand before cooking, so they would be saved for the next day's meal. Of course, wild boar meat remained a staple, especially now that they had salt, which would enhance the flavor compared to the previous day. As Zhang Zhong and Hu Lei's group approached, Qin Yang sensed their presence and looked up. Seeing Hu Lei and Wang Weifeng, he immediately understood trouble was brewing. Furrowing his brow, he thought, what misfortune brings 3 more survivors? Upon spotting a man clad in deep blue work attire, he grasped the situation entirely. Quickly, gather the grilled fish and meat. We have trouble, Qin Yang instructed, reminding others to put away the food to avoid burning it. The group was momentarily confused until they saw 5 men approaching, their expressions turning to panic. The 5 men exuded a menacing aura, weapons in hand, clearly not coming with good intentions. Wu Shan and Zhang Hao armed themselves with sticks as makeshift weapons. Had they not known that Qin Yang had killed a wild boar alone, they would have urged him to flee. Yang Gu, there are 5 of them. Can we take them? Zhang Hao asked uncertainly. How will we know unless we try? I'll handle 3. You each hold 1. Qin Yang replied sternly. There was no option to run. They couldn't leave behind the smoked wild boar meat. That would only benefit others. Furthermore, having killed a wild boar, he had no reason to fear these men. Manager Jiang, take your group and retreat into the woods to hide. Qin Yang directed. Jiang Meiting nodded, though worried and eager to stay with Qin Yang to face the threat. She understood her presence would not aid the situation but might hinder him instead. Jiang Shaowei added, Qin Yang, please be careful and teach that villain a lesson. As the 5 men drew near, she recognized a familiar face. Lu Shun, the sailor who had attempted to assault her on the first day. Rest assured, I will be fine. You all hurry and hide. Manager Jiang, let us follow Qin Yang's advice and quickly retreat into the woods. Zhang Hao urged, glancing at his goddess Gu Xiaomei, feeling a pang of disappointment as she had already turned towards the woods without a glance back. Gu Xiaomei was terrified, desperate to reach the safety of the woods, entirely oblivious to Zhang Hao's feelings. We must go now. Qin Yang, Uncle Wu, Zhang Hao, you must stay safe. Jiang Meiting declared before leading the group into the woods. Oh no, the women are trying to escape. Zhang Zhong and his companions rushed towards Qin Yang. As they confronted each other, Lu Shun recognized Wu Shan with surprise. Lao Wu, it's you. Lu Shun, it's you. Wu Shan responded, equally taken aback. Lao Wu, do you know this guy? Zhang Hao asked curiously. Wu Shan nodded. Lu Shun and I are colleagues, though we are not well acquainted. Qin Yang was not surprised. Both were employees from the cruise ship, so their acquaintance was entirely plausible. Hearing Wu Shan say they weren't close relieved him. If Wu Shan sided with the other group, it would leave just him and Zhang Hao on their side. Lao Wu, we are all on the same side. If you help us take down these 2, you'll have your share of women and food. Lu Shun shouted to Wu Shan, attempting to sway him to his side. Wu Shan shook his head, gripping the wooden stick tightly. From their time aboard the cruise ship, he had never held Lu Shun in high regard. The man was unscrupulous and possessed a particularly foul temper. Their colleagues were well aware of Lu Shun's character and kept their distance. Wu Shan had no doubt that on this desolate island, Lu Shun could commit even more heinous acts, perhaps even those devoid of morality. Lu Shun's expression darkened. This old fool was truly ungrateful. Why waste words with them? Where's Qin Yang? Zhang Zhong inquired of Hu Lei. Hu Lei pointed towards Qin Yang, indicating, that one there. His speed and strength are formidable. Do not underestimate him. Zhang Zhong and the others turned to look. It was indeed that young man. Lu Shun ground his teeth in recognition of Qin Yang, who was holding Lu Shun's own dagger. This was the very lad who had injured his arm, which had yet to heal properly. It is this brat who hurt me. We must take him down, Lu Shun declared with a malevolent glare. Go, Zhang Zhong commanded. As the 5 of them charged forward, Zhang Zhong and his companions wielded a bamboo stick approximately 1.5 to 1.6 meters long. One end of the stick was split into multiple strips, with a fist-sized stone stuffed inside. The strips encased the stone, secured tightly at the top with rope. This contraption resembled a hammer. It appeared rather odd, akin to a child's toy. However, as Qin Yang observed their movements, he felt the pressure mounting. This was akin to wielding 3 massive hammers. Should he be struck, he would undoubtedly be bruised and battered. A blow to a vital area could even result in death. Although his physical prowess had improved, he was far from invincible. Qin Yang remained vigilant, dodging the bamboo hammers swung by the 3 opponents. Hu Lei and Wang Weifeng were engaged with Zhang Hao and Wu Shan respectively. Having learned a lesson previously, Zhang Hao adopted a strategy of evasion, refusing to confront Hu Lei head-on. Wu Shan similarly retreated while striking with his wooden stick. Their primary task was merely to stall these 2, preventing them from capturing Jiang Meiting and the others. Heh, I thought this guy was formidable. Aren't you the one who can single-handedly take down wild boars? Why so timid now? Huang Daba shouted, observing Qin Yang being forced back. Lu Shun also smirked, envisioning the moment when they would bring Qin Yang down and crush his limbs. Yet, Zhang Zhong maintained his vigilance. Although Qin Yang had not engaged them directly, they had yet to land a single blow on him, and they had not gained any advantage. It was not the time to be careless. 3 bamboo hammers swung towards Qin Yang from different angles. The bamboo, long and flexible, combined with the hammerheads, struck with the force of a real hammer. The impact on a person would be no different from that of a regular iron hammer. Qin Yang found no opportunity to close the distance. If it were just one opponent, he could perhaps seize their bamboo stick and wrest it away. But with 3 assailants, should he catch hold of one, the other 2 would target him relentlessly. Zhang Zhong kept his eyes fixed on Qin Yang's head. A single hit would ensure a concussion. Lu Shun aimed for his arms and legs, while Huang Daba, the most cunning, targeted Qin Yang's groin. The bamboo hammer was less than 10 centimeters from Qin Yang's pants, prompting him to leap back, narrowly avoiding the strike. Damn it, this old fox. Qin Yang grumbled internally. However, he maintained his composure. He sheathed his dagger. Engaging at close range was not feasible, and the blade would serve little purpose. For now, he focused solely on evading. Although the bamboo hammers were powerful and prevented any close engagement, wielding such implements consumed considerable energy. Qin Yang's evasive maneuvers required minimal effort, allowing him to outlast them. You useless coward. If you have the guts, come at me head-on. Jumping around like that doesn't make you a man, you spineless wretch. Huang Daba berated. After 5 minutes of Qin Yang's dodging without a single hit landed, they were beginning to tire. Yes, you're the real men here, 3 against 1, armed no less. And you haven't even grazed my clothing. Truly impressive. You must have the biggest egos. Qin Yang retorted, unfazed by Huang Daba's taunts. Their initial speed had diminished, and he knew if he could exhaust them a little longer, it would soon be his turn to strike. Damn, Huang Daba roared, clearly provoked, and began to swing the bamboo hammer with renewed vigor, aiming to crush Qin Yang's groin. Yes, just like that. Let the attacks come even fiercer. Qin Yang smirked, stepping back to evade the hammer aimed at his pants. The more ferocious their strikes, the quicker their stamina would deplete. Old Huang, calm down. Don't fall for this little brat's tricks. He is deliberately trying to tire us out, Zhang Zhong cautioned. Upon hearing this, Huang Daba was snapped back to reality and composed himself. Unfortunately for Qin Yang, he noticed their attacks had lost their initial intensity. Realizing they had caught on to his plan, Zhang Gu, what should we do now? Huang Daba and Lu Shun looked to Zhang Zhong. Lao Lu, go assist Hu Lei and capture that kid. We will keep Qin Yang occupied, rather than continue this exhausting standoff. It would be wiser to help Hu Lei deal with Zhang Hao. Once we secure Zhang Hao, it will also put Qin Yang on the defensive. Understood, Lu Shun replied, striding towards Hu Lei. Although his injury limited him to a supportive role, his departure would not significantly impact Zhang Zhong and the others' ability to restrain Qin Yang. Observing this, Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, quickly deducing their intentions. He knew it was time to act. He could not allow Zhang Hao to fall into their control. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a pebble and hurled it at Lu Shun. Ah! Lu Shun cried out, clutching his head in agony as he crouched down. This was the opportunity Qin Yang had been waiting for. He lunged at Lu Shun with the swiftness of a gust of wind. Get him! Zhang Zhong bellowed. Fully prepared for this moment, knowing Qin Yang would attempt to thwart Lu Shun's assistance to Hu Lei. However, he had not anticipated Qin Yang would throw a pebble with such precision. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He swung his bamboo hammer viciously towards Qin Yang's head. Huang Daba reacted instantly, unleashing a fierce attack as well. At that moment, Qin Yang had his back turned to them, and they envisioned a scene of him collapsing, bloodied and battered. Even if Qin Yang turned to defend himself, he would still absorb the brutal impact of their two strikes, likely fracturing his arms in the process. Zhang Hao, evading Hu Lei's attacks, noticed this unfolding scene and felt his heart leap into his throat. To everyone's surprise, Qin Yang did not turn to defend nor continue attacking Lu Shan. Instead, he rolled onto the ground, evading their strikes. As he sprang up, he scooped up a handful of sand. In an instant, he hurled it towards Zhang Zhong and Huang Daba. "You bastard, playing dirty," Huang Daba shouted in outrage. The sand stung their eyes, causing both men to wince in pain. Huang Daba instinctively freed one hand to rub his eyes, while the other clutched his bamboo hammer. Zhang Zhong, unable to open his eyes due to the pain, simply shut them tight, swinging his bamboo hammer in front of him, relying on instinct to prevent Qin Yang from advancing. Qin Yang could not help but admire their resilience. However, with both opponents effectively blinded, the pressure on him dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, he struck decisively, ensuring they did not have the chance to clear the sand from their eyes. He swiftly sidestepped, evading the erratic assaults of Zhang Zhong, and seized Huang Daba's bamboo hammer with one hand. "Give it to me." Huang Daba was still rubbing his eyes, which burned fiercely, tears streaming down his face. However, he could now discern some shapes. Suddenly, the bamboo he held was yanked away with great force. In the next moment, his hand was empty. The hammer had been snatched away. "Brother Zhang, my weapon has been taken," Huang Daba exclaimed. Qin Yang was capable of lifting a 200-pound wild boar, and now that he was unrestrained, disarming his opponent was a trivial task. At the instant he seized the weapon, he thrust it forcefully towards Huang Daba's chest. Bang! A sharp pain radiated from Huang Daba's chest, and the immense force sent him tumbling backward, landing flat on the ground. The ground was littered with stones, nearly causing him severe harm. For the time being, he found himself incapable of rising. Next, it was Zhang Zhong's bamboo hammer that came into play. Zhang Zhong was quite cautious, disregarding his own sight to tightly grip his weapon and swing it vigorously. However, with the absence of other threats, it was not a challenge for Qin Yang to wrest the bamboo from his grasp. All he needed was to find an opportunity to grip the bamboo shaft and yank it away. Zhang Zhong held onto his weapon tightly, aware that without Huang Daba's interference, Qin Yang would undoubtedly attempt to seize his weapon. Qin Yang eyed his chance, preparing to extend his hand. Meanwhile, a whistling sound sliced through the air as a bamboo hammer descended from above, striking down with great force. It was Lu Shan, who had finally regained his composure. Qin Yang abandoned his attempt, stepping back a few paces to evade the blow. The bamboo hammer smashed into the ground, sending dirt flying, a testament to its formidable power. The hammerhead, comprised of resilient bamboo strips encasing stones, remained undamaged. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Zhong hastily rubbed his eyes to clear the sand, regaining his vision. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with fury as he glared at Qin Yang. Indeed, a person capable of slaying wild boars was not to be underestimated. The might of the bamboo hammer was truly significant. In light of this, he decided against disarming them and would confront them head-on instead. Qin Yang had successfully acquired a bamboo hammer. With a fierce cry, he swung it around like a grand sword. The sound of the wind whistled sharply. His primary target was Zhang Zhong. This fellow was cautious and sufficiently ruthless towards himself. Such a person should not be underestimated, and it was best to resolve the matter swiftly. Zhang Zhong wished to evade, but Qin Yang's speed was simply too rapid, forcing him to lift his bamboo hammer in defense. However, the length of the bamboo, with the heavy stone tied to its end, though he managed to block the shaft. The hammerhead, propelled by tremendous inertia, struck Zhang Zhong squarely on the temple. Bang! Blood splattered. Zhang Zhong felt as though his head had exploded, instantly losing all consciousness as he staggered and fell to the ground, the bamboo hammer slipping from his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang raised the bamboo hammer again, aiming it at the next target, Lu Shan. Seeing Zhang Zhong severely injured, Lu Shan's face turned pale with fear. What in the world was this monster? The three of them were utterly incapable of overcoming him. Just like last time, he executed his escape technique, turning to flee. As long as the Green Mountains remained, he need not fear the lack of firewood. Still trying to run? Qin Yang's eyes narrowed as he hurled the bamboo hammer forcefully at Lu Shan's back. The hammerhead struck Lu Shan's nape with a resounding crack of breaking bones. Lu Shan fell face first into the ground. Whether he would survive this blow remained uncertain. This was the same individual who had previously allowed him to escape, and now he was paying the price for that mistake. These individuals had posed a threat to his life. Had it not been for his good fortune and some fortunate changes in his body, he might have already been buried beneath the sea. In the face of these adversaries, Qin Yang held nothing back, bearing no burdens. Everything was for the sake of survival. He is killed. He is killed. Qin Yang, you murderer! Wang Weifeng exclaimed in horror, his focus on Wu Shan completely dissipating. He regarded Qin Yang as if he were a demon, slowly retreating. He had never witnessed such a scene before. The reason he had allied with these individuals was to confront Qin Yang, believing he could teach him a harsh lesson and seize their women and food. No one had warned him that death could be a consequence. Kill. He certainly did not possess the courage for that. Humph. Am I the murderer? Are you beasts even worthy of being called human? Do you expect me to await my demise? Qin Yang snorted coldly. Having dealt with the 3 unexpected intruders, he felt considerably relieved. It seemed that Wang Weifeng would not require his intervention, leaving only Hu Lei. Wu Shan and Zhang Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. Believing the crisis had passed, a vicious expression crossed Hu Lei's face. Indeed, Qin Yang was a freak. He suspected that Zhang Zhong and Lu Shun would not survive. Would Qin Yang truly let him go after being so ruthless? With a determined heart, he took advantage of Zhang Hao's momentary lapse in vigilance, striking down on Zhang Hao's palm with a stick. Ah! Zhang Hao cried out in pain as the wooden stick slipped from his grasp. Hu Lei seized the opportunity, gripping Zhang Hao's shoulder, leaping behind him, discarding the wooden stick, and brandishing a small fruit knife against Zhang Hao's throat. Stop! One more step forward, and I'll slice his throat. Hu Lei threatened viciously. Zhang Hao's face was filled with terror. In the face of death, how many could maintain their composure? At the same time, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Why had he been so negligent? Qin Yang stood still, his brow furrowed, realizing the predicament at hand. He reached into his pocket. Having intended to practice his stone-throwing accuracy, he had collected several pebbles on his way back from fishing. He pondered if he could strike Hu Lei as he had Lu Shan. However, Hu Lei stood behind Zhang Hao, only revealing half of his head, making it difficult to aim. If Hu Lei's hand trembled, the knife would plunge into Zhang Hao's throat, and on this island, no aid would be forthcoming. Extend your hand. Do not attempt any tricks. Hu Lei noticed Qin Yang's subtle movements. Wang Weifeng, go bind his hands. Ah, I'm a bit scared. Wang Weifeng stammered. Ha ha. Are you out of your mind? Why would you think I would just surrender? Qin Yang suddenly erupted into laughter. Are you not afraid I might kill him? Hu Lei snarled, pressing the fruit knife harder against Zhang Hao's skin, drawing blood. Chapter 37. Rooting out the weeds. Am I some kind of saint? Willing to sacrifice myself for others? Zhang Hao, rest assured. I promise you that if he kills you, I will avenge you. Qin Yang declared. Although he did not wish for Zhang Hao to be slain, the notion of sacrificing himself for that was simply unthinkable. Qin Yang was not that noble, and their relationship had not reached such depths. At worst, he would seek vengeance for Zhang Hao. Brother Yang, I, Zhang Hao, seem to have resigned myself to fate. Please, make sure to avenge me. Hu Lei's expression darkened. This was not how he had envisioned things. He had not anticipated that Qin Yang would be unfazed by his threats. Qin Yang chose not to engage in further dialogue, directly picking up the bamboo hammer that had fallen from Zhang Zhong's grasp. Upon seeing this, Hu Lei was taken aback, realizing that Qin Yang was not merely speaking empty words and was prepared to act. Thus, his hostage of Zhang Hao was rendered futile. If he truly wanted to stab Zhang Hao and flee, he could do so, but recalling how Qin Yang had crushed Lu Shan, Hu Lei knew he would not escape unscathed. Wait, I want to kill him. Let me go, and I will release him, Hu Lei shouted. Oh. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. If that were the case, he need not rush into action. Zhang Hao looked at Qin Yang with hopeful eyes. Who would wish for death when life was still an option? All right, then release him. Qin Yang proactively placed the weapon he held on the ground. I will only release him after I have walked 20 meters, Hu Lei stipulated, concerned that if he let Zhang Hao go too soon, Qin Yang might throw a flying knife at him. He was well aware that Qin Yang was armed. All right, Qin Yang replied, somewhat frustrated. As he had indeed entertained such a notion, Wang Weifeng hurried to Hu Lei's side, intent on fleeing together. He dared not remain in the presence of a murderer like Qin Yang. Hu Lei did not mind Wang Weifeng accompanying him. If Qin Yang decided to act against him, he could push Wang Weifeng forward as a shield. Consequently, Hu Lei took Zhang Hao hostage and began to distance himself from Qin Yang with Wang Weifeng in tow. Once they reached nearly 20 meters, Hu Lei shoved Zhang Hao away and turned to flee with Wang Weifeng. Observing this, Qin Yang called out to Wu Shan, Old Wu, keep an eye on that buzz-cut fellow on the ground. He then sprinted toward them, having tested the 20-meter distance. He knew that his throwing accuracy and strength would be significantly diminished. However, his own speed was commendable. He had already experienced the consequences of leaving a threat unaddressed and could not allow it to unfold again. Brother Yang, thank you. Zhang Hao began to express his gratitude, but Qin Yang hurriedly interrupted. Return to Old Wu and keep watch over the camp. In an instant, Qin Yang vanished from sight, pursuing the fleeing Hu Lei and Wang Weifeng. Damn it, Qin Yang. This scoundrel is untrustworthy. He promised to let me go and is now chasing after me. Hu Lei yelled, glancing back at Qin Yang with anger. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the dense forest, disregarding where he might end up, prioritizing evading Qin Yang. Split up, Hu Lei shouted to Wang Weifeng. Yet Wang Weifeng seemed oblivious, stubbornly trailing behind him. Are you deaf? Don't follow me, Hu Lei shouted. But Wang Weifeng remained unheeding. He had no intention of running alone, fearing that if Qin Yang pursued him, he would be doomed. At that moment, his only thought was to outpace Hu Lei. In the forest, the terrain was not as open as the plains, causing Qin Yang's speed to inevitably slow. However, it was only a matter of time before he caught up with Hu Lei. Meanwhile, Qin Yang pondered how he should deal with them once he caught up. Indeed, he had already dealt lethal blows to Zhang Zhong and Lu Shan, but under those circumstances, it had been a matter of self-preservation. Now, however, Hu Lei and Wang Weifeng represented two living beings. His hesitation was understandable. Having lived for so many years without ever seriously taking a life, save for a wild boar on the island, he had not contemplated this for long before his gaze hardened. The threat must be eliminated. This is also for survival. At the camp, Jiang Meiding and several women had already emerged from the woods and returned to the camp. They had not ventured far, but had instead hidden nearby, anxiously monitoring the situation at the camp. Jiang Meiding felt an overwhelming sense of worry as she watched the three confront Qin Yang. Fortunately, he ultimately turned the tide. Are those two dead? Gu Xiumei asked, gazing at the bodies of Zhang Zhong and Lu Shan, her voice trembling with fear. Simultaneously, she thought, Qin Yang has killed. If he is rescued and returned, won't he end up in prison? Uncle Wu, these people. Zhang Xiaowei's face turned pale. Wu Shan reassured her, do not worry. These individuals deserve their fate. I have checked, and both Zhang Zhong and Lu Shan have breathed their last. Old Wu, how should we handle this fellow? Zhang Hao asked, stepping on Huang Daba's chest, who was attempting to rise. Be gentle, I can hardly breathe. At that moment, Huang Daba lay sprawled on the ground like a turtle. We'll wait for Qin Yang to return and decide, Wu Shan replied. Jiang Meiding took a deep breath, calming herself, confident that Qin Yang would be fine. She then retrieved the sea fish she had set aside earlier, skewering it by the campfire to continue cooking. Indeed, it was not long before Qin Yang's figure appeared in the distance. Brother Yang is back, Zhang Hao exclaimed joyfully. Jiang Meiding longed to rush forward and embrace Qin Yang. But she dared not reveal their relationship, so she restrained herself. Qin Yang, what about those two? Wu Shan inquired. It's all taken care of, they are dealt with. Qin Yang replied with a smile. Wu Shan discerned the implications of dealt with and refrained from asking further. How did it feel to be scared? In that situation, I had no choice. I couldn't allow them to take control of us. Qin Yang chuckled at Zhang Hao, wishing to alleviate any resentment. Brother Yang's actions were justified. I was truly terrified at that moment, Zhang Hao admitted, still shaken. He understood that had Qin Yang indeed chosen to surrender for his sake, it would have been a tremendous loss. Thankfully, he was now safe and sound, harboring no grievances. Brother Yang, what about this fellow? Zhang Hao gestured toward Huang Daba. Spare me. I beg you, let me go? It was all that Lu Shan's idea. I had nothing to do with it. Huang Daba trembled, genuinely fearful of Qin Yang, who was capable of killing. Qin Yang snorted, not believing a word he said. During the earlier confrontation, this man had been particularly treacherous. Glancing at the darkening sky, he instructed, first, bind him up, then we will carry those two bodies to bury them. Although Huang Daba was terrified, he felt relieved that he would not have to accompany Zhang Zhong and Lu Shan. Wu Shan and Zhang Hao nodded in agreement, preparing to transport the bodies to the beach where it would be easier to dig a grave. Disposing of them in the sea would be the simplest solution. However, the bodies would eventually wash ashore, causing distress for anyone who might find them while fishing. As the two were about to carry the bodies, Qin Yang suddenly remembered something and told them to wait. Approaching the bodies, he removed their shoes, recognizing that such essentials were precious on the island and should not be wasted. Wu Shan and Zhang Hao exchanged bewildered looks. Qin Yang then examined the clothing on the corpses. He had already collected several outfits on the first day. He and Jiang Meiding had no shortage of clothes. Turning to Wu Shan and Zhang Hao, he asked, does anyone want these clothes? Chapter 38. The charisma is overwhelming. I want the outfit from Lu Shan. I'm used to wearing work clothes, Wu Shan laughed, realizing that he had been wearing the same clothes for several days. Although they were taken from a corpse, it was better than having no clothes at all. Zhang Hao hesitated, feeling a sense of discomfort. Do you want it, Zhang Hao? Qin Yang inquired. If Zhang Hao declined, he planned to take them for himself. After all, there was no fabric available on the island. I suppose I will take it, Zhang Hao decided after a moment of thought, recognizing that he needed to prepare for long-term survival on the island. Regardless of the clothing, having something to cover himself was far more dignified than relying on leaves. After Qin Yang removed Zhang Zhong's shoes, he proceeded to do the same with Lu Shan's. These shoes are quite good, Qin Yang exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the footwear he had taken from Lu Shan. They appeared to be sailors' work shoes, similar to safety shoes, featuring a thick sole that was crush-proof, waterproof, slip-resistant, and lightweight. The quality of the work shoes provided by our company is indeed excellent, and these clothes are also of high quality, durable, and resistant to dirt. Wu Shan assisted in removing Lu Shan's clothing. Qin Yang glanced at Wu Shan's feet, noticing he wore the same type of shoes. Previously, he had not paid attention. It felt more comfortable not wearing shoes by the seaside, but once inside the forest, he recognized the importance of footwear. Observing the deep blue work jacket that Wu Shan had stripped from Lu Shan, Qin Yang suddenly grinned and said, "Hey, old Wu, since you already have an identical one, why not give this one to me? I will exchange this short-sleeved shirt with you." "No problem, you can take it." Wu Shan handed the garment in his possession to Qin Yang, for it was understood that whatever Qin Yang decided was final. Qin Yang accepted the jacket, which was quite light and would not cause excessive warmth when worn. He intended to use it for work, planning to don it when he entered the forest, considering it as a work uniform. Subsequently, Wu Shan and Zhang Hao carried 2 corpses clad only in undergarments to the beach for disposal. Qin Yang, meanwhile, placed the clothes and shoes beside the shelter, intending to wash and dry them the following day. He then approached the bonfire, where Pan Yu and Gu Shuemei regarded him with trepidation. This was understandable, as the sight of the 2 recently removed corpses had left a significant impact on them. Jiang Meiting and Jiang Shaowei also exhibited some fear, but not directed at Qin Yang. They were acutely aware that had he not acted as he did, their fates would have been dire. They felt immense gratitude towards him instead. "Qin Yang, come and have dinner," Jiang Meiting called out, as the roasted fish and wild boar meat were ready. Qin Yang observed the changing expressions of those around him, remaining indifferent to Pan Yu and Gu Shuemei's opinions. As long as those he cared for understood him, that sufficed. He settled next to Jiang Meiting and spoke, "Let us eat." Soon after, Wu Shan and Zhang Hao returned to the camp after disposing of the bodies, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Huang Dabao was bound to a tree, his back against the trunk, hands tied behind him with a belt taken from Zhang Zhong. Escape was impossible, especially given Qin Yang and the other's habit of keeping watch. Qin Yang planned to interrogate this individual the following day. In the latter part of the night, Qin Yang sat alone by the bonfire while the others slumbered. He gazed into the profound darkness beyond the firelight, listening to the waves and the sea breeze, lost in thought. Memories of slaying Zhang Zhong and Lu Shun replayed in his mind. As an ordinary person, it was natural for him to contemplate deeply when alone. Logically, he should never have been involved in killing. "What are you thinking?" Jiang Meiting waved her hand in front of Qin Yang's eyes. "Huh." He snapped back to reality, unaware of when Jiang Meiting had approached. Scratching his head, he smiled and replied, "Nothing much. What brings you awake?" Jiang Meiting sat beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. Having just woken, she had come to check on him and found him in a daze. "Do not dwell on strange thoughts. If it were not for you, Wei Wei and I might have faced a terrible fate. You did the right thing." Jiang Meiting's delicate hand rested on Qin Yang's larger one, their fingers intertwined. Hearing her words warmed his heart, prompting him to set aside any chaotic thoughts. He gently kissed the back of her hand. Jiang Meiting playfully protested, but made no move to withdraw her hand. They remained quietly together, and before long, she had drifted off to sleep. Observing this, Qin Yang carried her back to the shelter before returning to keep watch. He finally lay down to sleep after 5 o'clock. The following morning, perhaps due to the excessive exertion of the previous day, Qin Yang awoke to find it already past 9, a rare occurrence for him. Exiting the shelter, he rinsed his mouth with some charcoal before heading to the smoking room, where Wu Shan was already present. "So how is it, old Wu? Is there any smoked meat nibbled by mice?" "Yes, but thankfully, not much, just 1 piece." Wu Shan produced the mouse-bitten piece of smoked meat for Qin Yang to handle. These rodents were indeed bothersome. Qin Yang took the smoked meat and cut away the gnawed portions before returning it to the rack. He mused that it was time to construct a proper shelter, one that could keep the mice at bay. "Yanggu, I have found something good." Zhang Hao's voice called out. Qin Yang turned to see Zhang Hao holding some smoked meat, followed closely by Gu Shuemei and Pan Yu, with the latter dragging a suitcase. "I thought something was missing last night." Qin Yang slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to scavenge the spoils from Hulei's camp due to the late hour. Wu Shan took the smoked meat from Zhang Hao, which weighed over 30 pounds. It had been procured from the pig leg traded with Zhou Bin, and in just a few days, the latter had barely consumed any. "Have you seen that Zhou Bin?" Qin Yang inquired, realizing he had nearly forgotten about him. Pan Yu replied, "I did not see Manager Zhou at the camp. He probably fled after Wang Weifeng and the others left, taking all the food except for the smoked meat." As she spoke, Pan Yu opened the suitcase, revealing it to be completely empty. She was aware that Hulei and Wang Weifeng held little regard for Zhou Bin, so his escape was not surprising. "It is better this way. Zhou Bin is merely a man drained of vitality by indulgence. I have no desire to serve him." Qin Yang felt a tinge of regret. Recalling that Zhou Bin still had instant noodles and luncheon meat, he approached the bound Huang Debao, while Jiang Meiting and her sister prepared breakfast using canned goods to cook the smoked meat, which would be tastier than roasting. Qin Yang remembered Jiang Meiting's advice to maintain distance from the others, offering only a faint smile as a greeting. What he did not anticipate was that Jiang Xiaowei seemed to regard him with increased admiration than usual. He understood that her admiration stemmed from his courageous battle against the villains Zhang Zhong and Lu Shun the previous day. Oh, this cursed charm of mine. Qin Yang thought helplessly. Huang Debao had awakened, looking haggard from a night of confinement. Upon seeing Qin Yang approach, fear washed over his face. Fearing that Qin Yang would turn violent, he quickly pleaded, "Please, big brother, can you spare me? I'll do anything for you if you let me live." Chapter 39, Gathering Information. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, revealing a playful smile. This man appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a crew cut and a robust build. It felt strange to be addressed as big brother. "Old Huang, I will ask you a few questions, and if you answer truthfully, you may continue to live." Huang Debao, filled with joy at the prospect of survival, nodded vigorously. "Big brother, my name is Huang Debao, ask away, and I will tell you everything I know. Do you have any accomplices? Where did you find these bamboo?" Qin Yang posed his questions. Other survivors represented potential threats. While bamboo was a valuable resource, bamboo could serve numerous purposes, from constructing houses and furniture to crafting coconut bowls, which Qin Yang had yet to produce despite the time and effort invested. With bamboo, one could make a bowl or cup from a single stalk, a remarkable convenience. It could even be used to create pots, which could be reused the next day without the need for washing. Qin Yang's reluctance to cook at home largely stemmed from his aversion to washing dishes. Bamboo shoots were edible and, compared to timber, bamboo was easier to procure. In summary, a bamboo grove was a treasure. Yes, there is a camp to the east, and in between here and our camp lies a bamboo forest. Qin Yang stroked his chin and responded, "Be more specific. How many people are in your camp? Who is in charge? And how far is the bamboo forest?" "Big brother, can you please untie me first? I've been bound all night, and it is unbearable," Huang Debao pleaded. He genuinely felt uncomfortable after enduring a night of mosquito bites. Qin Yang was unconcerned about any tricks. He walked behind him and untied the belt. Huang Debao stretched his arms and continued. "When we left, there were about a dozen people. There was no one in charge, as it was merely a gathering of those who were washed ashore. The words of Zhu Lin suggest that if one traverses the forest from this side, it would take approximately half an hour to reach the bamboo grove. Beyond the grove, another half-hour's walk leads to the eastern beach, where a camp, much like yours, awaits rescue." Huang Debao divulged all he knew while gesturing the direction with his hands. "You fellows are quite bold, traveling such a distance to seize women." Qin Yang scoffed. With Huang Debao's gestures, he discerned the general location of the opposing camp, situated beyond the freshwater source he had found, leading to a fissure that cleaved the beach apart. The gap spanned a considerable distance, making it nearly impossible to leap across. The only way to navigate was through the island's interior, traversing the dense foliage. Huang Debao shivered slightly and meekly admitted, "It was all Lu Shun's instigation. He brought us here." They had encountered Lu Shun the following day near the bamboo grove, where he waxed lyrical about two extraordinary women and a man. Lu Shun painted a picture of Jiang Meiting and her sister that made them appear celestial. Zhang Zhong and Huang Debao, two grown men, inevitably felt their hearts stirred. After considerable effort, they fashioned a few bamboo hammers, believing that a night with the beautiful women was surely attainable. Little did they anticipate the loss of two comrades. "Take me there," Qin Yang commanded before turning toward the shelter. Huang Debao contemplated fleeing, but was interrupted by Qin Yang's voice. "You may attempt to escape, but should I catch you, our conversation will not be as cordial." "I wouldn't dare," Huang Debao shivered. Upon returning to the shelter, Qin Yang donned his shoes and packed his bag without consuming any food, knowing there would be provisions to sustain him during the journey. "Are you heading back into the woods?" Jiang Meiting inquired. "Yes, I intend to explore the bamboo grove he spoke of. With bamboo, many things can be crafted," Qin Yang replied. He then produced a small fruit knife acquired from Hulei and handed it to Jiang Meiting. "Take this for self-defense. Please ensure your safety," she cautioned. Still shaken by the previous encounter with the venomous spider, Jiang Xiaowei approached with a smile. "Qin Yang, may I accompany you this time? I can be of assistance." "The destination is rather distant. It would be best if you did not follow," Qin Yang replied. "Xiaowei, heed Qin Yang's advice and do not complicate matters," Jiang Meiting admonished, playfully tugging at her sister's ear. "I understand. I am not a child." "Why do you tug my ear, sister?" Xiaowei retorted, unfazed by her elder siblings' teasing. The two sisters engaged in playful banter, their camaraderie evident despite their age difference. Xiaowei, undeterred by her sister's seniority, playfully slapped Jiang Meiting's rear. Qin Yang observed. Appreciating the lightheartedness, realizing that companionship on the island was essential, solitude was a thought too daunting to entertain. Qin Yang conferred briefly with Wu Shan and Zhang Hao, instructing them to safeguard the camp. He then approached Huang de Beos. "Let us proceed to the bamboo grove you mentioned." Huang de Beos hesitantly requested, "Brother, could I have something to eat? I lack the strength to walk such a distance." He fixed his gaze on Qin Yang's face, fearful of provoking his ire. In response, Qin Yang approached the campfire, retrieving a skewer of smoked meat from a can. He had grown weary of the smoked flavor, primarily due to the lack of accompanying ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic. It was merely a means to stave off hunger, not a culinary delight. However, when famished, it was a delicacy. He handed the skewer to Huang de Beos, who devoured it ravenously, relishing even the mediocre flavor as if it were a gourmet feast. "Since you have finished, let us set off," Qin Yang declared. Huang de Beos' round face contorted in apprehension, fearing for his life. "But brother, you promised not to kill me." "Enough with the chatter. Lead me to the bamboo grove without delay," Qin Yang commanded sternly. Huang de Beos, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly obeyed and forged ahead. As they walked, Qin Yang wielded a bamboo hammer, far superior to a mere wooden stick. "Who crafted this weapon?" he inquired. Huang de Beos glanced back and replied, "Zhang Zhong made this bamboo hammer. He possesses quite the skill. Indeed, he is both capable and resourceful," Qin Yang mused. The rough cuts at either end of the bamboo suggested that no tools were used, but rather sharp stones to achieve the necessary precision. A single bamboo pole was akin to a wooden stick, but with a stone head affixed, its potency was significantly enhanced, albeit at the cost of greater exertion. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Huang de Beos retraced his steps. "Brother, let me first locate the mark I left yesterday." Qin Yang nodded, following closely behind. Had Huang de Beos led him directly into the woods without marking their path, suspicion would have arisen regarding his intentions. In unfamiliar terrain, neglecting to leave markers could lead to disorientation, potentially encroaching upon a wild beast's territory, a perilous predicament. After a short while, they discovered a mark, a cross etched into a tree with a stone. Following this sign, Huang de Beos guided Qin Yang toward the bamboo grove in the eastern camp. "Is there truly no woman in your camp?" Qin Yang queried, intrigued. With Huang de Beos and his companion's prowess, coupled with the formidable bamboo hammer, controlling other survivors should have posed no challenge. Why then did they venture so far to capture women from his camp? Huang de Beos, clearing the path ahead, responded, "There are women, but there are also many men. One is a veteran, and the others follow his command. We three cannot contend with such numbers." "What is your relationship with Zhang Zhong?" Qin Yang pressed further. "There is little connection. When I awoke on the beach, Zhang Zhong lay beside me. We conversed as fellow survivors and became familiar," Huang de Beos replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. Qin Yang pondered this information, initially uncertain how to deal with Huang de Beos. His association with Lu Shun indicated an unsavory character. If he were closely allied with Zhang Zhong, keeping him around could pose a threat. However, for now, he could be considered for labor. As they continued, the heat became palpable. Even in the shade, the discomfort of the humid air was evident. Navigating through the forest was far less pleasant than walking along the sandy beach. The terrain was uneven and littered with pebbles. Fortunately, Qin Yang wore shoes this time. Otherwise, his feet would have suffered greatly. Having traversed only a kilometer and a few hundred meters took nearly 30 minutes. The unfamiliar path slowed them, as Huang de Beos required frequent breaks. In contrast, Qin Yang remained composed, his breathing steady, while Huang de Beos was soaked in sweat. Curiously, he asked, "Brother, were you a veteran as well?" "I was not," Qin Yang replied tersely. He stood behind Huang DBO, acutely aware of the pungent odor of sweat that enveloped him. The mere act of uttering a single word seemed to amplify the intensity of this odor. The two continued their journey. Before long, Qin Yang caught sight of a lush bamboo grove flourishing atop a distant hill. As the wind rustled through the bamboo, the stalks brushed against one another, producing a soothing rustle that Qin Yang found particularly delightful. After a few more minutes, they finally arrived at the bamboo forest. Beyond this grove lay the eastern beach, Huang DBO remarked, leaning against a bamboo stalk, panting slightly. Qin Yang gazed at the towering bamboo with a buoyant spirit. "Can I go relieve myself?" Huang DBO inquired. "Go ahead." Qin Yang waved his hand and settled down, weary from their lengthy trek. Huang DBO's face lit up with joy as he ambled toward the bamboo, glancing about as if selecting the perfect spot. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered 5 or 6 meters away. Noticing this distance without any reaction from Qin Yang, Huang DBO felt a surge of excitement. He hasn't noticed. I can finally be free. In an instant, he dashed into the bamboo grove, exhibiting none of the weakness one might expect. Qin Yang observed Huang DBO's retreating figure and immediately sprang to his feet, pursuing him. How careless of me. I never anticipated that Huang Dbo would be so cooperative, grinning as if he were waiting for me. Qin Yang begrudgingly acknowledged that he had been deceived, having lowered his guard. Youthful folly had indeed cost him dearly. As he chased after him, he retrieved a pebble from his pocket and hurled it at Huang Dbo. Thud. Unfortunately, the dense bamboo forest thwarted the pebble's trajectory. Hearing the sound behind him, Huang Dbo summoned his strength and ran faster. Realizing that his stone-throwing efforts were in vain, Qin Yang grasped his bamboo hammer and quickened his pace. Yet, navigating through the thick bamboo felt akin to traversing a maze, hindering his speed. Moreover, Huang Dbo had deliberately darted into the densest part of the grove. The pursuit continued for several minutes, but Qin Yang could no longer discern Huang Dbo's figure. He halted, attempting to rely on sound to determine the direction of his escape when a sudden gust of wind swept through the bamboo grove, creating a cacophony that rendered it impossible to distinguish any noise. After several more minutes, once the wind had finally ceased, Qin Yang decided against continuing the chase. He had lost track of how far they had run and had no clear direction. It would be futile to pursue. He vowed to never again trust such individuals so easily. His expression darkened as he stood amidst the bamboo, reflecting on the situation. Now, the only verifiable truth was the existence of the bamboo forest. Everything else regarding the camp and survivors beyond was now suspect. Qin Yang yearned to investigate further and assess the conditions of the camp on the other side. However, the fear of losing his way and wasting precious time weighed heavily on him. If Huang Dbo had led others to his camp, he would be in grave danger should he fail to return in time. Forget it. I shall refrain from taking risks for now. The location of the camp is already exposed, and for safety's sake, I must find a new site to construct a shelter, he murmured to himself. Turning, he made his way back to the location of his camp. The shelter within the camp had originally been erected to await rescue. Now that rescue seemed unlikely, it was imperative to select a suitable place to build a more robust shelter, one that could adequately shield against wind and rain. With the availability of bamboo, the issue of materials was easily resolved. Harvesting bamboo was undoubtedly easier than felling trees. GGD. On his way back, Qin Yang abruptly halted, scanning his surroundings. Could that sound be a wild chicken? When the noise echoed again, he turned toward the thicket to his right. At a distance of several dozen meters, a vividly feathered wild cock flitted past. Indeed, it was a wild chicken. Qin Yang felt a surge of excitement. It was a male, and had it not been for its vibrant plumage, he might have failed to locate it so swiftly. Instinctively, he felt the urge to capture this wild fowl, recalling that its taste would surely surpass that of wild boar. The time was still early. He decided to give it a try. As he approached the spot where he had spotted the wild chicken, he seized the opportunity. Drawing within 10 meters, he crouched low, careful not to make a sound as he inched closer. GG. The wild chicken, pecking at the ground, suddenly leaped into the air, flapping its wings and soaring away. Damn. So alert. Qin Yang raised his arm, clutching a pebble, yet before he could throw it, the target had vanished into the sky. Undeterred, he continued in the direction the wild chicken had fled. In his youth, while playing in the mountains back home, he often encountered wild chickens, which were equally elusive. To catch one required immense patience. Chapter 41. The Bounty of the Wild Chicken. Qin Yang had no idea how far he had chased the wild chicken. He had already had 3 opportunities to strike, but each time he was on the verge of throwing, the wild chicken seemed to sense danger and took flight. Fortunately, Qin Yang remained composed and refrained from hurling the pebble. Otherwise, given the chicken's keenness, it would have surely escaped long ago. The wild chicken must have found the situation peculiar, feeling an imminent threat yet unable to identify its source. There was an opportunity. Qin Yang noticed the wild chicken presenting its colorful back to him. Slowly, he raised the hand clutching the pebble. This time, he hesitated not for a moment. His muscles tensed as he launched the pebble with force. The stone flew forth like a bullet. Bang! The wild chicken was struck on its back, crashing to the ground, flapping its wings and thrashing its feet, stirring up dust and emitting distressed clucks. Today, there will be chicken for dinner, Qin Yang exclaimed, rising swiftly to approach the flailing wild chicken. It still had considerable fight left. His expression filled with exhilaration, for this was his first successful capture of a wild chicken. He crouched down, pinning the chicken's feet beneath his own while securing its wings with his other foot. Then, he drew out his knife and swiftly made an incision on the chicken's neck to bleed it out. Back home, the family always bled the chickens to eliminate any gamey flavor. After about half a minute, noticing no more blood flowing from the neck, he deemed it time to return. Qin Yang attached the wild chicken to his backpack. He had been pursuing the chicken directly on the path leading back, so turning around would easily guide him to his original location. As he prepared to leave, he inadvertently heard the sound of flowing water. Instantly alert, Qin Yang thought that if he could locate a water source here, It would be ideal for establishing a nearby shelter, making water collection far more convenient. He would no longer need to trek long distances each time, which was both unsafe and inefficient, as he had to wait for the water to seep into the containers after filling 2 or 3 bottles. Qin Yang moved forward, passing through a thicket. Suddenly, he emerged into a clearing, where a small hillside loomed ahead. Although he had yet to spot the water source, his face was already alight with excitement. Before him stood a natural cave. Excellent. This was nothing short of a natural shelter. Qin Yang approached the cave, eager to assess its safety. The entrance was flanked by exposed rock, forming a semicircular opening approximately 5 to 6 meters wide and 2 to 3 meters high. One could see through to the other side, and the interior spanned around a dozen square meters, quite spacious. However, the height from the entrance to the cave's end gradually decreased, necessitating a crawl to reach the farthest point. Additionally, the uneven ground would make lying down rather uncomfortable. The cave can serve as both a warehouse and a temporary shelter, while a new refuge can be constructed in the open area outside. During windy or rainy weather, one can seek refuge in the cave, Qin Yang contemplated, with the tools at his disposal. He was uncertain how long it would take to create a proper shelter that would not leak. After all, he was not a survival expert and would have to learn through practice. Let me see where the water source is, Qin Yang said as he exited the cave. Following the sound to the left, after walking a few meters, the sound of flowing water became clearer and the vegetation ahead grew denser. Through the foliage, he could see a shallow stream winding forward. Qin Yang crouched by the stream and splashed his face with the water. Although the water was crystal clear, he dared not drink it. Water from the wild must be boiled before consumption. Who knows how many bacteria, animal droppings, and nematodes lurked within. Merely thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. This location was indeed an excellent place to construct a shelter. Qin Yang decided to return immediately and instruct the others to gather their belongings and relocate here, before gradually building the refuge. Upon returning to the camp, he found the group gazing at him with curiosity, speculating about Huang Debao's whereabouts. Why are you the only one back? Qin Xiaogo, Wu Shan inquired. Qin Yang sat down beside Jiang Meiting, weary from the long trek. With a sigh, he replied, that fellow tricked me. I lost sight of him for a moment. And he escaped. Jiang Meiting expressed her concern, asking, did you encounter any danger? No, don't worry. Qin Yang reassured her. That guy is just too cunning. Zhang Hao was astonished, unable to believe that Huang Debao's had managed to flee from Qin Yang. Just last night, he and Hulei had run 20 meters ahead and were still caught by Qin Yang. Qin Yang removed his backpack and took down the wild chicken hanging from it. Wu Shan's face lit up with excitement. That's a wild chicken. How did you catch it? Qin Xiaogo. The others, upon hearing Wu Shan, realized it was a wild chicken, having initially thought it was some other bird. Haha, I crushed it with a rock. Qin Yang laughed, clearly proud of his achievement. Remarkable. Wu Shan admired, having witnessed Qin Yang's impressive stone-throwing skills and not doubting his words. He knew how difficult it was to catch a wild chicken, as hunters typically use traps or guns. Yet here was Qin Yang, having killed one with mere stones. Go boil a pot of water, pluck its feathers, and then roast it. We'll have roast chicken today. The mention of roast chicken brightened everyone's spirits. After days of consuming tough wild boar meat, the prospect of different food was a delightful change. Wu Shan eagerly went to fetch cans to wash, while Zhang Hao actively retrieved plastic bottles for water. Both were diligent and proactive individuals. 2 cans filled with water were placed over the coals to boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, it was poured over the wild chicken, making it easier to pluck the feathers. Wu Shan, skilled in cooking, naturally took charge of the chicken. You all should learn how Old Wu handles wild chickens. I will surely catch more in the future, and you'll need to know how to process them. Qin Yang instructed the women. Jiang Meiting and her sister obediently approached Old Wu to learn. Although they had previously enjoyed comfortable living conditions, their adaptability was commendable. Jiang Meiting was inherently independent and strong-willed, no longer a naive young girl. Jiang Xiaowei, influenced by her sister's character, was willing to learn, even if she had never cooked before. Qin Yang was very pleased with their performance. In the future, must we remain on this island? Gu Shuimei asked, her expression somewhat grim. At just 20, she was in her prime, with aspirations of graduating from university, securing a good job, and marrying a wealthy man. This was not how she envisioned her life, toiling on a deserted island, consuming unpalatable food, and sharing her days with strangers. Chapter 42. Choices. As the others absorbed Gu Shuimei's words, they were taken aback. Wu, I want to go home, she whimpered, her eyes reddening. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, and others began to feel the weight of her despair. Zhang Hao rushed over to comfort her, saying, Shuimei, don't be sad. Rescue might just be delayed. If we endure, we will surely be saved. No, I advise you all to abandon the notion of waiting for rescue. You all must have suspected this by now. After so many days, if there were a rescue, it would have arrived by now. We can only rely on ourselves to survive long-term on this island. Qin Yang directly shattered their illusions. Rather than cling to false hopes, it was better to confront the reality. Gu Xuemei's sobs grew louder. Yang Gu. Zhang Hao found himself at a loss for words to comfort her. After all, Qin Yang's reasoning was sound, and he found himself in agreement. Enough. Let her cry for a while. It's better to accept it sooner rather than later. But once she is done, she must come over and learn from old Wu how to handle the wild chicken, Qin Yang stated calmly. In his view, if they were to survive together for an extended period, they needed to divide responsibilities, with everyone contributing their share. Hearing this, Gu Xuemei clenched her teeth and thought, this Qin Yang is such a detestable man. Even while I'm crying my heart out, he expects me to work. After a few more minutes of fruitless crying, she wandered over to Wu Shan to observe how he processed the wild chicken. This was Wu Shan's first experience killing a chicken, and being watched by so many was a new adventure for him. After the chicken was scalded with boiling water, the feathers came off easily. As he worked, Wu Shan explained the process. Wild chickens are typically not very large. This one is a rooster, weighing just over a pound, so you need not get involved. Just watch me. In no time, Wu Shan had the wild chicken completely plucked, its skin glistening. Next came the extraction of the innards. Borrowing a knife from Qin Yang, he made an incision at the chicken's rear. Amidst the astonished gazes of Jiang Mei-ing and the others, Wu Shan deftly reached inside. A surprised gasp escaped from someone. Clearly unfamiliar with the process of slaughtering a chicken, Wu Shan skillfully removed the innards. Old Wu is quite adept at this, Qin Yang observed. Having witnessed his grandmother slaughter chickens before, though he had never attempted it himself. If tasked with processing this wild chicken, he knew he could not match old Wu's proficiency. Wild chicken is quite delicious when stewed, and one can enjoy a savory broth. However, without a pot, Qin Yang couldn't make that happen. Roasting was the most convenient method. Requiring no dismemberment of the chicken, it could simply be skewered on a stick and roasted over the fire. Qin Xiaogu, do you want the chicken gizzards and feet? Wu Shan inquired. Yes, but not the intestines. They are too troublesome, Qin Yang replied. Chicken gizzards are a delicacy that should not go to waste. Wu Shan nodded. All right. I will prepare them and boil them in a can later. Once the wild chicken was nearly prepared, Wu Shan rinsed it once more, then rubbed some homemade sea salt over it. He also chopped off the chicken's feet, which would be cooked along with the gizzards. 10 minutes later, a wild chicken was roasting over the fire, while a can containing the gizzards simmered on the coals. The group gathered around the fire, eagerly anticipating the feast. Suddenly, Qin Yang remembered he had yet to discuss the relocation of their camp. He began to speak. I have discovered a cave, which serves as an excellent shelter. And there is a stream nearby. After we finish the roasted chicken, we shall relocate there. Of course, if any of you wish to remain here, that is also acceptable. Does anyone wish to stay? The Jiang sisters, Mei Ting and her sibling, did not need to deliberate. They would undoubtedly follow Qin Yang, without a second thought. For wherever he went, they would follow. Wu Shan also believed it was better to stay with Qin Yang, as it meant not going hungry and enjoying roasted chicken. Qin Yang was a genuine young man. Pan Yu did not hesitate much either. Naturally, she would follow Qin Yang. Gu Xuemei, however, pondered the possibility of missing out on rescue if she ventured into the woods. Staying here, with a shelter and a bonfire, seemed rather appealing. She turned to Zhang Hao and said, I wish to stay here. Zhang Hao, will you accompany me? Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to follow Qin Yang, having never stayed in a cave before. However, upon seeing Gu Xuemei's pitiful gaze, he thought it inappropriate to leave a girl alone in such a setting. Furthermore, they had been classmates since high school, attending the same university, and she was someone he had admired for quite some time. With all these factors combined, it was impossible to refuse. He replied, all right then. Wonderful, thank you. Gu Xuemei beamed. Without Qin Yang and the others, it was certain that she and Zhang Hao would not be burdened with work. Zhang Hao turned to Qin Yang and said, Brother Yang, I will remain here with Xuemei. If rescue comes, it will be easier to inform you. Although Qin Yang internally criticized this decision, he refrained from dissuading him. He nodded slightly and said, the place I chose is not far. I will come back here to fish and gather seafood. If you change your mind, feel free to let me know. That is fantastic. Thank you, Brother Yang. Zhang Hao expressed his gratitude. Although Jiang Mei-ting and the others were somewhat surprised, they had little to say about Gu Xuemei, as they had no close ties with her. However, Zhang Hao had previously stood up for the camp, and they felt inclined to offer some words of advice, but hesitated to do so. Some matters were best left for Zhang Hao to contemplate on his own. The roasted chicken on the fire began to take on a golden hue. The fat beneath the chicken skin oozed out, permeating the air with an irresistible aroma. Everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. It smells so good. Uncle Wu, when can we eat? Jiang Xiaowei felt saliva pooling in her mouth. Wu Shan chuckled, just a little longer. It will be ready soon. Thus, Everyone could only watch eagerly, inhaling the tantalizing scent, which was truly torturous. The chicken giblets simmering in the pot were already cooked. Qin Yang brought them over, using chopsticks made from twigs to retrieve the chicken gizzards from the pot. The wild chicken was not very large, so naturally, the gizzards were not substantial either, thus Wu Shan had not bothered to cut them. All the innards had been properly cleaned, making them a delightful addition to the meal. Qin Yang, are chicken innards really delicious? Jiang Xiaowei asked curiously, eyeing the gizzards in his chopsticks. Jiang Meiting also cast a curious glance. Neither of them had much experience with dishes made from chicken innards. Of course, they are delicious. This is chicken gizzard. It's fragrant, crispy, and rich in protein. Qin Yang replied, raising an eyebrow as he locked eyes with Jiang Meiting. She quickly lowered her head, hoping to avoid revealing her expression to others. Seeing her bashful demeanor made Qin Yang smile even more. Taking a bite of the gizzard, the crisp sound echoed as he chewed. The freshly cooked gizzard had an excellent taste and texture. Observing Qin Yang's enjoyment, Jiang Xiaowei asked, it seems really tasty. Can I have a taste of the other half? Qin Yang was not a stingy person. Just as he was about to offer the other half of the gizzard to Jiang Xiaowei, he noticed Jiang Meiting shooting him a glare. Her beautiful eyes blinking as if conveying a message. Could it be that Jiang Mei also wished to partake? Qin Yang was momentarily stunned. Then, he realized he had just bitten into half a gizzard, which bore his saliva. If he gave it to Jiang Xiaowei, it would be akin to sharing a kiss indirectly. He had not considered this carefully. If this led to Jiang Xiaowei misunderstanding his intentions, it would be unfortunate. Thus, he simply dipped the gizzard in the pot for a moment, as if washing it with hot water, before handing it to Jiang Xiaowei. Jiang Meiting saw this and had no objections. Her main concern was that Qin Yang's actions might lead to misunderstandings with her sister. Let me see if this truly is delicious, Jiang Xiaowei remarked, unaware of the unspoken thoughts between Qin Yang and her sister. She just wanted to ascertain the taste of the gizzard. Biting into it, her eyes lit up. Delicious. Qin Yang smiled at her reaction. It wasn't that the gizzard was exceptionally tasty. It was merely that on the island, they had not encountered many delectable dishes. The absence of spices and cooking tools made even meat hard to prepare well. However, gizzards do not require much seasoning, as long as they are cooked. They are quite palatable, which made them seem exceptionally delightful. After a while, Wu Shan poked a thin twig into the roasted chicken, easily penetrating it. He looked at Qin Yang and smiled. Brother Qin, the roasted chicken is ready. The others turned to Qin Yang, as the wild chicken was his catch. So he should be the one to divide it. The chicken was small enough that even if Qin Yang were to eat it all himself, he could manage. How should it be divided? After some thought, he simply tore off 2 large chicken legs and handed them to Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei. Pan Yu and Gu Shuemei exchanged glances that revealed a hint of jealousy. Who wouldn't want a large chicken leg? Qin Yang then tore off 2 chicken wings, which could be considered small legs, and although somewhat reluctantly, he offered them to Pan Yu and Gu Shuemei, as they had contributed the least to the work. The remaining chicken body was torn into 3 large pieces for the 3 men. Qin Yang's distribution was already quite fair, and no one could complain. Even if they had grievances, they would have to swallow them. Should anyone dare to object, Qin Yang would not hesitate to reclaim it for himself. Jiang Meiting approached Qin Yang, holding out her chicken leg. Qin Yang, this wild chicken is what you worked hard to catch. You should eat more. Upon hearing her say this, Jiang Xiaowei realized that Qin Yang had indeed done a lot for them, and he had worked hard. Perhaps it was appropriate for him to eat a bit more. She wondered if she should follow her sister's example. However, that chicken leg smelled divine. Jiang Xiaowei could no longer resist and began to gnaw on the chicken leg. Qin Yang was touched and felt an overwhelming urge to kiss Jiang Meiting's tender, rosy lips. No need. I have plenty of meat here, and I will surely catch more wild chickens next time. I am not afraid of going hungry. All right then. Jiang Meiting replied, no longer insisting, and began to savor the chicken leg in her hand. The chicken skin was crisp and fragrant, and with each bite, the meat was tender and juicy, releasing rich flavors into her mouth. The only downside was that it was too little. In just a few minutes, they had finished their meal. Next, Qin Yang led everyone in packing up their belongings to move to the cave. He left behind the cured meat he had retrieved from Zhou Bin, taking everything else with him. Storing the cured meat in the cave would ensure it remained dry during the rain. He also left behind 3 empty cans, taking only 1 with him. One of the remaining cans was designated for boiling salt. When the time came, Wu Shan would return to this spot to boil salt. The cave was only a few hundred meters away from their current campsite. Once the shelter in the cave was established, Qin Yang would periodically return to this location, as it offered coconut trees, opportunities to catch fish, and gather shellfish, making it a resource-rich area. Let us take our leave for now, but do be cautious not to extinguish the fire. Otherwise, you will have to come to me for a light, reminded Qin Yang. He chose not to inform Zhang Hao about the possibility of Huang Daba bringing people back, not out of intentional concealment, but because it was uncertain if Huang Daba would indeed return with others. Furthermore, he believed that Zhang Hao and his companion would not linger here for long. Perhaps in a few days, they would seek him in the cave to join his camp. Should you encounter any danger, do come find me, of course. Even if there is no danger, you are welcome to visit, as it is not far. Qin Yang gestured towards the direction. Zhang Hao nodded appreciatively. With no further words to share, Qin Yang led the others into the woods. Zhang Hao watched them depart, feeling a mixture of reluctance and gratitude after the experiences they had shared, though their time together had been brief. Gu Xuemai, on the other hand, felt a sense of lightness. She often felt pressure in Qin Yang's presence. Now, she merely hoped his ominous predictions would not come to pass. Will this be our new camp? Surely, there are no wild beasts in the cave? Jiang Shaowei inquired as she gazed at the cave before her. Indeed, rest assured. I have checked, and there are no beasts, Qin Yang replied, placing the smoked meat he had carried on his shoulder onto the ground before sitting down to rest. It weighed about 70 to 80 pounds, and although his physical condition was exceptional, he was not immune to fatigue. Wu Shan, carrying around 20 pounds, was already drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Fortunately, the weight of the wild boar meat had lightened considerably after smoking. Otherwise, it would have been even heavier. Jiang Meiting carried Qin Yang's backpack, while the other two held various scattered items. After resting for a few minutes in the clearing, they moved their belongings into the cave. This place is splendid. No matter how heavily it rains, we won't get wet. Moreover, the entrance is situated higher than the ground, so we won't be flooded. Wu Shan remarked, clearly satisfied with the cave. You all clean up the cave. I will gather some straw to lay on the ground, making our nights more comfortable. Qin Yang said before heading out of the cave. Jiang Meiting, in perfect harmony, followed closely behind him. It's strange. Why does it seem like my sister often spends time with Qin Yang? Did they have such a good relationship when they were at the company? I never heard her mention it before, Jiang Shaowei murmured as she observed their retreating figures. Wu Shan, overhearing her, smiled, his wrinkles becoming more pronounced. Uncle Wu, what are you laughing about? Jiang Shaowei turned to him, puzzled. Wu Shan could easily discern the relationship between Qin Yang and Jiang Meiting. Although he wished to tell Jiang Shaowei that Qin Yang would soon be her brother-in-law, he recognized that it was a private matter, and it was best not to interfere. Thus, he shook his head and smiled. I'm just pleased. This cave is quite nice. Let's hurry and clean it up. Chapter 44, Primal and Pure. Qin Yang and Jiang Meiting departed the cave, heading towards the rear where the wild grass was most abundant. After walking a considerable distance and ensuring they would not be discovered by those in the camp, Qin Yang took Jiang Meiting's hand. It felt soft. Jiang Meiting allowed him to hold her hand, wondering if Qin Yang's hands had always been so rough or if they had become so over the past few days. Thinking of Qin Yang's tireless efforts, only able to rest at night while still keeping watch, she felt a pang of sympathy. You've worked hard. A warm current flowed through Qin Yang, erasing all fatigue. He embraced Jiang Meiting, savoring the delightful sensation before whispering in her ear, your words are worth it. He noticed her ears turning crimson, her neck and face blushing like a ripe peach. He leaned in and kissed her, his hands becoming restless. Though Jiang Meiting had experience, nearly a decade of absence left her momentarily unsteady. This sensation was overwhelmingly exhilarating. Weren't you supposed to gather straw? There seems to be plenty of it here. Qin Yang released Jiang Meiting, gesturing around with a smile. The area was filled with wild grass, some lush green and others a dull yellow. Then let us collect it quickly, Jiang Meiting replied. Qin Yang stepped forward, flattening the grass with his feet. Jiang Meiting assumed he was preparing to gather straw. But then he said, there is still plenty of time. Let us not rush. First, with that, he began to remove his clothing, laying it upon the flattened grass. Realizing his intentions, Jiang Meiting hesitated. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Here, if we crouch down, no one will see us, Qin Yang said, pulling her down with him. Lay your clothes down as well. The grass is somewhat prickly. Jiang Meiting noticed Qin Yang's excitement and was not inclined to refuse him. However, she had never experienced anything like this outdoors. Gripping the hem of her clothing, she felt hesitant. Qin Yang did not rush her, but watched her quietly. Unable to bear disappointing him, Jiang Meiting finally revealed her exquisite figure. Manager Mei, you are truly beautiful. Qin Yang felt his heart race, blood coursing through his veins at an exhilarating pace. He had never envisioned that a scene only imaginable in dreams could manifest before him. From now on, just call me Meiting, she said, having overcome her initial shyness. Meiting, A gentle breeze stirred the tall grass, swaying rhythmically. They shared the most primal and pure expression of love. What time is it? Jiang Meiting rested her head on Qin Yang's arm, drenched in perspiration. It's almost 4 o'clock, Qin Yang replied, glancing at his watch. He was surprised at how quickly time had passed. It felt exhilarating. Has it really been 2 hours? Jiang Meiting cast him a reproachful glance. This fellow was indeed vigorous, far exceeding her expectations. Let us hurry and dress, collect the straw, and return before they grow worried. Coming. Qin Yang quickly donned his clothes and began gathering the straw. Jiang Meiting wished to assist, but felt too exhausted to muster any strength. So she could only sit and watch him work, thinking, it's all Qin Yang's fault. Although she blamed him, her face radiated happiness. Qin Yang efficiently gathered a large bundle of straw, secured it, and hoisted it onto his shoulder, returning to the camp with Jiang Meiting. Within the cave, Wu Shan and the others had already tidied the place, removing all the pebbles. Sleeping on such stones would surely lead to sore backs come morning. The three of them were enjoying the coolness at the cave entrance when Qin Yang and Jiang Meiting appeared, carrying the hefty bundle of straw. Jiang Shaowei noticed her sister's gait seemed somewhat peculiar, her expression revealing surprise. As Qin Yang entered the cave and placed the straw down, he sat to rest. The day's exertion had been considerable. He had initially planned to scout the eastern camp or gather bamboo to construct a shelter's framework, but it appeared those tasks would have to wait until tomorrow. Jiang Shaowei approached Jiang Meiting and leaned closer, whispering, "Sister, did Qin Yang bully you?" Jiang Meiting froze, realizing with a jolt that her secret might have been uncovered. Indeed, my intuition proved correct. After you ventured out, Qin Yang undoubtedly had you undertake numerous tasks. I noticed you were swaying as you returned. Jiang Shaowei expressed her concern, saying, he truly lacks consideration. I shall berate him on your behalf. Wei, it is not as you imagine, Jiang Meiting interjected, feeling relieved internally that her sister remained so naive, thus avoiding detection. She then elucidated. I merely squatted for an extended period while gathering hay, which is why my legs are sore. It is nothing serious. Is that truly the case? Sister, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Indeed, truly, Jiang Meiting replied. Her emotions somewhat conflicted as she contemplated finding an opportunity to discuss their previous conversation and gauge her sister's current thoughts. Qin Yang rose and began to untie a large bundle of hay, evenly spreading it across the ground to create a more level surface. He placed several garments atop it, improvising a makeshift bed, as there was nothing to partition the cave. It resembled a communal sleeping area, but it sufficed for rest. Once a proper shelter was constructed, there would be private quarters. Qin Yang lay down to test it, finding it reminiscent of his previous camp, albeit here he was free from the howling sea winds. It was much quieter. He then gathered a can and a piece of smoked meat, preparing to fetch water and wash the meat. He addressed the group, let us proceed. You have yet to see the water source here, and it is time to prepare a meal. What a crystal clear stream. Jiang Meiting exclaimed as they arrived at the water source. Although the water appears pristine, one must never drink directly from wild sources. It is best to boil it first. Understood? Qin Yang cautioned. Understood. The group responded. Kneeling by the stream, Qin Yang set down the can to cleanse it before filling it with water and washing the smoked meat. The water was refreshingly cool and swiftly swept away any impurities. Having completed these tasks, he returned to the cave with the can and the meat as twilight approached. Upon returning, Jiang Meiting and the other two women sought out clean clothes, eager to take a proper bath before darkness fell. The stream here was vastly superior to the small pool they had found at the previous camp, boasting ample water and proximity to the shelter, allowing them to bathe without fear of unexpected intrusions. Meanwhile, Qin Yang positioned himself near the cave entrance to start a fire. He needed to prepare the meal swiftly so that they could rest and recharge for the many tasks awaiting them the following day. In Chapter 45, titled An Awkward Encounter, the bamboo forest rustled as the wind stirred the bamboo stalks. Qin Yang had left the camp early, this time accompanied by Wu Shan. The cave camp was relatively concealed and not far from the bamboo grove, alleviating his worries about leaving Jiang Meiting and the others behind. Standing beneath a towering bamboo, which was ideal for making bamboo rice, Qin Yang lamented the absence of rice. With a machete and saw, he could have harvested a stalk in mere minutes. However, armed only with a dagger, he found it adequate for cutting branches and slicing meat, though it was less effective for bamboo. Yet, having something was better than nothing. Qin Yang began to peel the bamboo, employing a pencil sharpening technique. Although it took considerable time, he could eventually cut through a stalk, especially since bamboo was hollow. Old Wu, take over this bamboo. I'll scout ahead, he said, handing the knife to Wu Shan after making some progress. Be careful, Qin Xiaoga. Wu Shan cautioned as he accepted the knife. I will. Qin Yang nodded, picking up a bamboo hammer, a useful tool, especially in confrontations with humans. More effective than a dagger. Thus, both he and Wu Shan carried one whenever they left the camp, leaving another for Zhang Hao. With the bamboo hammer in hand, Qin Yang traversed the bamboo grove. According to Huang Debao's directions, he should reach the eastern beach after crossing it, though he now questioned the veracity of that fellow's claims. Regardless of its truth, he had to investigate. After determining his direction, Qin Yang proceeded eastward. The terrain sloped downward, suggesting he would soon reach the beach. As he walked, he sensed the wind picking up, the trees swaying more violently than before, and a salty scent of seawater wafted through the air. He was certain the beach lay ahead, though he remained uncertain about the location of the survivors' camp. As he pushed through a thicket, he suddenly froze. Less than 10 meters ahead, a woman crouched down, clearly engaged in a private act. Qin Yang could distinctly see the entire process. She heard his movement, abruptly turned, and met his gaze. To his surprise, she was quite beautiful, with a delicate oval face, large eyes, a high nose, and fair skin, as he could discern from her exposed form. "Beautiful lady," he exclaimed, as she quickly stood and pulled up her pants, neglecting to clean herself. Although Qin Yang had stumbled upon this scene inadvertently, his appreciation for beauty had already taken in the view before she had a chance to cover herself. He was not intentional in his gaze. It was as if his eyes had a mind of their own, and by the time he reacted, it was too late. Apologizing silently to the beauty in his mind, he anticipated she would flee in embarrassment. To his astonishment, she did not run away in fright, but instead glared at him in indignation, exclaiming, "Pervert." In her fury, she picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at him. Qin Yang dodged the thrown stone while apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. I had no idea anyone was here." He had to admit, the woman's figure was quite impressive, though not voluptuous. Her proportions were flawless, with a slender waist and long legs reminiscent of a model's physique. Under different circumstances, he would have preferred not to encounter her here. "Are you implying that it's my fault?" Lin Yuqing's face flushed crimson, mortified that a stranger had caught her in such a vulnerable moment. "I feel utterly humiliated. But it wasn't my fault. Had I seen you squatting here, I would have avoided this area." "Silence," Lin Yuqing retorted, her face even redder, unsure whether it was embarrassment or anger. Nevertheless, she ceased her barrage of stones and approached Qin Yang. Intrigued, he noted her lack of fear towards him. In this remote wilderness, didn't she worry he might harm her? Did she intend to confront him? Such a delicate young woman could not possibly overpower him. After some contemplation, he decided to apologize once more, reasoning that he had not suffered any loss in doing so. "Miss, I truly apologize." Before he could finish his sentence, she abruptly struck him in the face with a punch. Although her fist was small, it was remarkably powerful. Qin Yang noticed the defined muscles in her arm. Realizing she was not to be underestimated, he quickly raised his hand in an attempt to intercept the punch, only to discover that it was merely a feint. Lin Yuqing's true target was not him, but rather the precious area of Qin Yang. In an instant, her knee struck towards Qin Yang's lower region. "Damn." Qin Yang was taken aback, genuinely not expecting such ruthlessness from her. He hastily bent over, his body resembling a greater-than sign, narrowly protecting his vital area. Fortunately, his reflexes had vastly improved compared to before. Otherwise, the happiness he shared with Mei Ting would have been jeopardized by this woman. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yang glared at the woman before him. It was evident to him that she was no ordinary woman. She possessed considerable skills. Lin Yuqing's face displayed surprise, as she had not anticipated Qin Yang's reaction to be so swift. She had thought there was a 90% chance of successfully striking her target from their previous distance. "What a venomous person you are. I apologized to you from the start, and did I ever lay a hand on you? You came at me with such malice right away." Qin Yang retreated a couple of steps and shouted. If this woman remained ungrateful, he would have no choice but to teach her a harsh lesson. Lin Yuqing let out a cold snort and was about to speak when footsteps approached from a distance, accompanied by a worried voice. "Yuqing, are you all right?" A woman emerged from the thicket. Lin Yuqing shot a fierce glare at Qin Yang and said, "Mind your own business." "What kind of attitude is that?" Qin Yang felt somewhat bewildered. Lin Yuqing walked toward the woman and smiled. "Lanjie, I'm fine." Qin Yang turned to look, his previously furrowed brow transforming into an expression of astonishment. The woman, referred to as Lanjie, also gazed back in surprise. They simultaneously exclaimed, "It's you." Chapter 46, Encountering an Acquaintance. "Lanjie, do you know each other?" Lin Yuqing asked, astonished as she looked at the two. "Yes, he is the one I mentioned before, the one who saved me." Zhao Lan nodded towards Lin Yuqing. Qin Yang's astonishment was equally matched by Lin Yuqing's. The woman before him was Zhao Lan, the mother who had lost her child the day after being rescued by Wu Shan. He had never expected to encounter her under such circumstances, even believing she might have perished. Qin Yang curiously asked, "What brings you here? And have you found your child?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, fearing it might bring up painful memories if she had not found her child. However, Zhao Lan appeared to be in a much better state than before, indicating that she had begun to recover from her grief. Her expression darkened as she shook her head. "No, I fainted nearby later and was saved by Yuqing, who brought me back to the camp." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang wondered, could the camp Zhao Lan mentioned be the one Huang Daba spoke of? He then inquired, "Where is your camp, and how many people are there?" Zhao Lan shared everything she knew, as Qin Yang was her savior, and these details were not secrets. He would only need to walk a few more minutes to find the camp. After listening, Qin Yang nodded, noting that the situation aligned closely with what Huang Daba had described. Lin Yuqing remained silent, her expression cold. She had not anticipated that Qin Yang was the one who had saved Zhao Lan. This made him somewhat of a good person. Yet she could not have a favorable attitude toward him after being caught in such an embarrassing situation. You two didn't have a misunderstanding, did you? Zhao Lan asked delicately, aware that Lin Yuqing had been in a compromising position. Given the commotion earlier, it was likely that Qin Yang had stumbled upon them. No, Lin Yuqing replied coldly, clearly unwilling to discuss what had just occurred. Although Qin Yang was displeased with Lin Yuqing's earlier aggression, he thought to himself that he would let it go, as he had seen something he should not have. Thus, he smiled and introduced himself. No worries, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Qin Yang. Qin Yang? Lin Yuqing and Zhao Lan were taken aback. This was the first time Zhao Lan learned his name. As she had not had the chance to remember it when he saved her, she had hurriedly sought her daughter and left. What else with that expression? Qin Yang wondered, feeling puzzled about whether his name was problematic. Have you killed someone? Lin Yuqing stepped back, pulling Zhao Lan with her, her gaze fixed on Qin Yang with suspicion. Realizing what was happening, Qin Yang understood instantly. Huang Daba must have spread rumors after fleeing yesterday. You heard this from Huang Daba? So you really think I killed someone? Lin Yuqing stared at Qin Yang, thinking that he could not be a good person if he had killed someone. Was there some misunderstanding? Zhao Lan interjected, not believing Qin Yang to be a bad person. Qin Yang shrugged. Did you hear why I killed someone? Both Lin Yuqing and Zhao Lan shook their heads. They had only heard from Huang Daba, who had returned to the camp and began spreading tales about a man named Qin Yang who had killed Zhang Zhong and Lu Shan, claiming he had been subjected to inhumane treatment and was planning to gather people to deal with Qin Yang. Although they were not well acquainted with Huang Daba, everyone in the camp knew that he had left with 2 others, yet he had returned alone. Now, the camp was aware of a man named Qin Yang who had committed murder. Qin Yang slowly explained, those men armed themselves and barged into my camp, intending to harm us and abduct the women. I couldn't simply stand by and watch them do that, could I? But you still can't kill. Lin Yuqing interjected, appreciating Qin Yang's protective instincts but questioning the necessity of killing multiple people. Murder was still a frightening concept for the survivors at present. Qin Yang shook his head and lifted the bamboo hammer in his hand, shaking it slightly. They came at us with this, and they had 2 other men joining them. In our camp, there were only 3 men and 3 women. If I hadn't been ruthless, we would have been the ones dead. Lin Yuqing glanced at the bamboo hammer in Qin Yang's hand, having noticed it from the beginning. It clearly had significant striking power. She fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Zhao Lan then said, then this is all Huang Daba and his gang's fault. I've long suspected they were not good people. I heard he was trying to gather people to trouble you. I wonder if he managed to rally anyone. Qin Yang furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, Huang Daba is quite malicious. If he hadn't discovered this, wouldn't they have come looking for trouble soon enough? Since Huang Daba has slandered you, would you dare accompany us back to the camp for a confrontation? Lin Yuqing suddenly proposed. She was unfamiliar with both Qin Yang and Huang Daba. With both sides making claims, how could she discern the truth? Although she suspected Huang Daba was not a good person, Qin Yang had, after all, committed murder. While there had been fights in their camp, no one had been killed yet. Why would I hesitate? I'll go back to the camp with you right now, Qin Yang replied, raising an eyebrow, pleased with the suggestion. He intended to investigate the situation at their camp anyway. Now, with Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing as intermediaries, he could see how Huang Daba would react upon encountering him. Zhao Lan expressed concern, but Qin Yang, going alone might be dangerous. She worried that if Huang Daba had indeed gathered people, Qin Yang would be walking into a trap. It's all right, Lanjia, with Chungbing here. As long as what this guy says is true, Huang Daba won't be able to act recklessly, Lin Yuqing remarked, her gaze towards Qin Yang softening. Qin Yang, unafraid of confrontation, sensed that he was indeed not lying. Just as Qin Yang had mentioned earlier, the 3 men on his side were facing the assault of 5 from Huang Dabo's group. It was undoubtedly a perilous situation, and merely protecting his companions was already a significant challenge. What more could be expected? Chungbing was likely the retired soldier Qin Yang used. Huang Dabo was cunning. Yet not all his information was fabricated. Even if Huang Dabo truly intended to strike him, Qin Yang felt no fear. With a bamboo hammer in hand, no mere 3 or 5 individuals could approach him easily. It all depended on whether Chungbing was a reasonable person. If he aligned with Huang Dabo, then confrontation might be unavoidable. However, from Lin Yuqing's tone, it seemed Chungbing was not a bad character. In that case, let us depart, Qin Yang declared. Zhao Lan nodded. Then let us return to the camp. She and Lin Yuqing led the way. From behind, Qin Yang noted Lin Yuqing's figure was quite admirable, with a slender waist and curvaceous hips. Although there was a noticeable color discrepancy in her trousers, likely from hastily adjusting them earlier. The scene flashed in Qin Yang's mind, and a smile crept onto his lips. She was indeed beautiful, but her temper was rather fierce. Following the two women out of the thicket, Qin Yang spotted 2 piles of dry firewood on the ground not far ahead. These had been collected by Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing, who had originally ventured out for this purpose. "Let me help you carry these back," Qin Yang offered, and promptly bound the 2 piles of firewood with vines, lifting them with ease. The combined weight was under 30 pounds, and Qin Yang found it hardly burdensome. "Thank you so much, Qin Yang." Zhao Lan expressed her gratitude, her belief in his goodness solidifying further. "There's no need for such courtesy. This little bit of firewood is hardly heavy," Qin Yang chuckled. He was not performing for their approval, but rather believed this would allow them to move more swiftly. Thus, he bore the firewood alongside Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing. Along the way, he occasionally exchanged words with Zhao Lan, while Lin Yuqing remained silent, seemingly unwilling to engage with him. Qin Yang understood she was still brooding over the earlier incident, so he tactfully refrained from provoking her. He turned to Zhao Lan and inquired, "How have you been faring at the camp, Lanjia?" "Not too bad, thanks to Yuqing. She's quite formidable. Any man who tried to bully us has been driven off by her," Zhao Lan replied, her tone filled with appreciation for Lin Yuqing. A smile involuntarily appeared on Lin Yuqing's usually expressionless face, and she looked quite lovely. Who wouldn't he enjoy hearing such compliments? "Oh," Qin Yang glanced at Lin Yuqing, having noticed the impressive speed and strength she exhibited earlier. "Have you trained before?" "Humph. My father teaches Sanda, and I've been training alongside him since childhood," Lin Yuqing replied, her chin slightly raised, exuding confidence. With her skills, she showed no fear even when facing men. Most ordinary men would struggle against her. If it weren't for Qin Yang's quick reflexes, he might have found himself at a considerable disadvantage. "No wonder, but your strikes were rather excessive," he remarked. "What's it to you? Do you wish to spar?" Lin Yuqing glared at Qin Yang, clearly unwilling to revisit the earlier topic. Even her boyfriend had only progressed to holding hands, with the most daring act being a mere kiss. Yet Qin Yang had stumbled upon a sight her boyfriend had never seen. Just thinking about it was vexing. Zhao Lan wisely chose to remain silent, listening quietly. "I've already said it wasn't intentional, and I apologized," Qin Yang continued, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yuqing's expression. "You still dare to say that?" "Shut up." Lin Yuqing interrupted loudly, ready to take action. All right, I won't say another word," Qin Yang replied with a mischievous smile, intending to tease Lin Yuqing further, almost provoking her to dismantle his house of incense. If she truly injured him, it would ruin their happiness. Living on this deserted island would hold no promise for him thereafter. Enough. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, let us support one another and face the challenges ahead, Zhao Lan interjected, stepping in to mediate between the two. Consequently, Qin Yang and Lin Yuqing ceased their bickering. Soon, the distinct sound of waves reached Qin Yang's ears. After a brief walk, they emerged from the trees to find several makeshift shelters scattered about, akin to the one Qin Yang had constructed, merely rudimentary huts made of branches. How peculiar. Where have all the men gone? Qin Yang wondered aloud, scanning the area and noticing the absence of any male figures. Only 3 or 4 women were visible. A thought struck him. Had the men been summoned by Huang Debo to confront him? Yet he quickly dismissed the notion. Having arrived at the bamboo grove early and walked alongside Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing, if others had truly sought him out, he would have certainly noticed. Lin Yuqing and Zhao Lan exchanged puzzled glances at the deserted camp. "I'll go inquire about what is happening," Lin Yuqing said, jogging towards one of the women in the camp. "Lanjia, where's your shelter?" "I'll place the firewood there," Qin Yang asked Zhao Lan. She guided him to their hut. "This is it. I appreciate your help," Zhao Lan said gratefully. Qin Yang set the firewood beside her shelter, waving his hand dismissively. "It's not heavy. It's no trouble at all." Lin Yuqing returned swiftly. "I heard our people discovered something, and then encountered another group of survivors who tried to seize it. Our people came back to relay the news, and all the men from the camp went to investigate." Qin Yang immediately grasped the significance. Whatever had drawn such a crowd must be extraordinary. Regardless of what it was, it certainly warranted his attention. "Do you know where they went?" he asked Lin Yuqing, seeking the direction. "It seems to be that way," Lin Yuqing pointed. "I'll go see what has transpired." With his bamboo hammer in hand, he set off towards the direction she indicated. He was not concerned about losing his way. With so many people involved, there would undoubtedly be considerable noise. As long as he approached the general vicinity, he could follow the sounds to locate the exact spot. Moreover, the commotion would surely leave traces along the path. Watching Qin Yang's retreating figure, Lin Yuqing hesitated for a moment before turning to Zhao Lan. "Lanjia, you stay safe in the shelter. I'll go take a look too." With that, she hurried after Qin Yang. "Be careful," Zhao Lan called after them. "Got it," Lin Yuqing replied, quickening her pace to catch up with him. Noticing Lin Yuqing had followed, Qin Yang asked in confusion, "Why have you come along too?" "What? Do you think I can't handle it? Just because you can go, I can't? I never said that. I just thought it might be dangerous. Qin Yang grinned, finding it intriguing to meet a woman with Lin Yuqing's temperament. Just take care of yourself. Lin Yuqing retorted, rolling her eyes. The two of them swiftly vanished into the dense forest. In a valley, two groups were standing off against each other. The ground lay in disarray, stained with blood, and several bodies were sprawled behind each group, their fates uncertain. It appears that a fierce battle has already ensued. The catalyst for this conflict is a dilapidated wooden cabin, long abandoned and mostly collapsed. Cheng Bing, a stout man clad in a deep green short-sleeve shirt, grips a sturdy wooden stick, glaring furiously at the opposing group. These individuals, tall and possessing high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, showcase a variety of skin and hair colors, starkly contrasting with Cheng Bing's faction. They are foreigners from a ship. Huang Daba, are you still human? How could you assist these outsiders against your own kind? One member of Cheng Bing's side curses vehemently at the foreigners. Among the blonde and blue-eyed individuals, there are also several with black hair and eyes. One of them, standing at the forefront with a buzz cut, is Huang Daba. He chuckles, I am merely looking out for everyone's well-being. Heed my advice and return to the camp. It will prevent further casualties. The group of foreigners burst into laughter, evidently understanding the language of Huagua. You are talking nonsense. Cheng Bing's side displays their anger. They were the first to discover the cabin, only for the others to suddenly appear and seize it, resulting in this skirmish. 3 from Cheng Bing's faction have already fallen, and they cannot simply let this matter rest. The numbers on both sides are roughly equal, but the foreigners possess a physical advantage. Fortunately, Cheng Bing is trained and capable, giving them a chance to repel the adversaries. However, Huang Daba's sudden betrayal, as he raised his hand and crossed over to the enemy camp, was unexpected. You are asking for punishment by refusing my hospitality, declares a seemingly authoritative blonde foreigner, speaking Huagua with an awkward accent. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaches. 2 figures emerge from the forest. Oh, the fight isn't over yet. It seems quite intense, Qin Yang remarks as he steps into the chaotic scene. He quickly observes the stark contrast between the two factions and is taken aback by the number of foreigners present. This is his first encounter with such a multitude of outsiders, and he curiously scrutinizes them. Upon spotting Huang Daba among them, he visibly hesitates. Huang Daba, noticing Qin Yang, shrinks back. Chapter 48, the fight commences. Cheng Bing's group exhales in relief upon realizing that the newcomers are not additional foreigners. They have already been at a disadvantage. If more adversaries were to arrive, they would have no choice but to retreat. Although they do not know Qin Yang, Cheng Bing recognizes Lin Yuqing behind him. The two have exchanged words several times during their days on the island, so they are not entirely unfamiliar with one another. Lin Yuqing, what brings you here? Cheng Bing inquires. He has seen Lin Yuqing's prowess, which surpasses that of the average man. Yet, in such a precarious situation where both sides are fighting to the death, her martial skills may not hold much weight. I came to see if I could be of assistance. Lin Yuqing replies as she walks towards Cheng Bing's camp alongside Qin Yang. What can a woman possibly do to help? You might just end up complicating things for everyone. A survivor exclaims, sensing that the battle is about to resume, fearing Lin Yuqing will only add to the chaos. Although they recognize her abilities, the physicality of a woman pales in comparison to that of a man. During a melee, sheer strength often outweighs skill. Others share similar sentiments, but remain silent. Lin Yuqing glares back, challenging, do you underestimate women? Dare you face me one-on-one after this? She is no fool. She knows better than to charge into combat under such circumstances, so why should she be blamed for holding them back? The survivor who spoke earlier falls silent upon hearing her retort. Cheng Bing turns to Qin Yang and asks, and who might this brother be? Hello, I am Qin Yang. Qin Yang replies with a smile. The name rings a bell. Isn't he the one Huang Daba spoke of, the so-called killer? Cheng Bing's companions murmur among themselves, casting wary glances at Qin Yang. Do you really believe Huang Daba? They were the ones who struck first. I was merely bringing Qin Yang back to the camp to confront Huang Daba, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Lin Yuqing interjects. The others nod in agreement. Huang Daba, the traitorous scoundrel, has defected to the foreigners' camp, spewing lies and playing both sides. The foreigners observe Qin Yang and Lin Yuqing with keen interest, particularly the latter. Although both factions consist of around 10 individuals, the foreigners hold a physical advantage. Had it not been for Cheng Bing, they would have driven the Huagua group away long ago. Thus, even with the addition of Qin Yang and Lin Yuqing, they do not expect the situation to change. The leading blonde foreigner addresses Lin Yuqing. My dear lady, my name is Jack. Would you care to join us? If a fight breaks out, I would be distressed if you were harmed. Jack gazes at Lin Yuqing with his striking blue eyes, convinced she will accept his proposition. After all, in Huagua, women often approached him on the streets. Lin Yuqing coldly retorts, get lost. Jack's brow furrows at the rejection, feeling humiliated in front of so many witnesses. Gritting his teeth, He mutters to his companions, "We must capture this woman and teach her a lesson. Indeed, such a woman deserves a harsh reprimand." The others chime in eagerly, anticipating the chance to seize Lin Yuqing. Their camp has few women as it is. Be wary of that man, Huang Daba warns, pointing at Qin Yang. This Qin Yang is formidable. He can take on several opponents at once, with both strength and speed that are truly terrifying. Jack appears unfazed, casually responding, "Is that so? I look forward to witnessing his prowess." With a command, he orders his comrades to charge and teach the Huagua group a severe lesson. Seeing the enemy surge forward, Cheng Bing disregards any further dialogue, leading his group into the fray, wielding their wooden sticks. Lin Yuqing does not charge alongside them. Aware that her skills may not significantly affect the outcome, she stays behind to tend to the injured. Qin Yang, however, follows Cheng Bing into the conflict. Although he has engaged in fights before, he has never encountered such a large-scale brawl, especially against a group of foreigners. An exhilarating rush courses through him. Yet, he does not join for the sake of fighting. Upon his arrival, he has noticed the dilapidated cabin. Through the gaps, he can see various items covered in wild grass, including a rusty iron pot and an axe. For the sake of those items alone, it is worth his involvement. Jack and another robust foreigner with brown hair, Andrew, make a beeline for Cheng Bing, perceiving him as the strongest opponent. In prior skirmishes, Cheng Bing consistently managed to repel his adversaries and aid his allies. Thus, Jack and Andrew aim to neutralize Cheng Bing first. The two factions collide in a chaotic melee. Qin Yang is taken aback by the approaching opponent, a round-faced man with a bowl-cut hairstyle and yellow skin, whose imposing size suggests he is not Huagua. The round-faced man does not wield a wooden stick, but rather approaches with his fists raised, adopting a fighting stance while shouting, "Ah, Siba." Realizing he is up against a foreigner, Qin Yang promptly swings his bamboo hammer at him. He has no intention of relinquishing his weapon for a brawl. Thud! The round-faced man reacts swiftly, dodging the attack as the hammer crashes into the ground. Just as Qin Yang prepares to lift the hammer again, the round-faced man seizes it with both hands, attempting to wrest it away. This maneuver was reminiscent of Qin Yang's earlier acquisition of the bamboo hammer from Huang Daba. The round-faced individual, evidently assessing the physiques of both parties, presumed that Qin Yang lacked the strength to match his own and easily seized the weapon. However, he was in for a disappointment. With a sudden yank, Qin Yang caused the round-faced man to stagger, his body uncontrollably tilting towards Qin Yang. With another swift kick, the round-faced man was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. After effortlessly dispatching this adversary, Qin Yang surveyed the battlefield, realizing that his side seemed to be under duress. Thus, he brandished the bamboo hammer and commenced to maneuver and provide support. A decisive strike fell upon the entangled opponents, targeting the foreigners. The survivors on Cheng Bing's side were pleasantly surprised to witness their opponents suddenly emit cries of anguish, losing a significant portion of their combat capability, with some even collapsing outright. Upon raising their eyes, they beheld Qin Yang, wielding the bamboo hammer and resolutely striking at the foreigners, instantly turning the tide in favor of 4 or 5 of his compatriots. The air was filled with exclamations of "Faker! Don't eat the sour radish." Jack and Andrew, who were engaged with Cheng Bing, turned to investigate the commotion, their pupils dilating in shock at the scene before them. They had anticipated that their comrades would subdue the remaining Chinese, yet it was their own allies who now lay prostrate. Jack recognized the urgency of the situation and bellowed, "Take care of that guy first." Chapter 49, Pirates? This fellow named Qin Yang possesses considerable skill. Cheng Bing, similarly restrained by Jack and Andrew, observed the unfolding drama with growing concern for his comrade's safety. Eager to extricate himself from their grasp, he no longer felt the same urgency. After Jack's command, he ceased his focus on Cheng Bing and charged directly at Qin Yang, joined by 4 other foreigners who abandoned their current opponents to converge upon him. Cheng Bing, noticing Andrew's intent to break free, coldly remarked, "Your opponent is me." He unleashed a flurry of strikes with his wooden club upon Andrew. Now, it was Andrew who found himself ensnared. As Jack and the 4 foreigners advanced towards Qin Yang, the survivors from the Huan nation rallied, declaring, "Let us go. Let us take him down." They rushed to Qin Yang's side, determined to prevent him from being overwhelmed by the multitude of foreigners. As Jack and his comrades approached, ready to engage, Qin Yang commanded, "You all stand back. I am about to swing my hammer." Initially, there were murmurs of confusion among the others, questioning whether Qin Yang intended to confront 5 opponents alone, perhaps overly confident. However, as he brandished the bamboo hammer, all doubt evaporated. With both hands gripping one end of the bamboo shaft, he executed a powerful horizontal sweep, creating a broad arc of attack in front of him. Jack and his companions halted in their tracks. Advancing another step would result in a devastating blow from the stone-laden hammerhead. Though the foreigners had grown up consuming meat, eggs, and dairy, Thus possessing a physique that surpassed most of the Huan nation, they were still flesh and blood, not invincible. A strike would leave them bruised and battered. While Jack and the others hesitated, Qin Yang seized the opportunity to advance. With a forceful shout, he stepped forward, extending the reach of his bamboo hammer. Jack and his comrades were forced to retreat in fear. One foreigner, slower to react, was struck on the shoulder, emitting a shriek as half his body went numb. Scrambling away with the other half. "Faker, it's just a broken bamboo. Break it," Jack commanded his companions. The other 3 foreigners struck at Qin Yang's bamboo hammer with their own wooden clubs, slowing its momentum and dissipating much of its force. Jack shouted, "Break his bamboo," and lunged forward, grasping the bamboo shaft and pressing down with all his weight. The 3 other foreigners joined him without hesitation. As Qin Yang felt the weight pressing down on him, his muscles tensed, and while he contemplated withdrawing the bamboo hammer, a loud crack resonated through the air. The bamboo split under the tremendous strain, leaving Qin Yang lamenting, "Damn, my bamboo hammer." He regretted not crouching down earlier to relieve the tension on the bamboo. Seizing the moment, Jack extracted the stone from the hammerhead, leaving Qin Yang with merely a splintered piece of bamboo. Its power now inferior to that of a simple wooden stick. "Huh, without a weapon, let us see how arrogant you remain," Jack sneered. The 4 foreigners, relentless, swiftly surrounded Qin Yang, their clubs raised. Qin Yang raised his bamboo stick in defense. Indeed, the cracked bamboo lacked the strength of their clubs, forcing him to retreat. His arm stinging from a blow he received. "You bastard." He hurled the bamboo stick back at the foreigner who had struck him, then swiftly turned to seek another wooden club. "Here." 5 Hua compatriots advanced to confront the foreigners, one of whom offered Qin Yang a wooden stick. "Thanks." Qin Yang accepted the club and rejoined the fray. With his participation, Jack and his companions began to cry out in pain, retreating continuously. Jack had not anticipated that this man he had dismissed would turn the tides of battle. They had previously held the advantage, seemingly assured of victory, only to have their plans thwarted by Qin Yang. Enraged, Jack loathed Qin Yang in his heart. Nevertheless, he recognized the shifting momentum. His side was sustaining the most injuries. Continuing would only lead to greater losses. Thus, Jack decisively declared, "We retreat." With that, he distanced himself from Qin Yang and the others. The remaining foreigners, heeding Jack's command, abandoned the fight and rushed to regroup with him. Qin Yang noticed several yellow-skinned individuals among them, likely from Semaida and Yinghuaguo, including Huang Daba. This man, who had vanished at the outset of the conflict, now emerged to flee with the others. Such individuals, regardless of their allegiance, seemed solely concerned with their own safety. Huang Daba, indifferent to the opinions of others, mingled among the foreigners as they regrouped. Though Cheng Bing and his comrades had triumphed over the foreigners, it mattered little to him, as he had incurred no losses. Had Qin Yang not appeared, he might have had another opportunity to take down a foreigner and rejoin Cheng Bing's ranks, claiming it was a strategy to infiltrate the enemy's camp. However, with Qin Yang present, he saw no need to return, preferring instead to follow the foreigners, perhaps hoping for some unexpected developments. Jack and Andrew shot cold glances at Qin Yang before leading their group away. Witnessing the foreigners' retreat, Cheng Bing and his comrades erupted in cheers. "Thank you." Cheng Bing approached Qin Yang with a smile of gratitude. "No need for thanks, but I do believe I deserve a share of the spoils here." Qin Yang gestured towards the wooden cabin, revealing his true motive for engaging in combat. Of course, Cheng Bing understood the significance of Qin Yang's assistance. Without him, they would not have succeeded in driving away the foreigners. The moment had come to assess their gains. The group made their way to the small wooden cabin. How could there be a cabin on this island? And who might have once inhabited it? Who knows? Perhaps a visit would yield some discoveries. They ventured forth, hoping for valuable treasures. Cheng Bing and Qin Yang led the way. Qin Yang's prowess was evident, and the others dared not voice any objections. The cabin was modest in size, overrun by weeds, nearly blending into the surrounding environment. As they began to clear the collapsed sections, someone exclaimed, "This is a skeleton." He had just lifted a piece of wood when he stumbled upon the white bones concealed beneath it. Fortunately, his courage prevented him from dropping the wood, which could have potentially shattered the bones below. A curious crowd gathered around, clearing away the wood to reveal 2 skeletons pressed against the ground. The sudden sight could easily startle anyone. However, Cheng Bing showed no fear. He squatted down to examine the 2 skeletons. Qin Yang mirrored his actions. Observing the clothing on the corpses, it appeared reminiscent of that worn by pirates. Cheng Bing turned to Qin Yang, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, the attire bore a striking resemblance to that seen in films featuring pirates. Moreover, one of the skulls even wore an eye patch. Scattered on the ground were 2 rusted curved blades, identical to the cutlasses used by pirates. Pirates? The others' expressions changed upon hearing this. If pirates had indeed come to this island, how perilous our situation would be. Pirates are notorious for their ruthlessness. Qin Yang reassured everyone, stating that they need not worry excessively, for these two pirates had likely been dead for many years. Perhaps they, like us, had met their demise due to a shipwreck, ultimately stranded on this island. Though Qin Yang's brow furrowed slightly, suggesting he was not as unconcerned as he claimed, he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of calm. After all, he could not allow panic to ensue among them. Life on this island was already fraught with challenges. Reassured by Qin Yang's words, the group decided to search for anything useful in the vicinity. Qin Yang proposed that they should first locate all the valuable items and then distribute them. The two pirates were indeed worthy of consideration, but as Qin Yang had pointed out, they had likely been dead for many years. There was no need to live in constant fear of potential events that had not yet transpired. Even if pirates were to land on the island tomorrow, their worries would yield no fruitful outcome. The others concurred with Qin Yang. After all, their efforts had been directed toward uncovering treasures in this locale. Without further ado, they began to scour the area for valuables, continuing to clear the debris of the collapsed half of the wooden house. The wood, weathered by the elements, had become brittle and lightweight. During their efforts, they unearthed some buried clothing and boots, but these items were of little use. Once the debris was cleared, a portion of the structure that had yet to collapse was revealed, along with a box. In a space overgrown with weeds and cobwebs, a modest wooden box lay quietly in the corner. The moment Qin Yang laid eyes on the box, 3 words flashed in his mind: treasure chest. The box's appearance mirrored that of treasure chests he had encountered in films and games. Given that the previous owners of the wooden house were 2 pirates, it was hardly surprising to find a treasure chest. The others also displayed expressions of delight, clearly sharing Qin Yang's thoughts. Qin Yang stepped forward, discovering that the box contained no other items, and promptly retrieved it. What do you think is inside this box? Could it be the pirates' treasure? He inquired. It's possible. The group began to discuss the contents of the box, their curiosity piqued. Qin Yang placed the box in the center of the group, a smile gracing his face. From the weight of the box and the sounds emitted from within, he could already make an educated guess about its contents. With a click, the box's latch was released. Qin Yang slowly opened it, and all eyes were fixed upon the box, hearts racing with anticipation. Qin Yang was no exception. As the box opened, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. Before them lay a trove of gold and silver jewels. There were gold coins, silver coins, crystals, and agates, with gold predominating. Rings, necklaces, and earrings crafted from gold and adorned with vibrant crystals and agates were displayed within. Was this truly the pirate's treasure? Even Qin Yang felt a dryness in his throat upon seeing this wealth. He began to suspect that the 2 deceased pirates might have stolen their captain's treasure and fled to this desolate island. Such a vast fortune seemed far beyond what 2 pirates could possess. The sight of the treasure elicited a chorus of gulping sounds from the group. Despite being stranded on a deserted island, the allure of such riches was undeniable. Though the chances of rescue were slim, one could not help but ponder the possibilities. How shall we divide this? Someone finally asked. At that moment, all eyes turned to Qin Yang and Qin Yang. Qin Yang noticed a shift in the gazes of a few individuals, their expressions transforming to reveal greed and ruthlessness. Indeed, wealth can corrupt the heart. He had no doubt that if it were not for the strength he and Qin Yang possessed, these individuals would have readily seized the gold for themselves. It appeared they had forgotten the paramount importance of survival over riches on this isolated island. Qin Yang glanced at Qin Yang, curious about how he would choose to address this situation. Qin Yang, clearly aware of the shift in atmosphere, did not deliberate for long before stating, "Since everyone has contributed, we shall divide it equally." In true fairness, he proposed a straightforward split, leaving no room for dissent. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Choosing to divide such a treasure equitably was not a decision made lightly. Clearly, Qin Yang was not swayed by greed like the others. Excellent. The group cheered. Qin Yang then proceeded to empty the contents of the box. The entire box weighed approximately 20 pounds. Even after removing the wood, there remained a considerable amount. 16 men were present, 3 of whom lay unconscious on the ground. This count did not include Lin Yuqing, who had not engaged in the fray but remained unconcerned by her exclusion, as she had not participated. Consequently, each individual could expect to receive nearly a pound of gold, equating to a sum of 2 to 300,000. While Qin Yang recognized that this gold held little survival value, the gleam of the yellow metal was irresistible to anyone. Qin Yang divided the gold into 16 small piles. The box contained primarily gold coins, making them relatively easy to distribute. The larger gold ornaments were chopped into pieces with an axe from the wooden house. Though the weight of each pile could not be perfectly matched, it was the fairest division possible. The group joyfully collected their respective shares of gold. At that moment, they all fervently hoped for imminent rescue, envisioning a return home with riches in hand. In the end, 2 piles of gold remained. One for Qin Yang and one for Qin Yang. Qin Yang, are you not going to take yours? Cheng Bing inquired, noting the lack of excitement on Qin Yang's face compared to the others. This observation elevated Cheng Bing's regard for him. Qin Yang casually gathered the pile of gold designated for him, tucking it into his pocket. If it's free, why not take it? Even if it proves useless, it can serve as a plaything. I have never possessed even a gram of gold in my life. Moreover, there's a gold ring here. I can gift it to Mei Ting when I return, and she will surely be delighted. I will take that pot and the knife. Qin Yang indicated the other items that had been unearthed, looking toward Cheng Bing. In truth, he coveted the small axe that Cheng Bing held, but he doubted Cheng Bing would part with it. Cheng Bing, having secured his share of gold, pondered Qin Yang's request for a few moments before replying, very well. He was acutely aware that as long as they remained on the island, the value of that iron pot and machete was no less than that of gold. However, without Qin Yang, they would undoubtedly gain nothing, and thus, there was no reason to refuse him. Qin Yang picked up the rusty iron pot and machete from the ground and stepped away. This trip had yielded significant rewards. Not only had he established communication with Cheng Bing's camp, but he had also acquired gold, an iron pot, and a machete. Are you leaving? Lin Yuqing approached Qin Yang. She had witnessed his combat prowess and was surprised to find that he was as formidable as Cheng Bing, which had altered her perception of him. Qin Yang nodded, stating that the matter had been resolved, and it was time for him to return. Oh, by the way, here, take this. Saying this, he pulled a gold coin from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yuqing. Why are you giving me this? Lin Yuqing was taken aback, her long eyelashes fluttering with confusion. She couldn't comprehend Qin Yang's intentions and had no desire for gold. Lin Yuqing came from a well-off family and figured that if she could be rescued, a bit of gold would be inconsequential. If they remained trapped on the island, gold would hold little value. Qin Yang observed Lin Yuqing for a moment longer, realizing that she genuinely had no interest in the coin. He smiled and said, take it to play with. If you don't want it, that's fine. He merely offered her the coin since he noticed she had nothing. Lin Yuqing raised an eyebrow and replied, in that case, I'll accept it. She reached out and took the gold coin from Qin Yang's hand, tossing it a few times. Noting its substantial weight, this coin weighed nearly 10 grams and could fetch more than Qin Yang's monthly salary if exchanged. Qin Yang and Lin Yuqing departed first, leaving the valley. Cheng Bing and his companions tidied up and arranged for the unconscious individuals to be carried. They then prepared to dismantle the wooden cabin and distribute the materials among themselves, eliminating the need for chopping wood. Cheng Bing, wielding an axe, approached the still-standing portion of the cabin to take it down. As he cleared away the weeds, his attention was suddenly captured by several plants that stood out distinctly from the surrounding grass. Curious, Cheng Bing crouched down to examine them, even digging at the roots of one plant until a glimpse of yellow-brown soil emerged. Excitement washed over his face, a thrill that surpassed even the moment of dividing gold. Qin Yang and Lin Yuqing quickly returned to the camp along the path they had taken. It's so good to see that you are safe, Zhao Lan exclaimed with relief upon seeing the two unscathed. As Qin Yang prepared to leave for his own camp, he bid farewell to the pair. I will take my leave now. Qin Yang, would you like to bring your companions over here for mutual support? Zhao Lan inquired. Their camp was still a gathering of survivors awaiting rescue, with no designated leader. She recalled the Jiang sisters, thinking that having them together could be beneficial. Qin Yang surveyed the camp surroundings, realizing that it was not as suitable as the cave camp he had recently relocated to. He had no intention of moving again and waved his hand dismissively, saying, no, I'm quite content where I am. Suddenly struck by an idea, he added, what if you all came to my camp? Zhao Lan, appearing to be a diligent caretaker, would undoubtedly be adept at cooking, while Lin Yuqing was quite capable. Bringing these two into his fold would certainly be advantageous. Zhao Lan looked at Lin Yuqing, who seemed somewhat swayed by Qin Yang's suggestion. However, Lin Yuqing was also her savior, and after spending several days together, she felt grateful for the care she had received. It would be unthinkable to abandon Lin Yuqing so hastily for Qin Yang. Let us stay here, Lin Yuqing stated, giving Zhao Lan a knowing wink. She had only just met Qin Yang a day ago under such awkward circumstances and felt there was no foundation of trust yet. Moreover, having witnessed his capabilities in combat, she wondered what might happen if he decided to turn against her and Zhao Lan. As the saying goes, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. And Lin Yuqing believed that caution was prudent. Zhao Lan nodded in agreement with Lin Yuqing's sentiments. Very well, should you change your minds or encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. I will be near the bamboo grove. Qin Yang smiled, not pressing the issue. After exchanging a few more words, he turned to leave. In the bamboo grove, Wu Shan was diligently chopping bamboo. 5 long bamboo stalks lay on the ground, all cut down through his hard work since Qin Yang had departed. Without a watch, he was uncertain how long Qin Yang had been gone, but he felt it had been several hours. He toiled leisurely in the grove, taking breaks to enjoy the breeze, finding the work quite pleasant. Having tasks to occupy his mind allowed him to avoid overthinking and he felt at ease. Wu Shan was not concerned about Qin Yang's safety. After all, Qin Yang had single-handedly slain a wild boar, and there were likely few beasts on the island that posed a threat to him. Even if danger arose, fleeing would not be an issue. "Old Wu, I'm back." Qin Yang appeared behind Wu Shan. Upon seeing the bamboo beside him, he was pleased with Wu Shan's diligent efforts. "Very well done. Qin Xiaoge has returned." Wu Shan turned, his face lighting up with surprise at the sight of the iron pot and machete in Qin Yang's hands. "Where did you get that pot and knife?" Wu Shan asked in astonishment. "Could it be that there are still people living on this island?" "Haha, I just recounted my recent experiences," Qin Yang replied, omitting the more convenient encounter with Lin Yuqing. "So that is how it is." Wu Shan listened attentively, his excitement rekindled upon hearing that Qin Yang had met Zhao Lan, as he had always felt sympathy for her. "Here, old Wu, I have something special for you." Qin Yang produced a gold coin from his pocket and handed it to Wu Shan. Such a diligent and earnest person like Wu Shan deserved a reward to brighten his spirits. Moreover, Qin Yang had a good number of gold coins in his possession. As long as they remained on the island, these coins were mere playthings, truly of little use. "Is this gold? Is it truly for me?" Wu Shan's voice was laced with disbelief. "Take it to enjoy. It serves little purpose on the island," Qin Yang chuckled. Wu Shan accepted the coin, weighing it in his hand before biting into it to confirm its authenticity. "If only I could return home, I could use this coin to buy my wife a ring." Wu Shan mused, stroking the coin in his hand. His salary as a sailor was quite decent, but after repaying his loans, little remained. He had long desired to purchase a new ring for his wife. Noticing Wu Shan's sudden melancholy, Qin Yang spoke up. "Let us go, old Wu. Let us head back." "All right." Wu Shan set aside his somber thoughts and pocketed the coin. Qin Yang picked up the newly acquired machete, noting that it was the first time he had seen such a style, having never encountered it back home. Clearly handcrafted, it was not a product of mass production. Given that it was a pirate's machete, he surmised it must have been forged by the pirates themselves. Though rusty, the solid materials ensured it remained usable, and with a bit of sharpening, it would be even more effective. Qin Yang approached the bamboo that Wu Shan had partially cut and raised the machete, delivering firm strikes. In just 5 chops, taking less than a minute, the bamboo was severed. With the right tools, efficiency and labor was greatly enhanced. Qin Yang dragged the bamboo to join the others and began trimming off the branches and unnecessary ends. He then grabbed some vines, bundling the 6 bamboo stalks together for easier transport through the forest. Wu Shan observed the situation and inquired, "Wouldn't it be too heavy to carry all the bamboo at once? Perhaps it would be wiser to transport them 2 at a time?" Each bamboo stalk measured over 10 meters in length, and they were all fresh, thus quite weighty. Moreover, traversing mountainous terrain rather than flat ground would render even 2 individuals struggling to carry them. "You can handle the pot. I shall manage the rest," Qin Yang replied. Wu Shan was taken aback. With so much bamboo, it seemed absurd for Qin Yang to insist on carrying it alone. He watched as Qin Yang stowed his knife in his backpack, then squatted down amidst the bound bamboo, lifting it effortlessly onto his right shoulder. His movements were fluid and accomplished in one seamless motion, as he strode purposefully towards the campsite. The prowess of today's youth is indeed remarkable, Wu Shan thought, swallowing hard as he picked up the iron pot and followed along. Chapter 52. The Venomous Snake. This mushroom isn't vibrant in color. It should be safe to eat, right? Jiang Xiaowei mused aloud while crouched in the woods not far from the campsite, searching for mushrooms. Boredom had driven her from the camp, and she felt it her duty, as a university student, to contribute something to the group. Thus, she ventured out to gather mushrooms to enhance their meals. She plucked a yellowish mushroom and placed it in her pocket, then stood up to continue her search, humming the tune of the little girl who picks mushrooms. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from ahead. Jiang Xiaowei looked up alertly and smiled upon recognizing 2 familiar figures approaching. Qin Yang was navigating through the woods with the bamboo, the long stalks brushing against low-hanging leaves, creating quite a commotion. Wu Shan followed closely, deeply impressed by Qin Yang's stamina, as he showed no signs of needing a break despite the prolonged trek. Upon noticing Jiang Xiaowei, both Qin Yang and Wu Shan were intrigued by her activities. Jiang Xiaowei smiled as she approached, eager to show them the mushrooms she had gathered. However, when they were still 5 or 6 meters apart, Qin Yang's keen eyes caught a slight movement in the underbrush. It appeared as though the grass was swaying in the breeze. But then he spotted a triangular snake head flicking its tongue. Alarm surged through him. Without hesitation, he dropped the bamboo from his shoulder and sprinted towards Jiang Xiaowei, reaching for the knife in his backpack. "Oh, is Qin Yang so excited to see me? Is he coming to embrace me?" Jiang Xiaowei pondered, recalling scenes from films. Just then, she heard Qin Yang shout, "Step back. There's a snake." "Where's the snake?" Jiang Xiaowei jolted in fear, as she harbored a deep aversion to snakes. Scanning the area, she saw no sign of the creature but complied with Qin Yang's command, turning to retreat. In her panic, she stumbled and twisted her ankle, letting out a cry of pain as she fell to the ground. A large black snake slithered out of the grass, heading straight for her. Help! Jiang Shaowei's face turned pale, her ankle throbbing painfully, preventing her from rising. She could only brace herself against the ground as she crawled backward. The venomous snake raised its head, baring its long fangs ominously. In the blink of an eye, it was poised to strike at her leg. Qin Yang withdrew his hand from his back and unsheathed the knife. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the blade towards the snake. Jiang Shaowei, on the verge of despair, watched as the rusty knife struck the snake's midsection with considerable force. Although it did not sever the creature, the impact pinned it to the ground, inflicting serious injury. The snake abandoned its pursuit of Jiang Shaowei, attempting to free itself from the knife. Qin Yang exhaled in relief, rushing to the snake's side. The snake was still highly aggressive, and after his prior encounter with a venomous spider, he had learned his lesson. He would not risk direct contact with such dangerous creatures. Though his body could resist the poison, he had no desire to experience the near-death sensations again. With a resounding thud, a rock struck the snake's head, crushing it completely. The snake writhed in its death throes, demonstrating remarkable vitality. Qin Yang seized the knife again and forcefully severed the snake's head, thus acquiring a portion of meat. He had never tasted snake meat, but had heard it purportedly resembled chicken. Are you all right? Qin Yang approached Jiang Shaowei. I twisted my ankle. It hurts, she replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, still shaken from the ordeal. She had genuinely feared for her life, believing she might succumb to the snake's venom. Fortunately, Qin Yang had come to her rescue. Despite the fright, she couldn't help but find Qin Yang's earlier demeanor rather gallant. Qin Yang examined Jiang Shaowei's swollen ankle, noticing it was red and puffy, suggesting she wouldn't be able to walk. Let me carry you back, he offered, turning his back towards her. He could have easily scooped her up, but he hesitated, considering the potential implications of such intimacy. After all, she was his sister-in-law. Jiang Shaowei, feeling a bit wronged, explained, I just wanted to help improve everyone's meals by gathering mushrooms. Qin Yang nodded, saying, all right, let us return for now. Hearing no trace of reproach in his tone, Jiang Shaowei felt a wave of relief wash over her. Truly, they were sisters. Her figure did not pale in comparison to Mei Ting's. The moment Qin Yang hoisted Jiang Shaowei onto his back, he felt her considerable weight. Steeling himself, he addressed Wu Shan, Old Wu. Please collect the snake meat and prepare it for roasting. Understood, Wu Shan replied, relieved to see both of them safe. He was well aware that a snake bite on this island could be fatal. As Qin Yang carried Jiang Shaowei towards the campsite, she pondered the essence of masculinity. With her cheeks flushed, she realized this was her first experience being carried by another man. Qin Yang's sturdy back imparted a sense of security. Had he known her thoughts, he would have surely laughed. After all, he had been running around and hauling bamboo all day, drenched in sweat, truly a picture of masculinity. Upon their return to the campsite, Jiang Meiting and Pan Yu were perched on a rock at the cave's entrance, peeling coconuts. Upon hearing the commotion, they turned to look. Jiang Meiting, seeing Jiang Shaowei on Qin Yang's back, immediately sprang to her feet and hurried over, concern etched across her face. What happened? Wei, are you hurt? I'm fine. Just twisted my ankle, Jiang Shaowei reassured her. Qin Yang gently lowered her to the ground and recounted the events briefly. Jiang Meiting frowned, admonishing her sister, Wei. You mustn't wander off carelessly in the future. Though Qin Yang had described the incident casually, she could vividly imagine the danger. Having witnessed Qin Yang almost succumb to poison herself, Qin Yang turned and returned to the woods to retrieve the bamboo he had left behind, depositing it in the clearing before the cave. Jiang Meiting continued to lecture her sister with motherly concern, fearful of the dangers that lurked. All right, enough scolding. It's time to prepare dinner. Wei, where are the mushrooms you collected? Qin Yang interjected. Jiang Shaowei, having felt like she had found a savior amidst her sister's reprimands, quickly chimed in. Yes, it's time to cook. Look, I gathered quite a few mushrooms. She produced a plastic bag filled with a generous assortment of mushrooms. What a bountiful yield, Qin Yang remarked, accepting the bag. He recognized several edible varieties among them. In his childhood, aside from adventuring in the mountains with friends, he often accompanied his grandfather to gather medicinal herbs. Not only could he identify mushrooms, but he could also recognize several types of herbal plants. When Qin Yang opened the bag, his eyebrows arched in surprise. To his astonishment, in addition to a few Pleurotus ostreatus and Lentinula edota, there were several varieties of highly toxic mushrooms. Most of the remaining specimens were unfamiliar to him. How about these? Are they edible? Jiang Shaowei inquired eagerly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. She had made an effort to select mushrooms that were not brightly colored, believing that at least 90% of them were safe to consume. Qin Yang retrieved the Pleurotus ostreatus and Lentinula edota from the bag. These are the toxic ones, right? No worries, we still have plenty that are edible. However, the rest, aside from a few poisonous types, I have never seen before. It's best not to consume them, lest one end up in unfortunate circumstances, he cautioned. Jiang Shaowei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that her hard work had yielded a harvest of toxic mushrooms. This revelation was quite disheartening. Jiang Mating shook her head. Choosing not to comment further on her sister's misfortune, she reached out to take the edible mushrooms from Qin Yang, stating, "I'll take these to wash." Qin Yang nodded and turned to Wu Shan, asking, "Old Wu, can you handle that snake?" "Simple enough. Just skin it and remove its entrails," Wu Shan replied confidently, finding it much easier than dealing with a wild boar. "All right, I will find a way to clean this pot," Qin Yang declared as he took the iron pot from Wu Shan. Wu Shan carried the snake towards the creek. Where did this pot come from? Jiang Mating suddenly noticed the iron pot that had appeared. Is there such a thing on this deserted island? Pan Yu, who had been fishing, approached with curiosity and asked, "Could it be that someone lives on this island?" A flicker of excitement crossed her eyes. If there were inhabitants, it might mean a connection to the outside world, potentially leading to their rescue. Indeed, there were people inhabiting the island, specifically pirates. Qin Yang discerned Pan Yu's thoughts, but knew she would be disappointed. What? Pirates? Doesn't that make us very dangerous? A flash of disappointment crossed Pan Yu's face, swiftly replaced by fear. In her mind, pirates were ruthless brigands who robbed ships and committed heinous acts. They had merely uncovered 2 corpses of pirates long dead. Nevertheless, the island itself was fraught with dangers. Qin Yang remarked indifferently and chose not to engage further, departing with the iron pot. Jiang Mating, carrying a few mushrooms, returned to the cave to fetch some cured meat before heading towards the creek. Pan Yu observed, thinking, this island is far too perilous. Thankfully, I joined Qin Yang's side. I must cling tightly to this strong ally. She resolved to find some work, determined not to leave a poor impression on Qin Yang. Fortunately, the interior of the iron pot wasn't completely rusted, or the cleaning would have been quite troublesome. Kneeling by the creek, Qin Yang submerged the pot in the flowing water to wash it. The pot was not large, akin to a standard rice cooker, though it featured 2 iron handles for easy handling, distinguishing it from a frying pan. When discovered, the pot had been overturned on the ground. Thus, while its exterior bore significant rust, the bottom exhibited only slight corrosion, which was manageable. However, the rim was heavily rusted. He took a handful of charcoal and utilized wild grass as a brush, vigorously scrubbing the inside of the pot. The water before him quickly turned murky, but it flowed downstream, becoming clear once more. Wu Shan and Jiang Mating squatted nearby. Jiang Mating was washing the mushrooms and cured wild boar meat, while Wu Shan held the headless snake, slicing open its neck with a knife. He grasped the snake's skin firmly and pulled it off with force. Before long, Wu Shan had successfully removed the complete skin, revealing the red snake meat, which was gradually turning white. He casually discarded the skin on the ground, disposed of the entrails, and rinsed the meat in water, completing the preparation. Brother Qin, how do you plan to cook this snake meat? Wu Shan inquired about the cooking method. Qin Yang examined the snake meat, now fully white, and thought that boiling it in plain water might not be very appetizing. He suggested, let us roast it instead. All right, I'll take it back to roast. Wu Shan turned to head back to the camp with the prepared snake meat. Meanwhile, Qin Yang had removed all the wash-off rust from the pot, yet some stubborn spots remained. He planned to boil 2 pots of water back at camp, and then scrub it with salt, which would suffice. Qin Yang filled the iron pot with water, preparing to take it back for boiling. You're done? Then let us return together, Jiang Mating said, having just finished washing the mushrooms and cured wild boar meat. Mating, please wait a moment, Qin Yang called. Hearing her name, Jiang Mating glanced around anxiously, seemingly worried about being overheard. Once she confirmed there was no one nearby, she breathed a sigh of relief, her cheeks flushing as she turned her gaze to Qin Yang. What is the matter? She asked. Qin Yang's lips curled slightly, amused by Jiang Mating's adorable demeanor. He thought to himself how her reaction made it seem like they were engaged in a secret romance, though they were not in the office, which added an exhilarating thrill to the moment. He recognized that many male employees in the company desired to have an office romance with Jiang Mating. Seemingly aware of the humor in her previous reaction, Jiang Mating cleared her throat and assumed a serious demeanor, asking, what are you laughing at? This authoritative side of Jiang Mating was one he had often witnessed, exuding an air of elegance. However, they had already established a profound connection. Qin Yang found this playful banter quite enjoyable, and he reached out to embrace Jiang Mating's slender waist, drawing her closer. Jiang Mating instantly faltered, unable to maintain her authoritative facade. Resembling a blushing young woman in love, she found herself inexplicably vulnerable to Qin Yang's charm. His large hand rested on hers, and as she gazed at him curiously, he produced a gold ring he had specially prepared for her, sliding it onto her finger. This is a gift for you. Do you like it? Jiang Mating beamed at the gold ring adorning her finger. I love it. Her delight stemmed not solely from the ring itself, but from Qin Yang's thoughtful gesture. The feeling of being cherished was truly wonderful. Qin Yang enveloped Jiang Meiting in his arms, his hands wandering in a playful manner. Jiang Meiting felt lightheaded, overwhelmed by emotion and allowing herself to be swept away. Soon, her legs felt weak, and she leaned against Qin Yang for support. Qin Yang refrained from further teasing her, holding her gently in silence, both relishing the warmth of the moment. In her heart, Jiang Meiting mused about Qin Yang's unexpected tenderness. She was aware that a young man like him was likely brimming with energy. While she would not refuse him, who wouldn't he enjoy being treated with such gentleness and consideration? She sensed his respect for her, acknowledging her as more than just an outlet for his desires. This was immensely significant to her, and Jiang Meiting felt fortunate. Let us head back, Qin Yang said. The embrace between the two lingered for quite some time, and Qin Yang found it increasingly difficult to suppress his rising emotions. It was inevitable. Jiang Meiting was simply too alluring. Jiang Meiting let out a soft sound and then adjusted her slightly disheveled clothing. Together, they gathered their belongings and returned to the campsite. Wu Shan was by the campfire, grilling snake meat. The snake had been cut into 6 segments, seasoned with salt, and skewered on branches, positioned by the fire. This snake weighed over a pound, yielding a substantial amount of meat. The fire roasted the snake meat to a golden hue, releasing a delightful aroma. It turned out that snake meat had such a flavor. It was quite appetizing. Nearby, Jiang Xiaowei and Pan Yu also caught the enticing scent. Both were apprehensive about snakes, let alone consuming them. When Wu Shan approached with the grilled snake meat, they felt a peculiar discomfort, lacking the desire to eat. However, as they gazed at the golden snake meat and inhaled the savory aroma, it seemed, perhaps, they could muster the courage to try it. Sister, why did you take so long to return? Uncle Wu's snake meat is almost ready, Jiang Xiaowei remarked, directing her words at Jiang Meiting. The younger sister's comment caused Jiang Meiting to recall the tender moments shared with Qin Yang, making her feel somewhat guilty, as if she had been caught in a misdeed. Yet, there was an inexplicable thrill, leaving her momentarily speechless. This iron pot is quite challenging to clean. It requires a bit more time, Qin Yang chuckled. Jiang Meiting nodded in agreement, placing the cleaned mushrooms and smoked meat down. Qin Yang mentioned that once he finished cleaning the pot, he would use it for cooking. Jiang Xiaowei glanced at the rusty iron pot in Qin Yang's hands, accepting it without suspicion, her thoughts not wandering elsewhere. Qin Yang procured 2 stones of similar size, positioning them beside the campfire, effectively creating a makeshift stove. He then set the iron pot atop it. Unlike a small can, the iron pot could not simply be placed directly on the charcoal fire, as it would extinguish the flames beneath. Relying solely on the surrounding fire would not suffice to boil water. He carefully transferred some of the glowing charcoal from the campfire beneath the pot and added more kindling. Now that he had the iron pot, it was time to construct a proper stove, enabling greater heat for faster cooking. The snake meat is ready, Wu Shan announced, distributing the golden, fragrant portions to everyone. Qin Yang took a piece and bit into it. Although he had never tasted snake meat before, he had once sipped medicinal wine infused with snake back in his hometown. That concoction was far less appetizing in appearance and aroma than the deliciously grilled snake meat before him. The steaming snake meat bore no strange flavors. Indeed, it tastes like chicken, Qin Yang remarked, finishing it in just a few bites. Jiang Meiting and the 3 women hesitantly took small bites, finding the flavor surprisingly pleasant. Before indulging heartily, it seems rain is imminent, Wu Shan observed from the cave entrance, noting the sudden darkening sky. Based on his experience, he surmised a heavy downpour was likely. However, with the shelter of the cave, the rain held little consequence. Qin Yang glanced upwards. The previously bright sky had become shrouded in thick clouds, rapidly turning overcast. Suddenly, a chill touched his face as raindrops began to fall. Following that was a chorus of pattering sounds as large droplets cascaded down. It's raining. Let us hurry into the cave. Jiang Meiting and Pan Yu assisted Jiang Xiaowei into the cave. Moments after they entered, the outside world became engulfed in darkness, the nearby trees swaying violently. The wind at this moment was particularly refreshing, even slightly cold. A torrential downpour ensued, the campfire at the cave entrance flickering wildly, smoke billowing. As the rain intensified, it began to invade the cave, splattering onto the campfire and producing a sizzling sound. Observing this, Qin Yang worried the fire might extinguish and called out to Wu Shan. Old Wu, let us move the campfire further inside. Together, they shifted the firewood about half a meter inward, protecting it from the encroaching rain. Qin Yang also relocated the iron pot closer to the fire. The water was nearly boiling. The rain seemed likely to continue until dusk, and post-rain temperatures would drop significantly. The campfire must not be allowed to die out. Fortunately, they had stored plenty of dry firewood in the cave. Otherwise, even after the rain ceased, Finding suitable dry branches would be challenging. From the stockpile of dry wood in the cave, they retrieved a stack and added a few pieces to the fire. Grateful for the cave's shelter, Qin Yang reflected that without it, they would have been drenched in the downpour. He looked outside. The rain was heavy, and the dim light allowed him to see only a few meters ahead. In mere minutes, a stream began to form at the cave entrance. Thankfully, the cave's entrance was significantly elevated, preventing the rainwater from flooding inside. Otherwise, the cave would become a pool, soaking everything within. The campfire illuminated the cave, dispelling the chill from the rain outside. The water in the iron pot began to bubble, emitting a slight rust odor. However, the water was merely for cleaning the pot, not for consumption. Qin Yang poured it out and found a cloth to clean with, cut from an ill-fitting garment. He collected these clothing scraps not merely for wearing, but for their various practical uses. He then borrowed some salt from Mutation, sprinkling it on the cloth to enhance friction, aiding in removing the rust from the pot. Squatting at the cave's entrance, Qin Yang scrubbed the pot, rinsing it with rainwater before continuing until the cloth no longer showed rust stains. Wuxian noticed the pot was clean and selected a fatty piece from the smoked meat, cutting it off. At this point, the fat had not completely melted, allowing some to be extracted. Qin Yang, use this lard to coat the pot. It will prevent rusting. Wuxian suggested, handing over several pieces of fat. Oh yes, I hadn't thought of that. Qin Yang replied with a smile. When seasoning a new iron pot, using lard is customary, as it not only prevents rust, but also eliminates the metallic taste. Qin Yang placed the pot over the fire, heating it before adding the fat. Using a stick, he spread the fat around the pot, akin to using a cleaning cloth. The aroma of lard quickly enveloped the cave, and the iron pot gleamed. Ready for cooking. After rinsing the pot one final time with rainwater, he collected about a bowl of rainwater and returned the pot to the campfire. He chopped the smoked meat into pieces and added them along with some mushrooms into the pot to simmer. He also rummaged through his backpack for the instant noodle seasoning he had previously hesitated to use, adding it all in. Everyone gathered around the campfire, eagerly watching the simmering wild boar meat. The storm outside did little to dampen the warm atmosphere within the cave. Chapter 55, Fever. Morning arrived. Qin Yang opened his eyes, sitting up from the ground and stretching his arms. He had slept exceptionally well. Listening to the gentle patter of rain outside while nestled in the warmth of the cave was the most comfortable he had felt on the island. The others gradually awoke as well. My head hurts. Jiang Xiaowei, upon awakening, was eager to rise. Yet she momentarily forgot that she had sprained her ankle the previous day. Wei, are you alright? Your foot is injured. Do not move carelessly, understand? Jiang Mating said with concern, glancing at Jiang Xiaowei's swollen ankle. Oh dear, it wasn't this swollen yesterday. What shall we do? Qin Yang remarked, also observing the pronounced swelling of Jiang Xiaowei's right ankle compared to the left. Woo, will I never be able to walk again? Jiang Xiaowei gazed at her injured foot, nearly on the verge of tears. With no medical facilities available on the island, she was genuinely terrified that her foot might be permanently damaged. It's not that serious. It's merely a sprain without any bone injury. Just refrain from moving for a few days, and it will heal gradually. I'll see if I can find some herbal remedies to promote circulation and reduce swelling. Applying them will hasten recovery, Qin Yang reassured her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaowei felt a wave of relief and expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Qin Yang. Qin Yang then donned his shoes, grabbed his backpack and machete, preparing to venture outside in search of herbs. Jiang Mating accompanied him to the cave's entrance. I'm sorry for the trouble. Please be careful, she said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Qin Yang smiled. It's no trouble at all. I intended to explore other areas anyway. Finding herbs is just a supplementary task. Originally, he had planned to continue cutting bamboo and trees to construct a shelter. However, with the cave available, there was no rush to build one. Leaning closer to Jiang Mating, he whispered, There's no need for such formality between us. Jiang Mating nodded, feeling warmth in her heart. Just as Qin Yang was about to set off, he suddenly heard sounds emanating from the woods. He moved towards the source of the noise and, after a while, discerned voices and footsteps. Yang, called a familiar voice. Could it be Zhang Hao seeking him? Qin Yang raised an eyebrow but did not respond, continuing towards the sound until he spotted a familiar figure. Confirming it was indeed Zhang Hao, he called out, Zhang Hao, over here. Zhang Hao, upon hearing his call, approached with a look of surprise. What is going on? Qin Yang asked, noticing Zhang Hao carrying Gu Shuemai. Zhang Hao sighed. Yang Shuemai seems to have a fever. Can you take us to your shelter? They had spent a sleepless night, and the fire had been extinguished by the rain. Had it not been for the darkness, he would have sought out Qin Yang the previous night. Qin Yang glanced at the dazed Gu Shuemai behind Zhang Hao, guessing she must have caught a chill from the heavy rain. He was well aware that the previous campsite's shelter, which he had constructed, was inadequate against such downpours. Even with Zhang Hao having upgraded the shelter with thick leaves, it would not have kept out all the rain. The shelter was level with the ground, making it prone to flooding. It seemed they had endured the night huddled in the makeshift shelter. "Follow me," Qin Yang instructed, leading Zhang Hao back to the cave. Upon arrival, Zhang Hao exclaimed, "I should have come here with you earlier." Then Shuamai Wu and Ti have fallen ill. Regret washed over him for not persuading Gu Shuamai to accompany him to Qin Yang's location. "You should get her warmed by the fire," Qin Yang suggested, noting the pallor of Zhang Hao's lips, indicating he was not in the best condition either. The others in the cave were surprised to see Zhang Hao carrying Gu Shuamai. As Zhang Hao set her down by the fire, he collapsed into a seat himself, feeling the toll of fatigue and a potential cold creeping in. Gu Shuamai appeared utterly drained, unable to remain seated. Pan Yu reached out to support her, exclaiming, "She's burning up. Gu Shuamai has a fever." Wu Shan, noticing their condition, hurried to fetch canned food and boil some water for them. "Wrap her in all the dry clothes you can find, and let her drink some warm water to help her recover. I'm going out to find herbs that might help reduce her fever," Qin Yang declared. He was well-versed in herbs that could treat sprains, colds, headaches, and gastrointestinal issues, having learned from his grandfather, a barefoot doctor. His childhood experiences, marred by frequent ailments, led him to accompany his grandfather on foraging trips for herbs. With familiarity born of necessity, he had become adept at identifying useful plants. After speaking, Qin Yang departed the cave. He concealed one detail. His backpack contained several packets of cold medicine, which he chose not to share with Gu Shuamai. He intended to keep it for future emergencies, particularly for Jiang, mating should she fall ill. Exiting the cave, he made his way towards the stream, venturing upstream into uncharted territory. The banks were lined with exposed rocks, and as he tread carefully upon them, he noted the slickness from the recent rain, which made slipping a real risk. Fortunately, his work boots had good traction, though he remained vigilant. A fall could lead to a serious injury. He proceeded cautiously, aware that even with his enhanced physical abilities, a broken bone would not heal overnight. The vegetation surrounding the stream was abundant, and as Qin Yang walked, he searched for medicinal herbs. After nearly half an hour, he gathered some dandelions and purslane, both known for their detoxifying properties and useful as wild greens. He could prepare a dish with them to supplement his dietary fiber intake. His gaze swept the flora until it landed on a cluster of plants bearing small purple fruits. "Found it! It's Zilucio," he exclaimed silently. Zilucio, also known as black star or black bean, is commonly found in rural fields and similar to purslane and dandelions in its prevalence as a wild vegetable. When crushed and applied externally, it can alleviate bruising and swelling, making it suitable for treating sprains. Qin Yang approached the Zilucio, pulling up several plants while also picking a bunch of ripe purple fruits to taste, finding them sweet and tangy, reminiscent of his childhood. These fruits were often used by children to dye their nails. Now, he still needed to find herbs that could effectively reduce fever. The distinction between herbs for treating wind cold and wind heat fevers was crucial. Gu Shuamai's fever was evidently due to wind cold, and using the wrong type of herb could exacerbate her condition. After discarding the muddy roots of the Zilucio, he opened his backpack, placing the dandelions and purslane into a plastic bag along with the Zilucio before sealing it back up. Suddenly, a gray shadow appeared behind him. Unbeknownst to Qin Yang, the shadow lunged at him with alarming speed, aiming for the back of his neck. In an instant, he pivoted, clutching his backpack with both hands, shielding himself. A tremendous force surged forward, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the bag. He staggered back 2 steps before regaining his balance. 2 deep gashes marred the surface of his backpack, almost breaching its outer layer. Qin Yang gazed ahead, finally discerning the creature that had attempted a sneak attack. A colossal wolf. The beast, standing on all 4s, was level with his waist, its broad head adorned with menacing fangs. Qin Yang had no doubt that this wolf could easily sever his arm with a single bite. The impact of its assault had clearly revealed that its weight far surpassed his own. The wolf let out a low growl, its eyes fixed intently on Qin Yang, searching for an opening to strike. It had never encountered prey like him before, thus it was exceptionally cautious. Drawing a machete from his backpack, Qin Yang brandished it protectively before him, wary of the wolf's impending attack. Internally, he cursed his ill fortune. How could his luck be so abysmal? Facing such a ferocious beast at such close quarters, it was disingenuous to claim he felt no fear. The wolf's fangs were indeed terrifying. Fear is an instinct inherent to all creatures, and Qin Yang was no exception. However, he understood the necessity of masking his trepidation and began to wildly swing the machete before him. Simultaneously, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ah, oh woo, damn it!" To his astonishment, his bluster had a slight effect. The wolf seemed momentarily deterred, not rushing forward immediately, but instead baring its teeth and growling. Could he outrun it? Or would he have to confront it head-on? Those teeth were far too formidable. Qin Yang pondered his strategy. He stood 5 or 6 meters away from the forest, surrounded by jagged rocks. His 2 legs could hardly match the agility of the wolf's 4 paws. A misstep could spell disaster. This was entirely different from his previous encounter with a wild boar, where he had lured it away from a distance, employing cunning rather than direct confrontation. The boar's attacks were straightforward and brutish, unlike the predatory pressure exuded by the wolf. As the wolf observed Qin Yang's lack of aggression, it appeared to detect the ruse. With sudden ferocity, it lunged at him, its brown fur bristling, fangs gleaming ominously as it closed the distance. Qin Yang was taken aback, hastily bracing his machete against the wolf's gaping maw. The creature possessed immense strength. The machete was seized within its powerful jaws, yanked violently as it attempted to dislodge the weapon from Qin Yang's grip. If it succeeded, he would be in dire peril. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to the wolf's abdomen, aiming for its softest, least protected area. The wolf yelped in pain, releasing its hold and stumbling back a few steps. In the next moment, it howled into the sky, a call for reinforcements. Qin Yang's expression shifted. This was a signal for help. If a pack of wolves arrived, his fate would be sealed. Initially, he had been wary of the wolf's fangs, fearing a bite, which had constrained his actions. But now he realized he could no longer afford to hesitate. Should he allow a dozen wolves to converge, he would have to confront an onslaught of fangs. With newfound resolve, Qin Yang felt a surge of courage, swinging his machete toward the wolf. The creature dodged, seemingly biding its time for reinforcements. Damn, this beast is cunning. Waiting until its allies arrive to finish me off. Qin Yang scolded himself, reminding himself to remain calm. He halted all movement, forcing himself to collect his thoughts. Only in a state of calm could he concentrate fully, enabling him to strike with precision and swiftness. His eyes narrowed. He remained acutely aware of the wolf's movements. Seeing Qin Yang stand still, the wolf, curious, cautiously approached. Qin Yang's arm, gripping the machete, pulsed with latent strength, ready to unleash at the opportune moment. The wolf took 2 provocative steps forward. Now, the machete flew from his hand, a blur of black slicing toward the wolf's foreleg. Die! Startled by Qin Yang's sudden attack, the wolf leapt back. Yet this was an assault fueled by his accumulated strength. It would not evade so easily. The machete struck true, shattering bone as it connected with the wolf's paw. The creature let out a pained howl, now forced to hobble on 3 legs. Attempting to flee? Not today. I will feast on wolf meat. As the wolf made to escape, Qin Yang charged forward, seizing its tail and yanking upward. The injured wolf yelped, losing its balance as its head hit the ground. With a firm grip on its hind leg, Qin Yang lifted it high before slamming it down. With each powerful blow, he struck 3 or 4 times until the wolf ceased to move. Time to go. He gathered his backpack and machete, shouldering the wolf's lifeless form. Qin Yang swiftly distanced himself from the scene, wary of attracting other wolves to his scent. The wolf's weight was significantly lighter than the boar he had previously carried. A mere 100 pounds, manageable for him now. He sprinted upstream for 100 meters, ensuring his escape. To further mask his scent, he crushed a handful of pungent herbs and applied them to himself and the wolf's corpse. He then slipped into the nearby woods, needing to drain the blood from the wolf. Setting it down, he drew his machete and attempted to slice its neck. The blade failed to cut through. Realizing he had neglected to sharpen it, he retrieved a dagger from his backpack. With the dagger, he swiftly severed the wolf's neck, warm blood gushing forth. He had heard that wolf blood was highly nourishing. Watching the crimson liquid flow, he felt a pang of regret. If only he had more time, he would have saved some blood for later use. Once the blood was drained, Qin Yang rubbed his hands with the pungent herbs, then stuffed some into the wolf's neck wound. Prepared to return to camp, he thought of the ample wolf meat he had acquired, ensuring it would not spoil. As for gathering herbs for Gu Shuamai, that could wait. Perhaps a hearty bowl of wolf meat would suffice to rejuvenate her. Meat does enhance one's resilience. With that, Qin Yang hoisted the wolf onto his shoulder and began his trek back to the camp. Shortly after, he spotted several willow trees ahead. Oh, it seemed Gu Shuamai's luck was indeed favorable. He approached the willows, setting the wolf down before drawing his machete. With decisive strokes, he began to carve into the gray-black bark of the willow. Although the machete was dull, his intent was not to fell the tree, but rather to procure some willow bark. Known for its medicinal properties, the bark could alleviate fevers and pain, offering some relief even if it was not as effective as modern medicine. He skillfully extracted a rectangular piece of bark and stowed it in his backpack. Continuing to shoulder the wolf, Qin Yang made his way back to camp. The warmth of the wolf's body reminded him of the urgency to prepare the meat. A fresh pot of wolf stew awaited him. At the camp, Zhang Hao sipped the boiled water prepared by Wu Shan. The warmth coursing through him dispelled the chill within. And with the crackling fire nearby, color returned to his face. It remains uncertain whether Yang Gu has discovered any beneficial herbs. Xuan Mei, engulfed in fever, is in a dire state, lying beside the campfire, covered with several layers of clothing. Despite consuming hot water, her fever shows no signs of abating, and she can barely open her eyes. This is truly tragic. Fortunately, I chose to follow Qin Yang to the new camp. Pan Yu observes Shui Mei's delirious state with sympathy, though she feels more gratitude for her own decision. She had considered staying behind, especially given the minor disputes she had with Qin Yang earlier. Thankfully, she did not act foolishly. Sisters Jiang Meiting and Jiang Xiaowei share similar sentiments. In their eyes, Qin Yang has grown increasingly heroic. Following him has spared them from experiencing Shui Mei's unfortunate plight. There are no hospitals on this island to provide injections or medication. If the fever persists, it could indeed lead to death. Jiang Xiaowei considers her own sprained ankle trivial in comparison to Shui Mei's condition. By the campfire, a cast iron pot is set up, boiling water. Once it reaches a rolling boil, Jiang Meiting folds a tank top into a strip, pours hot water over it, wrings it out, and places it on Shui Mei's forehead. Although she is not very familiar with Shui Mei, she cannot bear to witness a young girl losing her life before her eyes. However, her capabilities are limited to this. She wonders how Qin Yang is faring at the moment. Glancing outside the cave, she is more concerned about the dangers he might encounter, for the wilderness is fraught with peril. A figure gradually enters Jiang Meiting's line of sight. Is it Qin Yang returning? A smile graces her face as she rises to approach the cave entrance. However, as she sees the figure more clearly, the smile fades. A man with curly brown hair, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose approaches, a foreigner. Uncle Wu, Zhang Hao, there's someone outside. Jiang Meiting promptly alerts the two men within the cave. She is not prepared to trust other survivors indiscriminately. Someone is coming? Wu Shan and Zhang Hao step towards the entrance. Wu Shan expresses mild surprise, but is not overly astonished upon seeing the approaching foreigner. For he has heard from Qin Yang about the presence of foreign survivors on the island. Goodness, a foreigner. This is Zhang Hao's first encounter with a foreigner on the island, and he is utterly astonished. After all, even in their own country, he cannot help but steal glances at foreigners. Ah, there are indeed people in this cave. The foreigner, noticing the group at the cave entrance, appears equally surprised. His gaze lingers on Jiang Meiting, igniting a spark of desire within him. Encountering a woman of such fine stature and charm on this island is indeed a rare find. He hastens to the cave entrance and greets them with a smile. Hello. My name is Edmund. Is this your shelter? May I come in to warm myself by the fire? The fire in my shelter has been extinguished by the rain. Edmund speaks in halting Mandarin, his eyes already surveying the cave's interior. Upon noticing the three women inside, he thinks, there are so many lovely women here. His gaze shifts to a pile of smoked wild boar meat hanging on the cave wall, almost causing him to exclaim. Here you go, Zhang Hao, he says. Seeing Edmund's friendliness, Zhang Hao thinks they are all survivors, and warming by the fire should not pose a problem. However, he is aware that this camp belongs to Qin Yang, so he refrains from making decisions without consulting him. He turns to Wu Shan. Old Wu, do you think we should let him in to warm himself? Wu Shan scrutinizes Edmund, a contemplative expression on his face. Despite Edmund's friendly demeanor, Wu Shan detects a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Moreover, Qin Yang had mentioned a confrontation with another group of foreigners the previous day. This Edmund might very well be one of them. Zhang Hao, hand this foreign friend a burning stick, so he can take it back to his shelter to start a fire. Wu Shan chuckles. At the suggestion, Edmund's expression momentarily stiffens but quickly returns to normal. Internally, he curses Wu Shan. Aren't you Chinese supposed to say that it's a joy to have friends come from afar? Is this your hospitality? You want to even let me warm myself inside. Well, it's true that teaching someone to fish is better than giving them a fish. Zhang Hao smiles, turning to fetch a burning stick from the campfire and hands it to Edmund. Here you go, Edmund. Take this back to start your fire. Thank you, Edmund replies, forcing a smile as he takes the stick. He lingers a moment longer on Jiang Meiting before turning to leave. Upon seeing Edmund depart, Wu Shan lets out a sigh of relief but remains somewhat anxious, thinking he should inform Qin Yang about this when he returns. After about 5 more minutes, Qin Yang finally returns to the vicinity of the camp, carrying the carcass of a wild wolf. Phew, I'm so hot. The thick fur of the wolf clings to his neck and head, making him feel suffocated. After a long trek, he is already drenched in sweat. Qin Yang is back. Jiang Meiting smiles upon confirming his identity at the cave entrance. However, she is taken aback by the enormous creature he carries. He strides up to the cave, placing the wolf's body on a rock at the entrance, wiping the sweat from his face with his collar. Jiang Meiting is left speechless upon realizing that Qin Yang has indeed brought back a large wolf. Yang Gu, you have finally returned. And you've brought back a wolf. Qin Xiao Gu, you actually hunted a wolf. Zhang Hao, Wu Shan, and Pan Yu emerge, equally astonished. Qin Yang retrieves a plastic bag filled with herbs from his backpack, extracts a piece of willow bark, and hands it to Zhang Hao. Use this to boil water. Then give it to Gu Xuanmei. He then takes out some Ziluo grass and tells Jiang Meiting, crush this and apply it to Xiao Wei's ankle. It will help reduce the swelling. Wonderful. Zhang Hao and Jiang Meiting accept the herbs with smiles, astonished that Qin Yang has indeed brought back medicinal plants. In the wilderness, sustaining injuries can be life-threatening, and Qin Yang's ability to identify herbs is undoubtedly a significant advantage for survival. They could save lives. The two return to the cave with the herbs. Old Wu, I wish to keep this wolf pelt. Can you take care of it? The warmth and durability of the wolf's fur appeals to Qin Yang, but he lacks the skills to process it. Wu Shan, being older and knowledgeable, may know how to handle it. I can give it a try, but I cannot guarantee success, Wu Shan replies, stroking his beard. Suddenly, footsteps echo from the forest. Hearing the noise, Qin Yang turns, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that these foreigners would find their way here. Chapter 58, The Transaction. 3 tall men emerge from the forest, all with Western features, pale skin, deep-set eyes, and noticeable freckles, their hair varying in color. The brown-haired man in the middle is none other than the previously departed Edmund. Wu Shan also turns upon seeing them, frowning. Indeed, this Edmund is not to be trusted. After leaving, he has returned with companions. Qin Xiaogu, I forgot to mention that the brown-haired foreigner visited our camp earlier. I sent him on his way, but it seems he has returned with others. Wu Shan informs Qin Yang. Qin Yang nods, relieved he managed to return early. Had he been delayed, these 3 men would likely have already attacked the camp. He could hardly believe that these foreigners were here to make friends. I will handle these people. You just take care of the wolf meat and ensure it doesn't spoil. All right, be careful, Wu Shan replied, possessing considerable confidence in Qin Yang's abilities. Qin Yang fixed his gaze on the 3 foreigners as they approached. He was uncertain whether they were the same group he had encountered before, as they all bore a striking resemblance to one another, with only the golden-haired Jack leaving a faint impression on him. However, judging by their demeanor, it was evident that their intentions were not benign. Qin Yang gripped his machete tightly and strode toward them. Although his body was robust, with strength and reflexes that were formidable, he felt more secure with a weapon in hand. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife can still be a source of fear. Moreover, his machete was imbued with the power of the tetanus blade. Edmund approached the cave with a broad smile. After leaving, he hastily sought out his companions who were foraging for food nearby. The cave not only housed beautiful women, but also an abundance of cured meats. He could not let such an opportunity slip away. Upon sharing his thoughts with his 2 companions, they quickly returned, envisioning the glory of seizing the cave, knowing that food and women would surely be theirs. However, Edmund's smile faded upon spotting Qin Yang approaching with his machete, his expression growing serious. Edmund, that guy has a knife. What should we do? One of his companions exclaimed. What are you afraid of? There are 3 of us, and I've trained in boxing. They began conversing in their foreign tongue. Qin Yang understood a bit of their language, though his listening and speaking skills were poor. The rapid pace of their conversation made it difficult for him to catch every word, but he could discern the general meaning. This is my camp. No trespassing, or you will face the consequences. Qin Yang had neither the time nor inclination to engage with the foreigners and made his position clear. Upon witnessing Qin Yang's demeanor, Edmund felt insulted and was ready to strike. Suddenly, he noticed Wu Shan behind Qin Yang, busy with the carcass of a large wolf. The sight startled him. Quelling his aggressive thoughts, his 2 companions reacted similarly, whispering amongst themselves, astonished that they had killed a wolf. Could it be that this man before them was the one responsible? Would they be able to defeat him? One companion began to doubt their chances. Wait a minute. Why does this guy look familiar? Another companion pondered. Isn't he the Huagua person who defeated Jack and the others that day? What was his name again? Qin something. Realization dawned upon Edmund and his companions. They were not adept at distinguishing the features of Huagua individuals, and since Qin Yang had not directly engaged them in combat, they had not immediately recognized him. Nevertheless, the shock from the wolf's carcass was still fresh in their minds. Observing Qin Yang, who bore no injuries and had slain the wolf with a rusty machete, they were left in awe. I believe we should return and inform Jack, one of Edmund's companions suggested. Edmund hesitated, reluctant to do so as it would mean less for himself from the resources in the cave. Suddenly, they heard footsteps in the forest. Qin Yang turned to see the source of the sound behind Edmund and his companions. More people? The trio also turned to look. A burly man wearing a dark green vest, holding a small axe, emerged from behind a large tree. Do you need assistance? The sturdy man inquired of Qin Yang. It's FAQ air, we need to leave quickly. Upon recognizing the approaching figure, Edmund no longer hesitated and hurriedly led his companions away. The man was Cheng Bing, someone Edmund and his companions were quite familiar with. Faced with both Qin Yang and Cheng Bing, they had no choice but to flee. Cheng Bing approached Qin Yang with a smile. So, your camp is here. What a splendid location. Is that a wolf? Upon getting closer, He too noticed Wushan dealing with the wolf carcass and was taken aback. Qin Yang, did you hunt that wolf? He asked incredulously. As the size of the wolf suggested that its capture was no easy feat, Qin Yang nodded and inquired, how did you end up here? May I come closer? Of course, Qin Yang replied, having a favorable impression of Cheng Bing based on Lin Yuqing's accounts. He recognized Cheng Bing as a retired soldier, and in this era, ex-soldiers in the country generally possessed commendable character. The two made their way toward the cave. Cheng Bing explained, I was out looking for food and firewood when I happened upon the trail of those foreigners and followed it here, unexpectedly arriving at your camp. Qin Yang wore a contemplative expression. At the cave entrance, Wushan had already begun making incisions on the wolf's body, preparing to skin it. As it was his first time handling wolf pelts, he took some time to ascertain the proper technique. Upon seeing Qin Yang and Cheng Bing approaching, Wushan smiled at Cheng Bing, who was also a Huagui individual. Although Cheng Bing was robust, his features were well-defined, exuding an aura of righteousness that did not suggest villainy. Old Wu, this is Cheng Bing, the person I mentioned to you. Hello, Uncle Wu. Cheng Bing greeted cheerfully. At 35, he appeared much younger than Wushan, who seemed to be in his 50s, so addressing him as uncle seemed appropriate. Cheng Bing's eyes scanned the interior of the cave. Noticing Zhang Hao and Jiang Meiting engaged in their tasks, as well as the hanging cured meats, which left him slightly astonished. You can call me Old Wu, just like Qin Xiaoga does. Wushan smiled. Qin Xiaoga, I need to skin this wolf now. I could use your help. All right, Qin Yang responded. I'll help as well. Cheng Bing volunteered, as he had nothing else to do and wished to discuss some matters with Qin Yang later. Thus, the three began the process of skinning the wolf. After a considerable amount of time, they finally removed the wolf's pelt. I'll take this to process it now. Qin Xiaoga, you can handle cutting the meat. Wushan took the pelt to the stream for further cleaning. Qin Yang picked up a suitable stone to sharpen his machete, knowing that with his blade in hand, the task would be expedited, so he remained unhurried. Cheng Bing, do you have something to say? Qin Yang inquired while sharpening the knife. Having sensed Cheng Bing's desire to discuss something, Cheng Bing paused, surprised that Qin Yang had discerned his thoughts. Smiling, he replied, Indeed, I wish to propose a trade. Chapter 59, Potatoes. A trade? Qin Yang arched an eyebrow. I assume you wish to barter for this meat. However, I must clarify that I have no interest in gold. I could use the axe you have. Having seen Cheng Bing's camp, he understood that their food sources were still unstable, relying on coconuts, wild fruits, and shellfish. Thus, he could easily deduce what Cheng Bing sought to trade. Cheng Bing touched the axe at his belt, knowing its importance and unwilling to part with it. A smile crossed his face as he said, I need this axe, so I cannot trade it. However, I possess something you will undoubtedly find intriguing. Qin Yang, intrigued, looked at Cheng Bing and asked, what is it? He simply could not fathom what else Cheng Bing might possess that would pique his interest. Hey, potatoes. Qin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Why would I deceive you? Just tell me if you wish to trade. Cheng Bing was quite pleased with the astonishment displayed by Qin Yang. If there are indeed potatoes, I would certainly want to trade. After all, they are potatoes. Despite the abundance of meat available to Qin Yang, a diet solely consisting of meat is not sustainable. A prolonged absence of carbohydrates can lead to malnutrition, resulting in various ailments over time. Potatoes are a superior source of carbohydrates. They are simple to prepare, filling, and easy to store. Most importantly, potatoes can be planted to yield more potatoes. If a patch of potatoes could be cultivated around the camp, hunger would no longer be a concern, and there would be no need to venture into danger in search of food. Although it seems effortless for Qin Yang to hunt wild boars and wolves, one cannot walk by the river without getting wet. Even the most skilled hunter could fall prey to their quarry. If possible, Qin Yang would prefer not to encounter wild beasts repeatedly. Cultivating crops in the camp and gathering from the sea would be a far more appealing lifestyle. There are indeed potatoes. Cheng Bing paused, seemingly in contemplation, then continued, but their quantity is rather limited, so I propose a trading ratio of 1 to 10. 1 pound of potatoes for 10 pounds of meat? Qin Yang frowned. If that's the case, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? I never expected this man with thick brows and large eyes to be so unscrupulous. Cheng Bing nodded, seemingly discerning Qin Yang's thoughts, and explained. While it may appear that you are at a disadvantage, consider this. Potatoes can be cultivated. Once you have potatoes, you can grow more, thus making the trade worthwhile. Oh, so it seems I am the one at a loss, while you stand to gain significantly, Qin Yang retorted. Not to mention that it would take several months for the potatoes to yield a harvest, and there was no guarantee of success. Cheng Bing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled. The truth is, there are indeed very few potatoes, less than 20 pounds, and a significant portion was consumed yesterday. If we do not trade for more meat, everyone in the camp will face hunger. 1 to 10 is still too much. Let us make it 1 to 5. That seems a bit too low. Potatoes are cultivable, and their value on this island is certainly not inferior to meat. Cheng Bing was unwilling to concede, as the potatoes available for trade were scarce, and he needed to reserve some. He pondered briefly and added, Qin Yang, after those foreigners return, they may bring more people to confront you. Although you are quite formidable, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. I can lead my people to support you, so let us stick to my proposal of 1 to 10. You will not be at a loss. Qin Yang considered this for a few seconds. Cheng Bing was not speaking in vain. Thus, he lost the desire to haggle. Reasoning that he still had plenty of smoked meat, which had become monotonous, he decided to trade for a few pounds of potatoes instead. All right. How many potatoes can you offer for trade? And by the way, where did you find them? Are there any nearby? I can offer 5 pounds for trade. Cheng Bing's face brimmed with delight. In this manner, they could exchange 5 pounds of potatoes for 50 pounds of meat. An exceptional deal. Hee. The potatoes were found next to the pirate's hut. After you left that day, I began dismantling the hut and stumbled upon potato sprouts. These potatoes must have been planted by the 2 deceased pirates years ago. If only you had not left so hastily. You might have been able to share in the bounty. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang felt even more aggrieved. It turned out he could have had potatoes, but missed the opportunity. Oh well, I shall consider it an act of goodwill. He resolved not to dwell on what had already transpired. Very well. I shall return for the potatoes now and bring some people to guard the area in case the foreigners come. Cheng Bing, sensing Qin Yang's agreement, was eager to return to the camp, fearful that Qin Yang might change his mind. Watching Cheng Bing's retreating figure, Qin Yang smiled. He had initially thought Cheng Bing to be a stern and serious character, yet he proved to be quite cunning and astute. Cheng Bing raced back to the camp, and in a short time, he had returned. The survivors were gathered together, and in their midst was a small fire, which had been a challenge to kindle after last night's heavy rain had soaked the dry wood. The smoke was more intense than the flames, creating a stinging sensation. Cheng Gu is back, someone shouted upon spotting Cheng Bing. Cheng Bing nodded in acknowledgement and shared the plan to trade potatoes for meat. Although the recent battle had positioned him as a leader in the eyes of the camp, he did not consider his word to be the sole authority. Potatoes were a communal resource, and mutual agreement would foster unity. Let us heed Cheng Ji's advice. The group expressed their agreement, recognizing that 1 pound of potatoes for 10 pounds of meat was indeed a remarkable offer. Seeing that nobody opposed the idea, Cheng Bing prepared to gather the potatoes and assemble a team to head to Qin Yang's location. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he addressed the group. How about we relocate and establish a new camp, constructing a shelter nearby? It is in close proximity to a water source. Initially, we chose this location to await rescue, but after so many days, I have lost all hope. Moreover, after last night's downpour, many of the makeshift shelters are now drenched and uninhabitable. We must rebuild anyway. Since I am already taking people to Qin Yang, we may as well set up camp in a new location to save ourselves the trouble of back and forth. But what if we miss the rescue? Someone interjected. Before Cheng Bing could respond, another chimed in. If rescue were to come, it would have arrived by now. Relocating would be beneficial. We wouldn't have to trek far for water each time. I support Cheng Ji's proposal. I concur. Most of the group was willing to change camps, though a few remained hesitant. Cheng Bing remarked, if that is the case, let us gather our belongings. For those wishing to stay behind, I must warn you, after we leave, those foreigners may do something. It is advisable to leave with the group. The hesitant survivors exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and ultimately opted to follow the others. Chapter 60, Dividing the Meat. There isn't much meat on this wolf. Qin Yang sharpened his machete, preparing to begin butchering. Observing the skinned wolf before him, it was evident that the amount of meat was far less than that of the previous wild boar. The meat appeared denser than that of the wild boar, lacking in fat, and it would undoubtedly be chewier when cooked. After some contemplation, he decided to split the wolf in half, using one portion to trade for potatoes with Cheng Bing. Initially, he had intended to use the previously smoked meat for the exchange. Each piece of smoked meat was pure meat, and trading 50 pounds would require sacrificing half of it. Their daily consumption was significant, and with the addition of the iron pot, the smoked meat had become considerably more palatable. Thus, he resolved to use half of the wolf meat for the trade, as it would at least yield several pounds of bones. In this regard, he did not consider himself at a loss. This is settled. Qin Yang sliced open the wolf's abdomen, extracting the entrails, and a pungent odor wafted through the air. He then flipped the wolf onto its back and cracked open its hind legs. With a decisive chop down towards the spine, the sound echoed sharply. Due to excessive force, the spine was directly severed, and the blade struck a rock, producing a resounding noise. Qin Yang felt a pang of sympathy for the cleaver. If it were damaged, it would be a significant loss. He turned to Zhang Hao, who was tending to Gu Shuimei, and called out, Zhang Hao, come over and lend a hand. Pan Yu, you keep an eye on Gu Shuimei. All right, coming. Zhang Hao and Pan Yu responded, promptly following Qin Yang's instructions. Observing the two obediently adhering to his commands, Qin Yang realized, almost unconsciously, that his status and authority had ascended to the highest in the camp. He couldn't help but reflect on his past, where he had always been a subordinate, whether as a student or a worker, consistently following others' directives. He never anticipated that he would now be issuing orders. Surprisingly, this feeling of leadership was indeed rather delightful. Qin Yang began to hum a tune, reveling in his newfound prowess. "Brother Yang, what should I do?" Zhang Hao approached, curious about Qin Yang's remarkably good mood on this day. "Oh, you help me hold its hind legs so I can split it in half," Qin Yang instructed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao followed suit, grasping the wolf's hind legs and pulling them apart. Yes, just like that. Qin Yang commenced his slicing, and with assistance, the efficiency increased significantly. In just a couple of minutes, the wolf was cleaved in two. Qin Yang did not sever the wolf's head, but rather left it attached to one half of the carcass to later present to Qin Bing as a gift. As there was little meat on the head, for his own portion, Qin Yang chopped off a leg of the wolf and diced it into pieces for stewing. The remaining wolf meat, weighing around 30 to 40 jin, was set aside for smoking, leaving only bones behind. Just as Qin Yang was about to fetch a pot for stewing the meat, he noticed that the iron pot was filled with boiling willow bark water. Such scalding water could not be poured into a plastic bottle. Thus, he walked to a clearing where a bundle of bamboo was placed, intended for constructing a shelter. However, these few bamboo stalks were insufficient, and more cutting would be necessary later. Nevertheless, the bamboo had numerous uses. Qin Yang extracted a stalk and fashioned 3 bamboo tubes, which could serve as cups for holding a significant amount of water, all while being clean and hygienic. He poured the willow bark water from the iron pot into the bamboo tubes, filling 2 of them to the brim. "Wake her up and have her drink this water," Qin Yang instructed Zhang Hao, directing him to give Gu Shui Mei the willow bark water. Whether or not it would reduce her fever depended on her own condition. With the iron pot in hand, Qin Yang stepped out of the cave, loaded the chopped wolf meat into the pot, and proceeded to wash it. As he returned to the cave with the pot of water, he discerned a commotion emanating from the woods, indicating that several individuals were approaching. Frowning, he contemplated. "I hope it's not those foreigners arriving first." Oddly enough, Qin Bing had been gone for quite some time. Logically, he should have returned by now. Hastily, Qin Yang re-entered the cave, needing to secure the pot first, as carrying it while confronting potential intruders would be cumbersome. In the woods, less than 30 meters from Qin Yang's cave, a group of individuals marched forth with great determination. "All right, we shall set up camp here and construct a shelter. Everyone, take a moment to rest." Qin Bing assessed the terrain, which was highly suitable for camping, and commanded the group to halt. Around 20 individuals stopped, each seeking a place to rest. Qin Bing did not lead them directly to Qin Yang's camp, despite its superior environment. After all, it had already been claimed by Qin Yang, and the cave was too small to accommodate dozens of people. The area before the cave remained an open space, posing a challenge for shelter construction. With so many people, they needed to rely on the trees in the woods to quickly erect more shelters. Moreover, the proximity to the bamboo grove would facilitate the transportation of bamboo. "I will go fetch potatoes to trade for meat, and then we can enjoy a hearty meal before commencing the shelter construction," Qin Bing declared. The group naturally had no objections, some even swallowing in anticipation. Over the past few days, the best food they had encountered was the potatoes discovered yesterday. The prospect of eating meat again was exhilarating. Qin Bing selected 5 jin of potatoes, estimating by feel, as he lacked weighing tools. Trading 5 jin of potatoes for 50 jin of meat was indeed a substantial bargain. Ensuring that the selected potatoes were more than 5 jin, he wrapped them in a tattered piece of clothing and headed towards Qin Yang's camp. "Yuqing, I'm going to accompany you to Qin Yang's place. Do you want to come along?" Zhao Lan asked Lin Yuqing, who was beside her. The two naturally followed the larger group in their relocation. Zhao Lan was eager to see the sisters Jiang Meiding and Wu Shan, who were with Qin Yang. Although she had been unconscious at the time, she vaguely remembered Wu Shan carrying her off the beach. She wished to express her gratitude properly. "Then let us go take a look." Lin Yuqing nodded, her curiosity piqued by the thought of Qin Yang being able to exchange 50 jin of meat for potatoes. Thus, the two followed closely behind Qin Bing. Qin Yang returned to the cave, placing the iron pot over the bonfire. He then took up the cleaver, standing guard at the entrance. If those foreigners did come, he would have to confront them. To triumph against many with few, one must be ruthless. A decisive strike could eliminate several foes, instilling fear in the others. However, he understood that such actions would likely result in his own injuries. Yet, upon seeing Qin Bing emerge from the woods, he felt a sense of relief. Although he only spotted Qin Bing, the earlier noises suggested that others were still in the woods. Qin Yang was quite pleased with Qin Bing's approach. He preferred that so many people did not crowd into his camp. After all, if the foreigners approached, they would have to traverse the woods, allowing the others to detect any signs in advance. 2 more figures emerged from the woods, catching Qin Yang by surprise. "Oh, Why did Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing come along too? Chapter 61. The transaction is complete. I brought the potatoes. I assure you, there are definitely more than enough. Cheng Bing arrived before Qin Yang, waving the potatoes wrapped in cloth and handing them to Qin Yang. Following Cheng Bing were Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing, who also approached the cave, curiously surveying the surroundings. Qin Yang, preoccupied with the potatoes, barely acknowledged Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing. He accepted the potatoes from Cheng Bing, weighing them in his hands. Although he could not ascertain the exact weight, they certainly felt to be over 5 Jin. Unwrapping the cloth revealed a collection of yellowish-brown potatoes. Excitement glimmered in Qin Yang's eyes. Unlike the large, round potatoes typically seen in supermarkets or markets, these were mostly about the size of eggs, likely due to the lack of cultivation and fertilization on the island. These are for you, and I assure you, there is no less than 50 Jin of meat. Qin Yang remarked, pointing to the half-wolf carcass resting against the rock behind him. He then addressed Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing with a smile. What brings you here? Are you considering joining my camp? When he last departed, he had mentioned that they were welcome to come if they wished to join him. If they intended to do so, he would certainly welcome them. Cheng Bing observed Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing with a keen eye. He knew that Qin Yang was acquainted with them, but had not anticipated that Qin Yang could invite them to join. However, it was not his concern, and he turned to inspect the wolf meat. Lin Yuqing rolled her eyes. Who said we want to join your camp? I'm just accompanying Sister Lan to take a look. As Zhao Lan was about to speak, Jiang Mating emerged from the cave, primarily drawn by the sight of another woman conversing with Qin Yang. For reasons unknown, she felt compelled to see what Qin Yang was discussing with this other woman. Upon recognizing Zhao Lan, Jiang Mating paused momentarily before exclaiming with delight, Zhao Lan. Jiang Mating had a profound impression of Zhao Lan and felt a deep sympathy for her. She hadn't anticipated encountering her again. Mating, I came to see you and to once again express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance, Zhao Lan said sincerely. I'm so glad you are unharmed. You look a bit damp. Come inside and warm yourself by the fire. Jiang Mating felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Zhao Lan remember her name and approached her side. She refrained from mentioning Zhao Lan's child, not wanting to cause her further distress. Turning to Lin Yuqing, she smiled and inquired, and who might this be? This is Lin Yuqing, who has provided me with immense help during this time, Zhao Lan introduced. As Jiang Mating stepped out, Lin Yuqing was taken aback. She had heard Zhao Lan speak of a pair of sisters at Qin Yang's camp, but had not expected them to be so strikingly beautiful, especially with their ample figures. Lin Yuqing felt somewhat inadequate in comparison. Jiang Mating's fullness was undeniably impressive, and today happened to be a day when her undergarments had been freshly changed, leaving her without anything beneath her black attire, which distinctly accentuated her silhouette. This was unavoidable, as while several articles of clothing could be salvaged from the beach, undergarments could not. Yuqing, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Jiang Mating. She greeted warmly, subtly observing Lin Yuqing in the process. Lin Yuqing was indeed strikingly attractive. With a commendable figure, though not as voluptuous as Jiang Mating, she surpassed many others in allure and exhibited a harmonious form without any excess flesh. A physique many women strive to attain. The fact that she was quite young only added to her appeal. As this crossed Jiang Mating's mind, she glanced at Qin Yang and suddenly realized he had been watching her all along, a warm sensation coursing through her. She had previously worried whether Qin Yang might harbor feelings for the young and lovely Lin Yuqing, but now she felt reassured and took hold of Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing, guiding them back into the cave. Upon entering, Lin Yuqing was left speechless at the sight before her. She beheld long strips of cured meat hanging from the side, along with a pot of wolf meat simmering by the campfire. Suddenly, the delicious potatoes she had savored the previous day seemed less appealing. When she spotted Gu Shuemai and Jiang Shaowei, astonishment crossed her face. What happened to them? She asked. Jiang Mating, hearing her question, began to introduce them. Sister, who are they? Jiang Shaowei asked curiously as she observed her sister entering with 2 others. Upon seeing Zhao Lan's face, her expression shifted to one of surprise. You're Zhao Lan, aren't you? Zhao Lan smiled and nodded, taking a seat beside Jiang Shaowei to converse. Zhang Hao, who was feeding Gu Shuemai water from a bamboo tube, looked at Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing with curiosity, having gained some understanding after Jiang Mating's introduction. Is she okay? Lin Yuqing asked Zhang Hao, casting a sympathetic glance at Gu Shuemai, who appeared quite frail despite not knowing her. Zhang Hao shook his head, stating that Gu Shuemai's condition had worsened since the morning. I can only hope that after drinking the water boiled from willow bark, she will improve. Outside the cave, Cheng Bing picked up a half of the wolf carcass that rested on a rock, weighing it in his hands, noting its heft, but also the abundance of bones. He looked at Qin Yang, who seemed to anticipate his words. The transaction is complete. There is no need for further discussion, Qin Yang stated. Cheng Bing chuckled softly, conceding, very well, I will take the meat back then. By the way, I have relocated everyone from the camp to this area, setting up a new camp in the nearby woods. So, you need not worry. As long as the foreigners dare to come, our people will certainly assist. Initially, Qin Yang had assumed the foreigners had not arrived and that Cheng Bing would take the meat and leave with the others. However, hearing Cheng Bing's words, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed that this transaction was not at a loss after all. That sounds excellent, Qin Yang remarked with a smile. Cheng Bing shouldered the half-wolf carcass and departed. Qin Yang glanced at his watch. It was nearly noon. The foreigners should have arrived by now, perhaps deterred by Cheng Bing's presence. With Cheng Bing and his group encamped nearby, Qin Yang no longer needed to worry about any trouble from the foreigners. At that moment, Wu Shan returned with a cleaned wolf pelt, needing to construct a frame to stretch it out for drying. Upon returning to the cave, Wu Shan was equally surprised to see Zhao Lan, who expressed her gratitude once again. It was evident that Zhao Lan was a person of deep appreciation. Zhao Lan, Yuqing, why not stay with us? You can see that our camp has plenty of food and drink. Jiang Meiting warmly invited them. During their previous conversation, she sensed the sincerity of both Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing, making the interaction quite comfortable. Moreover, they were all women. Upon learning that the two had recently moved nearby and were in the process of building a shelter, it seemed more beneficial for them to join forces. However, Jiang Meiting understood that Qin Yang was the one in charge of the camp, so she turned to him and asked, Qin Yang, what do you think? Qin Yang's lips curled into a smile as he replied, of course, that would be splendid. Chapter 62, Watching in the Shadows. Qin Yang certainly would not refuse. He had already contemplated inviting the two to join. He was somewhat surprised by Jiang Meiting's proactive invitation. Could this be a case of mutual understanding? Wonderful. Zhao Lan, Yuqing, what do you think? Upon receiving Qin Yang's agreement, Jiang Meiting beamed at Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing. Zhao Lan nodded slightly and turned to Lin Yuqing, asking, Yuqing, I believe this place is quite good. Shall we stay? Zhao Lan had little interaction with anyone other than Lin Yuqing at her previous camp, and thus lacked emotional ties. She felt a natural affinity for Qin Yang's camp, as not only were the conditions favorable, but Qin Yang and his companions had also extended their kindness to her. This naturally fostered a greater sense of trust towards them. Jiang Meiting, noticing Zhao Lan's inclination to stay, turned her attention to Lin Yuqing. Enthusiastically, she took Lin Yuqing's hand and said, Yuqing, why not join us too? Zhao Lan mentioned that you practice martial arts. You must be quite formidable. Just look at how many women we have here. We truly need someone as skilled as you. Initially, Lin Yuqing had hesitated, primarily due to her less than pleasant first encounter with Qin Yang. Remaining here would mean frequent encounters, which felt somewhat daunting. Yet, she could not resist Jiang Meiting's enthusiasm, and the conditions here were genuinely appealing. All right then, I will join, Lin Yuqing replied softly, casting a discreet glance at Qin Yang, a hint of wariness in her eyes. She thought to herself that with so many women around, she needed to ensure her own safety. As this realization dawned on her, a sense of justice and responsibility welled up within her. That is fantastic. Zhao Lan and Jiang Meiting both expressed their joy upon hearing Lin Yuqing's decision to join, as did the others. Having two more companions was undoubtedly a good fortune. To celebrate your joining, let us have a delightful meal today, Qin Yang exclaimed with a grin. He selected approximately half a pound of potatoes from a larger batch of over 5 pounds. Please peel these potatoes and then cook them together with the wolf meat. Wow. Potatoes. In the cave, Jiang Shaowei, Pan Yu, Zhang Hao, and the recently returned Wu Shan were still unaware of the existence of potatoes. Gazing at the potatoes in Qin Yang's hands, one could almost envision the delectable aroma they would emanate. Qin Yang provided a brief explanation to the uninformed group. Jiang Meiting took the initiative to accept the potatoes, armed with the fruit knife Qin Yang had given her for peeling. It was time to construct a stove. The heavy rain from yesterday had rendered the soil sufficiently soft. Qin Yang observed the iron pot, which had begun to froth, realizing it would require considerable time to reach a boil. Furthermore, the wolf meat would likely be as tough as dog meat, if not tougher, necessitating a longer simmering time. The current flame was inadequate. Now that Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing had joined, Qin Yang could delegate the camp's internal affairs to them. He and Wu Shan, along with Zhang Hao, would primarily focus on building a shelter and foraging for food. Qin Yang stored the remaining potatoes inside the cave, carrying his machete and the cloth meant for wrapping the potatoes. As he wouldn't stray far from the camp, he opted not to carry a backpack, leaving it inside the cave under Jiang Meiting's watchful eye. Qin Yang called Zhang Hao to join him. With so many people in the cave, Gu Xuemei had no concerns about being unattended. The two stepped outside into the open area, which was predominantly rocky and gravelly, making it difficult to dig. They moved a bit further to the edge of the forest. Qin Yang examined the ground, now softened by the nourishing rain. Come, Zhang Hao. Dig up the soil and place it on the cloth, Qin Yang instructed, handing the machete to Zhang Hao and spreading the cloth on the ground. With no other container available for the mud, the cloth would have to suffice, proving quite convenient due to its ample capacity. Great, Zhang Hao exclaimed, taking the machete without any hint of dissatisfaction at Qin Yang's command. On the contrary, he felt invigorated, finally engaged in some meaningful work. He wielded the machete like a spade, and the soft earth was easy to excavate. Qin Yang, meanwhile, busied himself collecting some dry grass, which would aid in shaping the stove when mixed with the mud. He quickly gathered a substantial handful of half-dry grass, which was not intended for burning, so its dryness was inconsequential. Returning to Zhang Hao, he asked, "Brother Yang, what are we digging this soil for?" The cloth before Zhang Hao was already piled high with dirt. "To make a stove." "Brother Yang, you're really going to make a stove? That's impressive. I learned it from a video. It's my first time. Let's give it a try?" Qin Yang replied with a smile. Indeed, he had never made one before. But from the video, it appeared similar to playing with mud as a child. As long as a shape was formed, it would suffice once dried. Qin Yang had confidence in his ability, though the durability remained uncertain. Observing the dirt Zhang Hao had excavated, Qin Yang thought of another creation, bricks. Not the kind fired in a kiln, but the large yellow mud bricks used in rural homes. His own home had such a structure. He recalled his grandfather explaining the brick-making process, where families mixed soil from their fields with sand and straw, compacted it in molds, and left it in the sun to dry before constructing their homes. "I'll have to see if I can make some," Qin Yang mused internally. He certainly wouldn't attempt to create yellow bricks now. It sounded simple, but entailed considerable labor, a major undertaking. For now, he would focus on erecting a shelter with individual rooms and consider other projects later. Zhang Hao worked diligently, and within a short span, he had accumulated a significant amount of soil. Satisfied with their progress, Qin Yang instructed Zhang Hao to stop. After making 2 trips, they finally transported all the soil back to the cave. At that moment, the water in the iron pot over the campfire was already boiling. "Don't add the potatoes yet," Zhao Lan explained to Jiang Meiting, who was about to drop them into the pot. "The wolf meat needs to simmer longer to become tender. Adding the potatoes now will cause them to overcook." Qin Yang was quite pleased with Zhao Lan's insight. She seemed to be the best cook among them, allowing him to focus on his stove. Wu Shan and Zhang Hao were tasked with gathering bamboo, as he required a substantial amount. In the forest, behind a large tree, stood 2 individuals of differing heights. Qin Yang recognized both. The taller one was the foreigner Edmund, while the shorter one, with a buzz cut, was Huang Debao, who had joined the foreign camp. "Huang, you were right. Cheng Bing has indeed brought people here," Edmund remarked, peering from behind the tree at the bustling scene where Cheng Bing and his group were constructing shelters. Huang Debao smirked, thinking to himself that had it not been for him, these muscular foreigners would never have gained such an advantage. "What should we do now?" Huang inquired. "Let's head back for now," came the response. "Since, as you said, Cheng Bing has relocated his camp near the cave, we have lost our opportunity to strike." Jack sat by the campfire, accompanied by a blonde foreign woman. Over the flames, a wild chicken was roasting. He glanced at Huang Debao and Edmund, who had just returned. Jack was thrilled by the news Edmund brought. After all, it was a substantial amount of meat. How could one not be tempted? He was currently roasting a wild chicken caught by chance in a trap, which he found insufficient for himself, yet had to share with others. Initially, he had planned to lead a raid on Qin Yang's cave. However, Huang Debao's suggestion had shifted the plan. As Huang had surmised, Cheng Bing had indeed set up camp near Qin Yang. This development made their task significantly more challenging. However, not all hope is lost, Huang Debao said, his features twitching with excitement. "We can strike at night, catching them off guard. Though Cheng Bing has moved nearby, they will be preoccupied with building shelters during the day, and will surely be exhausted by nightfall. Once they are asleep, we can storm the cave, eliminate Qin Yang, and seize control. Even if Cheng Bing realizes it, it will be too late." Huang Debao's primary target was Qin Yang. The combat prowess of these foreigners was formidable during the last skirmish over the wooden house. Had it not been for Qin Yang's sudden appearance, Cheng Bing's faction would have been unable to contend with the foreign camp. If the foreigners managed to eliminate Qin Yang first, Cheng Bing's group would be left powerless. Jack's expression relaxed, clearly satisfied with Huang Debao's proposal. "Excellent. Huang, let us proceed as you suggested. We shall act tonight." Jack grinned, tearing off a piece of roasted chicken to toss to Huang Debao. Huang Debao caught it eagerly, a smile of gratitude spreading across his face, thinking to himself that these foreigners were just as he imagined, muscular but simple-minded. With his own skills, he might thrive in this environment, and he couldn't help but cast a discreet glance at the foreign woman beside Jack. The woman had an alluring figure, and with only 5 women in their camp, all from the United States, it was clear that only Jack and Andrew could enjoy their company. Unless permitted by Jack or Andrew, anyone else daring to approach these women would face dire consequences. Huang Debao chewed on the chicken, returning to his makeshift shelter. Although the chicken's flavor was somewhat strong, It at least provided some sustenance, and he considered himself fortunate to have meat to eat. Indeed, I was born to be a trader. A man from the land of Sakura cast a mocking smile towards Huang Daba, his eyes gleaming with derision. Get lost, you insignificant fool. Huang Daba erupted in a torrent of curses, spitting words that splattered onto the man's face. Though he had allied himself with the foreigners, he had never regarded himself as a sycophant. Instead, he was astutely assessing the situation, intent on leveraging his own abilities to carve out a domain among the foreigners. To him, these outsiders were merely stepping stones on his path. What did that insufferable man from Sakura understand? The man, taken aback by the barrage of insults, struggled to comprehend Huang Daba's rapid-fire speech. His command of Huagua was limited, leaving much of the vitriol lost on him. But he could sense the filthiness of Huang Daba's tirade. Huang Daba spat a thick gob onto the ground and strode away. The man from Sakura was tempted to retaliate. But given Huang Daba's current favor with Jack, he could only endure, mumbling incoherently in frustration. Lin Yuqing observed as Qin Yang busied himself at the cave entrance, shaping mud into a construct that bore an uncanny resemblance to a toilet. Is it because it's not finished yet that it looks like this? Jiang Mating suggested delicately, seemingly wary of disturbing Qin Yang's mood. She had heard him mention creating a stove, yet the result was unmistakably akin to a toilet. Huh, it's done. It really does look like a toilet, Qin Yang remarked, unfazed, recalling an outdoor vlogger whose stove resembled one as well. The resemblance arose from the back, resembling a toilet's water tank outlet. Nevertheless, the firepower was formidable. The stove, crafted from mud mixed with straw and stones, was nearly complete, needing only a bit more refinement at the mouth. It was time to eat. The aroma of meat wafting from the iron pot made Qin Yang's stomach rumble. After simmering for so long, it was time for a meal. Zhang Hao, Lao Wu, come eat. He called to the two who had just returned with bamboo. Coming. Zhang Hao and Wu Shan set down their bamboo poles and made their way into the cave. They had made several trips, carrying back over 20 poles in total. Qin Yang rushed to the stream to wash the mud from his hands, then gathered bamboo, cutting for sections. Splitting these in half yielded 8 bamboo bowls. Though the edges were rough and required caution to avoid injury, he had not forgotten his coconut bowl, which he had yet to prepare, but for now, the bamboo bowls would suffice. After crafting a pair of chopsticks for each person, Qin Yang observed Zhao Lan skillfully serving the wolf meat from the iron pot into the bamboo bowls, each brimming with meat and a splash of broth. Taking a bowl, he picked up a steaming piece of wolf meat with his chopsticks. It bore a unique fragrance reminiscent of dog meat. After blowing on it, he took a bite. The meat was exceptionally tender and flavorful, with a delightful texture. He then picked up a piece of potato, which was soft and infused with the essence of the broth. A delightful surprise. A sip of the hot soup followed, creating an indescribable sensation of bliss. This is simply exquisite. Lin Yuqing gazed at the meat in her bowl, the aroma making her mouth water. Initially restrained, she took delicate bites, but upon witnessing the sisters Jiang Mating and Jiang Xiaowei devouring their food without a care, she decided to indulge herself as well. This was undoubtedly the most delightful meal she had enjoyed in days. Before long, Qin Yang felt satisfied, letting out a long belch and tossing the bamboo bowl onto the ground. No need to wash these bowls, just leave them to dry and use them for firewood, he said, rising to exit the cave. As for the iron pot and the pick bones, the women would naturally handle the cleanup. Men outside, women inside, each with their roles clearly defined. It was nearing 4 o'clock, yet the foreigners had yet to show themselves, leading Qin Yang to ponder if they were planning a nighttime raid. He stepped into the clearing, surveying the trees before him, deep in thought. Although Cheng Bing and his group were camping nearby, if the foreigners approached under the cover of night, Cheng Bing and his men might not detect them in time. What if the foreigners managed to infiltrate the cave and eliminate them before help arrived? Qin Yang had a habit of contemplating the worst-case scenario. Thus, preparations were essential. One's life was one's own responsibility, and one could not rely on others. Chapter 64, Night Raid. Qin Yang walked over to the bamboo, intent on crafting a few bamboo caltrops. In ancient times, these were used to defend city gates and repel cavalry attacks, traditionally made of wood. In modern contexts, they are crafted from iron, often seen at military bases and school entrances to deter vehicles and pedestrians. He extracted a length of bamboo, around 11 or 12 meters long, and cut it into segments of approximately 1.5 meters each, yielding 7 or 8 sections from a single piece. Qin Yang swiftly divided 5 bamboo poles into segments, leaving a row of similarly sized pieces scattered on the ground. Yang Gu, do we need to cut more bamboo? Zhang Hao and Wu Shan, having finished their meal, approached Qin Yang with inquiries. Not today. Here, you both take these segments and sharpen the ends, Qin Yang instructed, pointing at the 1.5 meter lengths on the ground. Is this for building a shelter? Zhang Hao asked, puzzled. Not quite. I plan to make 2 caltrops. Similar to a fence, Qin Yang explained before departing to find some vines to use as rope. Zhang Hao and Wu Shan began to sharpen the bamboo as instructed. By the time Qin Yang returned, carrying a large bundle of vines, Zhang Hao and Wu Shan had finished their task. He then selected 3 whole bamboo poles, cutting them to the same length of about 5 meters, 2 for the base and 1 for the top, forming a triangular shape. He tied the sharpened bamboo segments at appropriate intervals using the vines. Once everything was secured, the caltrip was complete. "Hey, I've seen something like this on TV," Zhang Hao exclaimed, grinning at the finished product. At last, he understood what Qin Yang had been creating. Standing before the caltrip, the sharp bamboo stakes angled outward, effectively barring entry. Even at his height of 1.80 meters, he had to navigate around it. Zhang Hao felt a growing admiration for Qin Yang. Had it been him, he would never have thought to construct such a device. Qin Yang looked at the completed caltrip with satisfaction. Though somewhat rudimentary, it was undeniably practical. "Let's continue. We need 3 more before we call it a day," Qin Yang declared. 4 5-meter caltrips would significantly bolster the defenses around the cave entrance. With a few bamboo hammers in addition, the caltrips would serve as barriers, while the hammers would provide offense. Even if the foreigners came en masse, they would not easily breach their defenses. As the sun set and night approached, Qin Yang and his companions finally finished the last 3 caltrips. They positioned the 4 caltrips at the cave entrance, 2 on each side, forming a triangular barrier. Using vines, they bound the caltrips together, ensuring that they could not be easily removed from outside. Anyone daring enough to attempt would face the wrath of Qin Yang's bamboo hammers, promising a swift and decisive retaliation. Jiang Meiting and her companions emerged from the cave, observing the barricades of wooden stakes that encircled the entrance, which provided a sense of security akin to being within fortified walls. The night had fully descended. Qin Yang and his group retreated back into the cave, finding the island's evenings to be rather monotonous, often retiring early. However, with Lin Yuqing and Zhao Lan joining them that day, they engaged in light conversation, staying awake longer than usual, though it was still just past 9 o'clock, an hour that would have seemed exceedingly early in the past. As Qin Yang gazed at Jiang Meiting, who lay beside him, the flickering firelight cast a soft glow on her alluring figure, imparting an ethereal charm. Memories of joy in the wild grassland floated through his mind. He found himself yearning for more. Yet the presence of so many others in the cave rendered such desires impractical. In the deep of night, a full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating a group moving swiftly through the forest. The moonlight was bright, allowing them to discern their path without being shrouded in darkness. Leading this group was the golden-haired Jack, who, following Huang de Beoz's plan, initiated a nocturnal assault. The rustling of leaves and crunching of branches underfoot echoed as they traversed the woods. Yet they paid little heed to the risk of being discovered by Cheng Bing's camp, having chosen a distant route that kept them safe from detection. Outside the cave, Zhang Hao stood guard. It was past midnight, and Qin Yang had set an alarm to relieve him at 1 o'clock. Zhang Hao sat by the campfire at the cave entrance, stifling a yawn. He felt secure due to the cave's protective features and the presence of the wooden stakes, believing that even wild beasts could not breach their defenses. Nevertheless, he took his duty seriously as instructed by Qin Yang. Casting a concerned glance at Guxiumei, he sighed, anxious about her condition, wondering if she could endure another day. Suddenly, Zhang Hao heard footsteps outside and turned sharply to the cave entrance, his pupils dilating. In the moonlight, towering figures emerged from the edge of the woods, rushing toward the cave. Thankfully, the open space outside the cave allowed for a clear view of the approaching figures. They were a dozen tall foreigners, armed with long wooden sticks, sharpened at one end like spears. Alarmed, Zhang Hao initially thought they were wild men, but quickly recognized them as foreigners by their hair and clothing. He hurried to awaken Qin Yang, urgently exclaiming, "Yang Go, wake up, the foreigners are coming." Qin Yang instantly opened his eyes and sprang into action without uttering a word. The commotion awakened the others in the cave, causing the women to stir in confusion. "Stay here," Qin Yang instructed Jiang Meiting and the others before he and Zhang Hao, along with Wu Shan, dashed out of the cave, each grabbing a bamboo hammer in preparation for defense. As the foreigners arrived, Jack furrowed his brow upon seeing Qin Yang and his companions. He had not anticipated being discovered. His original plan had been to strike while Qin Yang and the others slept, swiftly eliminating them to seize the cave's resources and women for themselves. Recognizing Jack among the group, Qin Yang felt the weight of the situation. The 12 imposing foreigners exuded an intimidating presence, leaving Zhang Hao and Wu Shan anxious about their ability to withstand the impending confrontation. Jack and his men approached, halted by the barricades of wooden stakes that Qin Yang had erected. Surprised by their presence, Jack's gaze fell upon the rows of cured meat hanging inside the cave, igniting a fervor within him. "Charge! Knock those things down," he shouted. To him, The bamboo barriers were mere obstacles, easily dispatched. As Jack's companions advanced to topple the stakes, Qin Yang and the others were far from foolish. They would not allow the foreigners to dismantle their defenses without a fight. With their bamboo hammers raised, they struck at the advancing foreigners. The sound of impact echoed as the hammers descended, wielding considerable force. Just as a foreigner reached out to grasp a bamboo stake, Qin Yang and his companions brought their hammers crashing down, causing the intruders to recoil in fear, exclaiming expletives in their native tongue. Encouraged by the foreigners' retreat, Zhang Hao's confidence surged, while Wu Shan tightened his grip on his hammer, ready to strike at any moment. Observing the situation, Jack whispered to his comrades, urging them to press forward despite their initial hesitation. This time, the foreigners were prepared, raising their wooden spears in a defensive formation that effectively trapped the bamboo hammers. Panic set in for Zhang Hao and Wu Shan as their weapons became ensnared, unable to be withdrawn. The foreigners seized the opportunity to wrest the hammers from their grasp. Sensing the dire predicament, Qin Yang swung his hammer in an attempt to push the foreigners back. Jack smirked, raising his spear alongside two others, preparing to launch an assault against Zhang Hao and Wu Shan. Not good. Qin Yang noticed Jack's movement out of the corner of his eye and quickly shouted, Zhang Hao, Wu Shan, let go and retreat. Recognizing the urgency, Zhang Hao and Wu Shan relinquished their hold and turned to flee. Just then, 3 spears were hurled toward them. Quick on his feet, Qin Yang swung his hammer, intercepting 2 of the spears, while one narrowly missed, embedding itself in the ground. Relieved by their narrow escape, Zhang Hao and Wu Shan positioned themselves behind Qin Yang. Although the spears were wooden, their sharp points posed a significant threat if aimed at a vital area. Everyone advance, Jack commanded, now that Zhang Hao and Wu Shan had lost their weapons, turning the tide against Qin Yang and his companions. Yet, the mere loss of the bamboo hammers did not instill fear in Qin Yang, who remained determined to defend their makeshift stronghold. As Jack and his fellow foreigners grasped the spears of their fallen comrades, aiming them at Qin Yang, he understood the gravity of the situation. What should we do now? Wu Shan asked, glancing anxiously at the foreigners attempting to dismantle the barricades. If they succeeded, it would spell disaster for them. Qin Yang felt a surge of urgency, internally cursing Cheng Bing for his deep slumber. How could he sleep so soundly that he failed to notice the commotion outside? They would have to rely on themselves. Had it not been for the foresight to construct those stakes, the foreigners would have already breached their defenses. As the foreigner drew closer to toppling the barricades, veins bulging in his hands, Qin Yang gripped his hammer tightly, his eyes glinting with determination. He calculated how to swiftly incapacitate several of the foreigners. Aware of the need to instill fear, he understood the strategy of capturing the leader first. However, Jack remained at the back, making it difficult to strike. Just as Jack reveled in the apparent futility of Qin Yang's situation, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the edge of the woods. Jack and his companions turned, their expressions darkening in realization. He finally arrived, Qin Yang thought, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Cheng Bing finally arrived with his men. Just as Qin Yang had anticipated, the individuals in Cheng Bing's camp were indeed in a deep slumber. They had hardly rested the night before and were now exhausted from constructing a new shelter. Who could have imagined that these foreign adversaries would launch a nighttime assault? Seeing Jack and his companions distracted and not aiming their spears at him, Qin Yang seized the opportunity to swing his bamboo hammer at the 5 or 6 foreigners who were attempting to dismantle the barricade, forcing them to retreat. Cheng Bing had also brought his men closer. Noticing this, Jack summoned his comrades to regroup, realizing he could no longer contend with Qin Yang. His face darkened. He had almost breached that troublesome barricade and eliminated Qin Yang, but Cheng Bing's timely arrival thwarted his plans. The feeling of imminent success slipping away drove him to the brink of frustration. Cheng Bing, observing that there had been no casualties on Qin Yang's side, chuckled and said, "Apologies for my tardiness. These rascals must have circled around my camp, which is why they went unnoticed." With their arrival, Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Although he felt like cursing, the absence of losses on his part alleviated his frustration. Moreover, such verbal agreements relied solely on integrity. Cheng Bing had come to provide support. What more could he demand? "What shall we do now?" Cheng Bing inquired. "Isn't it obvious? We shall confront these foreigners." Qin Yang replied as he propelled himself from the barricade to join Cheng Bing. His leap astonished everyone present. Qin Yang had jumped straight up while wielding a bamboo hammer, clearing an impressive height of about 1.5 meters. The others present considered it impossible for themselves to achieve such a feat upon landing. Qin Yang wasted no time and charged towards Jack and the others, knowing that if they were captured, there would be dire consequences for him and his companions. With Cheng Bing's party numbering 11 and Qin Yang's 3, they totaled 14, leaving no room for fear of the foreigners. "Let us do this," Cheng Bing shouted, raising his arm as the other survivors surged forward, brandishing their clubs at Jack and his group. Their previous encounters had left them with a distinctly unfavorable impression of these foreigners, and they vividly recalled the last time they had suffered a significant loss. Fight while retreating. By some time, Jack commanded in a foreign tongue, directing his comrades from behind. Huh, these foreigners are frightened. Weren't they so arrogant? Why are they backing down? Let's give them a thrashing. The survivors of Cheng Bing's group cheered enthusiastically. Meanwhile, as Cheng Bing realized that Qin Yang's camp was under attack and hurried to provide assistance, several figures emerged from the nearby woods, armed and ready. Leading them were a tall man and a shorter one with a buzz cut, Huang de Beos and his companion, Andrew, the second in command of the foreign faction. Following them were 4 men from Yinghua country and Samida country. Huang, you truly are a talent. Your contributions this time are considerable, Andrew remarked with a smile. Initially, they had intended to launch a full-scale night raid on Qin Yang's camp. However, Huang de Beos had proposed an alternative plan to Jack and Andrew, leading to their ambush here. Thus, even if Jack failed to eliminate Qin Yang before Cheng Bing arrived, Andrew and Huang de Beos would still have the opportunity to plunder Cheng Bing's camp, ensuring they wouldn't return empty-handed. Let us act quickly. Huang de Beos grinned, stepping forward. Andrew nodded and gestured to the other 4 men from Yinghua and Samida. The 6 of them advanced towards Cheng Bing's camp. One of the men from Yinghua eyed Huang de Beos warily. He had witnessed the latter's ruthless nature against his own compatriots and decided it best not to provoke him again after being harshly reprimanded earlier. The group soon reached the edge of the camp. A few survivors seemed to have heard footsteps outside and ventured out to investigate. Although Cheng Bing had taken most of the men with him, 5 remained to guard the camp, wary of potential wild animal attacks due to the presence of food and women. Huang de Beos, you dare return. A middle-aged man with glasses shouted upon recognizing him, about to unleash a torrent of insults. However, upon seeing Andrew and the others behind Huang de Beos, he was instantly alarmed. Realizing that Huang de Beos had come to ambush the camp, he quickly turned and shouted, "Intruders!" Andrew sprinted forward, quickly catching up to the bespectacled man and knocking him unconscious with a swift blow. The commotion had roused the remaining individuals in the camp. Yet, Huang de Beos and Andrew displayed no signs of panic. The remaining guards were no match for them. The 6 men stormed into the camp, initiating their plunder. Chapter 66. Compensation? FK. Boss, we can't hold on much longer, a foreigner exclaimed before Jack. The onslaught from Qin Yang and Cheng Bing was too ferocious. Jack hurled a spear, forcing Qin Yang back a few steps, feeling it was time to retreat. Before he could finish his command, he turned and bolted into the woods, with the other foreigners following closely behind. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, muscles tensing as he hurled his bamboo hammer with all his might, determined not to let them escape easily. With a thud, the last foreigner was struck in the head by the hammer, collapsing unceremoniously to the ground and twitching before falling still. However, the remaining foreigners showed no hesitation, darting into the woods without looking back. Qin Yang and Cheng Bing halted, watching as the foreigners disappeared into the distance, choosing not to pursue. The night woods were perilous. Who knew if these adversaries had set a trap? Now that the matter is resolved, we should. Cheng Bing began, but suddenly, a commotion erupted from the distant woods. Qin Yang, hearing it clearly, turned his head toward the sound, which was emanating from Cheng Bing's camp. Realization struck him, and his brow furrowed in alarm. Damn it, the foreigners have raided our camp. Cheng Bing also grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening as he tightened his grip on his axe and shouted, "Let's go. We must hurry back." He then dashed toward the camp, with the others following closely behind. The initial relief of driving off the foreigners had vanished, replaced by a sense of dread. "You all stay in the cave, and I'll check it out," Qin Yang instructed Zhang Hao and Wu Shan. These foreigners were treacherous, and he needed to leave some men behind to guard against a potential counterattack. With Zhang Hao and the others, along with the barricade, they could hold out until he returned. Cheng Bing and his men quickly reached the camp, where they were greeted by the sight of several men lying on the ground. These were the guards Cheng Bing had left to protect the camp. Witnessing such a scene ignited a wave of anger among them. Damn it, these foreigners are truly despicable. Quickly, check if the food is still there. Cheng Bing urgently crouched down to assess the breathing of the downed men. Thankfully, they had only been knocked out. All the food has been stolen. One of the men shouted, his tone filled with rage. The others turned pale at the news. That had been their sustenance for several days, and they had only consumed a fifth of the wolf meat they had just obtained. The group was consumed by fury. The women hiding in the shelters of the camp recognized their comrades had returned. Only then did they dare to emerge from the shelter. "Please recount the events," Cheng Bing inquired, his tone devoid of reproach toward the women. After all, even 5 men had been rendered unconscious. What could these few women have accomplished? It was Huang Dabio. He brought the foreigners to launch a surprise attack and stole all the food, the women recounted, their hearts still trembling. If Cheng Bing and the others hadn't returned in time, We would have almost been captured. Brother Chung, what should we do? We assisted Qin Yang. Yet our own supplies have been pillaged by the foreigners. What does this mean? Li Wei, with his sharp, monkey-like features, exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, he has suffered no loss. Yet it is our provisions that have been taken. I believe Qin Yang should be held accountable. He must compensate for our losses. The crowd began to murmur in agreement. For the pilfered food was not mere wild vegetables or fruits, but rather wolf meat and potatoes. It was impossible not to be incensed. Chungbing listened, feeling a bit troubled. Truth be told, the fault lay with him. It was his promise to Qin Yang that led him to leave the camp, resulting in the ambush. Someone spotted Qin Yang approaching and called out, Qin Yang is here. Let him take responsibility for our losses. The crowd turned to face the incoming Qin Yang. As he approached, Qin Yang overheard their discussions. It appeared that Chungbing's camp had indeed been raided. The foreigners certainly had their strategies. Qin Yang, Li Wei was the first to speak. We drove off the foreigners for you, but our supplies have been stolen. What do you propose we do? Exactly. You must compensate for these losses. Another echoed. Qin Yang frowned slightly. Compensation? The support Chungbing had provided was part of their agreement. The ambush was a result of the foreigners' treachery, and it could not be attributed to him, Qin Yang. However, he did not wish to sever ties with these individuals, so he refrained from stating this directly. Instead, he said, the ones who took your food are the foreigners. You should focus on how to reclaim your supplies from them, rather than seeking compensation from me. Tomorrow, we shall jointly venture to locate the foreigners' camp and recover the food. Those foreigners posed a significant threat, and Qin Yang aimed to instill fear in them, particularly by eliminating their leaders, Jack and Andrew. Thus, he needed to rely on Chungbing's manpower. Qin Yang is right. Tomorrow, we shall reclaim our food and strike fear into the foreigners. Chungbing proclaimed loudly. The crowd was stirred, eager to launch an assault on the foreigners' camp. Qin Yang nodded, stating, tomorrow I will provide you all with a meal. After we eat, we will set out to find the foreigners' camp. Since he required their assistance, he was willing to provide a meal. After all, how could they fight without sustenance? That would be splendid. Chungbing expressed his gratitude with a nod. Return and rest well to regain your strength. Qin Yang concluded, turning back toward his own camp. Yang Gu has returned. Zhang Hao, stationed at the cave entrance, sighed in relief upon seeing Qin Yang. The others inside the cave felt a sense of relief as well. The trust and concern exhibited by the group astonished Lin Yuqing, who had only recently joined them. With Qin Yang's strength, commanding everyone's obedience was not a challenge. However, achieving such heartfelt recognition from them was not merely a matter of possessing formidable power. It seemed that Qin Yang was not quite as she had imagined. Everything's fine now. Go ahead and rest. Qin Yang briefly summarized the events before instructing everyone to take their rest while he remained to keep watch. Gradually, the others settled down to sleep. However, Jiang Meiting rose quietly and approached Qin Yang. Though her movements were light, they stirred Lin Yuqing, who lay beside Jiang Shaowei. Assuming Jiang Meiting was merely seeking a moment of privacy, she closed her eyes once more. As Qin Yang sat at the cave entrance contemplating matters, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning, he saw Jiang Meiting come near. What brings you up? Jiang Meiting sat beside him and unexpectedly embraced him, whispering in his ear. Qin Yang, do you know how worried I was about you? Watching him fend off the foreign attackers had truly distressed her, yet she felt powerless to assist. Qin Yang felt a warmth in his heart, touched yet slightly pained, as he gently stroked Jiang Meiting's hair. I apologize for causing you concern. A blush crept across Jiang Meiting's face. Qin Yang was indeed very gentle. However, in the next moment, she playfully scolded, you naughty boy. This was because Qin Yang's hand, which had been affectionately stroking her head, had now wandered elsewhere. Qin Yang's lips curled into a smile, entranced by the delightful sensation of his hand. Just as he was about to extend his other hand, Jiang Meiting interjected. All right, I need to take care of something. Hee, the night is unsafe. I'll accompany you. Qin Yang replied. The two exited the cave, and Lin Yuqing, who had been lying down, opened her eyes in shock, realizing she had just witnessed a significant turn of events. As dawn broke, Qin Yang awoke, glancing at his watch. It was already past 7. The others were long awake. Without electricity or internet, nights were early to bed and consequently early to rise. Qin Yang considered himself fortunate to have awakened later, especially after having kept watch for several hours and exercising with Meiting the previous night. Upon seeing him awake, Xiaolon promptly asked, Qin Yang, what shall we have for breakfast? I will prepare it. She willingly took on the task of cooking for everyone, feeling no sense of grievance. Simply preparing meals and managing the internal affairs of the camp, without the need to forage for food, was a rather light burden. Moreover, she had performed such tasks for over a decade, making her quite adept. Thank you. Please cook plenty of meat, enough for over 10 people, Qin Yang replied, briefly explaining the reason to the others. Xiaolon nodded, taking a pot to fetch meat, then headed to the nearby stream to wash it thoroughly. Zhao Lan, let me join you. Jiang Meiting eagerly followed Zhao Lan, aware of her excellent culinary skills and wanting to assist and learn. However, as she walked, her long, shapely legs appeared somewhat awkward. Aside from Lin Yuqing, the others failed to notice this minor peculiarity. Watching Jiang Meiting and Zhao Lan depart, Lin Yuqing's expression turned complex. She had not anticipated that the mature, alluring, and gentle Jiang Meiting would have such a relationship with Qin Yang. She had heard that they used to work for the same company. Last night, Jiang Meiting and Qin Yang had left the cave and returned only after more than an hour. Lin Yuqing was not an oblivious girl. She understood what could transpire during their time alone together, which had deprived her of a good night's sleep. Qin Yang, my foot is feeling much better. Thank you for the herbs. Jiang Shaowei expressed her gratitude to Qin Yang. Her previously swollen ankle had significantly improved after applying the herbs he had brought. Today it was no longer as painful. Qin Yang examined Jiang Shaowei's ankle and nodded. That's good. But you should still limit your movement for the next few days and avoid re-injuring it, understood? Yes. Jiang Shaowei nodded earnestly, her earlobes inexplicably turning red. Lin Yuqing, standing beside her, took note of this expression. Why, sister, why do you appear so bashful? This seems rather unexpected. Yang Gu, Xuanmei, she has passed. Zhang Hao, after waking, hurriedly checked on Gu Xuanmei's condition. Unexpectedly, upon touching my forehead, it was no longer feverish. I had thought the fever had subsided. However, before I could rejoice, I realized that this chill was far from normal. It was not a reduction in fever, but rather a sign of something more sinister. The others still in the cave were taken aback. Qin Yang displayed a look of astonishment, though it was not entirely unexpected. Without medical intervention, Gu Xuanmei had succumbed, which was anticipated. Zhang Hao expressed profound sorrow over Gu Xuanmei's demise. She was not only the goddess he had admired for so long, but also a longtime classmate and friend. He was well aware that he was merely a fish in Gu Xuanmei's pond, yet he had genuinely harbored feelings for her. He had hoped that amidst the isolation of this deserted island, their relationship would flourish, perhaps culminating in a romantic union. Yet, he had not anticipated her untimely departure. It was an unavoidable circumstance. However, in a way, it freed her from the hardships of island life, which could be seen as a form of liberation, Qin Yang comforted. Although provisions at their camp were sufficient, dangers on the island continued to emerge. After all, Qin Yang had only explored the tip of the iceberg of this vast island. No one knew what tomorrow would bring. Pan Yu approached Zhang Hao, placing a hand on his shoulder, offering solace. Indeed, Zhang Hao, you must gather your spirits. The others also lamented Gu Xuanmei's passing, especially considering her youth. Let us find a suitable spot nearby to lay her to rest, Qin Yang suggested. Zhang Hao nodded, and with the assistance of Pan Yu and Lin Yuqing, he carried Gu Xuanmei, even in this cave devoid of even a mat. This gesture seemed more dignified for her. Qin Yang followed them out of the cave to find Cheng Bing and several others arriving at the wooden stakes. Wu Shan had earlier untied the stakes, allowing Zhao Lan and Mei Ting to exit. Cheng Bing stood respectfully at a distance, refraining from intruding. Upon seeing Qin Yang and the others emerge, he greeted them. Noticing Zhang Hao carrying a young woman, he inquired with curiosity, Qin Yang, so early, where are they headed? Qin Yang sighed. The girl had a fever and did not survive. We are preparing to give her a proper burial. Cheng Bing and his companions expressed their astonishment. Such a young girl, gone just like that. I have already sent someone to prepare a meal. I will bring it over shortly. After eating, you may depart. But do not rush. There is no point in haste. Qin Yang informed Cheng Bing, fully aware of his early visit's purpose. However, rushing was futile, as they still did not know the location of the foreigners' camp. Time must be taken to search, and they could not proceed on an empty stomach. Cheng Bing nodded in acquiescence, acknowledging their anxiety about potential food being taken by the foreigners. He turned to return, and the two men following him exchanged glances. Having just noticed the cured meats hanging in Qin Yang's cave, they had been too focused on pursuing the foreigners the previous night to take in the cave's contents. Now they realized the abundance of food available. Among them was Li Wei, whose eyes gleamed with intrigue. Just as they prepared to leave, Jiang Meiting and Zhao Lan returned with supplies. Upon seeing Jiang Meiting, Li Wei's heart surged with jealousy at Qin Yang's good fortune in having such a remarkable woman by his side. Yet, he dared not display his feelings openly. Turning to follow Cheng Bing, Jiang Meiting and Zhao Lan also felt a pang of sorrow upon learning of Gu Xuanmei's fate. Yet life must continue. They quickly rallied their spirits to prepare a meal for everyone. The iron pot bubbled with a hearty stew of wild boar and wolf meat, simmering in 2 batches to yield over 10 pounds of meat. It seems my makeshift stove is quite effective, Qin Yang remarked with a smile. The iron pot rested on the stove he had constructed the previous day. Though the dried mud had cracked, it did not hinder its functionality. The flames roared vigorously. swiftly bringing the water to a boil. After another 10 minutes, Qin Yang set aside a portion for his camp before carrying the remaining meat to Chungbing, distributing it among the 11 or 12 individuals preparing to search for the foreigners' camp. As for the others, they would have to wait and see if Chungbing and his group could successfully reclaim the food, or else they would need to continue their own search for sustenance. Old Wu, you and Zhang Hao stay vigilant at the camp. Do not allow anyone near the cave, Qin Yang instructed before their departure, leaving a machete for their protection. He deemed a dagger and bamboo hammer sufficient for himself. Old Wu nodded firmly, assuring, I will guard the camp diligently. Yanggu, should I accompany you? Zhang Hao inquired. Having just buried Gu Shuai and feeling low, seeking a distraction, Qin Yang shook his head, ensuring the camp's safety is the greatest assistance I can provide. Chungbing's camp was left with 5 or 6 men. If Zhang Hao were to accompany him and return to find the camp ransacked, it would spell disaster. Human nature is unpredictable. In a certain area deep within the forest, several rows of makeshift shelters constructed from branches and wild grass resembled tents. This was the foreigners' camp. The shelters closest to the central bonfire were evidently superior to the others. They were larger and enclosed on all sides, with door panels woven from large leaves, providing privacy from outside view. This indicated that the occupants of these shelters held a higher status than the others. Within one of the enclosed shelters lay 2 unclothed bodies. One, slightly rotund with a crew cut, was Huang Daba. Beside him was a brown-haired foreign woman. Though her physique was not as impressive as that of the blonde beauty he had previously encountered, she was still alluring, with long legs and a curvaceous figure. The foreign woman, along with the shelter itself, was a reward bestowed upon him by Jack and Andrew after successfully bringing back food the previous night. Huang Daba awoke, recalling the events of last night with admiration for the foreign woman's stamina. He had initially intended to exert himself, but unexpectedly found himself at her mercy. It had indeed been pleasurable, though her cries were somewhat alarming, lacking the soothing quality of the teachers from the land of cherry blossoms. Huang Daba caressed the foreign woman's smooth thigh before donning his clothes and stepping outside. The camp was eerily quiet. Although it was already bright outside, few had risen. Following the late-night raid, they had returned just hours before dawn, resulting in a late start for the others. You too. Yes, you too. Go find some firewood. Huang Daba commanded 2 men from the land of cherry blossoms. The 2 men hesitated, somewhat reluctant. However, Huang Daba's newfound status had shifted dramatically. He was now valued by Jack and Andrew, standing above others in the camp. They had also witnessed his ruthlessness towards his fellow countrymen the night before. Best not to provoke him. The 2 men nodded and headed into the woods to gather firewood. Hee, this place suits me well. Huang Daba reveled in the privilege he now enjoyed. Previously, at the Chungbing camp, although Chungbing did not oppress others with his strength, he did not tolerate any disorderly conduct, even regarding women. As Qin Yang and the 12 members of Chungbing traversed the forest, seeking the foreign camp proved to be a formidable task. Fortunately, there were traces of footprints left by the foreigners, as it was nearly impossible for such a large group to move without leaving any evidence. This way, Qin Yang instructed, pointing at the trampled grass ahead, guiding the group forward. After an unknown distance, he suddenly halted and whispered to the others, hold on. He furrowed his brow, ears perked, having caught a faint sound in the distance. Chungbing and the others stopped, thinking they might have encountered the foreigners again, craning their necks to look around, but finding no sign of anyone. Curiosity flickered on their faces, puzzled by Qin Yang's behavior. Someone is approaching. Qin Yang discerned the sounds of conversation and footsteps. Where? I don't see anyone, the others murmured, casting skeptical glances at Qin Yang. Haha, if no one else heard anything. How come you did? Are you some sort of superior? Li Wei chuckled. Qin Yang shot him a cold glance. It seemed this fellow harbored some discontent toward him. But there was no time to address him, as the sounds drew nearer. When Qin Yang remained silent, Li Wei attempted to speak again. There really are people. They are coming this way, someone stated, noticing 2 figures emerging from the trees. At this moment, the group began to believe Qin Yang's words. Let us hide to avoid alarming the others, Qin Yang advised, and they quickly concealed themselves behind tree trunks or crouched in the underbrush. Li Wei had no choice but to comply with the others. The figures in the distance conversed as they approached, seemingly engrossed in their dialogue and oblivious to the commotion around Qin Yang. When they were within 10 meters, Qin Yang and the others could finally hear their conversation, which was in the language of the Sakura nation, indicating these 2 were indeed from that country. Observing that they began to gather twigs, and seeing no other foreigners nearby, Qin Yang exchanged glances with Chungbing, signaling him to act. Chungbing nodded in agreement. Suddenly, one of them sprang forth from behind a large tree. The 2 Sakura nationals, thinking they had encountered a beast, were startled. Upon realizing it was Qin Yang and Chungbing brandishing weapons, they attempted to flee. But Qin Yang, and his companions swiftly captured them. "Behave yourself, you little bastard." Qin Yang roughly bound the hands of the one he had captured. "How dare you treat us this way? Let us go." The other man, held down by Qin Yang's foot, exclaimed angrily. A resounding slap echoed as Qin Yang delivered a strike to his face. "You think you deserve any leniency?" The man, stunned from the blow, turned red with humiliation. Qin Yang lifted him up and commanded, "Take us to your camp. I can lead you there, but you must promise to let us go." The man replied in why. Qin Yang scoffed, drawing a dagger and pressing it against the man's chest. "Do you dare to negotiate? Without your guidance, we can still find the camp, although it may take longer. So, will you lead us, or?" The Sakura man, sweating at the sight of the dagger, conceded, "I will lead you." Thus, Qin Yang and his companions escorted the two Sakura nationals toward the foreign camp, with a guide. It wasn't long before they arrived near the camp. "We have brought you to the camp. Can you let us go now?" they inquired. Qin Yang nodded. The two Sakura men's faces brightened momentarily, only to be met with an unexpected fate as Qin Yang struck each of them at the nape of their necks with a swift motion. The sound of a sharp crack echoed, signaling the end of their lives. How ruthless, the others thought to themselves, especially Li Wei, who recoiled at the sight, his body stiffening. "Let us go." Qin Yang disregarded the thoughts of others and led the way. The camp appeared to have few foreigners outside, likely remaining in their shelters. Could they still be sleeping? Qin Yang checked his watch. It was already past 9. However, considering the foreigners had conducted a night raid the previous evening, it was not unreasonable for them to rest longer today. This would only facilitate their own plans. "Our target is those shelters. The stolen food must be inside." Qin Yang pointed towards several well-constructed shelters at the center, addressing Qin Yang and the others. They aimed to catch the enemy off guard. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. And upon hearing they might soon reclaim their food, excitement surged within the group. Understanding the plan, Qin Yang shouted, "Charge!" leading the way towards the center of the camp. On the opposite side of the camp, Huang Daba had just finished his business behind a tree and was preparing to return when he spotted Qin Yang and his group storming into the camp like a pack of wolves. His face twitched in panic, and he retreated a few steps, hiding behind the large tree. Chapter 69. This woman is no good. FCK, we have intruders. Damn Hugu people. Upon entering the foreign camp, Qin Yang and his companions stirred the foreigners in the outer shelters. The outer shelters lacked doors, allowing those inside to easily spot the intruding group. However, Qin Yang and his companions paid them no mind, heading straight toward the 3 central shelters that had doors. Capture the leader first. They divided into 3 groups. Qin Yang led 2 others toward the central shelter. Inside, rustling sounds indicated that the occupants were aware of the commotion outside. With a swift kick, Qin Yang shattered the makeshift door woven from wild grass and leaves. "Ah!" a woman screamed. The shelter was small, and they could see clearly inside. 2 foreign women were present, completely unclothed, their pale skin radiant as if illuminated by high beams. Wow, foreign beauties. The 2 men following Qin Yang were momentarily stunned, their throats bobbing as they swallowed hard. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, sensing someone lurking beside the door. Intending to ambush them, he swung the bamboo hammer with force. Jack, standing beside the door, bare-chested and gripping a rusty curved knife, was unaware of the impending danger. The blow struck him from behind, causing him to gasp as if crushed by a boulder. "Ah, cough, cough," he groaned, revealing his position. Qin Yang stepped inside, delivering a kick to Jack's wrist, sending the knife clattering to the ground. Another kick rendered him unconscious. "Control him and gather the food," Qin Yang instructed the others. One of them restrained Jack's hands behind his back with a piece of clothing found on the ground, while another bagged the potatoes stored in the corner. Qin Yang then turned his gaze to the 2 foreign women, who appeared to be in their 20s, one blonde and the other redhead. The foreign women's bloom is fleeting, and these 2 Western beauties seem to be at the pinnacle of their allure. Their ages are certainly not advanced. The blonde, with her striking blue eyes, clutches a garment that barely conceals her curves, exuding an air of temptation. She approaches Qin Yang, expressing her gratitude in halting Mandarin. "Thank you for saving us." It appears she wishes to fall into his embrace. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals controlling the fainted Jack cast envious glances. Merely gazing at this Western beauty is a delight. A hug would be an exquisite experience. When the blonde is less than a meter away from Qin Yang, a subtle smile graces his lips. "Be cautious of her." The red-haired woman suddenly interjects, her Mandarin remarkably fluent. In a swift motion, the blonde drops the garment that shields her body and brandishes a fruit knife. Lunging toward Qin Yang, he lets out a cold snort, realizing the woman is no innocent. With a quick movement, he seizes her wrist, sending the knife flying. The blonde winces in pain but shows no intention of surrendering, aiming a knee strike at Qin Yang's groin. "Since you resorted to underhanded tactics, do not blame me for being impolite." Observing the situation, Qin Yang acts preemptively, yanking her wrist and pulling her toward him, her back pressing against him. She possesses considerable strength. With his other hand, he reaches down forcefully, asserting his dominance. Do you understand how significant this place is to me? The blonde's voice trembles, her face flushing crimson. She did not anticipate Qin Yang's brazen and shameless tactics. The two observers are taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Yet they find Qin Yang's actions fascinating. They do not perceive any wrongdoing on his part. After all, the woman initiated the ambush and is clearly no good. The red-haired woman furrows her brow, disapproving of the man's brutality. Qin Yang does not linger, delivering a swift strike that renders the blonde unconscious, discarding her to the ground. He turns his gaze to the red-haired woman, recognizing that, despite her earlier warning, the blonde is not affiliated with Jack and may have been coerced. Outside, Cheng Bing arrives with others. Qin Yang, we have secured the food, but Andrew managed to escape, and the foreigners are gathering. What should we do now? Cheng Bing had encountered some difficulties at Andrew's shelter. Andrew is remarkably robust, having smashed through the shelter to flee. Now he approaches with the foreigners. As for the third shelter, there was nothing but one foreign woman. Qin Yang emerges from within. At the same time, Andrew leads the other foreigners toward them. Since we have retrieved the food, shall we return? Li Wei, standing beside Cheng Bing, suggests. Many share his sentiment, reclaiming the food is sufficient. After all, they are not as formidable as Qin Yang and Cheng Bing, and compared to the foreigners, their physical stature presents a disadvantage. Injuries would be detrimental. You go and inform them that we intend to leave, and see if they will let us go, Qin Yang instructs. Li Wei's expression darkens, knowing full well that the foreigners will not easily permit their departure. Andrew glares at Qin Yang and the others. You despicable Wagwarren, release Jack immediately. It is you who are vile. We merely reclaimed what you stole. Cheng Bing retorts, asserting that it is the foreigners who have caused the trouble from the outset. Now that you have taken the goods, you may leave. Andrew declares. He and Jack are the most skilled in the camp. If Qin Yang's group releases Jack, they can leave with the food without incurring losses. The food was originally taken by force. If they succeeded once, they could do so again. Li Wei's face brightens. Chenggu, he says we can leave. Let us go. If we leave just like this, they will incur no losses, and they will surely continue their nighttime raids. It is unpredictable, Qin Yang responds. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 days of being a thief, but no 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Who knows when these foreigners will strike again? Would we then become their granary? Cheng Bing clearly agrees with Qin Yang, his expression hardening. Without inflicting a bloody lesson on these foreigners, they will never learn to fear. He takes a curved knife and approaches the unconscious Jack, swiftly severing his head. Jack departs peacefully, perhaps unaware of his impending pain. Brother Cheng, what are you doing? Do not meddle. The crowd is astonished, having not anticipated Cheng Bing's decisive action in beheading Jack. This act seals the fate of their battle. However, this is precisely what Qin Yang desires. Chapter 70, Spoils of War. Qin Yang's presence among Cheng Bing's group is not solely to assist in reclaiming food. He aims to leverage these individuals to confront the foreigners. If Cheng Bing's group simply departs, the foreigners will continue their ambushes, disproportionately affecting Qin Yang's camp. Unlike Cheng Bing, Qin Yang's camp lacks sufficient manpower. Furthermore, after this lesson, it is uncertain whether Cheng Bing's camp will offer assistance in the future. Therefore, Qin Yang will not miss this opportunity to strike. Let us advance. Qin Yang brandishes his bamboo hammer, stepping forward to strike at the approaching foreigners. Eliminate these Wagwarren, avenge Jack. Andrew and the surrounding foreigners are filled with righteous fury, unable to tolerate Jack's decapitation. The survivors brought by Cheng Bing recognize that combat is unavoidable and arm themselves accordingly, though they initially believed it wiser to refrain from violence. Once engaged, they hold nothing back. A chaotic brawl ensues. Although Cheng Bing's group is smaller than before, one of the most formidable foes, Jack, has been eliminated. Andrew cannot contend with both Qin Yang and Cheng Bing simultaneously, especially as Cheng Bing wields a curved knife. Qin Yang clashes with Andrew's wooden spear, and despite Andrew's imposing stature and strength, Qin Yang has learned from previous encounters, swiftly retracting his hammer after each strike to avoid having it broken again. Andrew finds no advantage against Qin Yang. Cheng Bing, wielding his curved knife with precision, moves deftly to support others. The foreigner with the spear retreats in fear of being struck. The Wagwarren survivors suddenly find this battle somewhat manageable, particularly as Cheng Bing injures two foreigners. The others, frightened, begin to withdraw. Jack, though their leader, is not a family member, and with his death, they are unwilling to risk their own lives. Besides, they have gained little from the venture, merely 2 small potatoes the previous night. For such meager rewards, risking their lives is folly. Hey, these foreigners are not so formidable after all. What good is their imposing stature? Cheng Bing's group cheers, their initial trepidation dissipating. As the companions around him retreated, Andrew naturally did not dare to confront a dozen people alone. He too stepped back, joining the others. "Damn it, those Wagwaran!" Andrew exclaimed, his face contorted with anger. Without Jack, they found themselves utterly outmatched. Meanwhile, Huang Daba, who was hiding behind a large tree, furrowed his brow. Andrew and his group were no match for Qin Yang and his allies. I must hurry over and advise them to flee. Otherwise, if Andrew is taken down, the foreigners will be leaderless and scatter. Moreover, the privilege I just acquired will be in vain. I do not believe that after Andrew's demise, I could command the remaining foreigners. Huang Daba stepped out from behind the tree and squeezed in among the foreigners, reaching Andrew's side. "Andrew, we must retreat quickly. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear a lack of firewood." Andrew replied, "Huang, where have you been? Why did you just show up?" "I had a stomachache and was in the woods relieving myself. As soon as I was done, I rushed over. Trust me, we need to retreat immediately," Huang Daba declared, his face betraying no embarrassment. "Indeed, Huang is right. We should withdraw." The other foreigners echoed, showing no interest in questioning Huang Daba's words. Their will to fight had dissipated. The two foreigners who had been injured by Cheng Bing were still bleeding profusely from their arm wounds, and they feared their injuries might prove fatal. All they wanted now was to escape. "Damn it, Huang Daba, kill that traitor." The members of Cheng Bing's group, upon seeing Huang Daba, were filled with rage and charged at him. Qin Yang also advanced with his bamboo hammer, sensing that the enemy might attempt to flee. The previously furious Andrew no longer hesitated, shouting, "Retreat." The dozen or so foreigners scattered, darting into the woods. They are trying to escape again. Qin Yang felt a surge of irritation. Allowing these rascals to slip away would be too lenient. He hurled the bamboo hammer from his hand. Seeing this, Cheng Bing and the others also threw their weapons with force. Even if they could not capture these individuals, they intended to inflict some harm. With a swish, Qin Yang's bamboo hammer struck one person and tripped another. The two injured foreigners, having lagged behind, were also hit and fell to the ground. In total, 4 foreigners remained. The rest had already vanished into the woods. Qin Yang had no intention of pursuing them into the woods, as it would be a waste of time and could lead to encounters with wild beasts, which was not worth the risk. With these 4, plus the 2 from Inghua and Jack, and the 1 from last night, there were a total of 8. Thus, the remaining foreigners numbered no more than 10. These individuals should be too frightened to show themselves again. Qin Yang approached to retrieve his bamboo hammer. The foreigner who had been struck directly was lifeless. The one who had been tripped struggled to rise from the ground, but was held down by Cheng Bing's group. "What should we do with these individuals?" Cheng Bing inquired of Qin Yang, noting that aside from the one who was dead, there were 3 captives. "You decide," Qin Yang replied as he turned toward the shelter they had just left. He had no interest in these foreigners and did not trust them. Cheng Bing pondered for several minutes. Bringing these foreigners back to the camp might raise concerns among the others. After all, during the last raid on the wooden hut, a wounded survivor had succumbed to their injuries. There were still friends and family of the victims in the camp. If these captives were brought back, how would they react? Moreover, like Qin Yang, Cheng Bing did not trust the foreigners. With this thought in mind, Cheng Bing made a decisive choice and acted swiftly. Survival can indeed be harsh. The 10 survivors brought by Cheng Bing felt a chill at the sight. The impact of killing still weighed heavily upon them. "Gather all food and other useful items. Then return to the camp," Cheng Bing commanded. "Understood, Cheng Gu." The others replied, somewhat dazed. Qin Yang returned to the previous shelter, where the red-haired foreign woman had already dressed. In her orange short-sleeved shirt with a loose neckline, a hint of alluring white skin was visible. At that moment, Qin Yang realized that the red-haired woman stood over 1.7 meters tall, impressively so. He was curious as to why she had not seized the opportunity to escape. Cheng Bing approached as well, carrying 2 foreign women from Andrew's shelter and 1 from Huang Daba's, all slung over his shoulders. They were silent, having been knocked out from the beginning and still unconscious. These were undoubtedly the useful items Cheng Bing had mentioned. As a man in the prime of life, he had his own needs. He had his principles and did not lay hands on the women in the camp. But as for the foreigners, "Qin Yang, do you want these 2? If not, I will take them back to the camp," Cheng Bing asked. He knew that Qin Yang had several women in his camp. If Qin Yang was not interested, he would take them back. Qin Yang hesitated. If he returned empty-handed, it would be as if he had worked for Cheng Bing and his group for nothing. However, bringing back foreign women might stir up feelings in Mei Ting. Although the foreign women were quite appealing, Mei Ting's figure was not inferior, and Qin Yang was not so easily dazzled. Nevertheless, he had never had the chance to drive a foreign car. Ultimately, he decided to take the 2 women back. Their robust physiques would surely make them capable workers. Just as he was about to speak, the red-haired woman suddenly looked at Qin Yang and said, "I want to follow you." "Follow me." Qin Yang stroked his chin, surprised by her unexpected declaration. Through her green eyes, he perceived not fear, but rather a glimmer of anticipation. Intrigued, Qin Yang decided to bring her along. All right then. You shall follow me. Help her get dressed. Both of you will return with me, he instructed, gesturing toward the blonde woman who lay unconscious on the ground. Are you sure you want to take her? She did try to attack you. The red-haired woman questioned. Just do as I say, Qin Yang replied. Feeling no need to explain further, Cheng Bing exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Yang and did not press the matter any further. After a brief period of tidying up, they prepared to return to the camp. On the way back, since the blonde woman remained unconscious, Qin Yang simply hoisted her over his shoulder. She weighed around 100 pounds, a trivial burden for him. Cheng Bing likewise picked the most attractive, still unconscious foreign woman to carry. However, after a few minutes, he switched to carrying her on his back, as the path through the woods was treacherous, and he nearly stumbled several times. He did not wish to accidentally drop the foreign woman and cause her harm. The other two foreign women were carried alternately by the remaining men, and there was no shortage of clumsiness. The allure of the foreign women was undeniable to these men. Occasionally, they exchanged lewd remarks. The red-haired woman, walking beside Qin Yang, furrowed her brow but maintained her usual expression. What is your name? What did you do before? I hear your Huayu is quite good. Qin Yang inquired of the red-haired woman. My name is XNXY. In Huagua, it is called XNXY. I am an international student and have lived in Huagua for several years, she replied. Qin Yang pronounced her name in a light chuckle, Goddess of the Moon? I do recall a name associated with the moon. It turned out she was an international student, which explained her proficiency in Huayu. With XNXY's beauty and stature, she certainly lived up to the title of a goddess. Cynthia raised an eyebrow, surprised that Qin Yang was aware of this. What is your relationship with them and the other foreigners? Qin Yang shrugged the blonde woman resting on his shoulder. I don't know them. I just encountered them on the island and then got captured, Cynthia replied. Qin Yang raised his brow. According to Cynthia, she was also a victim. Therefore, she should actually feel grateful to Qin Yang for Jack's death. However, whether this was true or not remained solely in Cynthia's knowledge. Then why do you say you want to follow me? Because you are alone, and they are too numerous, Cynthia calmly stated, brushing her long, flowing red hair. She had discerned that Qin Yang and Cheng Bing's group were not entirely aligned. Since escape was impossible, it was better to choose to follow Qin Yang alone. One person's firepower was far superior to that of a dozen. Did she not realize what those men might do to her? Additionally, she remembered Jack mentioning Qin Yang's name and knew there was an abundance of food in his shelter. This was also why she had chosen to speak up. Qin Yang was taken aback by Cynthia's directness. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as the two ceased their conversation and focused on their journey. The return along the same path did not take long, and Qin Yang soon arrived near the camp, parting ways with Cheng Bing's group. Qin Yang walked side by side with Cynthia, carrying the blonde woman. Our camp is just ahead, Qin Yang huffed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was primarily due to the midday heat. This guy's stamina is astonishing, Cynthia thought, having witnessed Qin Yang carry a person for half an hour up the mountain without needing a break. She felt pain in her own feet just from walking alone. By the way, I still don't know her name. Are you familiar with her? Her name is Linda. She is Jack's girlfriend, Cynthia replied, shaking her head. Clearly, their relationship was not good. Qin Yang thought to himself. Jack was quite shameless, having a girlfriend yet entangling himself with Cynthia, and even involving both of them. He recalled seeing Cynthia and Linda naked in the shelter, and suddenly felt a bit sorry for Cynthia. The two quickly emerged from the edge of the woods, arriving at a clearing where the cave was visible. Seeing the camp unharmed, Qin Yang let out a sigh of relief. Brother Yang is back. Zhang Hao and Wu Shan, stationed at the cave entrance, spotted Qin Yang, along with the two women he carried. Both were astonished. Qin Yang had returned from his outing with two foreign women. There was no need to ask. This raid on the foreign camp had clearly gone exceedingly well, yielding great rewards. They hurried to remove the barricades to let Qin Yang in. The women inside the cave, hearing Qin Yang's return, also came out. Zhang Mating wore a joyful smile. But when she reached the entrance and saw one foreign woman on Qin Yang's shoulder and another beside him, her smile froze. What on earth is going on with Qin Yang? Why is he bringing women into the camp? It was one thing to bring back Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing, which she deemed necessary, but two voluptuous foreign women was another matter altogether. She felt an urge to immediately pinch Qin Yang's waist. Wow! Lin Yuqing's mouth dropped open. Stealing a glance at Zhang Mating's reaction, she thought Qin Yang was indeed quite bold, bringing other women back in front of Mating's sister. Oh man! Cynthia observed the number of women in Qin Yang's camp and was genuinely surprised by their abundance. Including Qin Yang, there were only 3 men. His camp seemed remarkably different. Brother Yang, this is quite impressive, Zhang Hao commented. Qin Yang smiled and approached the cave entrance, just as he was about to set Linda down. The previously unconscious Linda suddenly awakened. She began to struggle violently, shouting in a foreign tongue, causing everyone to jump. Qin Yang promptly tossed Linda to the ground. This woman had clawed at his back and attempted to bite him. Qin Yang would not indulge her. Ah! Linda fell heavily to the ground, gasping in pain. Damn you! Chinese! Jack will come to rescue me and kill all of you. Once she regained her composure, Linda unleashed a torrent of curses and attempted to stand and flee. Slap! Qin Yang delivered a sharp slap to her face, leaving a red mark on her fair complexion. Jiang Meiting and the others were taken aback. Since this foreign woman displayed hostility towards them, they wondered why Qin Yang had brought her back to the camp. Simultaneously, they were puzzled by Qin Yang's treatment of Linda. However, knowing Qin Yang, they assumed there must be a reason behind it. Qin Yang instructed Zhang how to bind Linda and gag her with a piece of clothing. Once the atmosphere settled, Qin Yang briefly explained the situation to everyone. Brother Qin, this woman does not seem like she will behave, Wu Shan remarked. Given her attitude, she might hold a grudge against us. Qin Yang smirked and whispered a few words to old Wu. Wu Shan's eyes widened, and his face flushed. This is quite a fortunate turn of events. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he said, Brother Qin, this might not be appropriate. Hey, it's up to you, after all. This woman is now your responsibility. Qin Yang waved his hand. Old Wu had been diligent during this time and was trustworthy. Qin Yang had taken note. Although Old Wu was somewhat older, men remain youthful at heart until death. Moreover, women from the United States often favored mature men, with many young girls marrying men in their 60s and 70s. As for Zhang Hao, he was young and vigorous, and he already had Pan Yu by his side. Of course, if Wu Shan did not mind, Zhang Hao could also join him in being Linda's caretaker. Chapter 72, Jealousy. It turned out that Qin Yang did not bring Linda back for himself, but rather for his companions in the camp. Cynthia, standing beside Qin Yang, overheard his conversation with Wu Shan, which piqued her curiosity further. Linda's appearance and figure were not inferior to those of Western film stars, ample bosom and shapely hips. The fact that Qin Yang did not claim her for himself was surprising. When she was in the foreign camp, Jack had treated both her and Linda as taboo, forbidding anyone from touching them. Did that mean she would also be handed over to that man? Cynthia's green eyes suddenly darted towards Zhang Hao. However, in the next moment, she realized she was overthinking. Cynthia, from now on, you will follow Meiting and help with the work. Otherwise, there will be no food, Qin Yang instructed. Moving to Jiang Meiting's side to explain Cynthia's predicament. Initially, Jiang Meiting had been somewhat upset over Qin Yang bringing a foreign woman back, but upon learning about Cynthia's situation, she naturally held no ill feelings towards her. Women possess a strong capacity for empathy. Cynthia, what a beautiful name. I am Jiang Meiting, from now on. You are one of us in the camp. Jiang Meiting smiled. Cynthia was astonished. Unlike Linda, she was not handed over to another man, but instead became a part of Qin Yang's camp. She felt respected once more. In the foreign camp, others dared not mistreat her due to her striking figure, but Linda and the other foreign women had bullied her mercilessly. Yet, the people in this camp were truly different from her previous one. All right, time to get to work. Qin Yang clapped his hands. With the addition of 2 more people, the space in the cave felt a bit cramped. They needed to expedite the construction of the shelter. Old Wu, Zhang Hao, continue cutting bamboo. The more, the better. Wu Shan pointed at Linda and asked, what about her? He could hardly believe that Qin Yang had entrusted this foreign woman to him. Although excitement coursed through his veins, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at his age for contemplating such actions. Old Wu, surely you aren't so eager. After all, once she's tied up, there's no escaping. Once the work is done, you can indulge later, Qin Yang remarked with a smile. The others quickly grasped the underlying meaning. In times past, they would have deemed Wu Shan's potential actions disgraceful, considering his age and the presence of younger women. However, stranded on a deserted island, such pleasures were scarce, and they could hardly be blamed. Besides, Linda was hardly an innocent flower. Of course not. I'm heading to chop bamboo now, Wu Shan declared, shedding his pretenses. The prospect of engaging with foreign women was indeed enticing. Qin Yang, filled with vigor, looked forward to the evening ahead. Meanwhile, Zhaolan busied herself preparing dinner, while Jiang Meiting assigned Cynthia to assist her and learn the culinary arts. Lin Yuqing and Pan Yu were tasked with gathering firewood nearby. Jiang Xiaowei remained in the cave not due to favoritism, but because her ankle had just begun to heal, restricting her movement. As a capable manager, Jiang Meiting organized the tasks with clarity, and no one voiced any objections. Instead of cooking alongside Zhaolan, she discreetly led Qin Yang into the woods, where they found refuge behind a large tree. Jiang Meiting placed her hand on Qin Yang's waist, who was curious about her intentions. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pinch on his side, as she playfully grasped the soft flesh there. You seem to be enjoying Lin Da's company quite a bit. Tell me, are you taken by those foreign women? Though she understood his actions, the jealousy stirred within her. Meiting, what nonsense. None of them compare to you, Qin Yang replied, allowing her to squeeze his waist while he returned the gesture, declaring it a fair exchange. Humph, such smooth talk, Jiang Meiting huffed. her enthusiasm waning as Qin Yang's skillful touch distracted her. A few minutes passed before she blushed and stepped back, returning to their respective tasks. Qin Yang watched her sway away. Noting this was the first time he had seen Mei Ting exhibit jealousy, it was quite endearing. Regarding his thoughts on Cynthia and Linda, he recognized their allure and knew he could not claim disinterest, as he was well aware of his own inclinations. However, Linda was already tied to Wu Shan, and as the leader of their camp, he could not betray that bond. It would be petty to pursue a woman who was already taken. That would be akin to bullying the innocent. Setting aside such distractions, he focused on constructing a shelter. Qin Yang paced the open space before the cave, contemplating the design of the structure. Should it be a spacious bamboo house with numerous rooms? The large size would complicate the construction of walls and roofs, especially without nails to ensure stability. Thus, he concluded that smaller bamboo huts would be more feasible, providing better sound insulation, a necessity for him. Drawing inspiration from wilderness survival videos he had seen, he determined to build 3 bamboo huts, each with 2 rooms. He sketched a rough outline in the dirt before heading to the bamboo grove to gather materials. Wu Shan and Zhang Hao were already hard at work cutting bamboo, stacking the finished pieces neatly. Qin Yang, with his impressive strength, moved more bamboo in one trip than the 2 of them combined, greatly enhancing efficiency. As afternoon approached, he had made countless trips, accumulating a pile of cut bamboo nearly as tall as himself. Jiang Mei Ting and Zhao Lan had prepared a hearty meal of stewed potatoes with meat, sauteed dandelions, and purslane. Cynthia savored the delightful meal, pleasantly surprised that everyone received the same portion and could help themselves if still hungry. In her previous camp, she rarely had enough to eat, often settling for leftovers from others. Linda, however, was less fortunate, bound and gagged at the cave entrance, watching helplessly as Qin Yang and the others enjoyed their feast. The tantalizing aromas made her stomach growl, but Qin Yang had instructed not to feed her yet, allowing her to feel hunger. After dinner, Wu Shan and Zhang Hao resumed cutting bamboo, while Qin Yang continued transporting it. Their goal for the day was to gather enough bamboo for construction to commence the following day. As he passed the soldiers' camp, Qin Yang heard loud noises, the kind that made one feel embarrassed. He wondered if Cheng Bing was responsible for the commotion, as it sounded quite desperate. It wasn't until nightfall that Qin Yang ceased his labor, leaving 2 towering piles of bamboo on the open ground, likely numbering over 200 pieces. Thankfully, the bamboo grove was vast, or they would not have enough for his plans. As night descended, the group gathered for dinner. Wu Shan offered Linda some food before preparing to take her into the woods. After a day of hunger, she lacked the strength to resist, proving somewhat compliant. Be careful, old Wu. Don't let your guard down. Do not untie her, Qin Yang cautioned. Concerned that Wu Shan might become careless and fall victim to Lin Da's potential treachery, finding a trustworthy companion on the island was no easy feat. I understand, Qin Yang, Wu Shan replied, lifting Linda and heading toward the woods. Chapter 73, The Commencement. The flickering firelight illuminated the cave, casting elongated shadows upon the stone walls. Within the cave, voices filled the air. Cynthia, which country are you from? How old are you this year? Your Mandarin is quite impressive, even more so than mine. What did you eat at your previous camp? The women surrounded Cynthia, posing questions one after the other. With patience, she answered each inquiry, feeling warmth and relaxation envelop her. In her previous camp, nights were the most unpleasant for her. Qin Yang reclined nearby, resting his head on his hands, listening to the chatter while mentally planning the following day's tasks. Cynthia caught glimpses of Qin Yang, who seemed disinclined to engage in anything but sleep. Initially, she feared that, seeing everyone asleep in the cave, Qin Yang might attempt to take advantage of the situation, which would be more unbearable than her previous camp. However, it became evident that her worries were unfounded, as Qin Yang showed no intention of pursuing such actions. She had braced herself for any advances, only to find that such expectations were unnecessary. This camp was truly remarkable, and she found herself growing fond of it. Meanwhile, her curiosity about Qin Yang deepened. As the night wore on, the chatter gradually subsided, and one by one, they settled on the ground, ready for sleep. After a while, Wu Shan finally returned with Linda in his arms. He hadn't just finished. He had lingered outside deliberately, waiting until everyone had settled down before making his entrance. Everyone knew what he had been up to, and he felt a bit embarrassed about it. Wu Shan gently placed Linda on the ground and resumed his vigil at the cave entrance. Linda had already fallen asleep outside, just as Qin Yang had anticipated. This woman had intended to ambush Wu Shan and escape. However, having heeded Qin Yang's advice, Wu Shan did not untie her, thwarting her plans. Wu Shan's gratitude towards Qin Yang was as boundless as the mighty river. He bore no complaints for being in such a fortunate position, enjoying the luxuries of life without worry, even having his intimate needs catered to. On this island, He was experiencing the pinnacle of joy. As dawn broke the next day, Qin Yang ventured into the woods with a machete, seeking suitable timber. Though they were constructing a bamboo house, for sturdy wooden pillars were necessary to support its corners. As he meandered through the forest, Qin Yang stumbled upon several banana trees. Unfortunately, there were no bananas, but the banana leaves could serve as a waterproof roof. He marked the location of the banana trees to retrieve the leaves later once the bamboo frame was complete. After some time, he discovered a grove of eucalyptus trees, tall and straight, perfect for the support pillars. Gathering 12 pieces of wood proved sufficient for their needs. Meanwhile, the others in the camp were not idle. Armed with sharpened bamboo sticks, they were digging trenches in the clearing, following the lines Qin Yang had outlined. Although the area was free of troublesome tree roots, the soil was riddled with small stones, making the task particularly arduous, especially without proper tools. Moreover, Qin Yang had instructed them to dig at least 20 centimeters deep and wide enough to accommodate the bamboo. This would ensure a sturdier wall. After making 2 trips to carry back the 12 pieces of wood, Qin Yang found that the others had successfully excavated a trench for the bamboo house. With more hands, the work progressed swiftly. Qin Yang positioned the 4 wooden pillars in their respective corners and cut a batch of bamboo to a uniform length of 3 meters, which was adequate. Each bamboo pole could be divided into 3 sections for constructing the walls. If they were too tall, the roof would be difficult to manage. He then took another bamboo pole, splitting it into smaller strips akin to fingers. These strips would serve to connect the bamboo poles, functioning much like expansion screws. He drilled several holes slightly smaller than the strips into each bamboo pole. By inserting the strips and forcefully tapping them in, the poles could be securely joined together, allowing for the assembly of a bamboo wall. Old Wu, just follow the dimensions I've cut. The more, the better. Qin Yang required numerous bamboo strips, so he handed the machete to Wu Shan, tasking him with splitting the bamboo. Meanwhile, he used a dagger to drill holes in the bamboo. Qin Yang had watched videos on constructing wooden houses using mortise and tenon joints, but he lacked the necessary tools and was unfamiliar with the technique. Thus, employing this method for their shelter seemed unrealistic. Fortunately, bamboo provided an alternative. There was also a simpler method, slicing the bamboo into long, thin strips and weaving them into panels, akin to laying tiles or wallpaper. However, this would be extremely time-consuming and rather fragile, as an outsider could easily kick it down, and it would not provide sound insulation. Therefore, Qin Yang intended to use this method solely for the roof. Finding a clear patch, Qin Yang sat down with the bamboo before him, propping it up with one hand while using the dagger to drill holes with the other. For each 3-meter bamboo pole, holes needed to be drilled on both sides, requiring about 10 holes for secure interlocking. This was a test of endurance and strength. Qin Yang patiently drilled, occasionally glancing at Jiang Meiting and the others who continued digging in the clearing. A glance revealed several attractive figures, which lightened his previously troubled mood. Lin Yuqing bent over, wielding a sharpened bamboo stick to loosen the soil, making it easier to dig. Perhaps standing in one spot for too long had tired her. She turned to stretch. Upon looking back, she met Qin Yang's gaze. He, too, felt a bit awkward and quickly shifted his attention to Cynthia, inadvertently locking eyes with her instead. He hastily looked away, not wishing to provoke Lin Yuqing, whose temper was known to flare. Surely, he wasn't staring at my behind, was he? Did he harbor any thoughts about me? Lin Yuqing turned around, her brows furrowing slightly. In the past, she would have confronted him directly, but since joining Qin Yang's camp, enjoying their hospitality, she refrained from lashing out based on mere speculation. On the other hand, if Qin Yang was indeed looking at her, it would indicate her figure was quite appealing. After all, why wouldn't he be looking at Meiting or Cynthia? Clearly, he had some taste. She discreetly cast a glance at Cynthia beside her, admiring her figure, which even made Lin Yuqing envious. After about half an hour, a dozen bamboo poles with drilled holes lay before Qin Yang. His progress was slow. He wished to expedite the work, but each pole had to be handled individually, as strength alone would not suffice. He needed to ensure the connections were sturdy. Otherwise, alternative methods would have to be devised. Qin Yang took a handful of bamboo strips from Wu Shan, who had amassed a significant number of them, completing the task much faster due to its simplicity. Qin Yang cautiously tapered the ends of the bamboo strips, allowing them to stand upright in the drilled holes like screws. He then gently aligned another bamboo pole with the corresponding strip and adjusted it carefully. The most challenging aspect of drilling was ensuring that the holes aligned perfectly. If they did not, the effort would be in vain. Finally, he picked up a stone hammer and struck the bamboo. Thud, thud, thud. The bamboo strips were driven into the holes, firmly binding 2 poles together. Qin Yang tested the connection by attempting to pull them apart. It held well, indicating that this method was indeed viable. With newfound confidence, he continued working diligently, unaware that 2 pairs of eyes in the forest were watching them intently. Chapter 74, Bamboo House. The two pairs of eyes belonged to Li Wei and Wang Chao, who were fixated on the women laboring in the clearing. Their gazes filled with a hunger that seemed almost predatory. Wang Chao adjusted himself and turned to Li Wei, saying, "What do you think they are up to? They must be planning to build a bamboo house. Damn, with so many beauties around, that guy Qin Yang must be in heaven." Li Wei swallowed hard. Licking his dry lips, his gaze directed at Qin Yang, brimming with jealousy. Beautiful women, foreign girls. He was envious to the point of turning green with envy. It's truly a case of different fates for different people, and I can't help but feel envious. Wang Chao concurred, though he only dared to grumble behind Qin Yang's back. Qin Yang's strength was apparent. Neither he nor Li Wei could contend with him. Cheng Bing was a simpleton, having managed to capture 3 foreign girls. Yet he selfishly kept one for himself while allowing the others to choose their partners instead of sharing the joy. Li Wei fumed, growing angrier with each passing thought. After they returned to the camp that day, they deliberated on how to handle the 3 foreign women. Cheng Bing claimed one of them, which met with general approval. However, with 2 foreign women remaining and over a dozen men in the camp, it was evident that the odds were not in their favor. Even excluding those who were already in relationships, the situation was still one where the few would contend for the many. Li Wei felt that it was acceptable for everyone to become comrades in this endeavor. As long as it brought pleasure, it was sufficient. Yet, many voiced their disapproval, arguing that such treatment was excessive. The foreign women were human beings, after all, and to treat them this way was utterly unjust. Furthermore, there were concerns about hygiene and the potential spread of diseases. Cheng Bing hesitated to make direct arrangements, recognizing that allowing so many to engage indiscriminately was indeed inappropriate. Thus, he devised a plan. The 2 foreign women would choose from among the men. Most agreed that this was a reasonable approach, and it was the only option available. Even the 2 foreign women were taken aback, surprised that they had the opportunity to select their companions. Li Wei and Wang Chao could only observe from the woods, knowing they would not be chosen. Several handsome men in the camp were also overlooked, not to mention the less appealing Li Wei. Ultimately, the 2 women, considering their survival, opted for 2 of the more robust survivors. Much like the animal kingdom, strength was a distinct advantage in the process of selection. "Let's go find food," Wang Chao said as he turned away. Reluctantly, Li Wei withdrew his gaze and followed closely behind. Although they had reclaimed food from the outsiders, with so many people in the camp, it would not last long. Daily forays for food remained necessary. In front of Qin Yang, a bamboo wall had emerged in the clearing. He intended to construct a bamboo house measuring 3 meters in width and 5 meters in length. The bamboo wall on the ground was only about 1.5 meters long. Initially, Qin Yang planned to join it directly to the 3-meter length. But when he lifted it at the 2-meter point, it collapsed in the middle due to its weight. After all, it was not secured with iron nails or reinforced steel. He had to consider the stress involved. Hence, he decided to dismantle it to 1.5 meters. This arrangement would also facilitate movement and provide greater sturdiness than individual pieces stuck in the ground. Qin Yang hoisted the bamboo wall and approached the dug trench, placing the wall down before backfilling the excavated soil into the trench and compacting it. Thus, a portion of the wall was successfully erected. Excellent. It is stable and robust. Qin Yang placed his hand on the bamboo wall and pushed it with force, feeling satisfied with the result. Others watched from the sidelines. And as the bamboo wall stood firmly on the ground, those who initially did not comprehend the purpose of digging the trench broke into smiles. They had labored long and hard, and witnessing their efforts bear fruit brought them immense joy. They were also quite impressed by Qin Yang's vision. "Let us all continue to strive, aiming to complete a bamboo house today," Qin Yang encouraged. Having accomplished the first step, the remaining tasks would merely involve imitation, following the same procedures. With practice, their speed would significantly increase. On Wu Shan's end, sufficient bamboo strips had been prepared. Qin Yang instructed him to begin crafting long bamboo strips for the roof. He then assigned Jiang Meiting and others to weave bamboo panels, which would be tied together to form the roof at the end. Qin Yang remembered watching his elders create a chicken dung basket from bamboo strips when he was young. The weaving was not overly complex, especially since they would ultimately cover it with banana leaves, which did not require a tightly woven structure. He demonstrated the process, and they quickly grasped the technique. He then allowed them to work independently while he and Zhang Hao focused on the bamboo wall, with everyone cooperating in their respective roles. Their efficiency was remarkable. As the sun began to set, a verdant bamboo house rose in the middle of the clearing, merely 3 or 4 meters from the cave. The entrance faced the cave, featuring 2 rooms, with a total of 2 doors and 4 windows. The back wall was windowless, preventing prying eyes from the forest. The roof comprised 2 layers of bamboo panels, sandwiched with banana leaves, providing wind and water resistance. They first established a sloped triangular framework before attaching the roof, subsequently covering it with bamboo panels. Qin Yang, You are truly remarkable. This bamboo house is impressive, but with only 2 rooms, how do you plan to allocate them? Jiang Xiaowei inquired, admiring the still rudimentary structure. She was eager to be the first to occupy it, but it depended on Qin Yang's arrangement. This is a collective effort, Qin Yang replied with a smile. Jiang Xiaowei had contributed significantly today, weaving bamboo panels with remarkable speed. Had it been solely Qin Yang, they would not have completed the bamboo wall. There were still 2 more bamboo houses to construct, ensuring that everyone would have a share of the rooms. For this bamboo house, I will occupy 1 room, and Mating and Xiaowei will share the other, Qin Yang stated. Hooray! Jiang Xiaowei exclaimed joyfully, her ample fruits shaking with excitement. Jiang Mating smiled, reaching out to her sister with concern. Be careful not to jump around too much. The others voiced no objections to Qin Yang's decision. He instructed everyone to rest and prepare dinner while he took care of some finishing touches. Leveling the uneven floor of the bamboo house, they could move in that evening. As for furniture like doors, windows, and beds, those would have to wait until the other 2 bamboo houses were completed. After leveling the floor, Qin Yang stepped out of the bamboo house, standing before it. He envisioned the designs for the other 2 bamboo houses in his mind, ensuring that there would be enough space between each house for a person to pass through, keeping wooden stakes behind the houses. Eventually, he would erect a fence to enclose the camp. Qin Yang envisioned the future of the camp and found it quite promising. After dinner, the sun had set. He brought back the hay from where they had originally slept and laid it in the bamboo house. Starting tonight, he and the Jiang sisters would sleep in the bamboo house. After a long day of labor, Qin Yang decided against assigning anyone to keep watch. With the wooden stakes in place, it was safe even without a guard. The moon shone brightly, and the cave resonated with the sound of steady breathing. Exhausted from a day of work, everyone slept soundly. Among those lying down, a figure slowly rose and walked out of the cave. Upon reaching the bamboo house, they directly entered Qin Yang's room. Chapter 75, Something Feels Off. Deep in slumber, Qin Yang suddenly sensed someone approaching him. In the next moment, something pressed down on his face, swaying and occasionally tapping against him, exuding a milky fragrance. Qin Yang opened his eyes and, through the dim glow of the fire, saw a blinding whiteness. Is it mating? He opened his mouth and reached out. Oddly, the texture felt different from what he was accustomed to. Qin Yang, puzzled, found the taste and touch exquisite, yet distinctly dissimilar. He embraced the figure and sat up, finally catching a clear glimpse of the person's face. A shiver ran through him. What are you doing here? Qin Yang asked, staring at the red-haired beauty in his embrace. Don't you like it? Qinsha grinned, leaning in and pressing her lips against his. Qin Yang was taken aback, taking several seconds to react before pushing her away. He stood up, confused. Wait. Why are you doing this? It was only then that he noticed Qinsha was completely unclothed, and although the room was dim, her alluring figure was hard to conceal. Qin Yang could not comprehend why Qinsha would act in such a manner. He certainly hadn't invited her to his room at night. Qinsha licked her lips, exuding an unusual allure. Qin Yang's reaction surprised her. If it had been another man, there would be no hesitation. He would have already taken her down. She also stood up. Her height of over 1.7 meters, coupled with an impressive figure, had the power to captivate countless men. Well, how should I put it? Due to your heroic rescue from Jack, I find myself willing to dedicate my life to you. Qinshi's eyes sparkled seductively, her voice enchanting. Qin Yang felt a stirring within him. In truth, he had already been resolute when she drew close. This was no fault of his own. Any healthy man would react to such temptation. He had often heard tales of the liberal nature of foreigners, yet never had he anticipated such openness. Furthermore, Qinshi's current demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier self, resembling a succubus. As Qinshi approached, she entwined her arms around Qin Yang's neck and pulled him closer, their bodies pressing together. You need not go to such lengths, he murmured, his breath growing heavy as he wrestled with his own desires, momentarily forgetting to push her away. Perhaps it was his body that had its own inclinations. The sensation was peculiar. After merely a day of acquaintance, they had reached such an intimate juncture. Yet her alluring form ignited a longing within him. But I am a woman too. Is it not said in your Huagua that desire is a natural inclination? We each seek to fulfill our needs, and I find myself quite intrigued by you. Her words were bold. Could it be that you are incapable? She teased, her breath like perfume. At the mention of incapacity, Qin Yang felt a surge of indignation. How could he allow himself to be underestimated by a foreign woman? Qinshi had spoken so candidly, and here he was, hesitating. Thus, he allowed his hands to wander, gripping her with fervor, ready to sweep her away for a passionate encounter. However, a bamboo wall separated their rooms, and the lack of soundproofing made him wary of awakening the occupants next door. Suddenly, he heard a sound and halted his movements. What is it? Qinshi whispered, her voice sending shivers down his spine. Mating has awakened. You should return, Qin Yang whispered in her ear. Xinshi paused, perplexed. Then shall we not go outside? Qin Yang shook his head. So mating is yours. In that case, I shall take my leave. But you must compensate me next time. Otherwise, I shall assume you are lacking in that regard. Xinshi, feeling the firmness of his resolve, hastily donned her clothes and departed. With a sigh, Qin Yang lamented the abrupt cessation of the moment. He had sensed the imminent climax, only to be interrupted. The footsteps from next door hinted that Mei-Ting was indeed eavesdropping. Although Xinshi's allure had stirred him, he restrained himself, feeling a sense of moral conflict. He had once scorned such duplicity, yet now found it challenging to maintain his composure. As he lay down, Jiang Mei-Ting entered from outside, confirming his suspicions. She had indeed awakened and heard the noises from next door. Though she had not clearly discerned the sounds, she had caught a glimpse of the two through the gaps in the bamboo wall. Given that Qin Yang had been facing away, she had not seen his hands roaming Xinshi's body. Upon seeing Mei-Ting, Qin Yang recognized that she was aware of the situation. I saw everything, Mei-Ting exclaimed, a hint of grievance on her face, eager to witness how Qin Yang would respond. He nodded and recounted the events candidly. Without evasion or deceit, Mei-Ting was taken aback by his forthrightness, his sincerity akin to that of a remorseful child. Her initial anger dissipated considerably. Learning that it was Xinshi who had pursued him ignited a protective instinct within her, as if something precious was at risk of being taken away. Did Xinshi truly come on to you? You may inquire with her. I am uncertain of her intentions. However, I almost lost control. Did anything happen between you? No. Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? I assure you, I would never lie to you. Then prove it, Jiang Mei-Ting demanded, as she unceremoniously began to remove Qin Yang's trousers, intent on verifying whether he had indeed been claimed by another. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how to demonstrate his innocence when he suddenly felt a chill. Mei-Ting was eager to ascertain the truth, and in her urgency, she seemed to forget their current surroundings. Without further thought, they engaged once more. After a fervent encounter, Mei-Ting was convinced that Qin Yang had not gone all the way with Xinshi. Otherwise, he would not possess such vigor. She, at her youthful age, could hardly keep pace. As she lay nestled in his embrace, a wave of guilt washed over her. At her age, she ought not to be possessive of Qin Yang. Reflecting on this, she concluded that she should not restrict him. The more one clutches tightly to something, the more likely one is to lose it. Love, too, was akin to this. With newfound clarity, she spoke. Qin Yang, I have come to a realization. I will not interfere in your relationship with Xinshi. You deserve to pursue what brings you happiness. Qin Yang was taken aback by her unexpected words, his admiration for her deepening. Mei-Ting, I am truly touched. He lifted her into his arms, wishing to reward her for her understanding. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Jiang Xiaowei remained oblivious, her eyes closed, yet a blush crept across her cheeks. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the bamboo house, illuminating the room. Qin Yang rubbed his sleepy eyes, feeling a cool breeze. He suddenly recalled his state of undress and hastily dressed, not wanting to frighten anyone with his nakedness. After rising and having breakfast, he continued with his day's work. Approaching the door to the next room, he peered inside. Jiang Xiaowei had just awakened, while Jiang Mei-Ting remained lost in slumber, likely exhausted from the previous night's exertions. Not wishing to disturb her, he greeted Jiang Xiaowei instead. Good morning, Xiaowei. Let your sister sleep a bit longer. Okay, she replied. As Qin Yang made his way to the cave, Jiang Xiaowei watched him depart, her gaze filled with complexity. Recalling the sounds she had heard the previous night, her cheeks flushing. Upon entering the cave, he found Zhao Lan and Lin Yuqing already awake, cleaning pots and ingredients by the stream. Zhang Hao and 3 others lay sprawled on the ground. Pan Yu snuggled close to Zhang Hao, indicating their budding closeness. Wu Shan held Linda, whose limbs were still bound. Qin Yang had warned Wu Shan against trusting too soon, believing it wise to keep Linda on edge. If she were clever, she would realize that remaining in Qin Yang's camp with Wu Shan was a viable option. With Jack deceased, should Linda escape back to the foreigners, she would merely become a plaything for Andrew or others, with far less sustenance than what Qin Yang could provide. Lastly, he turned his gaze toward Xinshi, who lay on her side, her ample bosom on display, unencumbered by a bra. The profile is exceptionally beautiful, with a high nose bridge, long eyelashes, and fair skin. However, like many Westerners, she possesses a few freckles, which do not detract from her charm. Unlike other Western women with sharp features, Xinshi's face is somewhat oval, presenting a softer appearance. Her sleeping visage exudes a gentle and graceful aura. Qin Yang's mind drifts back to the scenes of last night, where this woman truly opened his eyes with her stark contrasts. His gaze shifts from Xinshi to the area where food is stored. The cured meat has already been significantly depleted. He had specifically instructed to reserve 2 kilograms of potatoes for their meals, which should not be consumed. The remaining potatoes are barely enough to supplement their meals with just 2 or 3 per sitting. He muses internally about the astonishing amount consumed daily. Once the bamboo house is completed, he must continue the quest for food. The camp now accommodates 10 individuals, and especially given Qin Yang's remarkable appetite. He finds himself consuming around 10 kilograms of meat daily. It is imperative to continue searching for food, as the cured meat must be preserved for unforeseen circumstances such as torrential rains or typhoons that would hinder their ability to forage. Before long, everyone has risen. After a brief morning ritual, they gather to chat while waiting for the food to cook. Post-meal, they prepare to commence work, drawing from yesterday's experiences. They quickly fall into a rhythm, their efficiency markedly improved. Cheng Bing emerges from the woods, astonished at the sight of a newly erected bamboo house. Wow, Qin Yang, you completed a bamboo house in one day. That's incredible, Cheng Bing remarks as he approaches Qin Yang. What is this? With so many people on your team, I bet you could build it even faster than I can, Qin Yang replies while drilling holes into the bamboo. Cheng Bing observes the tasks at hand, deep in thought. Accompanied by the short-haired Western woman, Amy. Upon spotting Xinshi and LND in Qin Yang's camp, Amy greets them with delight. Xinshi merely glances at her, offering no response, as her rapport with the other Western women is not particularly amicable. However, LND engages Amy in conversation for a while. Amy expresses her envy of LND's excellent rations under Qin Yang's care. I'll tell the others when I return, but I can't guarantee that we'll build as quickly as you. Although my camp has more people, we still spend a considerable amount of time foraging for food daily. Cheng Bing chuckles. Despite having some food in the camp, the rapid consumption by 20 mouths is astonishing. They do not possess the ample reserves of cured meat that Qin Yang has. Additionally, securing food is a challenge. Wild chickens are difficult to catch, sea fish are elusive, and wild fruits and coconuts are insufficient to satiate hunger. Cheng Bing plans to dig traps to capture wild boars, as a successful hunt could provide sustenance for a while. Indeed, the food in my camp is also consumed rapidly. After we finish building the bamboo house in the next few days, I too must resume my food gathering efforts. By the way, how is your camp faring now? How did you allocate those 2 Western women? Qin Yang inquires curiously. Cheng Bing grins and explains his strategy. What do you think of my approach? Quite effective. This way, others won't hold you accountable. Qin Yang smiles in agreement. Well, I must go find food now, so I'll take my leave. Cheng Bing waves and turns to lead Amy back into the woods. As Qin Yang focuses on drilling the bamboo, he suddenly notices a shadow cast on the ground. Lifting his gaze, he finds that the ample bosom before him obscures his view of the face. Yet the gleaming long legs unmistakably belong to Xinshi. Curiosity piqued about her intentions, he observes as Xinshi crouches down. From his angle, he has an unobstructed view of her curves. Xinshi softly asks, Qin Yang, may I have your company for a moment? You can go behind that large tree nearby. It's safe during the day, just don't stray too far, Qin Yang replies. You truly want to accompany me? Xinshi asks, tugging at her clothing, which threatens to reveal more than intended. She is turned away from the others, ensuring her intentions remain unnoticed. Qin Yang quickly comprehends her insinuation. She seeks a private moment for their shared combat practice. However, with the daylight dwindling and the bamboo house still needing construction, such an endeavor would consume considerable time. Just as he opens his mouth to respond, he observes Xinshi's lips moving silently, her expression suggesting, are you incapable? Meanwhile, her bosom becomes prominently exposed, a blatant provocation. What man could withstand such a challenge? What are you two discussing? Jiang mating approaches. Xinshi hastily conceals herself. She intended to express her gratitude to Qin Yang, but her method must remain discreet from Jiang mating. Therefore, she smiles and says, I wanted Qin Yang to accompany me, but he seems reluctant. Perhaps you could join me instead, mating? She senses her chances of having Qin Yang accompany her are waning. Qin Yang, you should accompany Xinshi. Jiang mating encourages with a knowing smile, casting a meaningful glance. Having resolved her feelings from the previous night, she no longer feels jealousy or insecurity. Very well. I shall accompany her. Qin Yang interprets Jiang mating's intent. With two stunning women vying for his favor, he cannot bear to disappoint either. He rises, taking Xinshi, who appears momentarily stunned, and heads into the woods. Jiang Xiaowei approaches Jiang mating, observing the retreating figures of Qin Yang and Xinshi. Sister, why did you let Qin Yang go with Xinshi? Aren't you concerned he might betray you? Chapter 77, Public. Huh, what do you mean, Wei Wei? Jiang mating is taken aback. I mean, aren't you together with Qin Yang? Why not keep a closer watch on him? Jiang Xiaowei remarks. Jiang mating feels a twinge of embarrassment, realizing her sister is caught on. She reaches to touch her neck. Wei Wei, when did you notice? Humph, I'm almost embarrassed to say, but the sounds last night were rather loud. Jiang Xiaowei retorts. Jiang mating's face flushes. She had been too hasty and overlooked the details. Also, when did you both become an item without telling me? Jiang Xiaowei had been shocked to discover her sister with Qin Yang next door last night. Feeling as though struck by lightning, she had found it odd that Qin Yang treated her sister so well, initially thinking it was directed toward herself. Little did she know it was her sister who had captured his heart. No wonder Qin Yang had been so kind to her without pursuing anything further. Reflecting on it, she feels somewhat vain for misunderstanding the situation. Apologies, Wei Wei. I did not intend to keep it from you. It was just at that moment. With her sister having discovered the truth, Jiang Mating decides to share everything candidly. Wei Wei, you aren't upset with me, are you? She asks, anxious about the potential impact on their sisterly bond. Sister, what are you talking about? How could I resent you? You should have informed me sooner. I would be genuinely happy for you to be with someone you love. Let us not dwell on the past. Instead, let us discuss the present. Aren't you worried that Qin Yang might develop feelings for someone else and be taken from you? Jiang Xiaowei states. She holds a favorable view of Qin Yang and is genuinely concerned that her sister might naively let him slip away without realizing it. Relieved to find that her sister does not harbor any resentment over her relationship with Qin Yang, Jiang Mating feels a weight lift off her shoulders. Wei Wei, your understanding brings me joy. Sister, what are you happy about? Are you even listening to me? You must keep a close watch on Qin Yang. Jiang Xiaowei shook Jiang Mating's arm, pondering how it seemed that her sister, an exceptionally intelligent individual, had suddenly turned rather foolish. No wonder it is said that women in love often lose their wits. Wei, you need not worry. I have spoken with Qin Yang. We are on a deserted island now, unlike before, and at my age, I cannot be selfish. Jiang Mating explained. Jiang Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback, astonished that her sister could reach such a level of understanding. Despite her age, her sister could still easily outshine a host of younger girls. If Qin Yang dares to mistreat you, I shall be the first to oppose him, she declared. Isn't Qin Yang from Huagua? How could he be so intimidating? She mused, recalling his claims of swift decisions. How naive it was to believe his words. Cynthia followed closely behind Qin Yang, contemplating. The two had just emerged from the woods, and it had been over an hour since they left the camp. Qin Yang walked with a light step, his mood buoyant from the delightful driving experience. Upon returning to the camp, he naturally resumed his previous position, engrossed in work. Meanwhile, Cynthia felt a tinge of embarrassment after being away from Qin Yang for so long. Surely, others could guess what they had been up to. Yet, she had never anticipated Qin Yang would be so extravagant. The others, understanding the unspoken, continued with their tasks without further comment. Jiang Xiaowei approached Qin Yang, inquiring, Qin Yang, shouldn't I be calling you brother-in-law? Qin Yang, surprised, replied, you know, and turned to glance at Jiang Mating, who smiled and nodded in affirmation. It seemed there was no longer a need for concealment. I have known for quite some time. From now on, you may call me brother-in-law. Humph, dream on. I will call you Qin Yang. Jiang Xiaowei made a face. You must not bully my sister, otherwise I shall not hold back. Qin Yang responded earnestly. Do you even need to say that? With me around, who would dare to bully Mating? At least you have some conscience. But what about you and Cynthia? I am aware of your situation. This is something you are too young to comprehend. Qin Yang scratched his head. Cynthia was merely repaying a kindness. He could not very well scold her for her goodwill. As for their relationship, as Cynthia herself had stated, it was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Furthermore, Qin Yang was not the type to disregard someone once he had made a connection. He would certainly not treat Cynthia poorly. Although there were no romantic feelings at present, who could say what the future held? After all, love often blossoms over time. Jiang Xiaowei puffed out her chest, proclaiming, I am not that young, and besides, you are not much older than me. All right. Stop pestering Qin Yang and go weave some bamboo. Jiang Mating interjected, coming to Qin Yang's defense. Jiang Xiaowei pouted and skipped away. My Mating truly cares for me. Qin Yang thought, wrapping his arm around Jiang Mating's slender waist, pulling her close. Since Jiang Xiaowei was already aware, there was no need for him to hide any longer. He openly displayed his affection for Jiang Mating in front of everyone. Jiang Mating's face flushed, her breath quickening as all eyes were upon them. This moment effectively announced their relationship to the group. She felt nervous, considering her age, which made the situation all the more embarrassing. I want everyone to know we are together. I have long desired this. Qin Yang declared, planting a kiss on Jiang Mating's blushing cheek, which made her look even more charming. Jiang Mating covered her face with her hands, feeling utterly mortified. Through the gaps in her fingers, she discreetly observed the reactions of those around her. To her surprise, everyone wore smiles, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Xiaowei led the applause, while Cynthia watched with a hint of envy, suddenly taken aback as Jiang Mating approached her. Cynthia felt a flicker of unease, fearing Jiang Mating intended to confront her. However, Jiang Mating smiled warmly and took Cynthia's hand, pulling her toward Qin Yang. Qin Yang was taken aback by Jiang Mating's gesture, realizing how considerate she was. It was an act of great affection. This was undoubtedly a clear declaration of their relationship, and the expressions of the others were quite telling. Zhang Hao exclaimed, "Brother Yang is truly impressive." Wu Shan added, "Indeed, young people are remarkable." Lin Yuqing remarked, "This is quite extravagant." Cynthia remained somewhat dazed by the sudden turn of events. Her lips parted as if to speak. Was she not moved? Yet, some words were better reserved for the evening. They had already wasted enough time and should return to work. Qin Yang playfully pinched the two's pert posteriors. Now that their relationship was public, he felt free to express his affection whenever he wished. Cynthia shot him a reproachful glance, thinking how shameless he was, but she too felt a surge of emotion. "Let us continue our work." Jiang Meiting, acting like a big sister, took Cynthia's hand and returned to their tasks. Just as Qin Yang and the others were busy in the afternoon, a commotion of footsteps approached. Qin Yang looked up to see a group of several men and women walking from the direction of Chungbing's camp. As they drew closer, it became evident they were curious about the bamboo house they had constructed, engaging in lively discussion. Chapter 78, The Invitation to Hunt. Noticing their curiosity regarding the bamboo house, Qin Yang chose to ignore them, continuing to assemble the bamboo into a raft. The distance between the two camps was not far, and the water source was near the cave. The residents of Chungbing's camp frequently passed by Qin Yang's area for water, leading to numerous encounters. Whenever they came to fetch water, they would spot the newly constructed bamboo house. Chungbing had already seen it earlier, likely sharing the news with his camp and others, which explained their interest in coming to take a look. "This bamboo house looks quite impressive," one person remarked. "Indeed, it surpasses our shabby huts by far. Thank goodness it is not raining. If it were to pour like before, we would surely be flooded." Constructing such a sizable bamboo house must have been challenging. "I saw them carrying bamboo all day a few days ago." The onlookers gazed at the bamboo house with envy. Having once been accustomed to a life of comfort, they found it hard to accept living in makeshift shelters like savages on this deserted island. One man, with a glint of ambition in his eyes, stepped forward, clearly having formulated a plan. "Qin Yang, I would like to join your camp, if possible. I am strong and can contribute significantly," he said with a smile. Seeing the effort involved in constructing the bamboo house, he thought joining Qin Yang's camp might be a simpler solution. Moreover, with abundant food and attractive company, there might even be opportunities for romance. Others, hearing his proposition, began to gather around, expressing their desire to join Qin Yang's camp. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang quickly discerned their intentions. They wanted to take advantage of his hard work now that the house was complete. With his camp already having sufficient members, he had no need for more. He responded, "At present, I do not require new members." Disappointment washed over the faces of those who had hoped to join. Among them, Chen Shui, unwilling to give up, approached Qin Yang, her voice deliberately softening to sound more alluring. "I can give massages, they are very soothing. Would that allow me to join?" she asked, swaying slightly to showcase her exaggerated curves. Qin Yang glanced at her, contemplating whether she might be a skilled masseuse. Chen Shui appeared to be nearing 30, with an average appearance, though her backside was undeniably pronounced, eliciting admiration from any observer. Chen Shui was acutely aware of her own advantages, so when Qin Yang cast a glance in her direction, she deliberately shook her hips with vigor, creating a tantalizing sway. She recognized that her physique and appearance could not compare to Jiang Meiting and the others, yet her boldness was undeniable, given Qin Yang's youth and vigor. Perhaps this strategy might persuade him to welcome her into their ranks. Jiang Xiaowei, observing from the sidelines, internally scoffed at her audacity. Jiang Meiting and Xin Xiao exchanged glances and approached Qin Yang, with one gently massaging his shoulders while the other attended to his arms. Jiang Meiting, in a tone befitting a hostess, remarked, "No need for a massage. Qin Yang has us." "Indeed, I do not require new members here," Qin Yang replied. Faced with this, Chen Shui could only leave in disappointment. As evening approached, the second bamboo hut was swiftly erected. Thanks to the experience gained from constructing the first hut, the progress today was notably quicker, saving over an hour compared to yesterday. Qin Yang allocated the 2 rooms of this bamboo hut to Zhang Hao, Pan Yu, Lin Yuqing, and Zhao Lan. That evening, they all moved into their new abode. Wu Shan was not anxious. He would complete the final bamboo hut by tomorrow, and once that was done, he could enjoy residing in the hut. With everyone else settled in the bamboo huts, only he and Linda remained in the cave, eliminating the need to wander into the woods. That night, Qin Yang spread out the wolf skin he had prepared on the ground. The wolf skin, thicker and softer than fabric, provided a more comfortable sleeping surface. Throughout the night, Jiang Xiaowei found herself insomniac in her room. Her cheeks flushed from the sounds emanating from the adjacent space. She lost track of when the noises ceased and when she finally succumbed to sleep, feeling as though the long night was an unbearable ordeal. The next day, Jiang Meiting and Xin Xiao emerged from Qin Yang's room, both radiant. Wei Wei, rise and shine. The sun is already high. Jiang Meiding returned to the adjacent room, attempting to rouse her sister, but to no avail. She thought it peculiar that her sister was so deeply asleep. Unable to wake Jiang Xiaowei, she went to assist Zhao Lan with breakfast. It was only when breakfast was served that Jiang Xiaowei finally emerged, her eyes bearing the marks of fatigue. Sister, please refrain from calling so loudly next time. I hardly slept last night, Jiang Xiaowei stated candidly before everyone. She was certain that the sounds from the previous night had been audible to all. The others echoed her sentiments, admitting they too had not rested well. A blush crept across Jiang Meiding and Xinxia's faces, knowing Qin Yang was to blame. Qin Yang, seated nearby, maintained a stoic demeanor, appearing oblivious to their conversation. Sometimes, excessive enthusiasm can indeed be burdensome. After breakfast, they commenced the construction of the final bamboo hut. Before long, Chungbing appeared. Observing the newly erected hut, he expressed his amazement. Approaching Qin Yang, he remarked, "You truly are a master builder. Another bamboo hut completed. Did you not consider having your camp members construct a few themselves? When your people visited yesterday, they expressed a desire to join my camp." Qin Yang chuckled. "Well, I mentioned yesterday that we had scarcely harvested enough bamboo today due to a shortage of food. Our supplies are dwindling, and we are still struggling to find a stable food source. Everyone here consumes quite a lot during work." Chungbing sighed. Unconcerned about others wanting to join Qin Yang's camp, losing a few members could actually conserve resources. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Even with his ample food reserves, the consumption was considerable among his 10 members. Chungbing's camp, with over 20 individuals, had even less food. If they couldn't fill their bellies, how could they think of constructing shelters? By the way, Qin Yang, I wish to discuss something with you. Yesterday, we discovered an area where wild boars are frequent. We plan to hunt them. Would you care to join us? Chungbing inquired. Given Qin Yang's experience with hunting and his stock of cured meat, his assistance could prove invaluable in successfully hunting wild boars. Although traps had already been set, it was uncertain when the boars would fall prey. A proactive approach was necessary. Qin Yang paused to contemplate. His own food supplies indeed required replenishing, and joining Chungbing would save him the trouble of searching for food himself. Moreover, with his speed and the presence of Chungbing and the others, he felt confident that danger could be avoided. However, they needed to agree on how to divide the spoils beforehand. I am willing, but let me state up front that if I kill a wild boar, I must receive at least half. Of course, if I contribute little, you may divide the spoils as you see fit. Is that acceptable? No problem. Chungbing readily agreed. When do you plan to hunt? Qin Yang asked. The sooner, the better. We can set off now, if you are ready. Qin Yang nodded in affirmation. Very well. Summon the others. I will prepare. He entrusted Zhang Hao with his current tasks, knowing that with the experience gained from the previous 2 bamboo huts, they could replicate the process even in his absence. After delegating a few responsibilities, Qin Yang gathered his belongings, preparing for the wild boar hunt. Chapter 79. Luring the boar from its den. Qin Yang donned his specially designed work shoes and attire, which he typically kept stored away in the camp. Now, as he prepared for the hunt, they were perfectly suited for the occasion. Armed only with a dagger, he opted not to carry a machete. The dagger was sharp and efficient. It had served him well in his previous encounter with a wild boar. While a machete could be useful for cutting bamboo, it would be ineffective against the charging beast. Qin Yang, do take care. Ensure you return safely. Jiang Meiding urged with genuine concern. Xinxia echoed her sentiments in English, offering prayers for his safety. The warmth of their words filled Qin Yang with gratitude, with 2 stunning women awaiting his return. He had many good days ahead and could not afford to meet an untimely end. Rest assured, I shall not engage in reckless acts. I will certainly return safely. He planted a kiss on each of their cheeks before making his way to Chungbing's camp. Chungbing selected 5 of the strongest men from his camp. They were not professional hunters, and having too many individuals might prove counterproductive. Upon seeing Qin Yang approach empty-handed, Chungbing inquired, Qin Yang, you are not bringing any weapons? I have brought one, Qin Yang replied, revealing the dagger from his pocket. Chungbing observed the axes and curved blades wielded by his companions and acknowledged that, frankly, these weapons would struggle to take down a wild boar. After all, boars do not stand still to be struck, they charge, capable of causing serious injury before one could land a blow. Can a mere dagger truly contend with a wild boar? Chungbing and the others exchanged doubtful glances. I previously used this very dagger to slay a wild boar. Moreover, I must inform you that your weapons may not be as effective as this dagger, Qin Yang chuckled. Chungbing and the others, recognizing Qin Yang's experience, could no longer underestimate his weapon. After all, he was one of the few who had successfully hunted a wild boar, while they had only just encountered one for the first time yesterday. Indeed, our plan is to lure the wild boar into a trap and then strike. Chungbing nodded, fully aware of the boar's ferocity, knowing that even bullets could fail to subdue them. Their weapons would merely serve to soften the beast. All right then, let us set off at once. After finishing their discussion, they began to walk in a unified direction. Qin Yang followed Cheng Bing and the others for over 10 minutes until they arrived at a relatively flat hillside, where the underbrush flourished abundantly. As Qin Yang stepped into this area, he noticed the ground was marked by the disordered footprints of wild boars. Upon closer inspection, he also spotted several droppings from the boars. Look, the trap we dug is right over there. Cheng Bing pointed to the ground not far away. Qin Yang looked over and saw that the trap was a pit concealed by branches and leaves. If a wild boar were to fall into the pit, they could easily kill it. However, the problem remained. They had no idea when a wild boar would take the bait. Chingu, there's a wild boar over there. Someone exclaimed upon spotting the creature. Qin Yang followed the direction indicated and indeed saw a dark figure in the distance, seemingly foraging for food. Crouch down. Don't let it see us. Cheng Bing instructed everyone to hide in the underbrush. Let us wait a moment and see if it falls into the trap. If it does, that would save us a lot of trouble. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes, the wild boar showed no intention of approaching the trap. Continuing to wait was not a viable option. Someone had to lure the wild boar over. Cheng Bing spoke up, and the others exchanged glances. Clearly reluctant to volunteer as bait, Qin Yang felt the same. Though he was faster than the rest, he was not inclined to take such a risk. Seeing no one willing to go, Cheng Bing randomly picked someone, saying, Lu Chang, you go? But Chingu, I'm worried, Lu Chang stammered. What is there to worry about? It's not like I'm asking you to fight the boar. You just need to lead it to the trap. We're all here, it'll be fine. Cheng Bing replied sternly. Lu Chang, left with no choice, steeled himself and stepped out from the underbrush, holding a wooden spear as he cautiously approached the wild boar. The boar, previously rooting around, suddenly became alert and halted its actions, turning its head towards Lu Chang. With an angry grunt, the wild boar charged at Lu Chang, who was taken aback by its size, larger than the one Qin Yang had killed before. The boar sprinted towards him like a black cannonball. Oh no! Lu Chang's face paled as he turned and fled. The tension was palpable among those crouching in the underbrush, their breaths slowing involuntarily. Faster! Hurry! Lu Chang shouted as he ran towards the trap. Suddenly, he stumbled, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Qin Yang and the others gasped at the sight. Fortunately, Lu Chang reacted quickly, pushing himself up with his hands and scrambling back to his feet. However, this delay brought the wild boar even closer. Panicked and disoriented, Lu Chang forgot the trap and instead ran straight towards Qin Yang and the others. His only thought was survival. The trap was no longer a consideration. Damn it, Lu Chang is running towards us. The others cursed. At this point, they could no longer hide and needed to stand up and run. What are you doing? Remember our purpose? We're armed. Cheng Bing shouted. We need to draw the wild boar's attention and lead it to the trap. Qin Yang quickly interjected, stepping out to attract the boar's focus. Facing the boar head-on was far too dangerous, and he did not wish to take such a risk. Lu Chang had already led the boar toward the group. Upon seeing so many people among the underbrush, the wild boar did not show fear. Rather, it became even more agitated and quickened its pace. Qin Yang had moved a few meters away, waving his arms to catch the boar's attention. Yet, the boar seemed more drawn to Cheng Bing's side, ignoring Qin Yang entirely as it charged forward. Chingu, help! Lu Chang cried, his face ashen. Cheng Bing and the others cursed Lu Chang under their breath. Gripping their weapons tightly, two men armed with wooden spears braced themselves, ready to confront the charging wild boar, while Cheng Bing and two others with knives waited for the right moment to strike once the boar halted. With a thud, Cheng Bing's anticipated scene of the boar being forced to stop and then attacked with weapons did not unfold. The wild boar barreled through, disregarding the spears and knocking the two men to the ground. Cheng Bing had not even had time to swing his axe when the wild boar lunged at him, its immense force sending him sprawling. The boar's gaping maw, filled with protruding tusks, aimed directly at him. The foul odor emanating from its mouth was overwhelming. I'll block it, Cheng Bing cried out, hastily raising his axe to defend against the boar's vicious bite. What are you waiting for? Get to it. Qin Yang shouted to the two men holding curved knives, then drew a dagger from his pocket and charged at the wild boar, seizing the opportunity while it was occupied with Cheng Bing. Are you too deaf? Cheng Bing gritted his teeth, feeling the immense pressure from the boar and realizing he couldn't hold out much longer. Oh right, let us go. The knife-wielding men finally reacted, raising their blades to strike at the boar. The knives struck the boar's neck and back with a sharp whoosh. The blades penetrated its skin, eliciting crimson blood and inflicting damage. A flicker of joy appeared on their faces, but it was short-lived as their expressions turned to horror. The boar, grunting angrily, charged at them. Although they had wounded it, the injuries were superficial and only incited the wild boar's fury further. Run! Terrified, the two men turned and fled. abandoning their knives on the ground. The wild boar redirected its attention towards Cheng Bing, who let out a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping its jaws. He vividly envisioned the tusks tearing into him, knowing that a single bite would leave him with grievous wounds. Are you all right? Qin Yang approached Cheng Bing, attempting to help him up. My leg feels like it's broken. Cheng Bing grimaced as he tried to stand, a sharp pain radiating from his left calf. Unsure whether it was broken from the impact or trampled by the boar. Don't move yet. Lend me your axe, Qin Yang urged. The wild boar had knocked another person down, who was now struggling to hold off the creature with a wooden spear. This was the moment to act. Cheng Bing readily handed over the axe, hoping that Qin Yang could slay the wild boar. If not, his injury would be in vain, resulting in a significant loss. Receiving the axe, Qin Yang swiftly approached the wild boar. Seizing the moment while the boar was distracted, he swung the axe down powerfully onto its spine. This axe, like the two curved knives, was an old tool, merely sharpened with stone, rendering it only moderately sharp. However, the axe was significantly heavier than the knives, and Qin Yang aimed to sever the boar's spine. Even if the boar was tough and resilient, a severed spine would impair its mobility. With a decisive crack, the axe blade embedded itself a half-inch deep. The sound and the sensation of gripping the axe handle confirmed that he had struck bone. It was evident that Qin Yang's strength was formidable, allowing him to achieve such an effect with a single blow. The previous two individuals, armed only with knives, could inflict but superficial wounds upon the wild boar. Qin Yang forcefully extracted his axe. The boar, in pain, emitted a long, anguished cry and charged towards Qin Yang. However, it was evident that its movements were not as ferocious as before. The blow had evidently inflicted significant damage. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang dodged the boar's attack and brought his axe down with tremendous force, aiming for its head. Thud! The axe struck the boar's skull, producing a dull thud. The skull was exceedingly hard and did not cleave through, but the immense force shattered the bones, undoubtedly inflicting grave damage to the creature's brain. The boar collapsed as if electrocuted, twitching upon the ground. At last, the beast had succumbed. Lu Chang cautiously approached, brandishing a wooden spear and striking the fallen boar a few times. Damn it, Lu Chang, you nearly got us killed. One man, who had been knocked down by the boar, cursed vehemently, his heart racing from the near scare. As he attempted to rise, he found his legs somewhat weak, with numerous abrasions marring his skin, though fortunately only superficial. The other four also gathered around, unleashing their fury upon Lu Chang. He offered no defense, merely nodding and smiling apologetically. Yet, internally, he felt aggrieved. It was he who had risked his life to lure the boar. In that moment, he had no time to contemplate. Qin Yang crouched beside the boar, drew his dagger, and made a decisive incision at its neck. Blood gushed forth, filling the air with a heavy metallic scent. Lu Chang and the others were drawn to the scene. What are you doing? Someone inquired, perplexed. Bleeding it out, what else? Look at you, city dweller. You don't even know this, another laughed. The one being ridiculed took it in stride, admitting it was his first experience witnessing the slaughter and bleeding of a pig. Hey, we're all islanders now, he chuckled in response. We owe Qin Yang our gratitude. Without him, we might not have returned alive, let alone hunted the boar, Lu Chang declared. Thus, all expressed their appreciation to Qin Yang. He nodded, pondering whether their gratitude would endure once they saw him take half of the boar's meat. Once the blood has drained, you will carry it back, Qin Yang instructed, estimating the boar weighed nearly 300 pounds, a burden he would struggle with alone. However, with 5 strong laborers present, he deemed it unnecessary to do the heavy lifting himself. No problem. Lu Chang and the others eagerly agreed, their spirits buoyed by the prospect of such a bounty, which would sustain the camp for a considerable time. Qin Yang approached Cheng Bing, returning the axe and inquiring, "Are you able to walk?" Cheng Bing accepted the axe with a sigh, replying, "First, help me find some branches to stabilize my leg." Although his calf was fractured, he felt fortunate that Qin Yang had slain the boar. Even if Qin Yang took half, there would still be over 100 pounds of meat. With such provisions, he could recuperate in peace at the camp. Recovering from a fracture takes 100 days. But I am in decent shape. The injury is not severe. I can manage with a crutch and a single leg. After a week or so of rest, I should be able to walk normally. Qin Yang fetched several branches for Cheng Bing, then used his dagger to cut strips from Cheng Bing's clothing to bind his injured left calf. You need to take good care of yourself. Otherwise, you risk becoming lame, Qin Yang cautioned. A true limp would make hunting exceedingly difficult. Cheng Bing smiled wryly and nodded. Soon after, once the boar had fully bled out, Lu Chang and his 5 companions worked together to hoist the boar and return to the camp. Cheng Bing, unable to walk, had to rely on Qin Yang to carry him back. The journey was uneventful. As they approached the camp, Qin Yang could see it in the distance. Having set out from Cheng Bing's location, they naturally returned there first. Upon entering the camp, the survivors were electrified to see Qin Yang and the others returning with a massive wild boar. What a gigantic boar! Cheng-gu and the others are incredible for capturing such a beast. This is fantastic. A boar of this size will feed us for ages. Those carrying the boar set it down, reveling in the admiration cast upon them by the others, as if they had slain it themselves. Qin Yang gently placed Cheng Bing on the ground. Amy approached Cheng Bing, her expression reflecting concern upon noticing his injury. Cheng Bing, despite his discomfort, understood the group's excitement, yet felt a pang of isolation as no one seemed to care about his injury, not even as much as Amy did. He was not one to be overly sentimental, but he could not help but feel a bit disheartened. May I borrow your axe again? I need to retrieve my half, Qin Yang requested. Cheng Bing had no objections, as it had been agreed upon beforehand, and handed over the axe. Qin Yang took the axe, approached the boar, and began the process of butchering. After eviscerating the creature, he severed it in half. It required considerable effort, but he finally succeeded in dividing the boar. He hoisted his share and prepared to return to his own camp. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Why should you take half of the boar for yourself?" This remark ignited the atmosphere like a fuse. Others chimed in, as if Qin Yang had snatched food that rightfully belonged to them. "Indeed, are you not taking too much? 6 of us participated in the hunt, and you alone cannot claim such a large portion." It was clear that Cheng Bing had not informed these individuals about the division, as he himself was uncertain whether they would succeed in capturing the boar. He had made an agreement with Qin Yang, and that was sufficient. The 5 who had accompanied him knew the truth, realizing that without Qin Yang, they might have lost their lives. However, these individuals remained silent, perhaps feeling that Qin Yang was taking too much. Qin Yang furrowed his brow. The expressions of these people were truly unappealing. As he prepared to speak, Cheng Bing intervened promptly. "Everyone, quiet down. This was all previously agreed upon. Qin Yang is the one who killed the boar. Not only is he entitled to half, but he could take it all, and you have no say in the matter." With Cheng Bing's assertion, the others fell silent, hesitant to protest further. Qin Yang, shouldering the boar meat, began to depart. As he passed by Cheng Bing, he quietly reminded him, "You must take care of your injury these days. There are others to consider." Cheng Bing narrowed his eyes and nodded. Noticing that Cheng Bing had heeded his advice, Qin Yang continued on his way to the cave camp. At the camp, the bamboo walls of the 3rd hut had already been erected. It was not a particularly skilled task, and even in Qin Yang's absence, Zhang Meiting and the others could manage it well. They were now preparing the framework and bamboo panels for the roof, nearly completing the task, ready to assemble it shortly. Upon seeing Qin Yang return with half a boar, the workers paused their activities, their expressions filled with delight. Zhang Meiting and Zhenjia, upon seeing Qin Yang's safe return, exhibited relief. Compared to the excitement of the others upon seeing the boar meat, they were clearly more concerned about Qin Yang's well-being. "Old Wu, take this half of the boar and prepare it. Cut the fatty meat to render lard, and set aside some for a fresh stew tonight." Qin Yang assigned the task to Old Wu. Old Wu was skilled in butchering, and for such a professional task, it was best left to an expert. Previously, there were no tools available, which necessitated a hasty processing of the wild boar, leaving no time to render lard. Now, with the acquisition of an iron pot at the camp, it is entirely feasible to render some lard and subsequently carve a bamboo tube for storage. No problem at all. Lao Wu took the wild boar meat and knife from Qin Yang's hands and proceeded to handle it. Qin Yang, meanwhile, continued his work on the bamboo hut. Wu Shan placed the wild boar meat on a large stone and gathered a substantial handful of dried bamboo leaves and strips. He laid them on the skin side of the boar, as it was necessary to burn off the hair before cutting the meat. Once the hair was thoroughly singed, he fetched a bamboo tube filled with water to rinse the charred side. After scraping it with the knife, he was ready to begin cutting. As before, he sliced it into strips for smoking later. This wild boar was considerably fatter than the last one, indicating a promising yield of lard. Following Qin Yang's instructions, Wu Shan meticulously selected the white, fatty meat from the boar. With enough fat to fill an iron pot, rendering a bamboo tube of lard was certainly achievable. In the future, adding a bit of lard while stir-frying wild vegetables would impart a delightful flavor. Additionally, the remnants of the rendered lard would be fragrant and crispy, making for a delicious treat, a rarity on this island. A few pieces could also be added while cooking to enhance the taste. Observing that Wu Shan had neatly cut the meat and extracted the fat, Qin Yang enlisted Zhao Lan to assist in rendering the lard while Wu Shan prepared the meat for smoking. Before long, the iron pot was sizzling, with the white fat gradually turning golden as the oil was rendered and the volume diminished. A rich aroma of lard wafted through the air, enticing Qin Yang and the others, awakening their appetites and invigorating their spirits. They quickly finished the roof of the 3rd bamboo hut, with some bamboo left over. It was insufficient for a fence, so Qin Yang repurposed it for doors and windows. As darkness descended, they finally completed their work. The group gazed at the 3 well-constructed bamboo huts, their hearts swelling with joy. No longer would they have to sleep in caves. The third hut consisted of 2 rooms. One was designated for Wu Shan and Linda, while the other became a storage space for food, effectively serving as a granary. Though the bamboo huts were simple, they were vastly superior to the previous makeshift shelters, boasting enhanced sturdiness and waterproof qualities. With a roof made of banana leaves, they would remain watertight even during rainstorms. Furthermore, once the doors and windows were secured, no one could see the food stored inside, thereby preventing rodents from pilfering their provisions. In the event of a torrential downpour, should conditions become unbearable, they could simply relocate to the cave for shelter. Qin Yang, together with Jiang Mating and others, transferred the smoked meat from the cave to the granary, along with a bamboo tube of freshly rendered lard and a tube of meat scraps. The wild boar meat, still in the process of smoking, would be stored in the granary once completed. As night fully enveloped the island, Qin Yang and his companions gathered in the cave for dinner. Jiang Shaowei picked up a piece of tender, stewed wild boar and savored it, her face reflecting satisfaction. The texture and flavor far surpassed that of the smoked meat. She smiled at Zhao Lan, exclaiming that this wild boar meat tasted significantly better than before, crediting Lan Jie for her culinary prowess. The primary reason was the freshness of the ingredients, which made the flavor immensely superior to the smoked variety, and they were grateful to Qin Yang for it. Zhao Lan chuckled, expressing her gratitude for the daily meat meals on the island, something she had never dared to dream of. Just avoiding hunger was a blessing in itself. Indeed, a heartfelt thank you to Yang Go, Zhang Hao chimed in, and the others echoed their sentiments of gratitude. A smile graced Qin Yang's lips, and he felt a surge of joy as the atmosphere became particularly harmonious. It was evident that everyone was exceptionally happy that evening. Even Linda, seated beside Wu Shan, was no exception. Linda had been behaving well these past few days, seemingly letting go of any animosity towards Qin Yang and the others in the camp. Thus, Qin Yang permitted her to join the communal meal. Having enjoyed several satisfying meals, Linda had long abandoned any thoughts of escape. She had come to realize that, even if Jack were still alive, she had never had a meal as good as those provided at Qin Yang's camp. Why would she want to leave? She felt a tinge of jealousy towards Cynthia, who had caught the attention of Qin Yang, the leader of the camp, especially since she had once been the leader's woman. Qin Yang remained oblivious to the glances Linda cast in his direction, where a flicker of unusual color flashed in her light blue eyes. Chapter 82, The Conspiracy. In the early morning, within the tightly shut bamboo hut, 2 bare bodies lay entwined. Qin Yang was lying on his side, cradling the red-haired beauty beside him. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo walls and the woven doors, illuminating the 2 figures. Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes, realizing it was dawn. Feeling the warmth of the body in his embrace, he gradually moved his hands, which had been resting on Cynthia's waist, upwards, providing her with a gentle morning massage. Is it already morning? Cynthia murmured, still half asleep and not yet opening her eyes. After a few minutes of massage, Qin Yang, satisfied, released her and got out of bed to dress. Jiang Mating had returned to the adjacent hut to accompany Jiang Shaowei the previous night, not because of Cynthia, but to avoid making her sister feel neglected. Initially, Qin Yang envied Mating for having family nearby, but now he, too, had family, 3 of them. Observing the still sleeping Cynthia, with dappled light casting enchanting patterns on her beautiful form, he found her utterly irresistible. Qin Yang thought he could never tire of her beauty. However, he needed to relieve himself urgently. Approaching the door, he encountered the bamboo door, which lacked a proper handle. Instead, a branch served as a latch, securing the bamboo panel. By pulling the branch back, the door would swing open. This rudimentary barrier offered no resistance apart from visibility. It could easily be kicked down. Qin Yang planned to make do for now and later ponder how to create a sturdier door. Exiting the room, he walked toward the woods behind the bamboo hut. At that moment, the door of the neighboring hut swung open, and Linda emerged. Dressed in a striped men's short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, her long, fair legs were strikingly visible. She had seen Qin Yang's figure through the window, and now approached the same location behind the bamboo hut. Qin Yang reached a large tree, where the grass was notably greener than in other areas. He lowered his pants and began to relieve himself. Just as he was finishing, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Thinking it was Zhang Hao or Wu Shan, he turned slightly to glance back, expecting to see one of them, as this spot served as the men's restroom. However, he was taken aback to find Linda, with her golden hair and blue eyes, walking toward him. Startled, he nearly lost control. Why was she coming over here? It wasn't fear of Linda. Rather, he had anticipated it would be Zhang Hao or Wu Shan. The unexpected appearance of someone else caught him off guard. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly returned to his task. At that point, Linda had already reached him. "I've finished. Take your time," Qin Yang said, preparing to leave. However, Linda stepped in front of him, straightforwardly stating, "Qin Yang, can I be your woman?" Qin Yang's expression turned to one of shock. No," he replied, unsure of what had prompted her to make such a bold declaration so early in the morning. Did he have some inexplicable allure for foreign women? Certainly. This is merely self-deprecation. Qin Yang is well aware that it is solely due to his current strength and status. However, he now has Mei Ting and Xian Xia by his side. Moderation is key. Why? Linda paused momentarily and immediately responded. Is it because I attacked you earlier? And you doubt my intentions? I have changed now. I will comply with whatever you say. As she spoke, she tugged at her already loose short sleeve, revealing her fair skin beneath. Qin Yang mused, what a tactic. Is this how Western girls flirt? They reveal skin at the slightest disagreement. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that it is rather appealing. Yet, Qin Yang is only endowed with 2 kidneys. And he has just reached a delicate balance with Jiang Mei Ting and Xian Xia. Adding another would be overwhelming. At that point, he would be rendered helpless, unable to hunt. I understand your motives. Curb your ambitions. Following Wushan will afford you a life far superior to what you had in your previous camp. Moreover, if you wish to remain in my camp, refrain from employing such petty cunning and be more straightforward. After speaking, Qin Yang departed. Linda stood there, her brow furrowed, biting her lower lip. How could he possibly think my figure is inferior to Xian Xia's? She pondered, cradling her ample bosom with both hands. She believed herself to be equally captivating as Xian Xia. It was disheartening to find that despite her advances, Qin Yang showed no interest in her. In the forest, 3 individuals stood beneath a grand tree, the area desolate, with shadows dancing around them. I have noticed that Cheng Bing's calf injury is quite severe. Perhaps we should. Li Wei made a gesture across his throat. The 2 individuals before him were Wang Chao and Lu Chang. You cannot be serious, right? Lu Chang was startled. Just moments ago, he and Li Wei were exchanging complaints about matters within the camp. They had discussed how Cheng Bing had sent him to lure wild boars, cursing Cheng Bing in the process. Who would have expected Li Wei to suddenly speak of murder? Wang Chao grinned. I think it is a splendid idea. Cheng Bing is unfit to lead the camp, and with his leg injured, he is wasting food. You have stated that he sent you to your doom. Do you not wish for revenge? Moreover, it is his fault that we cannot even approach any women. Li Wei, equally indignant, declared. Indeed, he is now a cripple. Why should he still have access to foreign women? We must take him down. But can we overpower him? What is there to fear? There are 3 of us. Had he not been injured, we would not have dared to provoke him. But now he is certainly no match for us. Lu Chang pondered for a few seconds, gritted his teeth, and nodded. Then let us confront him. The 3 huddled together, devising a plan for their assault before vacating the area. Within Cheng Bing's camp, typically, there were few people around at this hour, as everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks. With food secured, many had ventured into the bamboo grove to cut bamboo, aspiring to construct a bamboo house akin to Qin Yang's. Others were out foraging for wild fruits and firewood or heading to the beach. In any case, few wished to linger in the shelter, as idleness bred discontent. Among the many rudimentary shelters, in one that was relatively decent, Cheng Bing sat on the straw-covered ground. His injured left calf had swollen significantly. What a pity! I had hoped to construct a bamboo house now that we had food, but look at my leg now. Cheng Bing felt somewhat disheartened. By the time his leg healed, the food supply would likely be depleted. Having seen Qin Yang's bamboo house, it was an abode fit for human habitation, far superior to his current shelter. I need to relieve myself, said Ai beside him, lifting the curtain and exiting the shelter. Just as she left, Li Wei and his companions returned to the camp. The trio headed directly towards Cheng Bing's shelter, swiftly pulling aside the curtain. Cheng Bing initially thought it was Ai returning, but to his surprise, Li Wei and the others stood behind the curtain. What do you want? Cheng Bing coldly demanded, his brow furrowing as suspicion crept into his mind. He discreetly lowered his right hand, which was resting against his thigh. Chapter 83, Confrontation. Hee, Chenggu, we have come to see how your injury is healing. Li Wei's mischievous grin revealed his intentions. I am well. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Cheng Bing could see that the hands behind their backs were clutching wooden sticks. You come empty-handed. Yet you bring a stick to visit someone? Their intentions were unmistakable. Cheng Bing's hand had already grasped the axe handle, tightening his grip slowly. He contemplated how to deal with the 3 of them. There were 2 curved knives in the camp, but fortunately, they were not in the possession of Li Wei and his companions. Earlier, someone had inquired to borrow an axe to cut bamboo, and thankfully, he had not lent it out. Enough with the pleasantries, let us get to it. Lu Chang muttered nervously, fearing that others might return and discover them. Then let us proceed. Li Wei no longer concealed his intentions, brandishing the wooden stick and swinging it towards Cheng Bing. Wang Chao and Lu Chang followed closely behind. As the wooden stick swung toward him, Cheng Bing swiftly drew the axe and struck, deflecting the blow aimed at his head. Anyone who dares to strike will not be treated kindly. Cheng Bing bellowed, raising the axe in a defiant stance. Li Wei and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Stepping back in surprise. What do we do now? Lu Chang glanced at Li Wei. Cheng Bing's leg may be injured, but he still possesses considerable strength. And Lu Chang was reluctant to be struck. Li Wei's eyes gleamed with malice. There was no turning back now. They could not simply walk away. If they did not eliminate Cheng Bing, they would have to abandon the camp. Forget about women. They would have no food either. He is merely bluffing. Look at him. He can barely stand. What is there to fear? Li Wei declared. You two attack his injured left leg. The three launched another assault on Cheng Bing. Outside the shelter, Ai had completed her task and returned, only to witness Cheng Bing being attacked. Panic washed over her, and she hurriedly left. I must find someone to help. Most of the camp's inhabitants were in the bamboo grove. By the time she reached them, Cheng Bing would likely be in dire straits. The closest place was Qin Yang's camp. Ai dashed out of the camp, racing toward Qin Yang's location. At the bamboo house, Qin Yang assigned tasks to Wu Shan and Zhang Hao. Old Wu, Zhang Hao, please gather some mud to level the ground around the bamboo house. The area in front of the cave is uneven, with many stones, which, while not significantly impactful, would be more pleasant to walk on and visually appealing once leveled. Resembling a proper home. Given the circumstances, it is only fitting to enhance our living space. We are civilized individuals and should not live like savages. After speaking, Qin Yang took his machete and exited. He needed to cut another batch of bamboo. Just a few meters outside the camp, he heard hurried footsteps in the forest. Qin Yang slowed his pace, squinting toward the source of the sound. Is that not the foreign girl associated with Cheng Bing? What was her name again? The running Ai spotted Qin Yang, and a surge of urgency crossed her face as she exclaimed, Qin Yang, help! Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Help? He noticed that there was no one behind Ai, nor any beasts pursuing her. Moreover, Ai was Cheng Bing's woman. Her cry for help indicated that either she or Cheng Bing was in trouble. Given Cheng Bing's injury, Qin Yang quickly connected the dots and approached Ai. As they drew closer, Qin Yang asked, has something happened to Cheng Bing? Ai panted heavily, nodding repeatedly. Yes, please help. How many attackers? 3. Qin Yang's suspicions were confirmed as he immediately ran toward Cheng Bing's camp. The reason for the rescue mission was not solely due to the amicable relationship with Ying, but rather the successful collaborations they had undertaken previously. In the future, Ying and his camp might prove useful. This endeavor would also create a debt of gratitude from the other party. With only 3 people involved, Qin Yang feared that if he delayed, Ying might resolve the situation on his own. He did not underestimate Ying's resilience. Just as Qin Yang anticipated, Ying, faced with a renewed assault from Lwi and his companions, grit his teeth and rose to his feet. He understood that they aimed to target his injured calf, and he could not afford to remain passive. Although this could exacerbate his injuries, his life took precedence. With a fierce swing of the axe, he abandoned all defenses. Crimson blood dripped from the blade, splattering in all directions. Lwi and his comrades screamed in agony as they dropped their wooden clubs. Having sustained injuries they had not anticipated Ying could inflict. My fingers. Lwi clutched his bleeding hand, blood gushing forth. To their horror, not only had the club fallen, but 2 of his fingers were severed as well. Wing suffered a shallow cut on his arm. Having aimed for Ying's calf alongside Li Qiying, thus his injuries were less severe than Lwi's. Ying was also in a dire state. His grip on the axe faltering due to the blows to his head and the searing pain in his left leg. He could only muster the strength to remain upright. Should we run? Li Qiying suggested, witnessing the dire condition of Lwi and the others, feeling a sense of retreat. Damn it, you're the least injured. If you run, I won't spare you. Ying is already incapacitated. You must finish him off. Lwi roared. Unwilling to retreat after losing 2 fingers, he tore a piece of fabric from his clothing to bind his bleeding hand. If you leave now, I will let it slide. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Ying insisted, aware that his current position was precarious, with his injured leg making him an easy target. Trust your nonsense? Li Qiying, his words show he has already finished. Attack. Wing declared. Ying's face darkened. He had been seen through. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take at least one of them down with him. Suddenly, the 2 attackers collapsed, struck down from behind. What happened? Lwi, crouched and bandaging his wounds, turned in terror to see a blade descending toward him. There was no time to evade. The blade struck Lwi's head, producing a dull thud rather than blood. Thud. Lwi's eyes closed as he fell to the ground. Qin Yang had rendered them unconscious with the back of his knife, disinterested in killing. He left that decision to Ying. Seeing Ying approach, Ying sighed in relief. Once he relaxed, he collapsed onto the ground. The pain from his wounds caused him to gasp. "Are you all right?" Ying inquired, observing Ying's disheveled state. After a moment, Ying expressed his gratitude. "I'm still alive. Thankfully you arrived to save my life." Ying nodded. "As long as you are alive, what do you intend to do with these individuals? Please assist me in standing. I will deal with these beasts now," Ying requested. They sought his life, and he saw no need for mercy. He had contributed significantly to the camp, yet had been met with such treatment, which was intolerable. Ying dragged the 3 unconscious men before Ying, positioning their heads conveniently for him to act. "Just strike their heads. Avoid making a mess with blood," Ying suggested, as a gruesome scene would be unsettling. Ying agreed with Ying's reasoning, nodded, and raised his axe, bringing it down forcefully onto the heads of the 3 men. After confirming they were lifeless, Ying paused. "What brought you here so suddenly?" he asked, lowering his axe. At that moment, Im returned, her initial panic fading upon seeing Ying unharmed. Ying pointed to Im, smiling. "You should thank her. I happened to encounter her while leaving, and that led me here." "Thank you, Im." Ying expressed his gratitude to her as she approached him. "I'm glad you're safe," Im replied, her gaze lowered, seemingly a bit shy. Ying felt as though he had been served a plate of dog food, surprised by Ying's adeptness with women, noting their rapport. At that moment, other survivors returned to the camp and noticed the situation around Ying, gathering to observe. Ying recounted the events, while Ying dragged the 3 bodies to a more conspicuous location, ensuring others could see them clearly. This would serve as a deterrent to anyone harboring ill intentions. Many survivors, upon witnessing the dead bodies, displayed expressions of fear. When they learned of LWI and his companion's actions from Ying, they spat curses at the corpses. Attacking their own camp members was something they could not condone. "I must take my leave now. I have work to attend to." Ying bid farewell to Ying. Ying once again expressed his gratitude. "I truly appreciate your help. Should you ever need anything from me, do not hesitate to ask." Ying nodded, smiling. "I will." He then turned and walked towards the bamboo grove. In the bamboo grove, 2 men were busy chopping bamboo. These men were survivors from Ying's camp. As Ying approached, he encountered another survivor carrying bamboo back to the camp. These individuals could carry a maximum of 2 pieces of bamboo at a time, which paled in comparison to Ying's ability to carry 7 or 8. In the lush bamboo forest, a particular area was conspicuously empty, with only the severed sections remaining. There had once been many bamboo shoots, now transformed into part of Ying's bamboo hut. However, the bamboo grove was vast, and he was not concerned about the supply running low. Ying entered the grove and began selecting bamboo for a fence. A dozen pieces would suffice. After about 10 minutes, he had gathered a dozen bamboo poles. He did not immediately carry them back, but instead crouched down to inspect the ground. He noticed a slight bulge in the earth. "Let me see if there are any bamboo shoots. I could dig a few to stir fry with meat," he thought. Grasping his machete, he began to excavate the mound of earth. As he cleared the soil, he spotted a pointed tip emerging. "Indeed, there is something." Ying smiled and continued to dig. The soil was quite hard, making it challenging to excavate with the machete. After nearly 10 minutes of effort, he finally uncovered the bamboo shoot's true form. Pulling it out, he found it was not large, weighing around 3 to 4 taels. Ying tucked the shoot into his pocket and continued digging. He stopped after unearthing 5 or 6 bamboo shoots. The effort to excavate these shoots was considerable, and the caloric value they offered was insufficient to offset the energy expended. However, he had plenty of smoked meat in his camp, so he was not overly concerned about the expenditure. Moreover, bamboo shoots have a crisp, tender, and sweet flavor, perfect for stir-frying with meat. Ying placed all the bamboo shoots in his pants pocket, which together weighed just over a pound. He then returned to the pile of cut bamboo. Although he could lift the dozen pieces, he could not carry them all back to the camp in one go. Therefore, he divided the bamboo into 2 bundles, secured them, and inserted his machete between the poles. With both hands, he hoisted the bamboo onto his shoulders and made his way back to the camp. At the camp, the area around the bamboo hut was previously uneven, with stones jutting out. Half of the ground was covered with a layer of brownish-yellow soil, appearing much more level, almost unrecognizable. The air was filled with the distinct aroma of earth. Jiang Meiting, Xian Xia, and Pan Yuelinda were bouncing on the freshly laid soil, not in play, but rather compacting it. The soil had been excavated by Zhang Hao and Wu Shan from the nearby woods. When Qin Yang returned to the campsite carrying bamboo, he nodded slightly upon witnessing this scene. clearly pleased with the efficiency of Zhang Hao and his companion. He placed the bamboo on the ground. Brother Yang is back. What do you think? We still have half left, and we will finish it soon, came Zhang Hao's voice from behind. Qin Yang turned to see Zhang Hao and Wu Shan returning with a load of soil. The contraption they used to carry the soil resembled a stretcher. Qin Yang found it familiar. Was this not the door of the bamboo house? The door, woven from bamboo, was tied to two sticks, effectively serving as a stretcher to transport the soil. It was no wonder they managed to fill half the area so quickly. Good work. I dug up some bamboo shoots from the bamboo grove. Tonight, we shall have bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Qin Yang exclaimed as he pulled out the bamboo shoots from his pocket. By the way, where did Zhao Lan and the others go? Qin Yang noticed that Zhao Lan, Lin Yuqing, and Zhang Xiaowei were absent from the campsite. They went to gather firewood nearby, Zhang Hao replied. Zhang Hao and Wu Shan delivered the soil to the area that needed leveling and poured it out. Qin Yang, would you like some water? Zhang Mating approached Qin Yang, her concern evident. No need. There is still a pile left to move. I must make another trip. Hold on to these bamboo shoots when Zhao Lan returns. Have her prepare the stir-fry. Qin Yang smiled as he handed the bamboo shoots to Zhang Mating before turning to retrieve the remaining bamboo. Yuqing, do you think we have strayed too far? Perhaps we should head back, Zhang Xiaowei said to Lin Yuqing ahead of her. Zhang Xiaowei, 2 years younger than Lin Yuqing, originally addressed her as Sister Yuqing, but Lin Yuqing felt it sounded too old and suggested Zhang Xiaowei simply call her by her name. Wait here for me a moment. I will make one last attempt. If I cannot catch it, we will return, Lin Yuqing declared, fixating on a gray hair not far away. Initially, the two had been collecting firewood with Zhao Lan when they suddenly spotted the hare. Her interest piqued. She was determined to catch it, and thus they chased after the hare, venturing further from the campsite. With a swift motion, Lin Yuqing lunged at the hare, finding herself closer than ever. However, the hare vanished in an instant. Disappointed, Lin Yuqing kicked at the grass beside her and turned to head back, only to suddenly trip over something. Looking down, a chill ran down her spine. Beneath the thick brush lay a human head. Chapter 85, The Corpse. Lin Yuqing gasped in shock, stepping back hastily. Her not-so-full chest rising and falling rapidly, clearly startled. Despite years of training in martial arts, it was difficult not to be terrified upon encountering a disembodied head. Yuqing, what happened? Zhang Xiaowei rushed to Lin Yuqing's side, glancing at the location of the head, which elicited an even louder scream as she instinctively clutched Lin Yuqing tightly. Her ample bosom pressed against Lin Yuqing, creating a comical distortion. It's all right. Let us hurry back and inform Qin Yang. Lin Yuqing, still shaken, tried to comfort Zhang Xiaowei, her only desire being to return to the campsite swiftly. Okay, Zhang Xiaowei took several deep breaths, regaining some composure. Just as they were about to leave, she suddenly felt the head looked somewhat familiar. Yuqing, I feel like that head looks a bit familiar. Take another look, see if you can recognize it, Lin Yuqing urged. Truthfully, the head was clearly not freshly severed. It had not rotted for long, exhibiting a greenish-purple hue while still retaining clear facial features, albeit appearing quite gruesome. Zhang Xiaowei swallowed hard, the mere sight of the head making her uneasy enough to suspect she would have nightmares that night. It's just a head, it's nothing serious. She quickly glanced again and exclaimed, isn't that the guy named Zhou Bin? Recognizing the head, the two wasted no time and sprinted back to the campsite, not stopping until they spotted Zhao Lan's figure, finally allowing themselves to relax. What with you two in such a flurry? Zhao Lan, carrying firewood, inquired as she looked at Lin Yuqing and Zhang Xiaowei. Sister Lan, we need to go back. We just found a head over there, Lin Yuqing explained. Zhao Lan's expression shifted to one of fear. Let us hurry back then. The three of them gathered the considerable pile of firewood from the ground and made their way back to the campsite. At the campsite, after Qin Yang returned with the remaining bamboo, he joined Zhang Hao and the others in excavating soil. With Qin Yang's assistance, the remaining unleveled area was quickly smoothed out. Observing the campsite taking shape, Qin Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. He had, in a sense, acquired his very first property on this deserted island without the burden of a mortgage. In the past, contemplating homeownership would have meant decades of debt. Perhaps, in a few years, he would be expected to marry, requiring a dowry and a car, all of which would amount to a significant sum. He had once pondered such matters, growing increasingly despondent, realizing that with his monthly salary, he would spend the latter half of his life repaying loans. Simply managing to survive was a modest achievement. Any minor misfortune could easily crush him under the weight of financial strain. Yet now, those worries had dissipated. Not only did he possess a home, but he also had a lovely companion. Sitting on the even ground, he watched Zhang Mating and Xian Xia peeling bamboo shoots, a gentle smile gracing his lips. This life was quite pleasant, fulfilling, and serene. What are you thinking, looking so joyful? Zhang Mating noticed Qin Yang's smile and inquired with curiosity. I was pondering how fortunate I am. Qin Yang replied with a light chuckle, his hands beginning to wander playfully. Stop that. We are working. Jiang Meiting playfully scolded, her heart fluttering with delight. She too felt fortunate to be living on this deserted island with Qin Yang. If it were just her and her sister, they would have perished from hunger, even in the countryside without the ability to order takeout. Now, they had a bamboo house and food, meat, no less. All thanks to Qin Yang. Then I shall refrain from teasing you. Qin Yang jested, shifting his attention to Xian Xia and beginning to massage her shoulders. Unlike Meiting's gentle demeanor, Xian Xia's skin was notably smoother and firmer. It was hard to say who was better. Each had her unique charm, and he cherished them both. It seemed he needed to devise a way to create clothing, pondering the materials that would be suitable for garment making. Observing the wear on Meiting and Xian Xia's clothes, he reflected on the necessity of crafting new garments. Though their clothing was currently only slightly worn due to their labor, prolonged use would lead to faster deterioration. The previously collected clothes had just been enough for each person to have 2 sets, with no spare for more. Clearly, a solution for clothing creation was imperative. After a while, Qin Yang withdrew his hands as Jiang Shaowei and the others returned, carrying firewood. They neatly stacked the firewood inside the cave. Although there was already a substantial amount of firewood in the cave, enough to last several days even without gathering more. Resources that were consumed daily would always be welcome in abundance. Qin Yang, along with Yu Qing, stumbled upon a severed head in the woods. Can you guess whose it is? Jiang Shaowei approached Qin Yang, teasingly withholding the answer. This revelation startled Jiang Meiting. Wei, are you both all right? She inquired anxiously, grasping her sister's hand. Upon confirming that Jiang Shaowei bore no visible injuries, her worry subsided. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow and directly asked, "Is it someone you know?" Jiang Shaowei nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it's that Zhou Bin." Zhou Bin. Qin Yang furrowed his brow in contemplation, nearly forgetting this character. A man whose life had been consumed by indulgence, lacking survival skills, it was hardly surprising that he met his demise. Strangely, he had been decapitated. Could it have been the work of those foreigners? I must investigate, he thought. He grabbed his machete and inquired, "Where did you find it?" "I'll take you there." Lin Yuqing offered. "All right, let us proceed." Qin Yang nodded. Lin Yuqing was quite capable, possessing a degree of self-defense skills in the face of danger. "What brought you both so far to gather firewood?" Qin Yang questioned, perplexed. They had ventured quite a distance, far removed from the vicinity of the camp, a place he had yet to explore. Lin Yuqing, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, "I spotted a wild rabbit and chased it here." She glanced at Qin Yang, apprehensive of reprimand. Rather than chastising her, Qin Yang cautioned, "The wilderness is fraught with peril. Next time, do not stray too far from the camp." "Oh," Lin Yuqing sighed in relief. Soon, they arrived at the site where Zhou Bin's head had been discovered. Indeed, it was Zhou Bin, though the timing of his murder remained a mystery. Lacking forensic expertise, Qin Yang could discern little more than that the death had occurred not long ago. With the head present, one wondered if the body lay nearby. Qin Yang began to search the vicinity. As he approached a thicket, a foul stench assaulted his senses, accompanied by a swarm of flies. The body must be behind the bushes. He pushed aside the foliage and peered in, his stomach churning at the sight. A headless corpse lay on the dark, bloodied ground, its flesh largely devoured, marked by gnawing traces. The multitude of flies was overwhelming. "Did you find anything?" Lin Yuqing approached. Qin Yang hastily gestured for her to stop. "You'd best not look. It's just a corpse. What's so terrible about that?" Lin Yuqing dismissed his concern. Having already seen the head, she thought the rest of the body couldn't be much worse. She leaned in for a closer look, only to recoil and vomit immediately. "I told you not to look." Qin Yang shook his head and stepped back. The flies were simply too numerous. He pondered. The body appeared to have been scavenged by wild animals, yet the cut at the neck was clearly made by a sharp instrument, indicating human involvement. Beyond that, no further information could be gleaned. Was it Andrew and Huang Dabao's doing, or was there another culprit? If it were the former, it would be manageable. However, if others were involved, it indicated a force Qin Yang had yet to uncover. Survivors would be acceptable, but the local inhabitants were a different concern altogether. On this desolate island, the local populace conjured images of cannibalistic savages in Qin Yang's mind. Fortunately, this area was not close to his camp. It was likely that neither other survivors nor savages had discovered his location. Yet, there remained the possibility that they had seen it but chose not to act. With this in mind, Qin Yang surveyed his surroundings, feeling as though he were being watched from the shadows. There was no need for undue anxiety. The fact that they had not attacked immediately suggested some trepidation. Nonetheless, vigilance was essential. Upon returning, he resolved to craft weapons and traps. After all, his knowledge of the island was scant. He contemplated that once the camp was established, he would continue to explore other parts of the island. It was better to uncover dangers in advance than to be caught off guard. After all, he intended to reside here long-term and certainly did not wish to lose his life in his sleep. Let us return, Qin Yang suggested to Lin Yuqing. She, having regained her composure but still pale, nodded in agreement. The two began their trek back. As for Zhou Bin's remains, Qin Yang had no time to grant him a proper burial. Let him serve as nourishment for the trees and wild grass. It was a fitting end. As they walked, Qin Yang suddenly halted, grasping Lin Yuqing's hand. Startled by his sudden grip, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Stay still," Qin Yang instructed, pointing in a direction. Lin Yuqing looked over to see a gray rabbit nestled in the grass. "It's a wild rabbit." Her eyes widened. She marveled at Qin Yang's keen eyesight. The rabbit was well concealed, and at a distance of several meters, she had completely missed it. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how Qin Yang would approach capturing the wild creature. Qin Yang crouched slowly, picking up a stone. With light-footed steps, he crept closer to the rabbit, raising his right hand with the stone poised for a throw. Sensing the distance was right, he hurled the stone with force. Whoosh! The stone shot forth like a bullet, perhaps due to the sound of rustling grass. The rabbit suddenly sprang away, vanishing in an instant with astonishing speed. "I thought it would be impressive, but it's not that different from my own speed." Lin Yuqing, having held her breath in anticipation, now exhaled a sigh of relief. No wonder they say one moves like a rabbit. Qin Yang remained undeterred. Patience was paramount in hunting. He turned to Lin Yuqing, instructing, "Wait here for a moment," and then dashed after the rabbit. The camp had sufficient food, yet the daily consumption was significant. He would not let any edible opportunity slip by. Perhaps due to his initial failure, the rabbit had grown wary. Qin Yang chased it for a considerable distance without finding an appropriate moment to strike. Indeed, a successful hunt required a decisive blow. After a while, the gray rabbit seemed to tire, resting in the grass. Finally, an opportunity, Qin Yang thought, having run far enough. If he failed again, he would concede. He was patient, but knew when to give up. With his right hand raised, he clutched another stone, determined to hit his mark this time. Whoosh! The stone was launched. Thud! This time, it struck the rabbit solidly. The gray rabbit convulsed and collapsed. "Huh! Tonight, we feast on rabbit meat." Qin Yang hurried over to collect the rabbit. He had heard that rabbit meat is low in fat. Consuming it regularly not only prevents weight gain, but may even promote weight loss, earning it the title of a lean meat. Qin Yang was unconcerned. After all, there was still smoked meat at the camp. Catching the rabbit was merely a quest for variety. He found the taste of rabbit quite delightful. He scanned the surroundings for any other wildlife. If only he could find a wild chicken, they could concoct a delightful stew of chicken and rabbit. This plant looks familiar. Qin Yang noted a peculiar cluster of vegetation not far off and approached it. The plants were sturdy, resembling corn stalks but devoid of any fruit. He recalled having seen a type of wild sugarcane before. Upon closer inspection, it bore some differences from his memory of wild sugarcane. Although it looked somewhat distinct, it could very well be another variety. Qin Yang placed the rabbit on the ground and reached out to snap off a stalk, bringing it to his nose to sniff. If the scent were one of bitterness and foulness, it would certainly not be wild sugarcane. Fortunately, Qin Yang detected a fragrance that was refreshingly sweet. He extended his tongue to taste it, finding it pleasantly sugary. Unsure if this was indeed wild sugarcane, he decided it was a saccharin-rich plant worth harvesting to share with everyone. Without hesitation, he drew his machete and cut a small bundle of wild sugarcane. This ingredient could also be used in soups. Adding a few sections would significantly enhance the flavor. Although Qin Yang had food and meat, the only seasoning available was salt, rendering the dishes somewhat bland. He mused that if only he could find chili peppers or other seasoning alternatives on the island, it would be splendid. However, this was not an impossible dream. After all, the island was vast, and if wild sugarcane could thrive, other ingredients might exist as well. Yet he had yet to discover them. With the wild sugarcane slung over his shoulder and a wild rabbit in hand, Qin Yang turned to leave. Lin Yuqing saw Qin Yang returning with the wild sugarcane and was somewhat perplexed, unsure of what he was carrying. It appeared damp, and she wondered if it could even be used for cooking. Initially, she thought Qin Yang had failed to catch any rabbits and had merely cut down these branch-like items. As Qin Yang approached, she finally noticed the gray wild rabbit he held. Her face brightened. Indeed, Qin Yang had outdone her. "What are you carrying?" Lin Yuqing inquired with curiosity. The wild sugarcane was slender and bore a stark contrast to the sugarcane she was accustomed to. It was understandable that she did not recognize it. "Oh, this is wild sugarcane. You can try a piece," Qin Yang replied, skeptical yet intrigued. Lin Yuqing pulled out a stalk, sniffed it for any odd odor, and then took a bite. It was pleasantly sweet, though the juice was somewhat sparse. Chapter 87. Constructing a fence at the campsite. Wu Shan smiled upon seeing Qin Yang's return. "Brother Qin, you've made quite the haul, wild sugarcane and a wild rabbit." Wu Shan, being knowledgeable, immediately recognized the wild sugarcane on Qin Yang's shoulder. "Here, old Wu, have a piece, and take the rabbit to prepare it," Qin Yang said, handing him a stalk of wild sugarcane and tossing the rabbit to him. "All right," Wu Shan exclaimed, taking a bite of the wild sugarcane, gleefully carrying the rabbit away to process it. At the mouth of the cave, several individuals sat on exposed rocks, holding cut bamboo strips, seemingly weaving baskets and similar items. Zhao Lan stood by the stove, while Xinxia added kindling, the flames licking the pot's base and producing a sizzling sound. Water droplets at the bottom of the iron pot evaporated as Zhao Lan used bamboo chopsticks to scoop a spoonful of solid white lard from a bamboo tube and added it to the iron pot. The lard instantly melted, releasing the distinctive aroma that whetted the appetite. Nearby, Jiang Meiting, observing this, poured her bowl of chopped smoked meat into the pot. Zhao Lan then began to stir-fry with a bamboo spatula. As Qin Yang approached with the wild sugarcane, he reflected on the creativity displayed by the others. Even without his input, they knew how to utilize bamboo to craft tools. Bamboo was indeed invaluable, capable of producing numerous items. Upon seeing Qin Yang return, Zhang Hao paused his actions and inquired with curiosity, "Brother Yang, you're back. Did you find anything interesting? Did Zhou Bin really die?" Pan Yu chimed in. Both were familiar with Zhou Bin and were eager to learn about the circumstances of his demise, especially with the brutal nature of his death. They worried that the assailant might also target their camp. Qin Yang shook his head, confirming that the corpse was indeed Zhou Bin's. But he could not ascertain who had caused his death. It could have been foreigners, other survivors, or even locals. Locals? Zhang Hao and the others were taken aback. If Qin Yang was implying that there were more than just the shipwreck survivors on the island, the presence of locals was indeed alarming. What? Are there locals on this island? Could they possibly have means to contact the outside world and summon rescue for us? Jiang Shaowei misunderstood. Assuming that the locals were modern individuals like themselves, the others couldn't help but chuckle at her interpretation. "What else with your expressions? Did I say something wrong?" Jiang Shaowei questioned, puzzled by their reactions. "Sister Wei, the locals Brother Yang mentioned are not what you think. They are likely indigenous savages." Zhang Hao clarified for her. "Ah, savages? Do you think they might be cannibals?" she asked, uncertain. This was uncertain territory, as no one had encountered any signs of savages. Nonetheless, it was crucial to remain vigilant and avoid leaving the camp alone, or even in pairs, venturing too far. Furthermore, they should steer clear of the area where the body was found. Understood. Zhang Hao and his companions nodded earnestly. The trio cooking also took Qin Yang's words to heart. Their current fortunate circumstances of ample food and security were largely thanks to Qin Yang, and his advice warranted serious consideration. "All right, just be cautious. There's no need to be overly frightened. Here, have a piece of wild sugarcane." Qin Yang distributed the wild sugarcane among them. "Ah, so this is wild sugarcane. I thought it was firewood Brother Yang brought back. I wondered why it wasn't dry." Zhang Hao laughed heartily as he accepted the wild sugarcane. The others shared similar thoughts, failing to recognize the edible nature of Qin Yang's haul. Curiously, they took their pieces of wild sugarcane and began to chew. While it lacks a bit of juiciness, it is quite sweet. Among them, Linda also took a stalk of wild sugarcane. Having never seen sugarcane before, this was her first encounter with wild sugarcane, and she mimicked Zhang Hao and the others. Taking a small bite, suddenly, she furrowed her brow and asked, "It's sweet, but don't you find it scratchy in your throat?" The others paused, looking at Linda with curiosity, then promptly spat out the fibrous remains of the sugarcane onto the ground. "Scratchy? How could that be?" Linda felt immensely embarrassed, realizing it was not meant to be swallowed. Why didn't anyone say so earlier? Thankfully, I only took a small bite. The others couldn't contain their laughter, erupting in mirth. Wu Shan approached, carrying the processed rabbit. The gray wild rabbit had transformed into a golden brown hue, and instead of skinning it, Wu Shan opted to singe off the fur, believing that the rabbit's skin would enhance the flavor. The innards had been thoroughly cleaned. "Brother Qin, how do you plan to prepare the wild rabbit?" Wu Shan inquired. "Let us cut it up and stir-fry it." Qin Yang replied. If it had been a wild chicken, he would have reserved it for soup. "Wow, we're having rabbit meat today?" Jiang Shaowei and her companions were already filled with anticipation at the prospect of rabbit meat. The smoked meat had been stir-fried, and Zhao Lan was about to add bamboo shoots when she heard Qin Yang suggest incorporating the rabbit meat as well. She decided to hold off on adding the bamboo shoots for now, as they were best enjoyed crisp and tender. Overcooking them would ruin their texture. She added some water to the pot, allowing the smoked meat to continue simmering. The smoked meat was inherently tough, and softening it slightly wouldn't be an issue. Qin Yang also distributed wild sugarcane to those cooking, providing a source of sweetness. Wu Shan approached with a bamboo tube filled with the cut rabbit meat. Pouring it into the iron pot, Zhao Lan resumed her culinary endeavors. With a bit of time remaining before the meal, Qin Yang took his machete and approached the pile of bamboo he had brought back, contemplating how to construct a fence. He did not intend to bury the bamboo poles as he had done for the bamboo wall. Instead, he envisioned a sturdy enclosure with support on all sides, complete with a roof to shield it from sun and rain, ensuring durability over time. Unlike wood, bamboo would deteriorate rapidly under the elements. Erecting a bamboo fence around the camp was no small task. It would require a considerable investment of time and effort, yet would soon become impractical. It would be better to construct a fence, thought Qin Yang, planning to install some traps beneath it, which would prove equally effective as a wall. He summoned Wu Shan and the others to continue their work. They began to dig holes at regular intervals in the ground, subsequently burying bamboo cut to a height of 1.5 meters, serving as pillars. This continued until the 3 bamboo huts were entirely encompassed. Finally, the remaining bamboo was split and tied to the erected pillars. As they toiled fervently, the call for dinner came from Jiang Meiting, who urged everyone to take a break. Everyone should go eat first, Qin Yang said, pausing his work, as he too felt the pangs of hunger. Upon returning to the cave, Zhaolan and Xia were busy distributing the food. Zhaolan wielded a spoon crafted from bamboo, serving the sought-ed bamboo shoots with smoked meat and wild rabbit into individual bowls. Xia, on the other hand, handed out the bowls filled with food to the returning group. Be careful, it's hot. The bowls were made from coconuts, and during their leisure time in the evenings, they had taken the opportunity to process the old coconuts. Craftsmanship takes time, and over the past few days, they had successfully crafted coconut bowls, which turned out quite well. Qin Yang and the others eagerly accepted the fragrant and steaming coconut bowls, indulging in their meal with great delight. Zhaolan's culinary skills were already commendable, and after a hard day's work, the food was simply delectable.